Chapter 1. The year 1512 of the Ocean Circle calendar. 8 years before Luffy sets sail. At Marine headquarters, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What nonsense is this? Are you asking me to infiltrate the beast pirates? Vayne rose to his feet in a surge of emotion, slamming his hands onto the table before him, his incredulity unmistakable as he locked eyes with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. In truth, Vayne was a transmigrator, one who had been reborn into this world. His full name was Bruce Vayne, born in the year 1492 of the Ocean Circle calendar, and he had just turned 20. Unfortunately, Vayne entered this world as an orphan. Fortunately, he was discovered by an elderly naval officer and brought to Marineford for training in the Navy. Being well-versed in the narrative, Vayne was acutely aware of the harsh realities of this world. For ordinary individuals, survival necessitated relentless effort. Without power, one could only rely on strength. Thus, after joining the Navy, Vayne dedicated himself to rigorous training, exerting 200 times the effort daily. He also enrolled in Zephyr's boot camp, ardently studying the 6 powers and hockey. During this time, he forged a deep friendship with Smoker and Tina, who were also recruits, becoming inseparable allies. Upon turning 18, he graduated with distinction from the boot camp and was subsequently dispatched to the East Blue alongside Smoker. Smoker was stationed in Lowtown, while Vayne was assigned to the town of Fushia in the Kinomi Islands, the island where Kokoyashi village is located. Over the following 2 years, they collaborated to dismantle numerous pirate strongholds, annihilating a significant number of pirates. Simultaneously, they thwarted the ambitions of East Blue pirates attempting to breach the Grand Line. At one point, they were even referred to as the pirate extermination machine throughout the East Blue. Upon returning to Marineford, Smoker was promoted to the rank of colonel. Vayne thought to himself, given his relentless efforts, he should at least be a rear admiral. However, to his astonishment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku intended to send him to infiltrate the beast pirates. Witnessing Vayne's unmistakable reluctance etched across his face, Sengoku cleared his throat softly, signaling for Vayne to compose himself. Vayne, as a mature member of the Navy, you must learn to handle various situations. Handle what nonsense to send a rising star of the Navy to infiltrate the beast pirates? What were they thinking? Who was Kaido, after all? He was the Emperor of the Sea in the New World, the Guardian King of Wano, a notorious pirate known for raiding naval vessels for food and drink. If he were to be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Seeing Vayne's unwillingness so plainly displayed, Sengoku sighed softly and retrieved a dossier from his drawer. Well then, Vayne, you cannot blame me for theses. Sengoku perused the files. He eventually closed them with a newfound gravity, an unnameable fury flickering in his eyes. Vayne, you have previously abandoned your post, executing alone on the spot in Kakoja village without prior authorization. Because of this incident, Jinbei, who had originally agreed to join the 7 warlords, has now publicly renounced his title. What? Vayne was taken aback. I thought you were going to commend me. When has it become a crime to eliminate pirates? While a sanctioned warlord could, to some extent, instill fear in other pirates, they remained pirates at heart. Much like the later Marineford War, where nearly everyone merely went through the motions, contributing little effort. What purpose did they serve? Considering this, Vayne confidently retorted, Marshal Sengoku, this is unjust. Alone established a fisherman pirate crew on my territory. As a member of the Navy, burdened by the mantle of justice, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? Sengoku furrowed his brow and continued, then why did you secretly execute the local Colonel Mouse? Do you think I am unaware of this matter? With arms crossed, Vayne nonchalantly explained, Alone dared to form a pirate crew, locally due to collusion with that mouse. You once stated that those who consort with pirates share their guilt, which is why I had to deal with that vile rodent. If you doubt my words, feel free to send someone to investigate. To put it plainly, he merely acted to rid the community of a menace in advance. Setting aside the facts, did Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, not bear any fault? Upon hearing Vayne's words, Sengoku's frown deepened. This Vayne was indeed silver-tongued. Yet, it was precisely Vayne's profound disdain for evil that led Sengoku to select him for this covert operation. Most crucially, Vayne was born in Marineford, his roots undeniably pure, his identity regarded as absolutely pristine. Then, Sengoku turned to the final page of the file. Upon reading its contents, his gaze turned icy, his demeanor becoming chillingly stern, emanating an aura of intimidation. How do you explain your drunken tirade against the celestial dragons, where you insulted them as beasts in front of all the new recruits the night before last? Sengoku seethed through clenched teeth. That single statement from Vayne could warrant 10 executions. In an effort to prevent this incident from escalating, Vayne's mentor, Admiral Zephyr, had tirelessly intervened to quell the situation. If it weren't for Zephyr's protection, I would have locked you away long ago. Vane smirked slightly. The night before, due to Smoker's promotion to colonel and a long-awaited reunion with his old classmate Tina, he had indulged in revelry, getting thoroughly intoxicated. Little did he anticipate that in his drunken stupor, he would unleash a vehement diatribe against the celestial dragons. Moreover, he had uttered that celestial dragons are even inferior to beasts. He now vaguely recalled that upon awakening the following day, the gazes of Smoker and Tina towards him were tinged with a hint of admiration. Alas, I have been wounded by indulgence, and have fallen to such depths. From this day forth, I shall forsake alcohol. Wayne silently vowed to himself. After reprimanding Wayne, Sengoku donned a smile filled with expectations for the younger generation. Thus, it is no wonder that Zephyr holds such fondness for you as his apprentice. This mission was indeed recommended by him. What? Wayne could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in disbelief. Recommended by teacher Zephyr? Just as Wayne was processing this startling revelation, a sudden knock at the door interrupted, followed by the entrance of a burly man with purple hair and black sunglasses. It was none other than Wayne's former instructor, Admiral Zephyr of the Navy headquarters. Young Wayne, how do you find a new assignment I have procured for you? Zephyr strode directly to the nearby sofa, sitting down with a bold flourish and a hearty laugh. Upon witnessing this demeanor from his teacher, Wayne felt his heart sink. This was hardly amusing. Teacher Zephyr, why not send Smoker, since he is also your student? That fellow Smoker is too reckless. He is ill-suited for this role, Zephyr replied nonchalantly. Wayne raised an eyebrow. Then am I suitable? I tend to spill the truth when I've had too much to drink. You should be well aware of that. No. Wayne shook his head vehemently. Isn't this a form of bullying against honest individuals? I have shed blood for the Navy and risked my life for the world government. You cannot treat me in this manner. Enough, Bruce Wayne. I'm not seeking your opinion. I am issuing a command. Furthermore, I have heard you have been in search of the true essence of justice. Perhaps this undercover assignment will yield significant insights for you. Sengoku addressed Wayne once more. Wayne took a seat, but Admiral Sengoku, I wish to remain in the Navy to uphold justice. How can I punish those heinous pirates if I become an undercover agent? At this, Sengoku's expression grew serious once more, and he replied earnestly, what kind of talk is that? Though you may not be within the Navy, you remain a part of it. Remember, whether as Admiral or undercover, you serve justice. Wayne thought to himself, such fine words. Being an admiral merely requires one to sit back and delegate tasks. However, to be an astute and covert undercover agent within the Beast Pirates demands far more consideration. He cast a pleading glance towards Zephyr, yearning for a final opportunity to resist. Teacher Zephyr, enough, Wayne. At this moment, I am not your teacher, nor are you my student. You are a captain of the Navy, and you ought to know what is expected of you. Zephyr waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was not swayed by Wayne's tactics. Very well, maintaining formal titles during work, I see. Subsequently, Sengoku retrieved another file from the drawer and handed it to Wayne. Do not assume that the peril of being an undercover agent deters individuals for volunteering this particular assignment is of the utmost importance. Undercover with a rank? Wait, could it possibly be the sword unit? The very one that the so-called king of cowards, Kobe, joined? Upon noticing the letters sword inscribed on the dossier, Wayne's pupils constricted. Goodness, it truly is sword. At that moment, Sengoku calmly elucidated. The sword unit operates independently of any Navy department, only the fleet admiral and a select few. Admirals are privy to the identities of its members in other words, your operations possess considerable autonomy. In the absence of special circumstances, you may act according to your own discretion. Moreover, members of SWORD are authorized to engage in combat against the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords without receiving direct orders. Sengoku's words resonated with authority. Yet Wayne maintained an impassive expression throughout. In fact, by the time he reached the final statement, he felt a hint of amusement. Engaging in battle against the 4 emperors. Why not just send me straight to become the pirate king? After a moment of silence, Wayne tentatively inquired, Admiral Sengoku, may I pose a few questions? Of course, Sengoku nodded. Currently, aside from myself, are there any other members in SWORD? Perhaps some predecessors. In truth, Wayne was curious whether the thick-browed, wide-eyed Akiji Kazan was indeed a member of SWORD. If he were, it would clarify many of his subsequent actions. Nevertheless, Wayne refrained from asking directly, as such matters were classified within the Navy. Sengoku did not respond immediately. He tapped his fingers on the table before solemnly stating, at present, you are the only one. What? Just me? Wayne exclaimed in astonishment. To be precise, you are the first individual selected for the SWORD unit. Zephyr interjected from the sofa. This initiative for the SWORD unit is a recent decision made by Admiral Sengoku and myself. specifically established to combat piracy. Nearly 15 years have elapsed since the onset of the Great Pirate Era. During these years, pirates have grown increasingly rampant. Particularly in the New World, it has become exceedingly tumultuous. Moreover, a formidable pirate known as Shanks has recently emerged in that region, possessing immense strength and vast territory, even hinting at the potential to become the fourth emperor of the sea. Thus, the Navy is compelled to adopt extraordinary measures to confront these formidable pirates. The Special Intelligence Unit Blade is indeed such an organization. Well, teacher, will my salary increase if I join Blade? Wayne's eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon Zephyr. This was the matter of utmost concern to him. Observing Wayne's eyes ignite at the mere mention of money, Zephyr chuckled wryly, rubbing his forehead. You need not worry about that, for the salary at Blade is 20 times what you earned before, amounting to 100 million berries annually, along with additional bonuses and comprehensive insurance. Upon your return, we will compensate you according to this standard and adjust your position based on your performance as an undercover agent within the Beast Pirates. Upon hearing this, Wayne's eyes gleamed with excitement. Now this was more like it. With risks come rewards. It was a quintessential case of high risk, high reward. At the very least, it was not a matter of risking his life for a meager salary of 3,000. Such an opportunity, if grasped, could lead to regret for a moment. If missed, it could haunt one for a lifetime. Moreover, with his fruit abilities, he truly believed few could restrain him if he chose to escape. With this thought, Wayne stood and saluted Sengoku with a precise military gesture. Admiral Sengoku, I have made up my mind. To eliminate the inherently evil Kaido of the 100 Beasts, I am willing to join Blade. Sengoku, satisfied, stroked his beard. Well done. You haven't brought shame to your teacher, Zephyr. Wayne resumed his seat and continued. One final question. How do I infiltrate the ranks of the Beast Pirates? Should I approach Kaido directly? Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Though Wayne had not ventured into the New World, he had garnered some notoriety in the East Blue, and joining impulsively might well raise Kaido's suspicions. Wayne, you must descend into piracy to seamlessly integrate into the Beast Pirates, Sengoku replied. Descend into piracy? Indeed, it was a path reminiscent of Drake and Corazon. Wayne mused silently. All were strategies taught by the astute Sengoku, in any case. Your mission is to penetrate the inner circle of the Beast Pirates, gather intelligence, and seize opportunities to instigate conflicts between Kaido and other notorious pirates, inciting them to slaughter one another. This. Sengoku rose earnestly, approached Wayne, and with a firm pat on his shoulder, solemnly declared, Bruce Wayne, the grave responsibility of eliminating Kaido rests upon your shoulders. Taken aback, Wayne stretched his neck in surprise and raised a finger to his face. Me? Eliminate Kaido? As he exited Admiral Sengoku's office, Wayne let out a soft sigh. He held no deep sentiments for the Navy. After all, it was a profoundly flawed world. Ruthless and brutal pirates, treacherous Navy personnel, the aristocracy and celestial dragons, lofty and oppressive, enslaving other races. Evil deeds transpire in every corner of the world, perpetually. Does Wayne wish to transform this world? The answer is yes. But when asked if he possesses the capability to effect such change, the answer is no. This is a harsh reality. Once he fantasized about traversing to the world of pirates, awakening an invincible power, and metamorphosing into a fearsome warrior, with Nami cradled in one arm and Robin in the other. He envisioned vanquishing the East Blue's King Sig and delivering powerful kicks to the celestial dragons. He dreamed of an unstoppable journey, ultimately ascending to the throne of the world. Alas, while aspirations can be grand, reality often remains stark. In the past, he yearned to be a king, but over time, he found contentment in residing in a humble locale, forging bonds with like-minded companions, and diligently striving to eradicate some outlaws. Yet now, how has he found himself on the path to becoming the undercover king? He cast a glance back at the glimmering nameplate of the marshal's office. However, even an undercover king is still a king. 3 years in the East Blue, 3 years in the New World. Not underestimate the impoverished fish. Upon my return, this Marine headquarters shall surely bear the name Bruce. With grand aspirations, Wayne declared his intent. Upon exiting the office building, he first made his way to the Navy Finance Department, where he withdrew his salary accumulated over the past few years, along with bonuses earned for his exceptional performance during boot camp. Additionally, he collected the bounty rewards for his efforts in combating piracy. After advancing several months' worth of salary, he found himself with a total of 37 million berries. For a naval officer, this sum was substantial. However, in the pursuit of becoming a pirate, it barely sufficed to procure a decent ship. Alas, such is the life of a pirate, wherein a naval career merely requires timely labor in exchange for a paycheck, while piracy demands a multitude of considerations. Wayne placed the money into his trusty backpack. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Naval Equipment Department. To avert a situation where one earns substantial wealth yet lacks the means to enjoy it, Wayne resolved to make a bold investment. Upon entering the department, he was captivated by the dazzling array of weaponry on display. From conventional handguns and long blades to formidable firearms and cannons, an extensive selection of lethal armaments awaited him. A young, vibrant female naval officer greeted Wayne with enthusiasm. A few days ago, Wayne encountered her at the new recruits banquet. The female naval officer greeted Wayne with great enthusiasm. After all, Wayne's audacious rebuke of the celestial dragons in front of so many recruits was quite gratifying. Privately, they all regarded Wayne as their idol. "Welcome, esteemed Wayne. What do you require? Please feel free to express your needs." Without any preamble, Wayne spoke directly. "Oh, I require 3 silenced pistols, each equipped with 50 standard bullets, 10 Sea Tower stone bullets, and 10 tranquilizer rounds. Additionally, I request a military saber inlaid with Sea Tower stone. Furthermore, I need 2 bundles of rope, 3 small saws, and 4 daggers." The female naval officer stood frozen in place. The requested equipment was sufficient for an entire squad. She cautiously inquired, "Senior Wayne, are you about to undertake a significant mission?" Vane merely waved his hand dismissively, asserting that there was no need for concern. It was entirely reasonable, after all, to arm oneself with additional weapons for self-defense against those cunning and ruthless pirates. The female Navy officer nodded gently, conceding, "Very well then." Subsequently, Vane leaned closer to her and quietly inquired, "By the way, does our armory stock any poison? Ideally, something colorless and odorless." The young officer's face immediately registered surprise, and she hastily shook her head, exclaiming, "Senior Vane, we truly do not have that." Before long, Vane procured the weapons he desired. Moreover, he acquired several pairs of transponder snails, a few first aid kits, and an assortment of commonly used maritime medicines. Though his robust constitution rarely succumbed to illness, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. The individual handling the checkout was a portly middle-aged Navy officer, whose expression exuded shrewdness. He cast a discerning glance at Vane's chosen items, his interest piqued. This was quite a substantial client. The selections were all of the finest and most expensive quality. "Oh, Lieutenant Vane," he announced with a grin, "the total for your purchases amounts to 26 million berries. However, the armory is pleased to offer you a discount of 1 million, bringing your total to 25 million berries." Upon hearing this, Wayne realized why the equipment department was reputed to be even more lucrative than a casino. It was indeed rather unscrupulous. "Is it possible to purchase on credit? Excuse me?" The smile on the portly Navy officer's face instantly vanished. The equipment department strictly refrained from extending credit. "Oh." Wayne pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, didn't Smoker order a hockey-enhanced truncheon from the equipment department?" Upon hearing this, the rotund officer picked up a substantial stack of custom orders from the table to verify. Although he was unsure of Wayne's intentions, he nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that truncheon is expected to arrive tomorrow." Wayne smiled softly. "I have an urgent matter today, so I only brought 5 million berries. When Smoker comes to collect the military baton tomorrow, he will also assist me in delivering the remaining funds to you." "What do you say?" The plump Navy officer cast a skeptical glance at Wayne. It was common knowledge that Wayne was the favored disciple of Admiral Zephyr, whose reputation within the Navy was unparalleled. Thus, it was only natural to assume that his protégé would not be lacking in merit. Moreover, Wayne was a lieutenant raised in Marine Ford, embodying the quintessential qualities of the Navy. How could he possibly abscond? With this thought in mind, the officer relented. "Very well, Lieutenant Wayne, thank you for your visit, and we look forward to your next one." He rose, saluting Wayne. Subsequently, under the enthusiastic farewell of the corpulent officer and the young female sailor, Wayne exited the armory, burdened with a substantial package of weapons, and made his way toward the apartment building he had rented at headquarters. Sighing, he mused that good days were soon coming to an end. Being an undercover agent meant he could no longer enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. He pondered the weather and environment of Wano, wondering if he would struggle to acclimatize there. Lost in thought, he arrived at the base of the apartment building and was greeted by a familiar face, Tina, a former classmate from boot camp. Tina, with her long pink hair and sunglasses perched atop her forehead, donned a fuchsia professional outfit that accentuated her slender legs and curvaceous figure, exuding an aura of confidence. At that moment, she leaned against the wall, a cigarette delicately held between her fingers, seemingly awaiting Wayne's arrival. Wayne approached with a forced smile, offering a greeting. Tina merely cast a fleeting glance at Wayne before remarking, "It seems you are preoccupied with something. Has the teacher indeed assigned you an extraordinary task this time? I haven't seen you look so troubled in years." Caught off guard by Tina's perceptiveness, Wayne hesitated. The matter of being an undercover agent was something the Admiral Sengoku had strictly instructed must remain confidential, not to be disclosed to anyone, even Smoker or Tina. Consequently, Wayne gently placed his backpack on the ground, scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was in earshot, and stepped closer to Tina, whispering in her ear, "Sengoku wants me to infiltrate the Beast Pirates as an undercover agent." Wayne recounted the entire sequence of events to Tina. Tina was taken aback as she processed this information, astonished that he had been assigned as an undercover agent within the Beast Pirates. However, she pondered, why would he divulge this to her? Through Wayne's earlier explanation, Tina came to grasp the uniqueness of the blade. Remarkably, beyond the Marine Admiral and Fleet Admiral, even the world government remained oblivious to the existence of the blade. To be candid, I initially intended to keep this from you all. Yet, given your character, I trust you will maintain my secret, won't you? Wayne remarked that Tina was unlike Smoker. She was an astute woman, and her stronghold lay in the Grand Line, potentially offering assistance at a crucial moment. Tina exhaled a ring of smoke. Did Smoker know about this? I have no intention of informing him. That fellow is far too reckless. Smoker, in his youthful fervor, was the type of impassioned Navy officer who sought to bring any evil to justice. "TCH, do as you wish, but be cautious," Tina responded nonchalantly. Yet a flicker of concern passed through her eyes. Wayne nodded and was about to leave with his backpack. Just as he turned around, Tina called out to him once more. "Wait a moment." Wayne paused momentarily, a wave of emotion washing over him. Indeed, Tina could not bear to part with him. He nonchalantly waved his hand and reassured, "Do not fret for me, Tina. Although the Beast Pirates pose a formidable challenge, I shall prevail." "That is not what I meant," Tina interjected, raising her hand to interrupt him. "What I intended to convey is that you should remember your insurance policy bears my name. If you join the blade, the compensation for casualties would surely be substantial, wouldn't it?" Vain. Damn, what a misjudgment in friendships. The following morning, the broadcast from Marin Vondo rang out punctually. The meteorological department advised that today's weather was fair, ideal for outings. As he listened to the voice of the broadcast, Vane stirred from his reverie of being promoted to Admiral. He stretched languidly, placed his meticulously arranged naval uniform into the wardrobe, and removed a plaque from the wall inscribed with the phrase "Strive for Justice," setting it aside in the corner. He then donned a casual outfit, a light gray short-sleeved shirt with a stand-up collar and zipper, complemented by deep blue arm guards, paired with black trousers and sturdy black boots. A thick purple belt adorned his waist, securing a brand-new military dagger. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he noted his towering height of 3 meters, jet black hair, and strikingly handsome visage. Alas, he pondered, when would he return? When donned a backpack brimming with equipment and stepped out of the room, Malin Fando towered at the heart of the world, established upon a solitary island. In front of the main building lay a vast plaza, serving as the essential thoroughfare to the grand entrance. As Wayne stepped out of his apartment, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky, and he could faintly catch the fragrant scent of damp earth. The weather service has become increasingly unreliable. What was promised to be a clear day, perfect for venturing out, turned into rain the moment he stepped outside. Vane uttered a complaint as he retrieved an umbrella from his backpack and unfurled it. After walking a short distance, he encountered a familiar figure blocking his path. "Smoker." Vane whispered the name of the approaching individual. Smoker, unbothered by the rain, stood resolutely, his gaze fixed intently on Vane. "Where are you headed, Vane?" Witnessing the fervent expression on Smoker's face, Vane sighed. "Did Tina inform you? She mentioned your intention to leave the Navy. I initially found it hard to believe, but now I realize what your intentions truly are." Smoker bellowed at Vane, his voice laced with profound confusion and indignation. Though 6 years Vane's senior, they were both graduates of the same naval academy. In Smoker's eyes, Vane had always been a prodigy, whether in combat assessments or his stance against evil. Vane shone as the most remarkable presence in the recruits training camp. In fact, Smoker regarded Vane as the very target he aspired to surpass. Yet, his closest friend had submitted his resignation to teacher Zephyr early that morning, wishing to abandon his naval identity. Why? Why discard the mantle of the Navy? Faced with such inquiries, Vane merely tugged at the corner of his mouth. He too was reluctant, However, the offer from Admiral Sengoku was simply too enticing. Weiss pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, "Smoker, I have come to realize something these days." "What is it?" Smoker's gaze shifted slightly. "It is that, as a member of the Navy, there are ultimately limitations to what one can accomplish. Not only does one feel constrained in action, but one must also obey the tedious commands of so-called superiors. Therefore, I shall no longer serve in the Navy." At these words, Smoker's pupils dilated in disbelief, and he could not help but shout in anger, "What nonsense is this? Are you fleeing from the battlefield? Or have you already succumbed to despair?" As he uttered these words, Smoker felt a sense of turmoil. He could not comprehend it. They had promised to strive together to become admirals, to be partners in justice. The rain fell increasingly heavily, splattering upon the ground and creating muddy puddles that rippled outward. Far above in the heavens, a deep rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Vane said nothing, merely casting a glance back at the imposing marshal's office building. Behind one of the windows on the highest floor, a figure stood with hands tucked in pockets, observing the unfolding events in the square. He understood this to be a silent warning from the Marshal of the Warring States. Some matters defy explanation, and at times, justice must be pursued in the shadows. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, I remain true to myself, Smoker. With this declaration, Vane tightened his grip on the umbrella and prepared to pass by Smoker. However, at that moment, Smoker's gaze sharpened, and without warning, he launched a punch towards Vane. Whoosh! Despite the rain obscuring his vision, Vane could still discern a massive fist, shrouded in smoke, hurtling towards him with great speed. Bang! The sound of collision erupted suddenly, the force creating a powerful wave that sent the surrounding rain scattering, generating ripples in its wake. Vane stood resolute, absorbing Smoker's punch without flinching. Was it that same ability once more? Smoker gritted his teeth and uttered with intensity. A deep purple luminescence enveloped Vane's body, forming a formidable barrier around him, one that surpassed even steel in strength, successfully thwarting the onslaught of the smoke fist. Like Smoker, the Smoke Man, Vane is also a wielder of powers. His devil fruit, an extraordinary find in Logtown, belongs to the rare Zoan category, specifically known as the human fruit, mythical Zoan. Model, Kanayuraheim. The ability exhibited moments ago was merely the first phase of Kanayuraheim. It conjures a sturdy barrier reminiscent of a skeletal framework to ward off attacks, somewhat akin to the Paramecia barrier fruit. Notably, prior to Vane's acquisition, this fruit had never been documented in the Devil Fruit Compendium. Rumors suggest that devil fruits are the personification of the demons residing within the human heart. Thus, a newly discovered devil fruit's capabilities are not dictated by the demon sealed within, but rather by the first individual who consumes it. "Do not push me, Smoker." Vane's tone had taken a decidedly menacing turn. Undeterred by his initial failure, Smoker began to rapidly dissolve into smoke, propelling himself towards Vane at an alarming speed. "Even if I have to break your limbs, I shall take you to meet Teacher Zephyr. Is it inevitable that we must resort to violence?" Huh. A dangerous glint suddenly flashed in Wayne's eyes as he hurled his umbrella into the sky, relinquishing it to the fierce winds. In the next moment, tangible purple flames erupted from his being, roaring with intensity. Beneath the thick, ominous clouds and torrential rain, the square was illuminated by a blinding purple radiance, nearly illuminating the entirety of Marineford. This dazzling light drew the attention of the naval personnel in the surrounding tall buildings. Many began to peer through windows or lean over balcony railings, curious about the spectacle below. The purple glow intensified, eventually contracting dramatically to reveal a faint outline of a colossal purple figure. This giant resembled a divine fortress, standing tall and imposing, clad in ancient armor. It bore two monstrous wings, enveloped in a purple barrier, with claw-like hands gripping blades sheathed in scabbards. The figure's face was obscured by a menacing mask that revealed only its eyes, adorned at the crown with a magnificent gemstone, its large pupils radiating a sacred aura. This imposing presence evoked a sense of reverence and fear, reminiscent of legendary deities. Kinyu Raijin, second phase. This form, known in certain legends as Susanoo, represented a conventional beastly transformation. The colossal figure gazed down upon Smoker, who was barreling towards him in a cloud of smoke, and thundered, "Smoker." Smoker replied with equal fervor, "Wayne." With a resounding crash, the massive, flame-licked fist of the giant collided violently with Smoker's smoky punch, both exclaiming in unison, "You rely too heavily on the power of your devil fruit." In the marshal's office, Sengoku stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the purple giant, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Though I had heard about it from Zephyr, witnessing it firsthand is truly astonishing. Noble, powerful, and terrifying. Sengoku praised without reservation. The gathered naval officers, witnessing the scene below, became restless. Look, what is that? A monster. A monster has invaded Marineford. A monster. It has captured Marshal Sengoku. A monster. It will destroy the world government. A monster. It will dominate the world. The cacophony of voices reached the ears of the purple giant, darkening the expression beneath his mask. What is this nonsense? This new batch of recruits possesses the poorest mental fortitude I've ever seen. He then focused intently on Smoker, feeling the strength emanating from his fist. Your power has increased. Smoker. Upon hearing this, Smoker's expression shifted to one of intense anger, his eyes widening as he could not help but shout back, TCH. You haven't even exerted yourself yet. Smoker possessed an intimate understanding of Vane's prowess. The restraint he exhibited with his punch was sufficient to inundate the entire square. Do not underestimate humanity. With a hissing sound, Smoker's legs transformed completely into smoke, unleashing a copious amount of white mist as he ascended into the air. Then, executing a swift turn, he unleashed a smoke punch, trailing a long, thick white line. White snake. Vane understood that Smoker would not cease his efforts until he was brought down. My apologies, Smoker. With a resounding clash, the colossal figure brandished two formidable, sharp long blades, grasped firmly in its hands, which emerged from the wings upon its back. These were the legendary artifacts known only in ancient myths, the Buddha spirit and the Tinfist sword. The Buddha spirit was entwined with lightning that twisted and coiled like a white python, emitting a piercing sound reminiscent of bird calls. Meanwhile, the Tinfist sword erupted in blazing purple flames, its intense heat evaporating the rainwater that fell upon its blade, releasing wisps of white smoke into the air. The fundamental ability of the deity Kanemata was to conjure terrifying bolts of lightning and all-consuming purple flames from thin air. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the violet giant, wielding his twin blades, exuded a fearsome aura. He then crossed his arms, gathering strength before unleashing a powerful strike. Thunderfire blade. A deafening golden sound resonated as two crescent-shaped slashes, each extending dozens of meters, shot forth with lightning speed. The torrential curtain of rain was violently parted by these fearsome waves of slashing energy, momentarily halting the pouring rain. In that instant, Smoker's smoke pistol was effortlessly cleaved as if it were mere parchment. The vicious slicing wave surged through the smoke pistol, continuing its relentless journey towards the distant sky, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. Such terrifying power. Sengoku observed the unfolding events in the plaza, murmuring to himself. A flicker of confidence in Vane's infiltration of the beast pirates ignited within him. As the rain intensified in the plaza, the dense smoke rapidly coalesced, eventually restoring Smoker to his original form. His right sleeve lay in tatters, revealing a gruesome wound on his forearm. Blood mingling with the rainwater as it dripped onto the ground, creating a particularly gruesome sight. All of this transpired in an incredibly brief moment. Due to the rain, visibility was hindered, and the onlooking Navy personnel had yet to fully comprehend the actions of the Violet Giant before the battle concluded. Vane relinquished his fruit abilities and gazed expressionlessly at Smoker, who was panting and trembling. He spoke softly, "It is over, Smoker." Smoker did not utter another word. He laboriously approached Vane, his resolute gaze coldly fixed upon him, embodying a silent admonition. Vane's footsteps were relentless, his gaze lowered as he raised his fist. Cloaked in a deep black hue of armed hockey, striding toward Smoker. A serious punch. As the fist, glimmering with a dark sheen, approached, Smoker's pupils constricted. He immediately positioned his fists at his waist, channeling all his strength into his chest, and bellowed, "Iron block." With a thunderous sound, the force of the punch dispersed the raindrops surrounding Smoker, landing squarely upon his abdomen. Unable to stifle a cough of crimson, Smoker's vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the umbrella that Vane had just hurled into the sky swayed under the gusts of wind before gracefully descending, which Vane deftly caught. Wayne slightly bowed his head, gazing at his comatose yet fiercely defiant friend, a flicker of reluctance surging within him. He gradually crouched down, sheltering Smoker's head beneath the umbrella, and then extended 2 fingers to gently flick Smoker's forehead, murmuring softly, "Forgive me, Smoker, I hope this is the last time." After Wayne departed, the heavy clouds swiftly dispersed, the torrential rain abruptly ceased, and the sky over Marineford brightened once more. It was as if nothing had ever transpired. At that moment, within Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, Smoker, his hands bound in thick bandages, stood beside Zephyr, confessing, "Teacher Zephyr, it's all my fault. I failed to stop Wayne. It's my weakness that brought this about. If only I could be stronger, just a little stronger." As Smoker spoke, his agitation grew, and his voice began to choke with emotion. A cold, harsh reality lay before him. Wayne had departed from the Navy. Simultaneously, he realized the vast chasm that now separated his strength from Wayne's. Zephyr's expression shifted slightly. Uncertain of how to explain to Smoker, he could only respond gently. "This is not your fault, Smoker. It was Wayne's own choice." He understood his disciple well. Unlike Wayne, who was resourceful, Smoker, despite his fervor, lacked adaptability, relying solely on brute force. "Indeed, Smoker, if he has chosen to leave the Navy, then let it be," Sengoku added from the side. He then picked up a seal and pressed it onto a letter laid flat on the table. It was Wayne's resignation. Witnessing this, Smoker's agitation intensified. "What nonsense! Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you actually consent to let Wayne leave the Navy?" He could not comprehend the thoughts of these two men. What was this indifferent attitude about? Was Sengoku, let alone Teacher Zephyr, truly unconcerned? Allowing a potential admiral to depart. Was this the course of action one would expect from the Navy's upper echelons? "Enough, Smoker. The orders for your return to Logtown have been issued." Sengoku, fully aware that keeping Smoker in the Grand Line could lead to unpredictable outcomes, deemed it wise to send him back promptly. Damn it. Smoker clenched his jaw, fists tightening, nails digging into his flesh. Finally, he hissed through gritted teeth. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you will regret this." "Enough, Smoker. I am the Fleet Admiral," Sengoku replied, taking a sip of tea with a calm demeanor. At his words, Smoker's face flushed with indignation, and without saluting, he turned sharply and stormed out, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. Once he had left, Sengoku sighed lightly, remarking, "This Smoker, though endowed with strength and quality, is far too reckless. Yet Wayne is truly a remarkable talent. Zephyr, you have trained an excellent disciple." "Ha ha ha," laughed Zephyr heartily beside him. And Tina as well. The three of them were such delightful students back at the recruit training camp. "I have a premonition, Sengoku, that they will be the future of the Navy." Upon hearing this, Sengoku, lost in thought, stroked his chin. "Oh, it seems you have high hopes for them, the future of the Navy, indeed." Meanwhile, in the New World, in a certain expanse of sky, Wayne, deemed by Admiral Zephyr as the Navy's future, was soaring swiftly through the crystal-clear azure heavens. Behind him unfurled a magnificent pair of deep violet wings, each powerful flap propelling him over great distances. Whoosh! Accompanied by the fierce sound of the wind, after flying for a while, Wayne suddenly frowned, halted in midair, and looked up. Thunder roared. A flash of lightning abruptly streaked across the sky. The once clear and cloudless expanse was suddenly engulfed by ominous dark clouds, and a tempestuous wind howled from all directions. A storm seemed imminent. The darkened sky stretched endlessly, leaving one to ponder the depths of their misfortune. Vane let out a complaint. Although the weather in the New World is notoriously unpredictable, encountering yet another torrential downpour so soon after stepping outside hardly bodes well. Without further contemplation, he plunged downwards, swiftly approaching a small black speck on the surface of the sea. It was an island. Vane's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he could discern the entire outline of the island. The isle was lush with verdant foliage, and at its heart lay a quaint little town, seemingly capable of accommodating only a few thousand souls. In the grand tapestry of the New World, replete with islands akin to stars in the night sky, this particular island was insignificantly small. At that moment, the townsfolk also took note of the ominous clouds rolling above. Those hanging laundry hastily gathered their garments, and others hurriedly made their way home. With a swift descent, just 10 meters from the ground, Vane relinquished his fruit abilities and landed gracefully on the earth. Before him stood an old-fashioned tavern. Having arrived at this juncture, it was time to partake in a meal. Wayne pushed aside the wooden plank and stepped inside. The tavern was filled with patrons, predominantly sailors and townsfolk. As Wayne entered, a multitude of curious gazes turned toward him, scrutinizing the unfamiliar face. After all, this was a remote and impoverished hamlet, frequented by either tax-collecting naval officers or marauding pirates. Yet, the intentions of both were strikingly similar. Driven by a singular desire for the riches that lay within their purses, Wayne approached the counter, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, and placed several bills before the young girl behind the counter. 2 bottles of wine and a large bowl of beef noodles, without scallions, please. The girl appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing wine, yet she swiftly regained her composure, which left him somewhat puzzled. Why was she so anxious? Wine settled into a corner of the tavern and began to relish the beef noodles before him. The chewy noodles vanished within moments, and the bowl soon revealed its bottom, devoid of even a drop of broth. After finishing his meal, he uncorked 2 bottles of fine wine, consuming them with zeal, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping his skin. However, throughout this time, he sensed curious glances directed his way, which made him feel rather uneasy. He muttered to himself with a hint of incredulity, "Am I truly that handsome? Why do people keep stealing glances at me?" Once satiated, he retrieved a miniature snail-like communication device from his pocket, resembling Wine himself. This was a unique tool used in the pirate world, a special kind of snail typically employed in pairs, capable of mimicking the tone and demeanor of its holder during conversations. Wayne dialed the phone and softly said, "Teacher Zephyr, there is a question I forgot to ask you." "Oh, what question?" came Zephyr's response from the other end. "The Marshal of the Warring States has instructed me to become a pirate. Surely, he does not expect me to engage in pillaging and slaughter, does he? Although my task is to infiltrate the beast's pirates and undertake certain actions that may resemble those of a pirate. If I were to partake in activities of gambling and drug trafficking before officially joining the crew, the nature of my actions would be entirely different. One is a job, while the other is a crime." Zephyr's tone carried a hint of confusion. "You are actually worried about such matters?" What do you mean?" Wayne found himself perplexed. But in the next moment, laughter erupted from the other end of the line. "I see now, Wayne. You must not have read the recent newspapers, have you?" "Newspapers?" Veen lifted his gaze and beheld the notice board of the tavern, upon which the latest newspapers were affixed. Squinting his eyes, he was unexpectedly met with the sight of his own photograph prominently displayed in the headlines. What could this possibly mean? Wine could no longer remain seated. He promptly rose and strode towards the newspaper. The surrounding patrons immediately donned expressions of wariness, their faces etched with solemnity as they scrutinized him. Upon catching sight of the headline, Wine felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. The article boldly proclaimed, "World News Report, author, Morgans." According to reliable information from the naval headquarters, the once beloved Lieutenant Bruce Wine, who was cherished by the populace in the East Sea, has been charged with multiple offenses, including disobedience to orders, collusion with pirates, assault on colleagues, espionage, and a notorious indulgence in licentious pursuits. Ultimately, he chose to embrace depravity, betraying the Navy. And during his flight, he injured several naval officers and made off with substantial equipment valued at an estimated 50 million berries. The Navy has since issued a worldwide bounty for his capture, offering 57 million berries, dead or alive. Accompanying the text was an early photograph of Wine, in which he appeared quite slender. "This is slander. They are defaming me," Vane shouted softly into the telephone buck. He finally comprehended why those around him regarded him with such peculiar expressions. So this was the crux of the matter. What absurdity was this obsession with women? Was there truly a fault in that? And as for the 50 million berries, it was nothing but a baseless accusation. "I distinctly swindled the equipment department out of only 20 million. Teacher Zephyr, you cannot unjustly condemn an honest man like myself. I have lived a life of righteousness, and in a single day, my reputation has been utterly tarnished. You have truly brought me great distress." Wayne unabashedly voiced his grievances to Zephyr. All right, Zephyr remarked, fully aware of his student's sentiments. "Wayne, the Navy will remember the sacrifices you have made for justice. You may now proceed to the Kingdom of Harmony without any reservations." Such eloquent words, yet I suffer this injustice in the name of righteousness. I deserve a raise. Beep, beep, beep. The voice on the other end of the phone abruptly cut off, leaving Wayne to grapple with the peculiar gazes of those around him. In a fit of rage, he vented his frustration, ultimately finding solace only after devouring several bowls of beef noodles. Wayne lingered in the tavern for a while, waiting for the rain outside to cease before he finally rose to depart, casually taking the newspaper with him as he left. Once Wayne had exited, a collective sigh of relief swept through the remaining patrons of the tavern. The fallen, wicked naval officer had finally taken his leave. Without much hesitation, Vane extracted the nautical chart he had prepared in advance, pinpointing the location of Wano Country, and swiftly made his way there. Initially, the waters he traversed were populated by a handful of merchant vessels navigating the sea, but as Vane drew nearer to Wano, sightings of ships became exceedingly rare. The reason was quite simple: the beast pirates were lurking in those waters. Wano Country, renowned for its samurai, is also a secluded nation, shunning all external communication. Even naval warships dare not venture into its waters. On one hand, Wano lacks an open sea, characterized instead by steep cliffs, and cascading waterfalls that form a natural barrier, obstructing any possibility of outside entry. However, the more pressing reason lies in the fact that the true ruler of Wano is Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates, the Emperor of the New World. A decade ago, he forged an alliance with Orochi, the shogun, to seize control of this land. Vayne soared above the waterfalls on the outskirts of Wano Country, gazing down from the heights where the torrents cascaded with remarkable ferocity. In his recollection, countless artillery pieces lay camouflaged as treacherous reefs, ready to unleash devastation upon any who dared to approach. However, he pondered whether such technology was still in place. There, amidst the raging waters, a two-masted sailing vessel struggled valiantly toward the precipice of the falls. On the deck stood approximately 30 pirates, while the skull and crossbones flag fluttered ominously in the breeze from the mast. Vayne deduced that this must be a pirate crew affiliated with the Beast Pirates. Numerous pirate crews, in their quest for protection, often opt to join forces with more formidable ones. For instance, Whitebeard commands over 40 subordinate crews. He pondered for a moment and then, with a swift motion of his violet wings, descended rapidly. What is that? Is it the one called Jean who can fly? It doesn't seem to be. Vayne leaped to the bow of the ship, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the anxious pirates. No need to worry, comrades. Comrades, who are you? A disgruntled pirate with a scarred face retorted. I am here to seek Kaido, Vayne declared, pulling a newspaper from his pocket to display to the crowd. A fallen Navy captain? Just wait, I shall summon the captain. After a brief interval, a burly man with a bushy beard emerged from the cabin. Standing nearly 6 meters tall, his muscular physique was imposing, and his eyes, each gazing in a different direction, exuded a peculiar wisdom. This is our captain, Lord Tep, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 87 million. The scarred pirate announced to Vayne. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Tep's face, clearly flattered by his subordinate's words. So it is Captain Tep. It is truly an honor to meet you. Wine's face was alight with excitement as he shook hands with Tepu. Oh, you have heard of my story? Tepu inquired. No, but your visage speaks volumes of tales untold. Nonsense. With so many pirates in the New World, and countless bounties exceeding 100 million, how could Wine possibly remember such a character? Yet, upon hearing this, Tepu's laughter grew even heartier. Ha! Dear Wine, you must have come to Wano to make a name for yourself, haven't you? Indeed, indeed. Who in the New World hasn't heard of the formidable reputation of Kaido, the Beast? Although Wayne has never been a pirate, surely speaking kind words cannot be amiss. Can it? Captain Tepu waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, Perfect. Let us embark on a grand adventure in Wano Country. Ha! My crew, hasten your pace. I, Captain Tepu. A grand adventure, indeed? Wayne felt a peculiar sense of unease, as if the words of Tepu resonated with an oddity. However, he had no time to ponder further. For the pirate ship beneath him had reached the precipice of the waterfall. It surged forth, leaping into the territory of Wano Country. Above the rugged cliffs lay a vast inland sea, home to 2 prominent islands. One was the principal island ruled by the newly appointed general of Wano, Kaido the Beast. Divided into 6 regions: Flower Capital, Rabbit Bowl, 9 Mile, Heim, Lingho, and White Dance, alongside the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, Onigashima. Upon entering the inland sea, the first sight that greeted Wayne's eyes was the imposing Onigashima, adorned with a colossal skull, complete with 2 grand horns, exuding an aura of intimidation. Soon enough, the pirate ship docked at the port of Onigashima, and the faces of the pirates transformed with sheer exhilaration as they eagerly rushed out, leaping onto the island. This only deepened Wayne's confusion. What was the source of their fervor? Moments later, the raucous voices of the pirates erupted. Ahead lies the palace of Kaido. Ha ha ha. We shall achieve renown across the world. Ha 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 ha. I will make Captain Tepe's name resound throughout this realm. Let us go. Slay Kaido. Wayne exclaimed. What is happening here? Aren't you affiliated with Kaido? At that moment, Tep approached him and inquired, What troubles you, my dear Wayne? Wayne replied, Captain Tep, what brings you here? Tep, grinning broadly, confidently patted his chest and declared, Of course, I am here to eliminate Kaido and vie for the throne of the 4 emperors. Do not fear, my dear Wayne. We are a professional assassination squad. The foes who have perished at our hands number not less than 800, if not 1,000. As for Kaido, I truly regard him as no threat at all. Vayne suddenly realized that they were neither a pirate crew under Kaido's command nor seeking to ally with him. Rather, they had come to assassinate Kaido. What a jest. A mere handful of individuals dared to challenge Kaido. An assassination squad? More like a suicide squad. Vane should have anticipated this. In a world teeming with madness, pirates exist in two extremes. They either cling to survival with utmost tenacity or exude an unparalleled confidence, disregarding the 4 emperors and 7 warlords alike. By sheer coincidence, he encountered the latter. No, I must flee. Captain Tep, we are not acquainted, so please continue without me. I shall take my leave. With that, Vane leapt to the port of Ghost Island, sprinting away without a backward glance. Suddenly, a voice filled with dread pierced the air. Captain Tep, look to the sky. What? Confusion swept through the crowd as they collectively gazed upward. A dark cloud had inexplicably manifested in the once clear sky, and within it, the shadow of a colossal figure became discernible. In the next instant, the head of a monster emerged from the cloud. Ha ha ha. Another fool who overestimates himself? I hope this encounter proves more entertaining. A dragon, measuring hundreds of meters in length and adorned with razor-sharp scales. An unfamiliar visage. I hope it brings me some delight. The azure dragon spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder, generating a powerful shockwave that rocked the pirates below. Kaido, Tep shouted excitedly at the looming beast. I have awaited this day for long. Today, I shall sever your head and seize all that you possess. Ha! The dragon exhaled a plume of scorching air, its enormous eyes scanning the dozens of tense pirates, some of whom were even fleeing, including a black-haired youth hastily escaping in another direction, bound by a thick purple rope at his waist. Merely a swarm of ants, the dragon mocked, its tone dripping with derision. How arrogant, Kaido. Remember, you are the challenger. With fiery determination, Tep drew his long knife, ready to charge forward. Just then, he noticed Vane returning, hastily making his way back. Tep, momentarily stunned, burst into laughter. Brother Vane, I knew you wouldn't flee in the face of danger. Aha, rest assured, with our combined strength, we shall not falter against such a foe. Yet within Vane's mind, he silently scoffed, as if I would wish to return. He remained silent, quickening his pace and darting past Tep. At that moment, a subordinate shouted, Captain, look behind him. A thunderous rumble echoed, the ground trembling as nearly 1,000 figures clad in spiked leather armor and wielding weapons emerged behind Vane, each bearing a fierce expression and imposing stature. Their movements were swift, encircling the port in the blink of an eye. The beast pirates. Upon the appearance of the formidable force, the hearts of Tepu's pirates instantly sank. Meanwhile, Wayne furrowed his brow, stealthily moving to the rear to shield all others before him. What now? This situation was becoming increasingly perplexing. He had come as an undercover agent, yet inexplicably found himself embroiled in the campaign against Kaido. Do not be afraid, Tepa bellowed, observing the dwindling fighting spirit among his crew. Have you forgotten the dreams that reside in your hearts? Throughout this journey, we have conquered countless foes and weathered innumerable storms. Have you all truly forgotten? With these words, Tepu's crew was swept away by an overwhelming wave of emotion, tears streaming down their faces, genuinely weeping. Such is the nature of the pirate world. One moment laughter prevails, and the next, tears flow freely, unrestrained. Indeed, how could we allow ourselves to be so timid? Under Captain Tepa's leadership, we are invincible. Damn Kaido, do not underestimate our camaraderie and bonds. Vane tugged at the corner of his mouth. This fervent scene was almost unbearable to behold. In the sky, the azure dragon could not contain its laughter, erupting into a fit of giggles. Are you jesters from a circus? Arrogance! Tep pointed his blade towards Kaido above. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Once, the swordsman Ryuma gained renown throughout the world with his legendary dragon-slaying feats in Wano. And Tep too could tread upon Kaido's corpse to claim the title of King of the World. Come on, this is total war. Charge forth, my comrades. Roar. The members of the Tep pirate crew surged with fervor, brandishing their weapons, eager to engage in battle. What king do you aspire to be? The colossal azure dragon twisted in the air, opening its gaping maw like an abyss, aimed directly at the pirates below. Heatwave. Buzz. A terrifying inferno rapidly coalesced within the dragon's mouth, the intense heat visibly distorting the surrounding air before it surged downward. Get down. Tep's eyes widened as he shouted a warning. The searing flames plummeted, erupting upon contact with the ground, transforming the entire harbor into a blazing inferno, resembling a hell's cape engulfed in fire. In an instant, smoke billowed, and waves of heat rolled forth. Feeling the scorching gusts, Vane's pupils contracted, his fists clenched tightly. Although he was well aware of Kaido's might, witnessing his power firsthand tightened his heart in trepidation. Ah! Heart-wrenching cries echoed in succession. As the smoke dissipated, revealing the horrific scene. The pirates who had once occupied the harbor were all struck down, reduced to charred remains. None escaped unscathed, save for Tep, struggling to remain upright. Tep stood amidst the devastation, his face smeared with ash, his clothing reduced to tattered strips, appearing utterly disheveled. He surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the companions he had journeyed with, and could not help but let out a piercing roar of fury. Kaido, what have you done? After this devastating attack, the Tep pirate crew suffered catastrophic losses, nearly facing total annihilation. Vayne could not help but sigh inwardly. Oh, Tep, why did you have to provoke Kaido of all people? It would be wise to return to Gotham. Batman has promised not to pursue you anymore. A sinister laugh echoed through the air. Is this all the strength you possess? As the azure dragon mockingly descended from the clouds, his form abruptly morphed into a towering humanoid figure, brandishing a spiked mace. He bared his sharp teeth and swung the mace menacingly above his head. In a state of frenzied rage, Tep had lost all reason, his eyes ablaze with fury. He enveloped his long blade in Conqueror's haki and lunged forward with all his might. Prepare to meet your end, Kaido. Yet, just as Tep closed the distance to within 5 meters of Kaido, a tangible purple lightning surged from the mace in Kaido's grasp, twisting and coiling before striking Tep's chest with the swiftness of lightning. Aha! Thunderbagwa! With a resounding crash, silence reclaimed the port. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Kaido rested the mace on his shoulder, gazing down at Tep, who lay in a pool of blood. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he smirked slightly. Still breathing, are we? Quite tenacious indeed. Jean, once he regains consciousness, bring him into our ranks. If he resists, toss him into the quarry of Rabbit Bowl, Kaido commanded to the formidable army behind him. A tall man stepped forward, clad in a tight black leather uniform that enveloped him entirely, even his face and hands concealed behind a mask and gloves, resembling a shadow lurking in the darkness. A pair of striking black wings sprouted from his back. Jean, of the Lunaria tribe, the Beast Pirate's banner man, he acknowledged. Yes, Sir Kaido. And what of that individual? Jean inquired, gesturing towards Vayne, who stood not far off. At this, Kaido cast a keen glance at Vayne, a renewed battle spirit igniting within him. That young lad possesses remarkable speed. He evaded my heat blast just moments ago. His strength might surpass that of Tep. With resolute determination, Vayne advanced steadily towards Kaido. Oh? Rather than retreating in disarray, he approaches me? Kaido grinned, amusement dancing in his heart. The pirates of the Beast Pirates turned their attention to Vayne, their focus sharpened. Observing his gait, they realized he was a formidable opponent. Could it be that Kaido would finally encounter an equally matched adversary? Tep lay on the ground, his vision blurred, and he vaguely perceived Vayne passing by. His lips twitched, unable to utter a word, yet in his heart, he fervently urged, Go forth, young one. Even against Kaido, you must emerge victorious. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, filled with anticipation and curiosity, the scene unfolded. Vayne approached Kaido with an impassive expression, exuding an air of coldness. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly raised both hands and, with fervor, proclaimed, Master Kaido. Everyone present was taken aback, their jaws nearly grazing the ground in astonishment, their expressions akin to that of a stunned me. What had he just uttered? Referring to Kaido as his master? Even Kaido himself was perplexed, as he had never taken on a disciple. As the crowd remained in disbelief, Vayne produced from his bosom the newspaper that bore his bounty notice, presenting it to Kaido as if submitting a or sum. He spoke quickly. That old scoundrel Sengoku fails to recognize true talent and has wronged me greatly, prompting my escape from the Navy to seek refuge with the Beast Pirates. Among all the vast seas, the one I admire most is you, Master Kaido. Thus, I have defected from the Navy and hastened here to join the Beast Pirates, to collaborate with you in grand endeavors. With a solemn demeanor, Vayne continued, having drifted aimlessly for half my life, I lament not having encountered a true master until now. If you do not reject me, I wish to become your disciple. At this declaration, the onlookers could hardly contain their incredulity, their mouths agape, barely suppressing their urge to exclaim in outrage. This Vayne was utterly absurd. The fallen Navy officer, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million, so devoid of principles? Yet, if Vayne were to hear such thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, Principles? What are principles? The very essence of principles lies in what Master Kaido holds. Meanwhile, Jin's gaze was filled with disdain, questioning Master Kaido. Should we simply send this fellow to the rabbit pot? However, Kaido waved his hand dismissively, accepting Vayne's or some with a smirk, chuckling. Wah, Jin, do you not find this little imp amusing? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Upon hearing Vayne address him as master, Kaido felt an inexplicable surge of joy. A bounty of 57 million? Perhaps slightly low, but it sufficed for him to join my ranks. Young Vayne, give it your all. Thank you, Master Kaido. I will strive diligently, dedicating my youth to the beast pirates. Wayne wore an expression of excitement, astonished by Kaido's unexpectedly amiable demeanor. It seems that the beast pirates genuinely value talent. No wonder they have such a plethora of subordinates. Kaido raised an eyebrow, choosing not to speak further, and then transformed once more into a colossal azure dragon, soaring towards the towering palace of Onigashima. After his departure, Jean cast a peculiar glance at Wayne, cautioning him not to rejoice too soon, for the weak cannot survive within the beast's pirates. However, he swiftly changed his tone and addressed Wayne. Come, regardless of the circumstances. You are now a member of the beast pirates. Today marks the celebration for newcomers. Let us partake together. With a wave of his hand, the substantial entourage began their journey back along the same path. Wayne followed closely behind. Along the way, Jean provided a succinct overview of the current state of Wano Country. Since the assassination of Kazuki Oden, rebellions among the warriors had been relentlessly quelled. Wano has essentially fallen completely under the dominion of Kaido, however. Kaido himself exhibits a disinterest in governing the nation. Thus, apart from Onigashima, the vast territories of Wano are predominantly ruled by the new shogun, Kurozumi Orochi. Meanwhile, the beast pirates continue to expand their ranks, although at this moment, Jack has just turned 18 and has yet to attain the status of a suite commander. The position of the 6 flying scabbards has also not yet been established. In terms of the nominal leadership of the beast pirates, only Jean and Queen hold the title of suite commanders. Uncle Jean, Wayne suddenly interjected. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jin's gaze. For at merely 37 years of age, it irked him that this young lad dared to refer to him as uncle. Wayne was uncertain of Jin's thoughts, merely perceiving him as rather aloof. Uncle Jean, may I inquire about the position I shall occupy within the pirate crew? Am I destined to be a prominent figure? Being the vice captain is rather ostentatious, whereas being a mere foot soldier does not grant access to crucial intelligence. Thus, Wayne deemed that being a notable figure would suffice. Jean regarded Wayne, his expression concealed beneath the mask, revealing a hint of exasperation. Why not serve as an instructor at the novice training grounds? After the banquet concludes, I shall escort you there. Novice training camp? The pirate crew possesses such a facility? Jean continued, the beast pirates is a realm where strength speaks volumes. To attain anything, it hinges upon your prowess. If you aspire to gain status here, or even to become Lord Kaido's disciple, then you must strive relentlessly to grow stronger, Wayne. Upon hearing this, Wayne felt somewhat disoriented, struck by Jin's seemingly hopeful demeanor towards his junior. I understand now, Uncle Jean. Thank you, Uncle Jean. You truly are a good person. Wayne feigned gratitude, yet Jin's gaze remained cold, even tinged with irritation. This only deepened Wayne's confusion. Was Jin merely putting on an air of aloofness? Indeed, the personalities of these pirates were rather peculiar. Soon, a grand procession made its way to the heart of Onigashima, the stronghold of the beast pirates. Within the hierarchy of the pirate crew, each ascending level signified a higher status. Kaido resided at the pinnacle of a colossal loft, a symbol of his tyrannical authority. The banquet was held in a spacious room on the ground floor, reminiscent of a dance hall. As Jin pushed open the door, a cacophony of enchanting music erupted, accompanied by the pulsating glow of ambient lights. Wayne peered over and beheld a rotund figure atop the dance platform. A hefty man clad in black and white striped overalls, fervently dancing to the rhythm of the music. His golden hair cascaded down in braids. Yet when paired with his large visage, the once elongated braids resembled delicate golden necklaces swaying about. This was none other than the notorious Plate Quinn, a prominent figure of the beast pirates and a world-renowned malevolent scientist. Jean, witnessing this rather disconcerting scene, could hardly bear to look and sighed, remarking, "That fellow is Quinn, a remarkably formidable scientist." Wayne nodded. Inside, Quinn also noticed Jean and Wayne at the entrance and shouted loudly into the microphone, "Hey, is that the new recruit who just joined? Ha, come on in. The beast pirates welcome you." "Hi." Jean stepped inside and said, "Quinn, could you please refrain from such antics during the banquet? It's truly tiresome." What do you know? This is beautiful art," Quinn retorted, and with a single command, the atmosphere in the room became even more lively. After another round of exuberant dancing, Jean could no longer endure it and stepped onto the stage, effortlessly tossing the rotund figure aside. "You uncultured buffoon," Quinn complained. Subsequently, Jean introduced Wayne to the newcomers below, stating, from now on. This fellow will be the instructor at the training camp. Make sure to train diligently under his guidance. Following Jin's brief introduction, Wayne began to find his place within the Beast Pirates. After Wayne greeted the band of pirates, he casually found a spot to sit down. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, a sudden tingling sensation coursed through his waist. Who was poking me in the kidneys? As Wayne turned his head, he was met with the sight of a little girl adorned with a pair of horn-like tufts atop her head, who was resolutely ramming her forehead against his waist. The force was considerable. Fortunately, Wayne's physique was sufficiently robust, for had it been an ordinary person, such a series of headbutts would have surely left them in disarray. The neighbor's daughter, blossoming into her own, possessed strength that seemed to rival mountains and an aura that could eclipse the world. Upon sensing Wayne's formidable hardness, the little girl lifted her head, her face a portrait of astonishment. When locked eyes with her, taking in her appearance, the little girl appeared to be around 10 years of age. Her hair a striking blend of blue and pink and thick stripes, adorned in a delicate white lace-trimmed dress, her face radiating youthful innocence. Though she wore a lace-edged mask, it did little to conceal her charming visage. One could easily envision that she would blossom into a breathtaking beauty in the years to come. Yet at this moment, she furrowed her brow, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at one. "Is this Runty?" the girl inquired. "Hey, are you made of steel?" Wayne scrutinized her once more, finding her quite similar to his recollections. She possessed a certain charm, indeed. So, this is the pirate Dory. However, what is the meaning of that peculiar headbutt? Thud, thud. Runty struck her forehead again, feeling a sharp pain, and reluctantly ceased, glaring at Wayne with indignation. "Hey, are you the new instructor? I challenge you." At that moment, Jean approached and clarified to Wayne, "This is Runty. Do not be deceived by her youth. She is exceptionally powerful. Several instructors have already fallen to her prowess." They nodded, fully aware of the girl known as Hebbet's sister. Runty and her brother Pejuan were among the later members of the Flying Six. Their father was a pirate with some connections to Kaido, but he was killed by the Marines during their childhood. Consequently, Kaido took them to Onigashima. In order to survive in this strength-oriented pirate crew, Runty pilfered 2 of Kaido's Dragon Devil fruits, thus granting both herself and her brother Pejuan the powers derived from these fruits. However, despite being merely in her teens, she exhibited an alarming level of violence. This beast pirate's crew truly wreaks havoc. "Hey, you brute, why is your body so tough?" Runty exclaimed, clutching her head and grimacing. For the earlier headbutts felt akin to colliding with steel. Wayne's lips curled into a smirk. He had not employed his overwhelming presence, but rather utilized the most formidable defensive technique of the 6 styles, iron block. "Oh, would you like to learn? I can teach you." Wayne chuckled lightly. "TCH, you must have been a Navy man in the past, right?" "I absolutely detest the Navy," Run retorted, brimming with indignation. Just then, the grand doors of the banquet hall were thrust open with force, and a resounding voice echoed through the space. "Where's the new instructor? I'm going to send him flying." Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the heavy thuds of footsteps on the floor, a tall and imposing figure gradually approached. The passing pirates, upon seeing his stature, hastily cleared a path. When squinted into the distance and beheld an approaching figure adorned with an iron mask, draped in a fur cloak, with 2 long, white tusks protruding from his shoulders. At that moment, he bore a furrowed brow, exuding an air of profound grievance and enmity. "It is you, cursed Ship King." Vane immediately recognized him, the future Drought Jack, the most audacious man of the Beast Pirates. However, he was taken aback by Jack's rapid development, despite being only 18. He appeared as if he were in his 30s, a rather hasty transformation. Upon Jack's arrival, Runty climbed onto a nearby table, seated himself like a duck, and began to gnaw on a slice of watermelon from a fruit platter, clearly relishing the spectacle. Jack cast a glance at Jean, standing beside him, questioning why they would allow a Navy officer to serve as their instructor. Hearing this, Vane rose from his seat, confronting him. "Are you here to pick a fight?" He glanced at Jean, who remained silent, arms crossed, as if accustomed to such provocations. Truly, the Beast Pirates were notorious for their brutality. "Hey, you're that fallen Navy officer, aren't you? I challenge you." Jack glared at Vane. The moment those words left his lips, several pirates nearby were drawn to the scene, raising their goblets and cheering. That little brat Jack is full of energy. Indeed, he possesses immense strength. This Vane is in for a rough time. Rumor had it that Bruce Faint's bounty exceeded 57 million. It was uncertain how many blows he could withstand from Jack. Let the games begin. Fighting is a spectacle that never fails to captivate. Moreover, since Vane had just joined the Beast's Pirates, Everyone was eager to witness his prowess, especially considering his bounty was a staggering 10 million. "This won't take long," Jack taunted. "I will send you flying with a single punch." Wayne's expression shifted subtly, initially. He was somewhat taken aback that Jack had set his sights on him. However, upon reflection, he realized that this could indeed be a fortuitous development. His mission was to infiltrate the beast pirates, and demonstrating his prowess was undoubtedly the most effective way to capture Kaido's attention. He had never intended to conceal his abilities. Was this the time to engage in battle? Who would be accountable for the damages incurred? Wayne cast a glance around at the surrounding tables and chairs. Naturally, the one who loses would bear the consequences. Jack's voice boomed like thunder. Truly, it was refreshingly straightforward and unrefined. Wayne drew his military knife from his waist, the light glinting off the blade and reflecting a chilling sheen. Is he a swordsman? Jack inhaled deeply, his hands moving towards his shoulders, intent on unsheathing the two scythes concealed within the ivory. Yet, at that moment, when made his move, revealing a silenced pistol in his left hand, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Jack's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld the incoming bullets. Thud, thud. 3 bullets struck his shoulder and arm with unerring precision. Blood spurted forth, causing him to gasp in pain. At 7 paces, the gun was swift. Within 7 paces, it was both swift and accurate. Although Jack possessed formidable strength, he was not yet at the stage of withstanding bullets, and he remained a reckless youth who had yet to master his aura. He had anticipated a fair duel with Wayne, only to be met with the treachery of a covert attack. "Jack, you are too young." Wayne's legs bent slightly before he forcefully pushed off the ground, the sharp blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, causing a gentle breeze to caress Runty's face from a distance, leaving him momentarily astonished. How swift! This instructor appeared markedly different from those previous fools. Suddenly, a vivid line of crimson splattered forth, revealing a grotesque wound on Jack's chest, measuring over 1/2 meter in length, with blood flowing from it, dripping onto the floor. The sight was particularly horrifying. Hooray! At that moment, a pirate erupted in cheers. Following that, a cacophony of applause and shouts of joy filled the air. They cared not whether Jack would emerge victorious. All that mattered was the spectacle of the fight. Runty, munching on watermelon, wore an expression of sheer delight. Hooray! What a splendid battle! Wayne furrowed his brow slightly, questioning if this were a mere contest of strength. Damn it! Jack muttered under his breath, enduring the pain as he turned his imposing figure and, with a fierce gust of wind, aimed a powerful punch at Wayne's head. Wayne's gaze sharpened as he deftly raised his general's sword, grasping the hilt in a reverse grip, and deftly intercepted Jack's fist with the gleaming blade, dissipating the tremendous force. In an instant, Wayne's figure flickered, soaring into the air. With a graceful turn, he delivered a powerful side kick that struck Jack squarely in the face. The resounding clash of flesh against flesh echoed abruptly, followed by the dull thud of Jack hitting the ground. His massive form crashed into a nearby table, shattering bottles and fruit bowls into fragments. His pupils dilated, and his face reflected a profound sense of unwillingness as he lay defeated. How could this be? I, a formidable pirate, have succumbed to a mere naval lieutenant? The surrounding pirates gasped in astonishment, witnessing the terrifying prowess of the newly arrived instructor, Wayne. As Jack heard the chorus of cheers, a wave of humiliation surged within him. He attempted to rise, but a sharp military blade was already pressed against his throat. With the slightest exertion, Wayne could extinguish the life of this pirate prodigy. Indeed, I have lost, Jack sighed deeply, his voice laced with palpable resentment. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal resonated in the air. Wayne sheathed his blade, raising an eyebrow at Jack, and remarked nonchalantly, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the cleanliness of the venue will be overseen by Master Jack." After a night of revelry among the newcomers, Wayne had begun to forge connections with several fledgling pirates of the Beast Pirates. Most of these marauders, having witnessed the harsh realities of this new world, felt compelled to align themselves with the Beast Pirates in search of sanctuary. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, all those who harbor dreams and venture into the new world are faced with 2 fateful choices: to relentlessly challenge various formidable pirates on the quest to reach the ultimate destination of the Grand Line, Raftel, or to join the pirate crews of the 4 emperors, seeking the protection of the mightiest. The majority of these newcomers undoubtedly fall into the latter category. Of course, a select few were recruited after being defeated by Kaido, such as the individual Wayne previously encountered, Tep. However, it was said that Tep, upon regaining consciousness, resolutely refused to submit, steadfast in his principles. and declined to join the beast pirates. Consequently, he earned the opportunity to work at the rabbit bowl quarry as a proud laborer. Furthermore, the sight of Vane effortlessly besting Jack left the new pirates utterly astounded, filling them with anticipation for the upcoming training camp. Wayne's room is situated on the middle floor of the Ghost Island Palace, sharing this level with Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan. Opposite him resides Peggy Wan, who later becomes the enigmatic figure that consumes the dragon fruit, an ancient variety, transforming into the formidable Spinosaurus form. However, at this moment, he is merely a child even younger than Runty. Adjacent to Wayne's room are the chambers of Runty and Jack, respectively. On his way back to his room, Wayne unexpectedly encounters Jack, who is swathed in white bandages and has just finished tidying up. Their eyes meet. And then Jack solemnly declares, "Wayne, this time I concede defeat. But do not rejoice too soon. In my quest to assist Lord Kaido in realizing his ambitions, I shall undoubtedly redouble my efforts. One day, I shall surpass you." Is the fire ignited? Yet, why do those words sound so familiar? As if they have been heard before? Wayne casually waved his hand and remarked, "Training starts tomorrow. Remember not to be late." After saying this, he walked into his room. At his words, Jack stood frozen, his mind a tempest of emotions. What did he just say? Training begins tomorrow? Even though I aim to surpass him. Is he still willing to mentor me? This guy seems rather cool. Jack scratched his head, his admiration for Wayne soaring. Meanwhile, in the room across, Runty, eavesdropping at the door, chuckled softly and then turned to her brother, Peggy Wan, who was sitting on the bed. "Did you hear that? It's the new instructor. He defeated Jack, that big guy, in just a few moves. Tomorrow we'll head to the training camp and train under him. We'll surely become stronger." "But, sister," Peggy Wan replied timidly, "he used to be in the Navy, and I fear the Navy." He had witnessed his father perish at the hands of the Navy years ago, which had left him timid. Had it not been for Runty's constant protection, he would have succumbed long ago on this merciless island of competition. "Stop talking nonsense, little Pei." Though younger, Runty was a fervent protector of her brother. She gently placed her right hand on Peggy Wan's head, offering comfort. "Have you forgotten how that despicable father met his end? It was due to his lack of strength. If you don't want to be trampled by others forever, you must become stronger than anyone else, by any means necessary. So, let us go to the training ground tomorrow. If anyone dares to bully you, I let them off easily." At her words, Peggy Wan's eyes began to glisten with tears, and on his youthful face, a sense of determination emerged as he nodded firmly. "Sister, I understand. I won't be a coward anymore. I will become stronger than anyone." Runty felt a surge of emotion, a smile gracing her lips as she pressed her forehead against his, silently vowing, "Oh, foolish brother, no matter how you change, I will always protect you." At 4 in the morning, the world remained shrouded in darkness. Wayne was immersed in a delightful dream when he felt a subtle tremor coursing through the room, abruptly rousing him from his slumber. What was that noise? Hastily donning his clothes and grasping his knife, he pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor. Suddenly, a small head emerged from the adjacent room, none other than Peggy Wan. With a timid gesture, Peggy pointed towards Jack's room and whispered to Wayne, "Brother Wayne." "That sound is coming from Brother Jack's room." Jack. Wayne, filled with perplexity, approached the doorway of Jack's room and forcefully kicked it open. Upon glancing inside, his brow immediately furrowed in concern. There, on the floor, Jack was laboriously performing push-ups, his immense physique causing the ground to tremble and shake, as if it might succumb to his overwhelming weight and collapse at any moment. "So this is the situation. Oh, Wayne has arrived. Is it time for training?" "I can hardly contain my excitement," Jack panted, not pausing in his exertion. "Is he always like this?" Wayne inquired of Peggy. "Indeed. Brother Jack is the most diligent practitioner on Ghost Island, rising at 4 in the morning each day to commence his workouts. But surely, he cannot disturb the peace like this." Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth, observing Peggy Wan's pronounced dark circles, a clear indication of the toll Jack had taken on him. "Ha, Wayne," Jack remarked nonchalantly, "I'm fully recharged now. How about a push-up contest? I'm certain I'll win. By the way, what are you up to?" Before Jack could finish his sentence, he noticed Wayne approaching him with a grim expression. Suddenly, Wayne seized the nape of Jack's neck and forcefully hurled him against the wall. With a resounding crash, the wall was shattered, and Jack's figure was propelled like a cannonball into the distance. "Remember this. From now on, train outside," Wayne bellowed. Jack's rugged voice echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Peggy Wan, witnessing Wayne's display of strength, felt a spark of admiration. "Wayne, you're truly impressive," Peggy Wan exclaimed. Gathering his courage, he addressed Wayne. Can I train alongside you in the future? I aspire to become a man like you. Of course, Wayne replied, a warm and sunny smile illuminating his face, bringing comfort to Peggy Wan's heart. Brother Wayne is truly a remarkable person. So, what shall we train on today? Peggy raised her head and inquired, her tone exceedingly obedient. I am about to impart to you a unique technique from within the world government, one of the 6 styles known as iron block. Iron block, Peggy exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Although she had never witnessed the 6 styles, the mere sound of the name seemed formidable. All right, the first step to becoming a man is to cultivate iron block. On Ghost Island, the training ground for newcomers resembled that of the Navy, consisting of a vast open space scattered with various equipment. It is said that this place was once a small laboratory utilized by Queen for scientific research. However, due to excessive toxic gas emissions, it severely polluted the environment. Many pirates passing through were often incapacitated by the toxic fumes lingering in the air, which necessitated the transformation of the site into a training ground. Furthermore, the indelible impression left by Wayne on the pirates last night was so formidable that, by early morning, the training ground was teeming with newcomers clad in leather attire, creating a dark sea of figures from afar. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Vane ascended the high platform. Today, we shall delve into the formidable defensive technique known as iron block, capable of withstanding all adversities. Ahem. Iron block represents the external manifestation of one's willpower. To harness the strength of iron block, one must rely on the unwavering determination to become a formidable being and a heart loyal to the beast pirates. The resilience of iron block is contingent upon the fortitude of your spirit, as long as you possess dreams and unwavering loyalty to the beast pirates. Your iron block shall be indomitable. Vane, with an animated expression, passionately elucidated to the novice pirates. However, he only conveyed the fundamental principles of the iron block technique, emphasizing the importance of concentrating one's strength on the areas requiring defense without divulging the specific methods. After all, a mere understanding sufficed. He was not truly there to serve as an instructor. Ultimately, if one failed to master the iron block, it merely indicated a lack of effort. What did that have to do with him as an instructor? Meanwhile, the audience of pirates erupted with enthusiasm upon hearing Vane's fervent lecture. Instructor, I want to learn this. I must master the iron block to repay Lord Kaido. Did you hear that? Instructor Vane said that once the iron block is perfected, it can withstand a strike from an admiral. Let us get to work. The next marquee will be me. In the front row, Runny excitedly patted Pejuan's shoulder. Hey, Page-Eye. This move sounds incredibly powerful. Indeed, I never imagined the Navy possessed such formidable techniques. No wonder they reign supreme over the seas, Pejuan replied softly. Ha ha, immense willpower? ISNT that just describing me? It seems this technique is perfectly suited to me, Jack exclaimed exuberantly. At that moment, Vane leaped down from the platform. Brother Vane. Pejuan greeted him. Instructor Vane, Runty said somewhat reluctantly. Brother Vane. Jack thundered with enthusiasm. Runty, overhearing, rolled his eyes. You big lug. Weren't you denying that Instructor Vane was here just yesterday? Now you're calling him brother? Jack grinned, a rare, innocent smile illuminating his face. Brother Vane is the goal I aspire to surpass. Of course, he is my brother now. Wayne smiled to himself, considering that he had successfully infiltrated the beast pirates. However, his current position was rather lowly. According to Jean, one must become a true fighter to truly ascend the ranks within the beast pirates, gaining the privilege to act freely within Wano Country and even receiving a portion of military force. On the upper terrace of the Onigashima Palace, the tall Jean and the rotund Queen stood, overlooking the training grounds below. Aha, this little brat can actually use the 6 powers. How surprising. Queen chuckled. Having previously been part of Vegapunk's scientific team and once a member of the world government, he was well aware of the classified techniques of the 6 powers. For beings of their formidable physical prowess, such abilities held little significance. Yet, for newcomers, the 6 powers were quite commendable combat techniques. Jean nodded in agreement. Moreover, this wing possesses formidable strength comparable to those marine vice admirals we have encountered. I believe we should remain vigilant. He may harbor ulterior motives. Haha. When did you become so responsible, you inquisitive pervert? No need to worry. As long as I am here, no scheme will ever succeed. In this pirate crew, rife with ignorance, Queen was brimming with confidence as the sole scientist and intellectual asset. Meanwhile, Wayne was blissfully unaware that he was being scrutinized by the 2 prominent figures. He sat leisurely in the shade of a tree, enjoying the coolness while quietly observing the fervently training pirates on the field. The sounds of spirited shouts, the dull thuds of body collisions, and even the occasional indescribable groans filled the air. The pirates raised their clubs high and swung them fiercely against their own chests, grimacing in pain yet ultimately gritting their teeth to proclaim, "It doesn't hurt." Spirit training method. To master the iron block, one must first learn to endure blows. Clearly, they were earnest in their quest to master the iron block. Jack, in his fervor to perfect the technique, even wielded a large blade to strike his chest. Blood flowing freely, yet his face was alight with madness. Ha ha ha, as long as I endure, I shall master it. Watching these eccentric individuals, Wayne couldn't help but wince. The talent within the beast pirates indeed seemed as plentiful as fish crossing a river. While he enjoyed his respite, a tall, slender man with spiked braids approached, accompanied by a group of subordinates. They carried several boxes of chilled red wine, setting them before Wayne, with a hint of respect and servility in his gaze. The slender man said, "Brother Wayne, you've worked hard. Please enjoy some chilled red wine." He produced a bottle of wine and extended it towards Wayne. Vane slightly lifted her head and recognized the visitor. It was Dave Go, the future deputy guard of the Rabbit Bowl Quarry. However, at this moment, he was merely a newcomer who had just joined the Beast Pirates. Wayne took the red wine, yet he did not rush to drink it. Instead, he cast a glance at the pirates who were still diligently training on the field. "Let us distribute this wine," he said. At his words, Dave and the others were momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" "Let us share this wine with everyone. I'm not thirsty yet," Wayne repeated. A wave of astonishment washed over them. In the Beast Pirates, was it truly possible to encounter a commander who cared for his subordinates? Their previous instructor had either made them run errands or extorted protection fees from them. Yet, Brother Wayne not only imparted the formidable skill of iron block, but was also willing to share his wine with them. It appeared that Brother Wayne was not only powerful but also remarkably kind-hearted. They resolved to follow Brother Wayne from now on. Wayne was oblivious to the excitement of those around him as he struggled to maintain his composure. He refrained from indulging in alcohol, fully aware of the mischief that intoxication could bring. Time passed swiftly, and as dusk approached, the training ground lay strewn with exhausted pirates. Meanwhile, Jack had long been carried to the infirmary, having lost an excessive amount of blood. Truly, he was formidable, a testament to the power of the Ship King. Wayne silently assessed the scene before him, his gaze shifting to the exhausted Runty and Pyjevan, their bodies marred by numerous scars and their faces drenched in sweat. Yet, their eyes radiated an unwavering determination. These two young pirates were undeniably fierce, and it was no wonder they had managed to survive in such a treacherous environment. Pyjevan, noticing Wayne's gaze, cheerfully waved and called out, "Big brother Wayne, thank you. Although the process of training with the iron blocks is painful, I feel myself growing stronger." His passionate declaration stirred a flicker of guilt within Wayne, prompting him to respond, "Indeed, to grow stronger, continue your training with the iron blocks." As they journeyed towards the palace of Ghost Island, Wayne rode atop a small dinosaur, adorned with brown spots. This creature was a native beast of Ghost Island, commonly utilized for transportation. Devago and 6 or 7 other pirate companions trailed beside Wayne, their laughter and banter punctuated by occasional whistles. "Big brother Wayne, I want to follow you from now on," exclaimed one. "Indeed, through fire and water, Big brother Wayne. If you would accept me as your subordinate, I would gladly marry Boa Hancock of Nine Snake Island." Wayne mused, "Your aspirations are quite lofty." Wayne was undoubtedly aware of the intentions of these pirates. They were merely seeking a patron. After all, the act of pledging allegiance was a facet of the corporate culture within the Beast Pirates. However, Wayne did not rebuff their overtures, for having a cadre of subordinates could bring him considerable advantages, making the gathering of intelligence considerably more accessible. In essence, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. As the group advanced, the arched gate of Ghost Island's palace came into view. At that moment, Wayne's observation hockey suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching with astonishing speed. An assassin? Without a moment to ponder, Wayne drew his saber from his waist and hurled it into the air. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed. The saber was deflected back, and Wayne deftly caught it. Then, he beheld a figure plummeting from the sky like a meteor, landing fiercely before the dinosaur. She donned a Hanya mask, her hair transitioning from white to green to blue in a striking gradient. A pair of crimson horns adorned her head, clad in a fitted, sleeveless white kimono. She wore a thick shimenawa around her waist, and her lower half was draped in a flowing red skirt. Most striking of all, she was shackled at the wrists. At that moment, she brandished a spiked mace, her eyes ablaze with fury as they fixed intently upon Wayne. Wayne narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing her as the illustrious first daughter of the Beast Pirates, the Oni Princess Yamato. Upon recognizing Yamato, Davy and the others were immediately thrown into disarray. Unable to contain their panic as they exclaimed, "Young Master Yamato! How could we encounter young Master Yamato here? We must flee. Young Master Yamato is about to strike again." In an instant, they bolted away like lightning, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Even the small dinosaur beneath Wayne let out a startled cry, swiftly darting away with such speed that it dislodged Wayne from its back. "Oh no, I haven't even mounted yet. I haven't even gotten on the dragon." Wayne gazed at the vanishing figures, shrouded in a cloud of smoke, his face marked by a frown of discontent. "How is it that during training, none of you exhibited such swiftness? Furthermore, weren't you also vocally committed to facing any peril? And yet, here you are, fleeing in haste? Quickly, everyone, flee. Do not burden Brother Wayne," came a shout from afar, resonating from Daveko. After a prolonged silence, Wayne turned his head to gaze at Yamato, who stood before him. Although Yamato was merely 18 years of age, her stature was remarkable. "Yamato, you are one of the D clan," he exclaimed. "Hey, look me in the eye, you fool." Yamato removed her mask, revealing a visage that could easily be ranked among the most beautiful in a world teeming with stunning pirates. What a splendid young woman. Unfortunate that she has such a sharp tongue. "Hey, are you mute?" Yamato shouted once more. "No. Then are you a newcomer?" "Yes." "Could you lift your head?" It's quite large and pale." Yamato gasped softly, glancing down at her chest, finding nothing amiss, and continued, "What on earth are you talking about? Regardless, you are a member of the Beast Pirates, right? I'm going to send you flying." "Oh, what?" Before Wayne could react, Yamato leaped into the air and descended rapidly, swinging his spiked club towards Wayne, thunderous and chaotic. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the weapon, Wayne's pupils constricted. Is this what they call 18? He quickly regained his composure, raising his right leg to deliver a sweeping strike. A pale blue crescent-shaped wave of energy swiftly tore through the air, colliding violently with Yamato's spiked club. 6 styles, Gale Kick. With a resounding bang, Yamato plummeted to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling debris, Yamato's face was a picture of shock. This individual seemed vastly different from the inept opponents he had encountered before. He is strong. Why resort to violence without a word of explanation? Wayne was acutely aware of Demon's intense resentment towards Kaido, harboring a singular desire to eliminate him. Thus, he had long sought an opportunity to connect with this devoted daughter, contemplating how he might exploit her. Yet now, why did she resort to violence upon meeting anyone? Demon scoffed, "That accursed Kaido has stripped me of my freedom, and I shall personally ensure his demise." Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth, displaying a hint of amusement. "Why not seek out Kaido?" he suggested. In response, Yamato sniffed defiantly, puffing out his chest with conviction, proclaiming, "I cannot defeat him." What is there to take pride in when you cannot prevail? Should I present you with a trophy? Perhaps you ought to mind your own affairs first." Yamato charged once more, brandishing his club, now enveloped in a swirling aura of dark, flowing haki, aimed directly at Wayne's waist. With a swift flicker, Wayne executed the Soru, a technique from the 6 forms, instantaneously appearing behind Yamato, his sharp blade drawn, ready to strike at Yamato's back. "You wicked little pirate, I shall deal with you myself." "Not yet." Suddenly, Yamato shouted, his feet tracing a semicircle on the ground as he pivoted, deflecting Wayne's sword with a powerful swing of his club, and then swiftly aimed another blow at Wayne's head. With a resounding bang, Yamato's expression shifted to one of surprise and confusion. To everyone's astonishment, several rings of violet flames materialized around Wayne's body, forming a barrier that effectively countered the forceful strike of the club. "What is this?" Before Yamato could fully comprehend the situation, the violet flames suddenly erupted with intensity, extending a fiery tongue that swiftly climbed from the mace to her hand. The searing sensation overwhelmed her, prompting Yamato to leap aside in haste. Could it be that she possesses the powers of the Mera Nomi? Panting, Yamato blew cool air to extinguish the flames on her hand, contemplating the extraordinary turn of events. Bane's expression shifted ever so slightly, although Yamato appeared somewhat foolish. Her combat intelligence was truly remarkable, a testament to her lineage as Kaido's daughter. Yet, this was the only trait she shared with Kaido in other respects. It would be best not to mention them, lest it cause the great teacher Kaido sorrow. How infuriating. This wretched thing is such a nuisance. Yamato exclaimed angrily. gazing at the handcuffs adorning her wrists. These cuffs were forged from sea stone, a measure devised by Kaido to prevent Yamato from fleeing Onigashima, restricting her explosive power. Should she venture beyond the island's confines, a catastrophic explosion would ensue. Nevertheless, Vayne harbored a lingering doubt. Could this truly bring about Yamato's demise? In the next moment, Yamato charged forth once more, her kanabo enveloped in a swirling aura of black, armed haki. Kaido, I shall bring your end. Vayne's expression darkened, overwhelmed by an exasperating sense of futility towards Yamato's reasoning. You seek to slay Kaido. What concern is that of mine? With a resounding crash, another fierce clash erupted. Before the grand gates of Onigashima's palace, the two had been engaged in combat for over 3 hours, battling from dusk until nightfall, yet no victor had emerged. The surrounding environment lay in utter disarray. Sand swirled chaotically, stones tumbled about, and the ground had caved in, with several trees snapped in half. Devago and a cadre of pirates huddled behind a large tree, their expressions taut with anxiety as they observed the struggle between Vayne and Yamato. Is it truly wise to leave Big Brother Vayne to face this alone? One pirate questioned in a panic. What nonsense are you spouting? We stand no chance in such a formidable confrontation. Devago retorted. Both Big Brother Vayne and young Master Yamato are monsters. A diminutive dinosaur, timidly peeking from behind the others, emitted a feeble cry of agreement. Yet, it is astounding that Big Brother Vayne can contend with young Master Yamato so evenly. In the distance, the two combatants exchanged blows once more. Ultimately, Yamato's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, breathless and unable to continue, resembling a deflated balloon. Nevertheless, her expression remained one of defiance. I'm so hungry. Had I known, I would have eaten something before coming to fight you. If it weren't for my hunger, I certainly wouldn't have lost. Vayne, too, was not faring much better, his countenance equally soiled. Alas, without utilizing my devil fruit abilities, this is indeed quite a challenge. Vayne clenched his fist, sensing the scant remnants of his formidable aura within. He had refrained from utilizing his fruit abilities, wishing instead to gauge his prowess in martial arts and haki through his encounter with Yamato. It appeared that he was only slightly more powerful than Yamato, who was shackled by sea stone handcuffs. In the grand scheme of the world, he could be considered a skilled fighter. However, in comparison to the pinnacle of strength, he still fell short. Although his fruit abilities were indeed potent, Smoker's words resonated true. One must not overly rely on the power of the devil fruit. Thus, mastering haki remained essential. Subsequently, Vayne glanced at the incapacitated Yamato and called out to the group hiding behind a distant tree, urging them not to conceal themselves. Upon hearing his words, Dave and the others cautiously approached, their faces instantly illuminated with radiant smiles upon seeing the fallen Yamato. Truly, Brother Vayne is formidable. Enough. Vayne waved his hand to halt their flattery. Bring out the food you have. Oh, right. Brother Vayne must be famished. Dave and the others exclaimed as they rolled over a transport cart brimming with provisions. This was the dining cart from the rookie training camp, now under Vayne's management, laden with an abundance of fruits and beast meats, even equipped with a barbecue grill. The group quickly kindled a fire and began grilling the meat. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, it reached the nostrils of the prone Yamato. Is that the scent of meat? Yamato sniffed eagerly, immediately rousing from her stupor. Meat? She turned her head and, to her surprise, spotted the group gathered around a makeshift grill not far away. Wayne was savoring a large piece of roasted meat, the succulent aroma wafting through the air. Day's saliva began to flow like a gentle stream, his eyes sparkling with desire as he fixed his gaze on the delectable morsel in Wayne's hand. Noticing Day's longing stare, Wayne's lips curled into a smirk as he raised the piece of meat slightly, teasingly asking, "Would you like a taste?" Day, with a defiant huff, declared, "Even if I were starving and leapt off Ghost Island, I would not take a single bite of your food." However, almost immediately after uttering those fierce words, Day's stomach let out a loud rumble. Vayne nonchalantly uttered an "oh" and continued to voraciously devour his meal. The meat appeared to be from a marine beast, exquisitely flavorful and sizzling with juices from the grill. With each bite, Vayne felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, his strength rapidly replenishing. Upon receiving Vayne's consent, Devago and the other pirates, along with the little dinosaur, began to indulge heartily, praising the roasted meat with unabashed enthusiasm. The roasted meat shared with Vayne was indeed a culinary delight. Devago seized the moment to flatter him with a timely compliment. "Oh woo." The little dinosaur emitted a joyful cry. Meanwhile, Yamato tightly shut her eyes, desperately forcing herself not to glance in Vane's direction. However, after a while, she could no longer restrain herself and, summoning her remaining strength, shouted with a face full of resentment, "Can you lot not find another place to eat meat?" Yet, when she opened her eyes, she found Vane approaching her with a piece of perfectly roasted meat, bringing it close to her mouth. "Hey, let's have a meat-eating contest. Didn't you say earlier that you lost to me because you weren't full? Huh? Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Yamato was momentarily taken aback. But then her previously glum face was instantly illuminated with joy. "All right, I will not lose to you. Awu." Yamato swallowed the roasted meat beside her without even chewing, clearly famished. After finishing, she seemed to experience a miraculous revival, springing up and dashing towards the source of the roasted meat. "Let go of that meat. It's mine." After an intense battle, Wayne and Yamato nearly devoured an entire cart filled with food. At that moment, their figures resembled inflated balloons, transformed into corpulent versions reminiscent of Quinn. "So delicious," Yamato exclaimed with a look of pure satisfaction. This spectacle left Dave and the others in utter astonishment. Their astonishing appetite could only be described as monstrous. The majority of the food had been swept away by Wayne and Yamato, leaving little for the rest. "Ha ha ha, I have one," Yamato proclaimed, her cheeks round and stuffed with food as she swallowed the last piece of thigh meat. Beside her, Wayne patted his belly, let out a satisfied burp, and felt a significant boost in his physical prowess. The pirate world is utterly unreasonable. The paths to strength are myriad, through eating, sleeping, drinking, and even enduring beatings or imprisonment. One can grow stronger. Take Crocodile, for instance. He could not even defeat a Luffy lacking hockey. Yet after spending a few months in Impel Down, he emerged capable of holding his own against anyone. Subsequently, Wayne, struggling to maneuver his bloated body, stood up with difficulty and stretched, fully restored in energy. Yamato looked on with confusion, wondering if he intended to fight again. It certainly did not seem like the right moment, especially since she could barely move from her own fullness. Wayne remained silent, merely taking a deep breath. Life restored. With a loud bang, his body transformed back to its original state, as if the food that had lingered in his stomach had been instantaneously digested. Everyone around him was left utterly astonished. "How on earth did you accomplish that?" Yamato exclaimed in surprise. Such a technique is truly despicable. Wine had just employed the ultimate technique of the six forms, known as the art of life restoration. This principle involves infusing consciousness into various parts of the body, thereby allowing for the free control over any limb. "Oh, did you not claim that you would strike me down once you were satiated?" Wine remarked with a teasing expression. Yamato, feeling somewhat guilty, waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that such matters could wait for another time. "I prefer the unruly demeanor you exhibited at the beginning." As night descended, stars cascaded like raindrops from the sky. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the day, the vast ghost island now appeared exceptionally tranquil. In an open area, Wine and Yamato sat around a campfire, while Devago and the other pirates, accompanied by the little dinosaur, wisely positioned themselves on a nearby hillside. "Devago, do you think Wine's actions might be a bit inappropriate?" one pirate inquired. "Indeed, young Master Yamato has been vociferously declaring his desire to eliminate Lord Kaido," another added. "How could Wine dare to befriend young Master Yamato? If Lord Kaido were to learn of this, might he not take offense?" Immediately, several pirates chimed in agreement. "Should we not fetch Wine back?" "Silence. You fools do not grasp Wine's intentions at all," Devago suddenly admonished. "Huh?" The pirates were momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes toward Devago. "In my view, Wine is quite astute," Devago replied with a smirk, elaborating for the group. "You all are aware of the strained relationship between young Master Yamato and Lord Kaido, yet fail to notice that Yamato remains quite lively even now." "Ah, that does seem to be the case," came the realization. "Indeed, although Lord Kaido is a pirate, he is still a being of emotion, unlike a mere beast. He undoubtedly desires for his daughter to acknowledge her missteps." Upon finishing this statement, Devago suddenly felt a warm, moist sensation at his neck. Turning around, he discovered the little dinosaur grinning widely and exhaling hot breath against him. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot about you. You are certainly not a beast, but rather our friend." Devago waved his hands in reassurance towards the little dinosaur. At that moment, a pirate exclaimed, "Ah, I understand now. This means that Wine is approaching young Master Yamato in an effort to mend their father-daughter relationship. If successful, Wine will surely earn Lord Kaido's favor." "Ha ha ha." Devago nodded in satisfaction. "Precisely." The group suddenly grasped the situation, their excitement palpable. Brother Wayne is truly astute. At this moment, they were entirely convinced that aligning themselves with Brother Wayne was the wisest decision of their lives. They raised their glasses in jubilation, exclaiming, "Long live Brother Wayne." The resounding cheers reached Wayne's ears, causing him to furrow his brow in bewilderment at their exuberance. Just then, Yamato spoke up, "Oh, Wayne, you actually come from outside." With a Navi disposition, Yamato had quickly forged a friendship with Wayne after sharing a meal and engaging in a brief conversation, entirely forgetting their previous altercation. "Hiki, tell me what the outside world is like." Yamato grinned widely, displaying a foolish smile, and though his face was soiled, the gap where a tooth was missing revealed a mouthful of small white teeth, reminiscent of an innocent child. Beneath the warm glow of the fire, Wayne noticed the numerous old scars adorning Yamato's face and arms, likely remnants from challenges against Kaido. It is difficult to assess the relationship between this father and daughter. Having read the original work, Wayne understood that Yamato was a pitiable soul. As a child, he had been confined by his biological father, Kaido, in a cave alongside warriors, and later imprisoned on Onigashima for over 20 years, devoid of any freedom. As for Kaido, he did not despise Yamato. There remained some affection, albeit expressed in an excessively extreme manner. Having been exploited as a war machine by his country during his own childhood, only to be betrayed later, Kaido believed that only the strong had the right to survive. Furthermore, Yamato idolized Kazuki Oden, Kaido's sworn enemy, a sentiment that would be intolerable for anyone in Kaido's position. This predicament became the catalyst for the rift in their father-daughter relationship. However, for Wayne, this presented a favorable opportunity. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, Yamato, being a brawny yet simple-minded individual, could be of significant use. Of course, Wayne replied with a faint smile, "Beyond the sea lies freedom." Wayne began to narrate to Yamato the myriad extraordinary islands along the Grand Line. Outside, the world is filled with intrigue. There exists the eternal Winter Island, perpetually draped in snow, offering a breathtakingly beautiful landscape, and the Spring Island, where the seasons remain forever verdant, making it an ideal destination for travelers. A multitude of races inhabit these lands, the diminutive folk, no taller than a palm, towering giants that reach the heights of mountains, as well as the long-armed tribe, the fur-covered clan, and the aquatic denizens. The volcanic island is perfect for indulging in hot springs, while the island of rare beasts is the ultimate locale for capturing large pets. Zao Island, perched upon the back of a colossal elephant, is a marvel in itself. There are even sky islands, floating at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where the fabled land of gold is said to reside. Yamato's mouth formed an O shape, her face alight with yearning. She was so engrossed in the tale that she did not even blink. Indeed, it was precisely as described in Lord Odin's diary. She exclaimed with delight, then reached into her chest, retrieving an old diary, which she promptly laid open on the ground. Wayne cast a glance and recognized that this was the nautical journal left behind by Kazuki Oden, which Yamato had unexpectedly discovered. It was no surprise that Yamato aspired to be like Oden. Judging by the content of the journal, Oden was undeniably a daring adventurer. Furthermore, given that young Yamato had little exposure to ordinary individuals, it was inevitable that she would be influenced. Nevertheless, Wayne couldn't help but remark, "Who in their right mind writes a diary? This is, after all, my most treasured possession." Yamato's eyes sparkled with bright excitement, a beaming smile adorning her face. "By the way, Wayne, have you been to all these places?" Vane stroked his chin and chuckled, saying, "Not at the moment, but when I find the time, I shall embark on a journey around the world, and then I shall behold it all. I truly envy you." However, the smile on Day's face gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of desolation. "I long to set sail as well, but that accursed Kaido." She lowered her gaze to the sea-stone handcuffs on her wrists, her fists clenched tightly to the point of drawing blood, her body trembling slightly. Wayne sensed that the moment was ripe, so he gently patted Yamato's shoulder and earnestly declared, "Let us embark on adventures at sea together, Yamato. A journey devoid of companions is exceedingly dull, and surely you do not wish to remain on Onigashima for eternity." "Really? Are you serious?" Yamato replied, casting a glance at the sea-stone handcuffs. "Fear not, my dear friend, for I shall devise a plan," Wayne reassured him, "as long as we strive together. How could a mere pair of handcuffs thwart our dreams?" Wayne's words were steeped in emotion. Upon hearing them, Day was profoundly moved, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably as he gazed at him with glistening eyes. "Is this what it feels like to have a friend? Am I finally no longer alone?" "Wayne, thank you. You are truly a remarkable person. In a surge of excitement, Day lunged at Wayne, wrapping his arms tightly around his neck. Ahem. Wayne was nearly rendered unconscious by a powerful grip, yet he couldn't suppress a secretive smile as he whispered softly into Yamato's ear. Of course, trust me, Yamato. I simply cannot deceive a girl. In the following 7 days, under Wayne's subtle guidance, Yamato refrained from challenging Kaido or intercepting members of the Beast Pirates. Instead, he remained closely by Wayne's side, training with the pirates during the day at the new recruits training camp and reveling together at night during feasts. The pirates were astounded. Where had that tempestuous young Master Yamato gone? How had he become so docile? It was indeed perplexing. Only a select few pirates were aware that all of this was due to Wayne's influence. At the Oni Island training camp, in a vacant area, Runty perched atop Page One's head, their foreheads pressed together as they engaged in a head-to-head contest, both unwilling to concede. Due to Runty's insufficient height, riding on Page One was her only option. Your head is remarkably tough, Runty. Yamato gritted his teeth. Humph, I shall not be bested by you, Runty retorted before exerting herself with great vigor. However, suddenly, Page One below them could no longer withstand the intense force and stumbled, collapsing. A loud crash echoed as the two siblings fell to the ground, appearing particularly disheveled. Ah, Wayne, did you see that? I won again, Yamato exclaimed, excitedly gesturing towards Wayne, who was leisurely resting beneath the shade of a tree. Throughout these days of competition with Runty, Yamato had maintained an unblemished record. Runty picked herself up from the ground, rubbing her head, and complained to Page One. It's all your fault, little Pei. Why can't you ever stand firm? I'm so sorry, sister, Page One replied, filled with remorse. Never mind. When I grow up, I will surely not lose to her again, Runty declared, hands on her hips, glaring at Yamato. At that moment, Wayne approached. Page One joyfully called out, Brother Wayne. Wayne replied, ruffling his little head. You've been working hard lately, little Pei. Keep it up. Yes, Brother Wayne. I will train diligently. Wayne scrutinized Peggy once more, noticing that the young man's physique appeared to have indeed become considerably more robust. Alas, could it be that this lad possesses the remarkable ability to grow stronger through adversity? Brother Wayne, let us engage in another contest. Suddenly, a thunderous shout reverberated through the air as Jack, a towering figure reminiscent of a small mountain, charged towards Wayne. The entire training ground trembled beneath his feet. Concurrently, his body began to undergo rapid transformations. Thick brown fur sprouted from his skin, muscles bulged prominently, and two enormous white tusks protruded from the corners of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Jack transformed from a rugged man into a colossal mammoth. Mammoth fruit, ancient type, mammoth form. Brother Wayne, this time I shall not underestimate you. I will challenge you with my utmost strength. Truly, Jack is a man of exceptional potential, and as he activated his fruit powers, the mammoth he became loomed impressively before the onlookers, exuding an aura of formidable intimidation. The surrounding pirates, witnessing this spectacle, hastily retreated to a safe distance, eagerly gathering to observe the impending clash. Another fight to behold, how exhilarating. Wayne shook his head with a wry smile, utterly at a loss with you, Jack. How can one possess such boundless energy? Meanwhile, Yamato observed Jack, her expression darkening with discontent. Her impression of this brash youth had never been particularly favorable. Wayne, would you like me to assist you in teaching this fellow a lesson? She inquired, rubbing her hands together, a fierce determination blooming on her face. No need, Yamato. Wayne flexed his limbs, and the joints throughout his body emitted a series of cracking sounds. He silently mused. I fear your blows may lack sufficient ferocity. Ha ha ha. Come forth, Brother Wayne. I am already ignited with fervor. Feel the essence of my youth. Oh, let us see if you can withstand this challenge. 10 minutes later, he cried, Cease. Brother Wayne, I concede. Jack, having reverted to his human form, lay sprawled on the ground, his face a canvas of bruises, emitting plaintive cries of agony as he desperately pleaded for mercy. After a brief continuation of the onslaught, Wayne, sensing his fatigue, finally halted. At last, there might be a moment of peace. In the opulent hall atop Ghost Island, Kaido reclined upon his throne, a bottle of fine wine in hand. He gulped down the exquisite liquid, and his subordinate promptly presented a large jug brimming with several liters of wine, offering it with utmost reverence. How peculiar, Kaido remarked after wiping his lips, his expression a blend of bewilderment. What troubles you, Mr. Kaido? Inquired the ever-watchful Jean, standing nearby. It's nothing significant, merely a sensation of something lacking. But what could it be? Kaido's mind had begun to cloud with intoxication, the pungent aroma of alcohol emanating from him. The pirates below trembled in trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they incur the wrath of this tyrant. When Kaido indulged in his drunken revelry, it could indeed spell disaster. In the next moment, Kaido's pupils narrowed as he declared, "I've realized that my foolish son Yamato has not dared to challenge me for 7 days. Previously, Yamato would frequently seek him out to spar, often returning within a day or two, and never exceeding a 5-day absence. Yet now, it had been a full week since their last encounter. Has she perished outside?" Kaido murmured, a flicker of concern glimmering in his eyes, though it was barely perceptible. "My lord, there is no need for worry." A pirate approached, bare-chested with a sword slung at his waist and a top hat perched upon his head. Offering a respectful bow, he was Hold'em, currently under Queen's command, holding the rank of true fighter. "Oh, what did you say? No need for concern. Where do you perceive that I am worried about that foolish child?" Kaido bellowed in displeasure, his voice akin to a fierce gale striking Hold'em's face. The intensity of the wind felt scorching, as if it could scorch his very skin. Hold'em was rendered speechless, lamenting the misfortune of Yamato for having a father such as Kaido. Noting Hold'em's silence, Kaido's ire intensified. "You'd best clarify your words." "Yes, my lord Kaido." Hold'em lamented his impulsive words, questioning why he had spoken up. He steeled himself and said, "Lord Kaido, to my knowledge, the instructor at the rookie training camp, Bruce Wayne, has recently grown quite close to young Master Yamato, and it seems they have become friends. Young Master Yamato has been spending his days at that training camp." Why did you not mention this sooner?" "Well, you did not ask." Hold'em replied, cold sweat trickling down his brow. To serve a powerful figure is akin to walking with a tiger, a lesson he learned the hard way. As Hold'em recounted the tale, Kaido's brow furrowed deeper, his eyes flashing with menace. The image of a black-haired youth materialized in Kaido's mind. That fallen Navy captain. The impudent brat who sought to become his disciple upon their first meeting? How dare he befriend his foolish son? This was outrageous. For reasons unknown, a surge of inexplicable fury welled up within Kaido. "Jean, I recall that he is currently under your command, correct?" Kaido turned to Jean. "Indeed, Mr. Kaido. What is this fellow's strength?" "This individual is formidable. Even Jack has been defeated by him." Jean recounted the events of the rookie banquet to Kaido with candor. After listening, Kaido fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he downed 2 large gulps of alcohol and addressed Hold'em, "Keep a close watch on that lad, and report any developments to me immediately." "Yes, Lord Kaido." Hold'em stood at attention, trembling. In the ensuing days, the island of Onigashima remained eerily tranquil, with no extraordinary occurrences to disturb its stillness. Vane learned from the mouths of returning pirates that the formidable Shanks, known as the Red-Haired, has successfully seized several territories, his influence growing ever more formidable. It remains uncertain what thoughts Kaido harbors regarding the rising prominence of Shanks. Late at night, upon returning to his chamber and preparing to retire to bed, the din mushy concealed at his waist suddenly began to ring. The sound echoed, announcing an incoming call. Vane first terminated the call with the bug, then dressed meticulously before stealthily exiting his chamber and making his way to the lavatory at the end of the corridor. After ensuring that no one was in sight, he dialed the number once more. This miniature bug was a specialized communication device crafted by the Navy, capable of transmitting across the entire maritime expanse and establishing multiple lines of connection. This meant that, apart from Admiral Sengoku, other high-ranking officers also possessed their own bugs to communicate with Vane. "Buddha." The call connected. "This is Sengoku," came the composed voice from the other end. "I am the Navy's most loyal soldier, your most trusted subordinate, Bruce Vane." "Be serious." "Vane," Sengoku instructed. "Yes, Admiral, what do you require of me?" Vane lowered his voice. "First, please provide an update on your situation." It had been over half a month since Vane departed from the Navy to join the Beast Pirates, and he had only spoken with Sengoku once when he was appointed as a rookie instructor shortly after joining the crew. "Understood, Admiral Sengoku," Vane reported softly. "According to my investigation, the forces on Ghost Island comprise approximately 10,000 troops. When combined with the samurai from Wano Country, the conservative estimate swells to around 20,000. Furthermore, there are 2 prominent figures, one named Jin and the other Quinn, both formidable in strength. The pirates here are exceedingly ruthless. Even the young ones are innately malevolent, destined to become a significant headache for the world government as they mature. This situation is rather challenging." On the other end of the line, Sengoku listened with growing concern. After a moment, he remarked, "You have done well, Vayne. I have not misjudged you." Another empty promise? You conveniently neglect to mention the raise, Vayne thought. Yet his expression remained serious as he replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I shall remain loyal to the Navy and uphold my mission. However, might you divulge when we might apprehend them? I cannot remain here for a lifetime." Apprehend them? Ah, cough, cough. You need not worry, Vayne. Our Navy is currently thriving, and our forces are continuously expanding. Perhaps in 3 years, you may return to the Navy. 3 years? Very well, for the sake of a prosperous future. I shall endure this duration. There is one more matter. A band of pirates has recently fled into the waters of Wano Country. Pirates? Vayne let out a soft exclamation, pondering the multitude of pirates who sought refuge under Kaido's banner. What manner of pirate could command such earnest attention from the fleet admiral? He listened intently as Sengoku continued, revealing that the pirate crew was named the Fusive Pirate Crew, led by an individual known as Fusive. With a bounty of 250 million berries, it was noteworthy that he had formerly been a member of CP9. Fusive? CP9, a bold figure clad in a red bodysuit. His face obscured by a mask, flashed through Vayne's mind. Was he not one of the future members of the Sixth Flying Sky? A user of the ancient zoan-type cat fruit, specifically in its saber-toothed tiger form, who was later defeated in mere moments by Jinbei. This individual had been imprisoned after failing an important mission. However, just months prior, he had astonishingly slain the guards and escaped to the sea, forming his own pirate crew. Our initial plan was to corner him on a desolate island, but his exceptional evasion skills allowed him to elude capture, steering his pirate ship towards Wano. I surmise he is likely seeking to ally himself with Kaido. Sengoku spoke hastily, seemingly apprehensive about Vayne's potential to expose their conversation. Vayne understood all too well why the world government would exhibit such undue concern for Fusive, for the task he had undertaken was the transportation of the rubber, Nika, fruit. Wine raised an eyebrow. Nika, the liberator of 8 centuries past, the legendary sun god destined to bring smiles to the world, and quite possibly the arch-nemesis of the world King M. Although the Marshal of the Warring States did not explicitly state it. Wine was aware that Phosphor had been placed on the assassination list of the world government due to the loss of the Nika fruit. With this in mind, Wine inquired with a hint of confusion, "Wait a moment, Marshal of the Warring States, are you suggesting that I should eliminate Phosphor?" On the other end of the line, the Marshal was taken aback. "Indeed, how did you come to know?" Vayne tugged at the corner of his mouth, suggesting that your intentions are rather conspicuous, are they not? "Nevertheless, though my loyalty is unwavering, and you command me to head east, I shall not venture west. However, I have only just managed to secure my foothold within the Beast Pirates, and given my sensitive position, it is highly probable that Kaido has already dispatched individuals to keep a watchful eye on me. Moreover, assassination is not my forte, which renders this task exceedingly challenging." Without a moment's hesitation, Wayne outright rejected the proposal. "Difficult?" Sengoku's voice deepened. "Come now, Wayne, your records clearly indicate that among the pirates you have apprehended, there are hundreds who have fallen to your covert operations or through your underhanded tactics. Surely, even CP0 cannot rival your methods. Admiral Sengoku, you exaggerate. I am quite weak. Without employing special tactics, how could I possibly contend with those cunning pirates? All right, Wayne, I understand your predicament. The purpose of our discussion today is to inform you of the current situation. However, this Fuzzville is rather unique. Several significant figures are quite invested in him. Significant figures? Are they the Gorosei? Wayne feigned ignorance, inquiring tentatively. "Do not ask too much," Sengoku replied, his tone growing firmer. At that moment, a rapid knocking echoed from the restroom door, followed by the sweet, slightly weary voice of a young girl. "Hey, who's in there? Hurry up. I can't hold it any longer." "Runty?" Vayne's expression darkened. Of all times, why now? In any case, if the opportunity arises, he should be dealt with. You are a clever naval officer, and both your teacher and I hold great expectations for you. Do your best, Vayne. After this, the Warring States offered no further words, sketching an optimistic future for Vayne before concluding the call. Once the conversation ended, Vayne carefully stored the communicator and then pushed open the washroom door, stepping outside to find Runty waiting at the entrance. She was clad in a light blue nightgown, sans mask, revealing her delicate features. Her hair was tousled and unruly, and a hint of fatigue lingered on her face. Runty stood at the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and with a playful smirk, she teased Vayne. "So it's you, Instructor Vayne. What are you sneaking around in there for at such a late hour? Are you up to no good? I must go in and check the trash bin. Vane's expression darkened further. How could he utter such words so easily? You are still but a child. He strode forward, clenched his fist, and struck Runty's small head, causing her to plead for mercy. I was wrong, I was joking, instructor Vane. A little brat should act like a little brat. In the waters near Wano Country, a pirate ship lay quietly upon the surface, the humid and sultry night breeze enveloping it. On the deck, over 50 pirates sprawled haphazardly, deep in slumber. The leading pirate, adorned with a mask that revealed only his eyes and mouth, possessed eyes as small as sesame seeds, yet his physique was remarkably robust. This man was none other than Fuzz, the captain of the Fuzz pirate crew and a former CP9 agent. At that moment, he gazed intently at the majestic waterfall ahead, the gateway to Wano Country. The beast pirates seemed like a promising choice, he murmured to himself. Memories of a few months prior in the prison flooded his mind. The guard who had watched over him spoke with unwavering confidence, advising him to silently pray for the arrival of the sun god Nika, the liberator who brings smiles to the people. One day, Nika would rescue all the slaves. Thus, during the torturous ordeal, Fuzz fervently hoped in his heart for Nika's salvation. Yet, Nika never arrived. The following day, the guard who had mentioned Nika mysteriously vanished. To this day, Fuzz felt a lingering dread. Had he delayed his escape by another day, he might have been the next to disappear. TCH, what utter nonsense about Nika, all a deception. He scowled, an inexplicable fury igniting within him towards Nika. He then retrieved a wanted poster from his pocket, featuring a photograph of a man with red hair and a severed arm. The bounty amounting to a rather intimidating figure. Damn Shanks, this is all your fault. Fuzz cursed vehemently. Were it not for Shanks seizing that devil fruit, he would not have fallen to such depths. Let me not lay eyes on you again in the new world. Otherwise, you can forget about your other arm. The next day, dawn broke. Vane, still enveloped in slumber, was suddenly aware of a soft weight pressing down upon him. Groggily opening his eyes, he discovered that Yamato had entered the room unbeknownst to him and was now casually perched atop his abdomen. Hey Vane, wake up. It's time to train. For the sake of our dreams. Yamato exclaimed, her arms outstretched, brimming with vitality and evidently ablaze with enthusiasm. Unfettered by notions of gender, she remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety, gazing at Vane with a cheerful smile. Following Yamato's entrance, shouts from Runty and Jack echoed from the doorway. Vane, instructor. It's time for training. Vane, my brother, I challenge you once more. You bunch of relentless hounds, you're insufferable. Vane turned over, pulling the blanket tightly over his head. He recalled the days when he rose at this hour for naval training. Now, as a pirate, he still found himself awakening at this early hour, inevitably bound to training once more. What a futile endeavor this seemed. Instructor Vane, Lord Jean seeks you at the harbor. A pirate called out from the doorway. Uncle Jean is looking for me. Very well, I understand. Wayne rose swiftly from his bed, hastily donning his attire. He first sent Yamato to the training grounds. Subsequently, he, along with Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan, made their way to the port of Ghost Island, where they encountered the imposing figure of Jean. In addition to Jean, there were also over 100 new pirate recruits, including Dave Go, alongside Wayne's own followers. Upon spotting Wayne, Jean addressed him, stating, Wayne, a pirate ship has appeared in the outer seas. It has been anchored there for an entire night. I need you to take some men and investigate the situation. Hearing this, Wayne momentarily faltered. Could it be the Fuzzfa pirate crew? What an incredible coincidence that would be. If they are here to pledge allegiance to Mr. Kaido, then bring them to Ghost Island. However, if they are foes, they must be dealt with. Can you manage that? Absolutely. I greatly appreciate Uncle Jin's trust in me, and I assure you I will accomplish the task. Wayne grinned broadly. Brother Wayne, I wish to accompany you. Jack exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. And me. Runny chimed in, raising his small hand high. If Brother Wayne is going to engage in a fight, then I too shall join. Peggy's voice was faint as she added, let us not mess this up, Wayne. Mr. Kaido is quite interested in you, Jinx continued. Rest assured, Uncle Jinx, Wayne replied. Hearing the boy refer to him as uncle again, Jinx furrowed his brow and could no longer contain himself, saying, from now on, just call me Senior Jinx. All right, Uncle Jinx. Meanwhile, at the harbor, over 100 pirates from the Beast Pirates had already gathered, most of whom were young recruits from the training camp, indicating that Jinx intended to use this opportunity to put them through their paces. Soon, they arrived at the shoreline where the pirate ships were docked. Upon seeing those vessels, Wayne's initial reaction was one of astonishment, He even began to doubt his own eyes. However, it was not due to the opulence of the ships, but rather the sight before him. There, a few somewhat dilapidated pirate ships lay anchored along the shore. These vessels varied in design, featuring both brigantines and small warships, and even a pirate ship converted from a sightseeing boat. For an emperor's crew, such a sight appeared exceptionally meager. Uncle Jinx, is this truly the pirate ship of our beast's pirates? Surely, there must be some mistake? Upon witnessing these vessels, Wayne could not help but inquire of Jean, who stood nearby. Well, Jin's gaze fell, and he sighed. A few days ago, we besieged a nation, resulting in considerable damage to the ships. Most of the pirate vessels have already been sent to the shipyards in Wano for repairs, and now, these are the only ones available for use. Vane's expression subtly shifted. It was astonishing that the beast pirates had been reduced to a state where they could not even muster a single respectable pirate ship. Was that nation a member of the world government? Jean shook his head, his demeanor somewhat awkward. It was Mr. Kaido's doing, that day. He had consumed copious amounts of alcohol and became so inebriated that he could not distinguish between the enemy ships and ours, leading to the current predicament. It appeared that the pirates of the beast pirates not only had to contend with their adversaries, but also had to be wary of their own captain. Truly, Kaido was a remarkable leader. Well, let us select a few decent ships, Vane remarked as he approached the fleet of pirate vessels. At that moment, Daifugo arrived with several subordinates. Big brother Vane, we have already chosen the ships. It turned out that just moments ago, upon hearing Jin's instructions, Daifugo had swiftly selected the 3 pirate ships that exhibited the least damage from amongst the collection of wrecks. Remarkably, 2 of the ships even had their cannons intact. With a sly grin, Wayne reveled in the moment. It must be said, he was quite the sycophant. Under Wayne's guidance, a throng of pirates maneuvered 3 ships adorned with the flag of the beast's pirates, cascading down the waterfalls that bordered Wano Country. Before long, they arrived at the outer seas of Wano. On the deck, Daifugo peered through a monocular in a specific direction. Brother Wayne, I have spotted a pirate ship. Upon hearing this, Wayne's smile broadened, and he waved his hand commanding the pirates, gunners, prepare to fire. In the outer seas of Wano, the sky was as clear as polished glass, with not a cloud in sight. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing ripples to dance across the azure expanse of the ocean. One pirate ship lay quietly anchored on the surface, where a pirate stood at the bow, gazing intently at the 3 approaching vessels. Captain, it's the beast's pirates, he informed Phosphor, who stood on the deck. Oh, Phosphor stepped forward, casting a glance before responding. 3 ships have indeed arrived. They may perceive us as adversaries. Stow your weapons. Phosphor understood the pirate's code. When extending an olive branch, one must adopt a humble demeanor. At that moment, on the leading ship among the 3, Daifugo, still clutching his telescope, scrutinized the distant pirate vessel and the flag billowing from its mast. Subsequently, he reported to Wayne, Brother Wayne, it is the Phosphor pirates. There are approximately 50 men aboard, and they have sheathed their weapons. It appears they have come to seek our alliance. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. Wayne stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before gesturing towards the pirate ship in the distance and issuing a command. He instructed the gunners aboard the 3 ships to take aim and fire with ferocity. A look of astonishment appeared on everyone's faces as they cast puzzled glances at Wayne. Brother Wayne, they might very well be coming to ally with us, Devago remarked. Astonished. Yet, Wayne waved his hand dismissively, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I am merely testing. Do you understand? Testing? Ronnie exclaimed in surprise. Observing the continued confusion on their faces, Wayne elaborated, if they are indeed here to ally with us, they will not retaliate against our assault. Should they choose to fight back, it would indicate they are enemies invading us. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a clamor. They began to grasp Wayne's true intentions. If they do not resist, does that not imply they genuinely seek to ally with us? Devago could not help but inquire. Not resisting? If they allow us to attack without opposition, it signifies they harbor ulterior motives and are undoubtedly attempting to deceive us. This only strengthens the notion that they are foes. Devago scratched his head, suddenly feeling that something was amiss but unable to articulate it. Runty and Peggy were equally perplexed. Did this mean they were enemies regardless? Truly. Brother One was exceedingly clever, akin to Brother Quinn in intellect. Only Jack shouted with excitement, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Wayne. The other novice pirates mirrored Jack's enthusiasm, returning to their posts with renewed vigor, each fulfilling their duties in preparation for the bombardment of the pirate ship on the horizon. The training on Ghost Island had been unbearably monotonous, and after finally having an opportunity to unleash some energy, they were eager to fire a few cannonballs, regardless of whether the target was friend or foe. As the ship of Phosphor came into range, Wano waved his hand decisively. Fire! Boom! Boom! The pirates aboard ignited the fuses, and ominous black cannonballs erupted from the cannons, raining down upon the distant pirate ship like a torrential storm. Whoosh! Thunderous sounds of cannon fire erupted, followed by deafening explosions. Although many cannonballs went awry, plummeting into the sea, several dark projectiles struck the cabin and deck, causing the pirate ship to lurch violently. The suddenness of the attack left the pirates aboard Phosphor stunned, unable to react before the cannonballs struck, unleashing their anguished cries. What is happening? Phosphor bellowed, regaining his balance, fury etched on his face. Captain, should we retaliate? A pirate asked nervously. Fool, if we strike back, would that not confirm we are indeed enemies? Despite his words, Zephyr felt a tinge of panic welling up within him. Surely, if he refrained from retaliating, the assault would eventually cease. However, to Zephyr's astonishment, as the three pirate ships drew nearer, the bombardment not only continued unabated but intensified with alarming urgency. The pirates aboard Zephyr's vessel scurried about, desperately seeking shelter from the onslaught of cannon fire. During this fray, several more pirates fell victim to the relentless barrage, sustaining grievous injuries. As the beast pirates' ships closed in, the cannonade showed no signs of waning. Instead, the ferocity of their firepower escalated. What is happening, Captain? The crew cried out in dismay. Zephyr, enveloping his right fist with the power of armament hockey, obliterated a cannonball that was about to strike him, gritting his teeth as he spat. Damn the beast pirates. Turn the ship around. We must retreat. We can't turn it around, Captain. The initial unpreparedness of Zephyr towards the approaching beast pirates had resulted in their vessels being perilously close. By the time they could adjust their course, their ship might very well be reduced to splinters. Damn it. The beast pirates have gone too far. He roared. Counterattack. Fire the cannons. Yet, just as Zephyr issued his command, a pirate shouted in despair. Captain, our cannons have already been destroyed. What? Zephyr's pupils constricted as his fists clenched involuntarily. They had reached a dire impasse. The pirates under Zephyr's command were of mediocre strength, and soon, amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, they were reduced to a bloody spectacle, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Zephyr's body trembled slightly, his shock morphing into a seething fury. No, he bellowed to the heavens. Memories flooded back of the days when these pirates had joined him in their nefarious deeds of burning, pillaging, and their first taste of plundering civilians, as well as their initial confrontations with the Navy. He recalled the moments they had escaped naval warships under the setting sun. Those memories represented the lost days of his youth. Damn the beast pirates, you have succeeded in igniting my wrath. With a sudden burst, Zephyr employed the sixth form of Rokushiki, moonwalk, propelling himself through the air towards the swiftly approaching pirate ship. On board the opposing vessel, Pejuan instantly spotted Zephyr and exclaimed, Big Brother Vane, there's someone flying in the sky. Wayne squinted his eyes, casting a deep gaze at Phosphor, and indeed, he was an adversary. Without hesitation, the cannons roared to life. The thunderous blasts of the ship's artillery became increasingly urgent. Amidst the storm of dark cannonballs, Phosphor appeared diminutive. Yet he was a former CP9 elite, now a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million. Ultimately, the projectiles could not impede him. With a mighty leap, he descended onto the pirate ship's deck, his face contorted with fury as he surveyed Wayne and his companions. The pirates, upon meeting Phosphor's fierce glare, froze in shock, many instinctively retreating a couple of steps. You have forced my hand. With a fierce declaration, Phosphor's body underwent a dramatic transformation. Muscles surged as razor-sharp fangs erupted from his mouth, his hands morphed into powerful claws, and he grew into a formidable saber-toothed tiger. Oh my, Peguan. Witnessing Phosphor's beastly form, cowered behind Wayne's leg, speaking timidly. However, Phosphor, with keen senses, roared angrily at him. What? It's a tiger. A saber-toothed tiger. Such an unappealing little brat. I shall personally send you on your way. At that moment, a colossal figure wielding two crescent-shaped scythes charged towards him, none other than Jack. Phosphor's gaze sharpened as he swung his claws, unleashing a series of lethal slashes that collided thunderously with Jack's scythes. Bang! Bang! Although Jack was large in stature, he was remarkably agile. After shattering Phosphor's onslaught, he quickly closed the distance. Phosphor, sensing Jack's approach, enveloped his entire head in fangs and armament hockey, bracing himself against Jack's sides, their attack sparking brilliantly. Such sharp teeth. Wayne, observing the clash with crossed arms, silently praised. The deadlock did not last long. With a sudden surge of strength, Jack sent Phosphor flying. His form careened across the wooden deck, splintering wood and carving deep grooves into its surface. Joy illuminated Jack's face as he bellowed over his shoulder, "Brother Wayne, leave this guy to me." He then cast a mocking glance at Phosphor. "With a bounty of 200 million, how pitifully weak you are." Despite being knocked back, Phosphor sustained little injury. After taking a deep breath, his body transformed once more. His hind limbs elongated while his forelimb shortened, rising to stand with an even more fearsome countenance. The saber-toothed tiger in its beastly form. "Are you a fool?" Phosphor licked his hand, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he regarded Jack as though he were prey. "How could I possibly lose to a wretch like you? If you wish to kill me, summon Kaido himself." He vanished in an instant, his presence dissipating like smoke, his speed so remarkable that Jack could scarcely perceive him. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above Jack's head. Die. Phosphor's broad claws seemed to tread upon the very air itself. As he curled his limbs and unleashed a ferocious kick downward, the velocity akin to lightning, creating a multitude of afterimages. One of the 6 styles, Galefoot. Whoosh. Countless slashing waves descended like a torrential rain, targeting Jack with relentless precision. Jack's cheeks twitched, momentarily unable to evade the onslaught. He summoned every ounce of strength to wield his scythe, attempting to fend off the overwhelming barrage. Yet, numerous strikes still landed upon his body and arms, carving out grotesque wounds. "Heh," Phosphor sneered cruelly. This fool merely possessed brute strength. But he was still a worthless wretch who could not even harness hockey. As the final strike descended, Jack was struck squarely in the chest, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Phosphor thrust his fingers forward, enveloped in a dark hockey, and viciously jabbed at Jack's massive form. Finger gun flurry. Phosphor's fingers connected with Jack's colossal body, producing a horrifying sound of cracking bones and splattering blood. "Ah!" Jack let out a pained cry, having entirely lost his capacity to resist. What followed was a one-sided beating from Phosphor. Several powerful punches landed on Jack, the final blow sending him hurtling through the air towards Wayne's direction. Jack's immense form plummeted like a boulder, causing astonishment among the gathered pirates. Yet Wayne merely stepped forward, extending his right hand, effortlessly catching Jack before gently setting him down. "Truly, he is Brother Wayne," Dave instinctively remarked. Wayne gazed upon Jack, who lay unconscious on the deck, his face bearing an expression of serene tranquility. A slight furrow formed on his brow as he shifted to a guise of profound sorrow. His voice trembled with emotion as he lamented, "Oh Jack, my brother, how could this happen?" While speaking, Wayne struck Jack's chest with considerable force. The surrounding pirates, witnessing this poignant scene, were deeply moved, their hearts stirred by the unexpected display of camaraderie from Wayne. It was astonishing to realize that Wayne, despite Jack's earlier disrespectful remarks at the newcomer banquet and his numerous challenges to Wayne, held such a deep regard for friendship. Brother Wayne, setting aside past grievances, demonstrates profound concern for Jack's safety, which is truly heartwarming. Meanwhile, Phosphor, astonished, contemplates the unexpected unity of the beast pirates, which starkly contrasts with his prior impressions. However, what perplexes the onlookers is that with each strike to Jack's chest, a copious amount of blood spills from his mouth, a sight both shocking and alarming. After expelling several mouthfuls of blood, Jack, in excruciating pain, regains a semblance of consciousness, his lips twitching as he feebly addresses Wayne, "Brother Wayne, I believe I can still be saved." Is it possible he clings to life so tenaciously? Initially, Wayne had envisioned a perfect scenario where the pirates would attack, leading to Jack's demise. Yet, he never anticipated Jack's resilience. Witnessing this fraternal bond, Phosphor's fury intensifies, recalling that his own crew had perished as mere fodder for these scoundrels. Suddenly, an aura of palpable danger radiates from him, causing those nearby to involuntarily shudder. What has transformed this man into such a fearsome figure? Runty, sensing Phosphor's menacing presence, instinctively tightens her grip on Peggy Wan's hand, retreating behind the others. Phosphor, his voice laced with murderous intent, bellows, "I demand the heavens no longer obscure my vision." His pupils blaze with a crimson light, as if an inferno of wrath burns within. "I will not allow this earth to bury my heart." He stomps on the deck, creating a gaping hole that sends shivers down the spines of those witnessing. "Let the world comprehend my resolve." With a swift motion, Phosphor transforms into a blur, employing the 6th technique known as Saru, propelling himself towards Wayne with unparalleled speed. His target is not the severely injured Jack, but Wayne himself. "I shall annihilate your beast pirates." A heart-wrenching roar erupts from Fuzz's lips. In the next moment, a glimmer of cold light flashes in Wayne's eyes as Fuzz, mouth agape with jagged teeth aimed at Wayne's head, approaches. Wayne remains motionless, merely lifting his gaze to meet Fuzz, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Fuzz savors the moment, reveling in his perceived advantage. Yet, in an instant, his vision is engulfed by a blinding violet light, nearly forcing him to shut his eyes. What is this? The very air around this man ignites with violet flames and brilliance. An ability user? A natural type? Fuzz has no time for further contemplation. A somewhat aloof voice pierces the air beside him. "Your fervor is boiling over, yet you are riddled with vulnerabilities." Clang. With a sudden sound, Fuzifer vaguely saw Wayne draw his sword from its sheath. Yet, unusually, the seemingly ordinary military blade transformed into a formidable length of over 10 meters, entirely enveloped in violet flames. The legendary artifact, Budu Mitama. What a jest! The sixth style, the secret technique, the tooth spear. Fuzifer gritted his teeth, covering his fangs with armed color hockey, diving downward. Meanwhile, Wayne's long blade sliced through the air, thrusting towards Fuzifer's chest. Their confrontation was swift. Fuzifer was pierced through the chest before he could even make contact with Wayne, his body violently recoiling, a trail of blood streaming in the air. Bang! Fuzifer's body crashed heavily against the side of the ship's cabin, his previous defiance replaced with overwhelming agony. He gasped, clutching the gaping wound at his chest, staring in disbelief at Wayne, who stood motionless, his feet planted firmly. How could I, who have navigated life on thin ice, be defeated by such a fledgling? What a disgrace. The outcome was clear. In an incredibly brief moment, Wayne had shattered Fuzifer, whose bounty stood at an astounding 250 million. This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembled pirates. However, Wayne understood that the disparity in their strengths was not as vast as it appeared. Fuzifer had exerted himself excessively, pouring all his energy into his fervent declaration, compounded by his ignorance of Wayne's capabilities. He had focused solely on offense, neglecting to defend himself with armed color hockey, resulting in Wayne's blade piercing his chest. At that moment, as Fuzifer lay on the ground, his gaze shifted to the distant pirate ship, reduced to ruins and still being consumed by flames, revealing its charred skeleton. A chill gripped his heart. Flee. A singular thought surged through his mind. Crew members, I will return to avenge you. Fuzifer clenched his teeth in a vow, preparing to rise and escape into the distance. Yet, just as he was about to get up, a powerful hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder, rendering him unable to break free, no matter how hard he struggled. Startled, he looked up to see a face adorned with a hint of a smile. Hold on. I actually came to ally with Kaido, but Wayne swiftly seized his throat, stifling any sound, and leaned closer, whispering into his ear. Though your past is somewhat tragic, after escaping from prison, you resorted to robbery, slaughtered innocents, and even annihilated an entire town. The incompetence of the world government is not an excuse for your malevolence. Upon hearing these words, Fuzifer's pupils dilated, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. How could a pirate utter such statements? A bold notion sparked in his mind. Could it be that he is a marine? Impossible. Immediately, a deep and indifferent voice echoed in his ears once more. Your death is not unjust. Fuzifer felt the grip of Wayne tightening gradually. He desperately attempted to break free and wanted to cry out, yet no sound escaped his lips. Relax, dizziness is perfectly normal. Wayne's words echoed in his ears like the whispers of a demon. With a sudden force, his powerful right arm constricted around Fuzz's neck, rendering him immobile, while his other hand swiftly drew a blade. A flash of white light cut through the air, and the sharp edge of the sword emitted a chilling wail. Veins swiftly severed Fuzifer's throat, blood gushing forth in a vivid spray, with globules of crimson dancing through the air, shattering upon their contact with the deck. Fuzifer's body convulsed violently a few times before succumbing to the void, marking the end of his nefarious existence. The pirates, including Devago, beheld Vayne's resolute action, their admiration for him elevating to unprecedented heights. Brother Wayne's methods towards his adversaries are astonishingly ruthless. It is truly remarkable. With a mere thought, Wayne's hand grasped the military blade, which ignited with a searing purple flame, swiftly evaporating the remnants of blood and releasing a hissing vapor. When the enemy arrives, we shall act thus. Is that understood? Wayne addressed the pirates behind him. Yes, Brother Wayne. The pirates cheered exuberantly, celebrating their recent triumph. Meanwhile, Jack, lying weakly on the deck, managed to lift a hand, and gave Wayne a thumbs up. In the dead of night, the pirates convened a grand feast on Ghost Island. It is a well-acknowledged custom in the pirate world to hold banquets during gatherings and farewells alike. Celebrations follow victories, while even in defeat, they may share a drink, provided they have survived. At the banquet, Yamato approached and joined Wayne, Jack, Runty, and Peggy-wan at the same table. "Why didn't you take me along to the fight?" Yamato huffed. "TCH, have you forgotten the device on your hand? Leaving Ghost Island would trigger an explosion," Runty chimed in, sipping his juice heartily. It was then that Yamato finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. "You're right. Well, enough of that. Let us have a meat-eating contest instead." Wayne patted Yamato on the shoulder, exuding an air of provocation. "Ah, a vanquished foe, allow me to impart another lesson upon you." Yamato's spirit surged instantly with determination. Jack and Runty, too, were eager to seize the opportunity to engage in battle alongside Wayne. "Brother Wayne, if this contest involves feasting, I assure you, I shall not be outdone," Jack declared with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, Dave, well aware of the hearty appetites of the group, promptly instructed his subordinates to bring forth a myriad of delectable dishes. Among the offerings were fresh seafood delicacies, renowned for their exquisite flavor and boasting a protein content tenfold that of beef. An array of vibrantly colored, rich cream cakes also adorned the table, their caloric density soaring. The variety and abundance of the feast were such that one could hardly wish for more. Vane felt a twinge of admiration. It must be said that Kaido's subordinates at Onigashima were indeed commendable, yet his treatment of so-called outsiders was utterly ruthless. The few individuals began to voraciously devour the food laid out before them, their competitive spirits aflame, each reluctant to fall behind the others. Surrounding pirates, both astonished by the terrifying appetites displayed, continuously brought forth additional dishes. Ultimately, Vane emerged as the victor, although it was Yamato who consumed the most. Surprisingly, the seemingly petite Runny managed to out-eat even Jack. After reaching his limit, Jack slumped to the ground, a look of despair etched across his face. Nearly on the verge of tears. "Have I lost again? Am I truly not a genius?" Meanwhile, Yamato, now round and resembling a ball, with her cheeks stuffed full of meat, turned to Runty, who was in a similar state, and declared, "Runty, you should join me on the seas from now on. I no longer harbor any dislike for you." Yamato, lacking in guile, naively believed that sharing a meal equated to friendship. "Humph. I have no desire to sail with someone like you," Runty retorted, turning her head away, but the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her true feelings. Over the course of their interactions, Runny had developed a fondness for the boisterous Yamato if only she would refrain from challenging Lord Kaido in the future. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly vibrant, a dark shadow suddenly loomed overhead in the square, swooping down like a predatory bird. "Uncle Gene?" Vane exclaimed, subsequently employing the power of life restoration to rejuvenate his physique, gazing at the figure descending before him. "Uncle Gene, would you care for a drink?" Vane inquired with a smile, extending a bottle of exquisite wine towards Gene. Gene shook his head, stating, "Mr. Kaido wishes to see you." Vane was momentarily taken aback. Kaido sought him out. Was it regarding the matter of Phosph or the issue with Yamato? At that moment, Gene raised an eyebrow slightly, casting his gaze upon the round figure of Yamato, his expression revealing a complex array of emotions, and he let out a gentle sigh. As a devoted subordinate who had always followed Kaido, Gene naturally wished for harmony between the father and daughter. "Very well, Uncle Gene," Vane replied, his demeanor unchanging as he prepared to ascend the staircase. However, Gene extended his hand to halt him, stating, "Taking the stairs would be too slow. Allow me to escort you upstairs." Before Wayne could fully comprehend the situation, Gene seized his collar, and with a powerful flap of his wings, they soared into the sky, ascending directly toward the dome of Onigashima. The onlookers were filled with confusion. What reason could Lord Kaido have for seeking out Wayne at this moment? Meanwhile, Yamato wore an expression of deep concern, seemingly fearing that Kaido might take adverse action against Wayne. Attempting to rise and follow, he was thwarted by his overindulgence, ultimately managing only to squirm on the ground a few times. "I understand now," Dave exclaimed with a hearty laugh, addressing the crowd with excitement. "It must be that Brother Wayne successfully thwarted the invading foes of Onigashima, and Lord Kaido intends to reward him personally." Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of realization. So that was it. They could not help but envy Brother Wayne, who, having recently joined the Beast Pirates, had already garnered the attention of Lord Kaido. "Uncle Gene, you may let me go. I can ascend on my own," Wayne remarked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being held by Gene. However, Jean, referred to as Uncle Jean, did not exhibit any signs of resistance this time, as though he had already accepted the title. Oh, what do you mean by that? Jean appeared to have an epiphany. Wayne smiled briefly, and then a sudden flash of violet light emanated from behind him. The light gradually coalesced into a magnificent pair of broad wings adorned with purple scales, each spanning an impressive 7 to 8 meters in length. Jean promptly released Wayne, soaring alongside him in the air. Are you a person of extraordinary abilities? This phenomenon can surely be elucidated only by the powers granted by a devil fruit. Vane's remarkable ability reminded Jean of a formidable adversary he once confronted, the Phoenix, Marco from the Whitebeard pirates. Wayne's abilities bear a striking resemblance to those of Marco. Indeed, Uncle Jean. Vane had never considered concealing his abilities. Such matters are simply impossible to hide and unnecessary to do so. Then why didn't you mention it earlier? Jean inquired with a buzzing tone. But you never asked. Vane replied with a resigned gesture. Jin's forehead pulsed with veins, and a twitch appeared at the corner of his eye. You, of all people. In this world, devil fruits are rare treasures that possess value yet remain elusive, something one cannot easily procure. Vane had formerly been a mere naval captain, and Jean instinctively assumed he was not one endowed with abilities. However, when Jean sought to probe deeper into Vane's specific powers, Vane preemptively posed a question. By the way, Uncle Jean, do you know why Kaido-sensei summoned me? Jean glanced towards the ceiling and replied nonchalantly, Oh, probably to reward you. Reward? Vane's heart leapt with joy. Could it be that he had been recognized for his exceptional nature and was finally being promoted to a prominent position? However, Jean pivoted the conversation. You'd best remain vigilant, or you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Huh, what do you mean? Vane asked, momentarily taken aback. It's nothing, Jean said, choosing not to elaborate. As he quickened his pace. Soon, the two arrived at a vast open space atop Onigashima, the very site of the future clash between Luffy and Kaido. From this vantage point, one could behold the entire panorama of Onigashima, aglow with lights. Even in the dead of night, the scene was strikingly vivid. It was now deep into the night. Beneath the darkened sky, a chill breeze swept through, carrying a slight crispness. Vane cast a glance around and beheld a towering figure standing before him, its back turned to the two. The great cloak billowed in the wind, giving the impression of a master in disguise. However, the moment Vane laid eyes upon the individual, his observation haki detected an overwhelmingly fierce aura emanating from him. Such formidable pressure was something Vane had never encountered before. This individual was terrifyingly powerful. Undoubtedly, the figure before him was none other than Kaido, one of the 3 great sea emperors of the New World, famously known as the strongest creature. Master Kaido? Vane tentatively spoke. The figure turned around, flashed a grin, and emitted a voice as thunderous as a tempest. Well, look who has arrived. Wayne furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Did you eliminate the intruding Fussfu? Kaido inquired, unusually sober. Indeed, Master Kaido. Fussfu dared to issue a challenge to you and even wounded Jack. Such audacity is a blatant disregard for your authority. As the most loyal member of the Beast Pirates, it is my duty to rid you of this detestable scoundrel. Wayne's face was adorned with a sycophantic expression, reminiscent of a humble subordinate striving to curry favor with a superior. Listening to Wayne's words, Jean subtly nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with his remarks. At that moment, Kaido approached, his footsteps echoing with a thunderous resonance against the ground. He scrutinized Wayne intently, a sly smile creeping onto his lips, forming a delicate curve. Well done, lad, but why have you been so close to my foolish son lately? Kaido's voice boomed like thunder, causing Wayne to feel as though a powerful gale was sweeping over him, inducing a sense of trepidation. Indeed, it was about this matter. However, Wayne had long prepared his response. Master Kaido, I am doing this solely to persuade Yamato to submit to you. Oh, is that truly the case? Jean mused internally. Humph. Do you dare meddle in my affairs? Kaido roared in anger. Yet, despite his words, Wayne discerned a flicker of barely concealed joy in his eyes. Teacher Kaido, do you possess a tsundere disposition as well? Vane pondered momentarily before speaking. Master Kaido, Yamato has merely been deceived by that scoundrel Odin's diary, failing to comprehend your sincere intentions towards her. However, rest assured, I shall endeavor to ensure that Yamato willingly joins the Beast Pirates and once again holds you in high regard. Vane patted his chest and assured, rest assured, Kaido-sensei, I shall take excellent care of your daughter. Heh, Kaido chuckled, then sat cross-legged, removing the gourd of wine from his waist. He took a generous swig before continuing. You truly are an amusing fellow, but do not entertain any foolish ideas. I will be watching you closely. Kaido's gaze turned frigid, instilling an involuntary chill. It is I who will be keeping an eye on you. Wayne took a deep breath and continued, by the way, Teacher Kaido. If you could permit me to undertake a small task, the likelihood of my success in accomplishing it would be significantly enhanced. What task? Kaido's mood was evidently quite pleasant at that moment. Under ordinary circumstances, few would dare to speak to him in such a manner. It pertains to the shackles on Yamato's hands and feet. If you could grant her freedom from them. Wayne cannot guarantee that Yamato will wholly heed his words. Nevertheless, he can manage to have her temporarily align herself with him within the ranks of the beast pirates. Thus, it would be prudent to persuade Kaido to remove the sea stone shackles binding Yamato's limbs. Otherwise, should he ever wish to depart from the beast pirates, he would be unable to take Yamato with him. After all, he does not possess the destructive prowess of the flowing cherry blossom haki from within. Is that all? Kaido grunted, his lantern-like eyes fixed intently on Wayne. I thought it was something of greater significance. So, do you concur? Wayne feigned an exuberant demeanor. Absolutely not. Kaido slammed the sake gourd onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Not possible. Wayne, if memory serves me right, you have been on Onigashima for several months now. You ought to be familiar with the rules of this place. Kaido's tone softened. You must understand that in this nation, the law of the jungle prevails, the strong devour the weak, and only the victors attain everything, while the vanquished are forever deprived, destined to grovel beneath the feet of the powerful. Kaido's words echoed through every corner of the vaulted ceiling, resounding with audacity. Heed my advice, Wayne, pursue your desires, provided you possess the capability to do so. Wayne indeed grasped Kaido's intention. In simple terms, Kaido permitted him to free Yamato from the shackles binding their hands and feet. But it must be accomplished through his own strength. It seemed, at first glance, to pose no issue. This could be regarded as a commendable tradition of the beast pirates. Nevertheless, Wayne still felt that there was something rather filial about the matter. Do you understand now, lad? Kaido bellowed with laughter, his face flushed, revealing that his capacity for alcohol was indeed rather poor. It was no wonder he became inebriated with but a single drink. Wayne nodded slightly. Subsequently, Kaido suddenly propped himself up with one hand against the ground, rising his massive form to a standing position. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Wayne. Wayne's expression shifted dramatically. What was about to transpire? He cast a perplexed glance at the retreating Jean beside him, an ominous thought suddenly igniting in his mind. Wait, could it be that the promised reward is? Haha, young Wayne, come and spar with me. As he spoke, Kaido casually tossed aside his gourd of liquor and produced from seemingly nowhere a thick, elongated spiked mace. Kaido, ever the warrior, had just learned of Wayne's triumph over the notorious bounty of over 100 million berries, fuzif. The mace in his hand was already itching for action. To put it simply, he was eager for a fight. Wayne smirked, as the Wolf Fang Club, enveloped in swirling purple lightning, continued to magnify in his vision. Years later, when confronted once more with Gade's Wolf Fang Club, Wayne would invariably recall that fateful night when Master Kaido had introduced him to the thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom, accompanied by a deafening crash. A vast pit suddenly emerged at Wayne's location. He narrowly evaded Kaido's onslaught. Master, are you serious? Before Wayne could fully comprehend the situation, a flicker of fervor ignited in Kaido's gaze, and with a swift maneuver, he lunged towards Wayne, wielding the club. Impressive speed, kid. Kaido quipped amidst his assault. Yet his strength showed no signs of waning. With tremendous force, he unleashed a devastating blow upon Wayne's chest. Iron block. Armament hockey. Kaido was a battle maniac, and Wayne dared not exhibit an ounce of complacency. He executed his most formidable defense without reservation. With a resounding bang, Wayne was sent flying by a powerful blow, his body bouncing along the ground like a ball before finally coming to a precarious halt. Cough, cough. Once he regained his composure, Wayne casually wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening. Despite being mentally prepared, the formidable strength displayed by Kaido left Wayne profoundly shaken. At this age, Kaido represented the pinnacle of his power. Give it your all, Wayne, or you may truly meet your end at the hands of Mr. Kaido. Not far off, Jean stood with his arms crossed, reveling in the spectacle. Kaido, with a ferocious laugh, taunted, "Is that all you've got, kid?" Above, the winds howled as Wayne found himself momentarily disoriented, yet he quickly regained his focus. Kaido-sensei, I hold you in the highest regard. How could I ever strike against you? In that moment, a blinding purple light erupted from Wayne's being, as if a violet sun had emerged in the heavens, illuminating the entirety of Onigashima. A towering purple giant, 30 meters in height, rose majestically, surrounded by tangible white lightning and purple flames. The immense visage exuded an indescribable majesty, a stark contrast to Wayne's previous appearance. Kaminari no Tsurugi, second phase. Vayne unsheathed 2 formidable artifacts from the wings upon his back and executed a technique known as the blade slash. 2 razor-sharp arcs of sword energy, imbued with violet flames and crackling lightning, coalesced into a colossal crescent-shaped wave of slashing force, hurtling forth with great velocity. However, Kaido remained unperturbed, displaying an air of indifference upon his countenance. Whoosh! The sound of air being ruptured echoed as the wave collided directly with Kaido, resulting in a violent explosion that unleashed a torrent of shockwaves, sweeping across the entire expanse. The very atmosphere warped under the searing heat of the purple flames. What an intriguing ability, young one. Kaido's roar resonated amidst the chaos of the explosion. As a top-tier powerhouse, Kaido was no stranger to a myriad of extraordinary abilities and uniquely shaped mythical beasts. Yet, he had never encountered someone like Vayne before. As the remnants of the explosion were dispersed by the fierce winds, Kaido's unharmed figure emerged, his demeanor still exuding an arrogant defiance. But you will need to exert more effort, he mused. With a fierce stomp of his legs, he exhibited a terrifying speed unbefitting his stature and swung his spiked club down with tremendous force upon the purple armor adorning the chest of the violet giant. Boom! This strike was executed with such swiftness that Vayne barely had time to react before being sent flying, the purple flames enveloping him visibly dimming as a result. In an instant, Vayne felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, as the wings behind him flapped with all their might. Barely managing to stabilize his form in the air, Kaido sensed the shift in power within his grasp, his expression tinged with curiosity. Certain devil fruits can enhance the physical strength of their users to some extent, particularly those of the Zoan type. Yet, after Vayne activated his abilities, his defensive prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation, elevating to several tiers beyond its prior state. Moreover, the armor encasing the purple giant, crafted from an indeterminate but exceedingly resilient material, evoked memories of the barrier fruit user, Kurizumi Semimaru. Child, do not become overly reliant on the powers of the devil fruits, Kaido admonished, as his body began to undergo a transformation. Blue dragon scales sprouted rapidly across his skin, his visage becoming increasingly ferocious, while his muscles and physique swelled further. The beastly form of the Azure Dragon. Only through the mastery of Haki could Kaido wield the Kanabo, swiftly spinning it upon the ground before propelling himself into the air, landing atop the head of the purple giant. A formidable aura of Haki enveloped him, crackling like terrifying lightning. Such power can transcend all, he proclaimed. Goodness, you truly are remarkable, Master Kaido, one might muse, observing how he simultaneously advises against reliance on devil fruit abilities while seamlessly transitioning into his dragon form. In my past life, such a duality would surely invite criticism for double standards. Vayne's nerves were taut as he raised his arms, the lightning coursing over his body once more, coalescing into a formidable shield of thunder. In an instant, the spiked mace collided violently with the thunderous barrier, unleashing a dazzling burst of electric energy. The sharp shrieks resonated like the cacophony of 1,000 birds, a fierce amalgamation of power and lightning intertwining in a relentless dance. To Vayne's astonishment, the two forces remarkably held each other in a stalemate. What? Can I actually exchange blows with Kaido? Yet. This implausible thought barely lingered in Vayne's mind for half a second before an indescribable agony rapidly spread throughout his entire being. Pain. Excruciating pain. Isolde, no, Master Kaido. Your strikes are unbearably fierce. Boom. Vayne was once again sent flying, accompanied by several robust bolts of lightning that slithered like serpents, trailing luminous white streaks behind them. Whoosh, whoosh. As he felt the fierce winds howling past his ears, Vayne grimaced in pain. It was uncertain how long or how far he had been propelled, but he suddenly collided with a massive bull's horn at the edge of the Ghost Island Palace, bringing his flight to an abrupt halt. Hiss. Vayne inhaled sharply. The disparity was overwhelming. In that moment, he profoundly recognized the vast chasm that separated royal-level combat prowess from other tiers, and a deep sorrow washed over his heart like a relentless tide. However, reflecting on the previous fierce assaults, Vayne sensed that his observation Haki had been compelled to elevate significantly, granting him an almost premonitory awareness of Kaido's impending attacks. Yet, he understood that this was not mere illusion, but rather a manifestation of advanced usage of observation Haki. Ah, Vane chuckled softly. It seemed that only by dancing on the precipice of life and death could one truly unleash their latent potential. Above Ghost Island, in the dome, Jean was profoundly shaken after witnessing the clash between Vane and Kaido. How remarkable it is that Wayne managed to withstand 3 blows from Mr. Kaido. This fellow is indeed formidable. Although 3 strikes may seem inconsequential, one must recognize that they are delivered by the innate monster, Mr. Kaido. As for whether Mr. Kaido held back, I believe not, for he has never shown mercy, even to his own daughter, Yamato. Well done indeed. Kaido gazed at the fallen Wayne and erupted into a wild, unrestrained laughter that echoed through every corner of the dome, causing the entire Onigashima to tremble slightly. Jean, what do you think of this fellow? Kaido suddenly inquired of Jean, who stood nearby. Wayne possesses remarkable strength and employs ruthless tactics against his foes, Jean replied candidly, evidently holding Wayne in high regard. I share the same sentiment. This lad is worthy of becoming the next calamity. Their words bore no hint of reservation, directly reaching Wayne's ears, who lay feigning death. Does Mr. Kaido imply that I possess the qualities of a great figure? Indeed. It seems that gold shines brightly no matter where it is located. At that moment, Kaido's roar resounded once more, akin to a thunderclap ringing through the air. Boy, cease your pretense of death and come forth. Vane was momentarily taken aback, then raised his head. What formidable observation, Haki. Even from such a distance. He can sense my presence? Embarrassed by Kaido's revelation, Vane managed a sheepish smile before unsteadily rising from the ground and jogging over to Kaido. Master Kaido, you are invincible. I concede. Vane, with a cheerful demeanor, conceded defeat, and the so-called dignity of a strong man was, in his case, not only scant but utterly non-existent. How disappointing. Kaido remarked with discontent. Nevertheless, he decided it was time to address the matter at hand. The matter at hand? Kaido offered no explanation, merely gesturing towards Jean with his eyes, before retrieving his wine gourd and resuming his seated position on the ground, drinking with a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. Vane, you heard it just now, didn't you? Mr. Kaido has intentions of promoting you, Jean interjected. Wayne nodded earnestly, his expression serious. Rest assured, Uncle Jean and Teacher Kaido. For the bright future of the Beast Pirates and in pursuit of Teacher Kaido's ambitions, I shall strive with unwavering determination, no matter who it may be. Anyone who dares to obstruct the path of the Beast Pirates will find me, Bruce Wayne, unwilling to yield. Even if it means entering into an alliance with the Empress of Amazon Lily for the future of the Beast Pirates, I shall not hesitate. Strangely, as he uttered these words, Wayne felt an inexplicable sense of DJVU. His impassioned oath of loyalty elicited a newfound admiration in Jin's gaze. Truly, he was a cultured individual with a naval background. Such eloquence was beyond Jin's own capabilities. Excellent spirit. It seems Mr. Kaido has not erred in his judgment of you. Jean exclaimed with sincere admiration. Meanwhile, Kaido merely chuckled dismissively, seemingly unimpressed by such fervent pirate camaraderie. Subsequently, Jean refrained from further pleasantries and addressed Wayne regarding the so-called serious business. Not far from Wano, there lies the kingdom of Dressrosa, a wealthy nation. Mr. Kaido wishes for you, in the name of the Beast Pirates, to bring it under our dominion. Dressrosa? Wayne was somewhat taken aback. The name of this nation was familiar to him. It was known as the land of love, passion, and fairies, ruled by King Riku III. However, it was also the year when Doflamingo executed his despicable and shameless plan to usurp the nation. Calculating the time, it must have been merely a few months ago. Yet, wasn't Dressrosa a member of the world government? How could Kaido have set his sights on Dressrosa? Seemingly perceiving Wayne's confusion, Jean elucidated, do not forget. This is the new world. Moreover, we are currently in the era of great pirates. It was only then that Wayne realized the stark contrast between the New World and other seas. In recent years, the world government's grip on the New World had considerably weakened, leading numerous affluent nations to not only pay the celestial gold, but also to remit protection fees to nearby formidable pirates in hopes of securing peace. It became evident that Kaido had set his sights on Dressrosa much earlier than anticipated. It was likely during this period that Don Quixote Doflamingo allied himself with the notorious pirate Kaido, gradually establishing his own influence in the New World, eventually becoming one of the sovereigns of the underworld. Ha ha ha, Kaido guffawed as he drained the last drop from his gourd, intoxicated. With your strength, you possess the qualification. While you may not yet be able to contend with him, subjugating a nation with a relatively weak military should be well within your grasp. Moreover, It would be under the banner of the Beast Pirates. Vane's expression momentarily froze. Fate is indeed a marvel beyond words. Yes, Master Kaido. I assure you I will fulfill the task. He responded without a hint of hesitation, quite readily, reminiscent of his past life, where he would voluntarily work overtime. So, Master Kaido, how many individuals may I bring to Dressrosa? How many individuals? You can simply go alone, Kaido replied nonchalantly, as if commanding a nation affiliated with the world government to submit was an effortless endeavor. Oh, come now, Master Kaido, I'm not nearly as formidable as you. Vane waved his hands dismissively, acknowledging that he lacked the strength to challenge a nation single-handedly. Moreover, with Doflamingo currently casting a watchful eye over Dressrosa, his appearance there was imminent. Kaido regarded Vane with disdain, questioning whether one could truly aspire to become a formidable warrior without possessing such awareness. His words implied that lacking the prowess to overpower the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords rendered one insignificant. At that moment, Jean interjected on Kaido's behalf, suggesting, Vane, those newcomers on Onigashima are at your disposal. Surely, that should grant you some measure of reassurance to proceed. The novices from the training camp, you say? Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. Were they not merely a band of expendables? The only one with any semblance of strength was that fool, Jack. Nevertheless, having allies was certainly preferable to facing challenges alone. Vane nodded gently, acknowledging the words of Uncle Jean. Do your best, Vane. I eagerly anticipate the remarkable individuals you and your companions will become. Kaido exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon hearing Vane's response. Witnessing Kaido's genuine concern for his junior left Vane momentarily dazed. Could it be that Kaido would truly transform into a mentor in the future? Why are you still standing there? Hurry and prepare. Kaido suddenly bellowed, a gust of warm wind rushing towards Vane's face, startling him. Oh, are we departing so soon? Shouldn't we hold a farewell banquet first? This remark elicited a laugh from Kaido, who retorted, When I was your age, I couldn't even indulge in a drink. You youngsters are far too coddled. Enough chatter, let's set off. Ween, no longer speaking in colloquial terms, stood at attention and solemnly proclaimed, Yes. Kaido-sama, truly, this is absolutely splendid. Within the confines of the room, Jack's exuberant cries reverberated, causing the ceiling to tremble slightly. For the esteemed Kaido, I must ensure that I vanquish all adversaries this time. Jack, a hybrid fishman, had been cast adrift on Onigashima at birth, and it was Kaido who rescued him, allowing him to remain with the Beast Pirates. Thus, this fellow harbored immense respect for Kaido, and he had yet to set sail in the 18 years of his life. Upon hearing that his brother Ween had received a mission from Kaido, he was filled with joy, eager to run laps around Onigashima. To set sail? Would we encounter the Navy? Peggywan's mind wandered to some unsettling thoughts, revealing a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. However, recalling his promise to his sister, he mustered the courage to say to Ween, Brother Ween, please take me along. I assure you, I will not be a burden. Yet, Runty playfully tapped Peggywan's head, admonishing him, setting sail is perilous. Fool, can't you see that this is not the right time to embark? Peggywan, covering the bump on his head, felt a touch of grievance. I understand, sister. He was quite afraid of inciting her wrath. Observing the sibling duo, Ween raised an eyebrow. Finding them to be rather amusing little rascals, he hoped they would not grow into wicked pirates in the future. Haha, Brother Ween, I am already prepared. When shall we depart? Jack, having mysteriously donned a large backpack, wore an expression of eager anticipation. You first go inform the newcomers at the training camp, instructing them to gather at the port. When addressed Jack, Huh? Do we still need to accompany those useless individuals? Jack replied with a hum, With me and Brother Wayne. Conquering the mere kingdom of Dressrosa is surely a trivial task. Wayne, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, looked at Jack with a gaze akin to that of one observing a fool, and earnestly inquired, So, can you navigate a ship? Do you possess any maritime knowledge? No, I suppose not, Jack replied with a sense of entitlement. And can you fly? Wayne continued. That too is likely beyond my capabilities, Jack admitted. At this juncture, a look of sudden realization illuminated his face as he excitedly clapped his hands. Ah, I see now, Brother Wayne. I understand you're intending for them to sail us across. Aren't you? Wayne let out a soft sigh. If his own caution could be deemed excessive, then Jack's intellect was undeniably concerning. It was no wonder that upon witnessing the Navy's resplendent fleet later on, Jack still dared to recklessly attempt a hijacking. The mystery was solved. This fellow simply lacked common sense. After Jack departed, Peggy turned to Wayne and said, Brother Wayne, may you have a smooth journey. I will diligently hone my skills. striving to catch up with you one day. And as for me, when Instructor Wayne returns, I too shall become stronger. Ruoti's small face shone with pride, as if ignited with fervor. When did you all develop the illusion that you could keep pace with me? Wayne squinted his eyes, a broad smile gracing his face. Very well. Upon my return, I shall personally assess the fruits of your cultivation. In the jungle surrounding the palace of Ghost Island, atop a small hillside, Wayne and Yamato sat on the ground, the gentle sea breeze caressing their faces. According to Wayne's perception of the seasons, it was autumn on Ghost Island, and the soft wind carried a hint of chill. Wayne, can this really unlock the shackles? Do not speak. I am focusing on finding the right position. Ouch. That is hot. Yamato extended his hand toward Wayne, who held his hands below, conjuring two small orbs of violet flame in his palms, directed at the handcuffs on Yamato's wrists. However, after several minutes of this endeavor, the shackles merely bore a layer of black ash, showing no signs of melting or breaking. I'm exhausted. This is proving to be quite challenging. The violet flames flickered out, and Wayne reclined back onto the grass, forming a large shape. The sea prism stone undoubtedly stood as the most resilient material in the pirate world, exhibiting absolute restraint against those with abilities. Even though Wayne's power could effortlessly melt ordinary stones, he found himself utterly powerless against the shackles forged from sea prism stone. Perhaps only the Conqueror's haki could truly shatter them. For now, destroying them seemed an unattainable feat. What a pity, Yamato. I cannot take you along this time. Hiki, it's all right. This time, Yamato displayed no signs of negativity, merely resting his chin on his hand and gazing at the clouds drifting in the sky. Oh, by the way, Wayne here, take this. Yamato suddenly seemed to remember something, pulling out a large sheet of white paper from beneath his skirt, tearing off a corner, and handing the remaining paper to Wayne. Is this a life card? I made it from your hair. Simply place the paper in your palm, and it will indicate your direction. Yamato opened his palm, placing the small piece of paper atop it. Indeed, the paper began to flutter gently, slowly orienting itself toward Wayne's position. Vane was momentarily taken aback. Day could indeed be quite observant at times. However, receiving a life card from Day was hardly an auspicious sign. In the original narrative, the character Ace, who was bestowed with a life card by Day, shared an extraordinarily profound bond with Akainu. Day continued, Vane, should anything unfortunate befall you and prevent your return, I shall forever cherish the memory of you as my dear friend. Observing the earnest expression on Day's face, Vane's countenance darkened. Are you so eager for me not to return? He remarked. Then, shifting the conversation, he added, by the way, during my absence, what plans have you concocted? I sincerely hope you are not contemplating another challenge against Kaido. No. Day replied, awkwardly waving his hands, his guilt nearly visible upon his face. It seemed Vane's intuition was indeed correct. Wayne felt a tinge of helplessness. If boredom persisted, he might as well join the newcomer training camp and practice alongside Runny and the others. Sure, that sounds good, he replied. Yamato nodded obediently. But Wayne, you're so strong. You should return in no time. Yamato remarked with a cheerful smile. That seems likely. I'm off now. Vane said little more and rose to take his leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back and remarked, by the way, I have heard that in Dressrosa, there are extraordinary mushrooms that grow several meters tall, and the soup made from them is simply exquisite. Would you like to taste it? If so, I shall bring some back for you. Really? Thank you, Vane. You are truly my best friend. Yamato exclaimed, unable to suppress the drool that began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with renewed excitement. Wait, aren't I your only friend? Yamato pondered for a moment before realizing, nodding vigorously, and then corrected himself. So, Vane is indeed a remarkable person. Upon hearing this, Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth, cautioning against the casual distribution of goodwill cards. However, upon witnessing her cheerful demeanor, he dismissed the thought. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted through, lifting the elegant strands of hair at Day's temple. When gazed at Day's profile, momentarily lost in thought, as he detected a glimmer of sorrow in the otherwise jovial demeanor of his companion. It appeared that this fellow genuinely yearned for the opportunity to set sail together. Yet, fearing the concern of others, he chose to maintain a facade of lightheartedness. Day could be described as possessing an inherently kind nature, especially in such an environment. Enduring the harsh misguidance of his brutal father while still managing to uphold such a disposition, Wayne felt it was quite remarkable. For a fleeting moment, he even entertained the notion of persuading Yamato to join the Navy. However, this thought dissipated almost instantly, as Yamato hardly seemed suited for such a role. On Ghost Island, at the port, The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze wafting through the air. A perfect day for setting sail. Over 100 novice pirates stood at the harbor, their faces brimming with excitement. Yet, the vessels docked along the shore remained in a state of disrepair. Moreover, the ship Wayne had last boarded, which could barely be considered a decent pirate ship, was severely damaged due to the battle with Phosphor. The deck and cabin bore various degrees of destruction. At that moment, shipwrights were diligently working to repair the pirate vessel. DeVago approached Wayne and inquired, "Brother Wayne, everyone has arrived. When shall we depart?" A dark line appeared on Wayne's forehead. "Are we truly setting sail on such a vessel? I fear we may capsize before even reaching Dressrosa." These individuals certainly possess audacity. However, Wayne's concerns did not lie with their safety. Rather, he mused that should they procure a more suitable ship, the journey could be far more pleasant. "Is there truly no good ship on Ghost Island?" Wayne inquired. "Well," Dave pondered momentarily before responding, "Lord Kaido does possess a grand ship, but it is exclusively for his use. Additionally, there is Lord Queen's pirate vessel, which he personally oversaw the construction of and was recently completed. However, Lord Queen is particularly fond of that ship, so I fear it may not be available for borrowing." "Oh?" An image of a rotund figure, resembling a sphere, instantly materialized in Wayne's mind. It seemed he had not encountered Queen recently. It turned out he had been preoccupied with shipbuilding. "You all wait here." After issuing a command, Wayne turned and departed. In addition to having a room in the palace of Ghost Island, Quinn possessed a separate dwelling nestled within the jungle of the island's rear mountain, a laboratory. This laboratory bore a striking resemblance in both scale and appearance to that found on Ice and Fire Island, suggesting it was meticulously crafted in imitation of the latter. As Wayne arrived at the entrance of the laboratory, he knocked gently on the door, but no response came. At that moment, he suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance wafting through the air. Just as he attempted to discern the source of this aroma, his vision began to blur. In a daze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the general from the Warring States period. "Hey, kid, pinch your nose and don't inhale." A hurried voice echoed from within the laboratory. The door swung open, revealing a corpulent man clad in a white lab coat and wearing an oxygen mask, standing before Wayne. "Long time no see, Uncle Quinn." Wayne's voice came out faintly. "Ah, I am currently developing the latest plague bomb, and this is a toxic gas that accidentally leaked. However, it is rather surprising that you did not succumb to poisoning after inhaling it," Quinn exclaimed in admiration. But that was the last sentence Wayne heard before he lost consciousness. A glimmer of light appeared before him, and as Wayne abruptly opened his eyes, he was confronted by an enormous face, causing him to shut his eyes once more in fright. "Hee, you're awake. It seems the antidote is quite effective," Quinn remarked with a smile. "Antidote?" Upon a surge of excitement, Wayne hastily opened his eyes and instinctively glanced in a particular direction, subsequently releasing a gentle sigh of relief. Thankfully, Wayne struggled to rise from the bed, yet he felt utterly devoid of strength. "Do not worry, it is merely a minor side effect of the antidote. A moment's rest will suffice," Quinn said with a cheerful smile. In his hand, he held a syringe with a needle so thick it was alarming, and a few drops of the medicinal liquid lingered at the tip. "Goodness, that wasn't the very instrument used to administer my injection, was it?" Vane surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he found himself in a spacious laboratory, adorned with an array of intricate instruments. Various solutions and reagents were neatly arranged, some of which appeared to be flammable and explosive hazards, bubbling ominously. Behind Quinn, a large iron barrel stood, emanating the enticing aroma of a savory bean soup. Wayne reclined upon a frigid metallic bed, which appeared to be intended for experimental purposes. "You are quite fortunate. I have never faltered in my concoction of poisons. And yet my first failure is witnessed by you," Quinn proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "Fortunate? What a jest. Nevertheless, Uncle Quinn, is this poison not rather effective? The moment I inhaled its scent, I succumbed without even a moment to react." Wayne flexed his arm, sensing the resurgence of strength. "Ah!" Quinn laughed heartily, for indeed, he was the world's foremost malevolent scientist. Even in the event of a failed concoction, it was not merely an ordinary toxin that could compare. However, the previous poison acted with such swiftness that the enemy succumbed to unconsciousness before they could even experience pain. Such a circumstance would deprive him of the exquisite pleasure derived from tormenting his foes. A reminiscent expression graced Quinn's face, for in this world, nothing brought greater delight than witnessing one's enemies endure suffering. What a wretched sadist he was. A flicker of disdain crossed Wayne's eyes as he regarded Quinn's perverse mindset. It appears that the limits of the human physique are indeed evident. Quinn, with a sense of lamentation, remarked that if one cannot even withstand the slightest noxious gas, then perhaps— his eyes sparkled as he gazed at Wayne upon the bed. Perhaps what? Perhaps it is time to embrace the glorious evolution. Ha ha ha. Evolution? A transformation of the body? Contemplating Quinn's expertise in the realm of scientific research, Wayne uttered, "Bingo." Quinn snapped his fingers, declaring that the human body is far too fragile. The power of science is the mightiest weapon in existence. Wayne, do you believe in science? He inquired as his head and arms executed an uncanny rotation, completing a full 360-degree turn before retrieving a bowl of mung bean soup from a large iron barrel behind him, and then, with the same peculiar motion, returned to his original position. Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth, contemplating the frailty of flesh and blood and the notion of mechanical ascension. He could only express his belief in it. After a brief pause, a thought suddenly struck him. By the way, Uncle Quinn, do you still have those failed gas bombs? Indeed, I do. What do you intend to do with them? Quinn gestured towards a nearby laboratory table, upon which rested several transparent glass jars. Here they are, along with the antidote. Since they are deemed failures, why not gift them to me, Uncle Quinn? Wayne found himself quite intrigued by this fragrant poison gas. Quinn scratched his head, pondering for a moment. Well, they are indeed failures. If you desire them, take them. With Quinn's consent, Wayne unceremoniously packed the vials of poison and the antidote into his backpack. I am immensely grateful, Uncle Quinn. You truly are the genius scientist of our beast pirates. When feigned an expression of adoration and said, moreover, I have heard that Uncle Quinn possesses remarkable expertise in shipbuilding as well. Ahaha, you rascal. Do not always speak the unvarnished truth. Quinn was immensely pleased by Wayne's words, and he joyfully patted Wayne's shoulder a few times. Oh, by the way, would you care to see the latest pirate ship I have constructed? With a grin, Wayne's eyes momentarily gleamed with a hint of triumph. How splendid this was. Quinn's laboratory was situated near the coast, and Wayne soon followed him to the shoreline. A magnificent three-masted sailing ship gradually came into view. Its size rivaled that of a medium-sized warship Wayne had seen before, with numerous cannon ports extending from its hull, clearly marking it as a pirate vessel designed for battle. The main sail was made of white canvas emblazoned with the bold black letters spelling Queen, while the other two masts proudly displayed the Jolly Roger of the Beast Pirates, fluttering in the wind with a resounding crackle. The ship was entirely adorned in a golden hue, and at its bow was a strikingly crafted golden brontosaurus, evidently inspired by Quinn's utilization of the brontosaurus fruit's powers. Additionally, the hull bore a variety of musical graffiti, distinctly reflecting Quinn's unique style. Lord Quinn, you've arrived. Upon seeing Quinn, a group of pirates who were fishing and basking in the sun on the shore greeted him with utmost respect. They were the shipwrights of the Queen. Ahahaha. What do you think, Wayne? Isn't this ship magnificent? Quinn gazed at the newly constructed vessel with growing affection. The endeavor to gather the finest materials for its construction had consumed 2.5 years. Indeed, it's clearly a fine ship, Wayne nodded repeatedly. Having been a colleague of Vegapunk and a leading scientist, Quinn's supervision in its creation assured its quality. Furthermore, the ship was equipped with the latest technology developed by Quinn himself, including upgraded cannons. Quinn laughed heartily, declaring that with this vessel, traversing to any corner of the world would be a breeze. Yes, Uncle Quinn. I happen to need to make a trip to Dressrosa. Could I possibly borrow it for a while? Wayne responded with a cheerful agreement. However, upon hearing these words, Quinn's expression instantly fell, turning exceedingly grim. No way, I refuse. Please, Uncle Quinn, I promise to cherish your ship just as I treasure the 100 beast pirates, Wayne continued. Refusal is final, while I may concede to other requests. This is non-negotiable, Quinn asserted with unwavering determination. This ship is as vital to me as rice cake and red bean soup. What would happen if you were to damage it? For the sake of that beloved dish, I once dared to confront Big Mom, demonstrating the paramount significance of the newly constructed Queen in my heart. Wayne stroked his chin and cast several longing glances at the freshly minted vessel, the Quinn. His eyes were filled with desire. He had truly set his heart on the ship. Ah, an idea struck him, when suddenly extended a finger, a look of triumph adorning his face. Uncle Quinn, during my time in the Navy, I encountered vessels crafted by Vegapunk, and they truly exuded a sense of advanced technology. Oh, Quinn's interest was piqued upon hearing Vegapunk's name. Was that old fellow also intrigued by shipbuilding? Indeed. It is said that the ships designed by Vegapunk are not only impervious to damage but can endure even the most arduous voyages and fierce naval battles without suffering significant harm. With merely a simple repair, they can be restored to their original condition. Vane was uncertain whether Vegapunk had any interest in shipbuilding. His words were merely intended for Quinn's ears. After all, these two old friends had not seen each other for decades. Quinn, unaware of Vegapunk's inclinations towards ship construction, was momentarily taken aback, and a faint blush visibly crept across his face. "Humph, my ship can also achieve those feats," Quinn asserted with a hint of defiance. Wayne continued to deliver his pointed remarks. "Not quite right, Uncle Quinn. Just a moment ago, you mentioned that the Quinn is prone to damage, which implies that this vessel is rather fragile, does it not? Alas, it seems that Vegapunk truly deserves the title of the world's foremost scientist." Wayne shook his head in disappointment. "However, do not lose heart, Uncle Quinn. Although your reputation may not rival that of Vegapunk, your intellect certainly does not fall short either." "What utter nonsense," Quinn retorted, his cheeks flushing with indignation. "In the realm of science, there is no such thing as a hierarchy of first and second. I, after all, am the world's most nefarious scientist." He pointed emphatically at the Quinn. "Boy, are you doubting my capabilities? Then embark on this journey aboard this very ship. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my technology." Vane repeatedly gestured in refusal, yet the radiant smile at the corners of his lips betrayed his true feelings. How could he possibly feel at ease? "Enough of the nonsense. Your refusal only shows disdain for me." At this moment, the dynamics of offense and defense had shifted. When it came to comparisons with Vegapunk, Quinn exhibited an unmistakable aggression, harboring an unwavering desire not to be outdone by his former elder brother. "I truly cannot contend with you. Very well then, Uncle Quinn. I shall temporarily assume the role of quality inspector for the Quinn." Wine, with a feigned expression of reluctance, eventually acquiesced. "Humph, that is more like it." Only then did Quinn nod in satisfaction. At the harbor of Ghost Island, a pirate exclaimed, "Dave, Jack, look over there." He pointed excitedly at the golden pirate ship that was slowly sailing towards the shore. The pirates turned their gaze, and there, standing at the bow of the ship, was none other than Wine, who had departed not long ago. "Wow, Wine, where did you acquire such a magnificent vessel?" Jack exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. "It's Uncle Quinn's ship. He has graciously lent it to us for our voyage," Wine replied with a smile directed at his fellow pirates. "Hooray!" The pirates erupted in excitement upon hearing the news. This grand ship was indeed impressive, a fitting emblem for the world's strongest pirate crew. "Everyone, aboard!" Wine called out to all at the harbor. "Bring the supplies on board. For this voyage, I expect each of you to be fully alert." "Yes, Wine." The pirates responded eagerly as they hurried to transport the necessary provisions onto the ship. Dave's heart raced with exhilaration. He understood Quinn's temperament and the extent of his fondness for this ship. Previously, when other pirates had sought to catch a glimpse, Quinn had mercilessly denied them. To everyone's astonishment, Brother Wayne managed to secure a vessel for our maritime expedition, indicating the high regard that the prominent figures within the pirate crew hold for him. "I truly have not allied with the wrong person." Jack, observing from the side, felt a surge of envy. He silently resolved that once he ascended to the rank of a cadre, he too would possess a pirate ship akin to this one, adorned with a magnificent mammoth as the figurehead. As all the pirates boarded, the Queen set sail, departing the harbor and navigating towards the waters surrounding the land of Wano. Wayne did not exaggerate. This ship was indeed robust. The previously perilous plunge down the waterfall was remarkably smooth, as the Queen glided down with grace, experiencing not even the slightest jolt. Before long, the pirate ship, carrying over 100 souls, descended the waterfall and landed upon the azure expanse of the sea. It had been quite some time since Wayne had ventured across the ocean. Breathing in the refreshing air, he marveled aloud, "How beautiful is the sea!" For Jack, this was his inaugural voyage. He stood at the bow, exuberantly waving his arms, filled with the joy akin to that of a child weighing 800 pounds. "Brother Wayne." Dave approached, holding a nautical chart. "Dressrosa is not too far from us. If we travel at full speed, it will take approximately 10 days to reach our destination." Vane uttered a sound of affirmation and set forth, with Dressrosa as his destination. Roar. The pirates responded with exuberance. Under the blazing sun, the azure sea shimmered like a myriad of jewels. A few seagulls soared gracefully above a golden-hued pirate ship. Fluffy white clouds drifted lazily across the sky, invoking a sense of languor. On the deck of the ship, a red and white-striped sunshade was raised, beneath which Vane reclined on a lounge chair, leisurely sipping the orange juice concocted by the ship's chef. His bare torso displayed well-defined and robust muscles, and he wore nothing but a pair of vibrant floral shorts. complemented by a pair of black sunglasses perched on his nose. In this appearance, he bore little resemblance to a pirate embarking on a conquest. Rather, he seemed more akin to a young master enjoying a vacation at sea. With a grand vessel, ample provisions, and loyal subordinates at his beck and call, life felt remarkably splendid. Wayne wore a smile at the corner of his lips, clearly relishing this leisurely moment. However, Jack struggled to appreciate it. When they first set sail, he was brimming with excitement, eager to reach Dressrosa and seize the throne from the old king. Yet, after 3 days at sea, restlessness consumed him, and he found himself inquiring incessantly about their progress. "Why haven't we reached Dressrosa yet? I'm utterly bored," he lamented to the pirates aboard, pacing the confined space of the ship in a futile attempt to alleviate his boredom. The cramped quarters heightened his sense of confinement. Devago, fishing at the stern, grew increasingly annoyed by Jack's antics and eventually retrieved a fishing rod from the cabin, offering it to him. "Jack, if you're truly bored, why not join me for some fishing?" "Fishing? Who do you think I am? Is it really that simple?" Jack retorted, though his body betrayed him. Having never fished before, he felt an unexpected surge of interest. After accepting the rod and receiving brief instructions from Devago, he cast it into the sea. Watching Jack ignite with enthusiasm over the prospect of fishing, Wayne chuckled, recalling his own struggles to catch even a single fish during his earlier attempts. When Jack failed to catch anything after a while, he quieted down. Wayne encouraged him, shouting, "Come on, Jack. Tonight's dinner is in your hands. Haha, don't worry, Brother Wayne." Jack responded, brimming with vitality, although the fishing rod appeared exceedingly diminutive in his grasp, resembling a slender toothpick. This was, of course, no fault of the rod itself. It was merely that Jack's towering stature made it seem so. The tranquility enveloping Wayne's ears finally allowed him to savor the delightful moments upon the sea. However, scarcely had he closed his eyes when a cacophony of voices erupted from the stern of the ship. "Look, what is that? A monster. There's a monster in the sea. Huh, what is happening?" Vane furrowed his brow and swiftly rose to gaze towards the stern of the ship, where the sound emanated. "Brother Vane, come quickly. What is this?" A voice, laced with terror, suddenly rang out as nearly all the pirates clustered by the railing at the ship's rear, their eyes fixated on a shadowy mass beneath the water. The shadow was immense and writhed incessantly. Could it be a sea king? Vane's pupils constricted. Such a colossal creature, lurking in the depths, was likely a product of the New World, a sea king. "Fear not. It seems not to have noticed us," Vane reassured them. The body of the sea king was as colossal as a small island, and typically, if left undisturbed, it would not initiate an attack. Meanwhile, Jack was still diligently tugging at the delicate fishing rod. Wayne gazed in bewilderment at the fishing rod in Jack's hands. "Jack, have you caught a fish?" "Indeed, Brother Wayne. It appears to be a sizable one," Jack exclaimed with exhilaration. At that moment, Wayne noticed that the fishing line was taut to its limits, yet it remained utterly still. The end of the line seemingly connected to a shadow lurking beneath the surface. "Jack, what have you caught?" Without a moment to marvel at the rod's quality, Wayne seized the fishing rod from Jack's grasp and hurled it into the sea. However, the next instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar of rushing water, the shadow began to gradually rise from the depths. First, a colossal bull's head emerged, adorned with sharp teeth and crowned with 2 formidable horns, the line still dangling from its mouth. Subsequently, its lower half surfaced, leaving only its tail submerged in the water. The sight of this creature, its body a striking amalgamation of black and white spots, with the upper half resembling a bull and the lower half a fish, left the pirates utterly dumbfounded. Some among them had encountered sea kings before, but such a gargantuan specimen was an unprecedented sight. This creature was certainly a prodigious example among sea kings. The ocean's enchantment lies in the adventures and serendipities that abound, where one can never anticipate the sudden onset of storms or the emergence of monsters and treasures. "My dinner," Jack bellowed, a gluttonous drool escaping the corners of his mouth. Envisioning the delectable feast this fish, nearly 10 times larger than the queen, promised to be. Meanwhile, the bullfish's eyes glowed red, swiveling as if contemplating which pirate to devour first. "Jack, you fool." Even Wayne, typically composed and affable, couldn't restrain his ire. "You were supposed to fish, and instead, you reel in this beast?" The urgency of the situation became apparent. Before the pirates could shake off their terror, the massive form of the bullfish leaped into the air, revealing its pale underbelly before crashing down with tremendous force. Instantly, the sky above was obscured, and the pirates' eyes widened in horror as they cried out in alarm. "Beast, do you know who I am?" Jack's pupils dilated as he glared at the bullfish above, his scythe unsheathed in an instant. He leaped from the deck, charging directly at it. Wayne, however, did not abandon the pirates. After all, their service would be essential for the voyages ahead. Wayne raised his juice cup, striking a pose as if to transform. In the next moment, a dazzling purple light flickered, brilliant and resplendent. The giant of light, no, the deity of thunder, Kanamitsukami, made its entrance, delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen of the bullhead fish. Boom! Both Jack and Wayne's attacks struck the bullhead fish simultaneously, causing it to grimace in pain, its eyes bulging in distress. This blow altered the fish's descent, sending it perilously close to the edge of the pirate ship before it plunged into the sea. With a resounding splash, a massive fountain of water erupted on the surface, the splattering seawater cascading down like a torrential downpour. "Brother Wayne, look." Dave pointed towards the sea. There, the figure of the bullhead fish flipped in the water, then began to approach the pirate ship again from below, seemingly intent on ramming its abdomen against the vessel. Vane was filled with perplexity. The attack method of this creature was rather peculiar. Is not the abdomen the most vulnerable area for fish? The bullhead fish was remarkably swift in the water, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to collide with the bottom of the ship. Should this behemoth strike, even a vessel crafted from steel would surely be shattered. With a crackling sound, the purple giant hovered in midair, gathering a sphere of white lightning in its hand, as a terrifying force coalesced within, emitting a cacophony resembling the cries of 1,000 birds. Thunder slash. The purple giant dove downward, and as the lightning orb made contact with the surface of the sea, it erupted with a thunderous explosion, electrifying the bullhead fish into a state of convulsion. Remarkably, visible black char marks began to appear upon the creature's body beneath the water. A deep, mournful roar resonated from the depths, as the bullhead fish seemed to lose its consciousness, rolling over onto its back and gradually floating to the surface. A free electric therapy. How fortunate for you. Observing that the great fish had lost its ability to resist, Vane released his power, reverting to a young boy clad in oversized shorts, and leapt onto the deck. At that moment, a pirate exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Vane, there is something on its belly." Something on its belly? Vane approached the edge of the fence and lifted his gaze, observing the belly of the cowfish, which was large and white, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, as he followed the direction indicated by the pirate, he discerned a peculiar protrusion on the fish's pallid belly. It appeared to be a chest, roughly the height of a person, identical in shape to the treasure chests one typically encounters. What could possibly account for the presence of a treasure chest within the belly of the fish? Wayne was filled with perplexity. Upon the sight of the treasure chest, the pirate's eyes gleamed with excitement as they began to indulge in vivid fantasies. "It must be overflowing with gold coins," exclaimed one avaricious pirate. No, it is undoubtedly a collection of exquisite wines." Another speculated, given the size of that chest, it could very well be a slumbering princess, waiting through the long drift for a prince's kiss to awaken her. A princess? Wayne cast a peculiar glance at the pirate who spoke, suspecting that he had indulged too much in tales of adventure. "Bring the ship closer, but do so with caution." "Aye, Brother Wayne." As the queen gradually approached the bullhead fish, the shape of the treasure chest became increasingly distinct. The surface of the chest was even adorned with numerous small gemstones, shimmering under the sun's radiant light. Could it truly be a treasure? A flicker of anticipation surged within Wayne's heart. If such a substantial chest were filled entirely with Bailey or gold coins, it would likely suffice to sustain the entire crew for several years. However, the chest was perfectly wedged within the belly seam of the bullhead fish, its position neither askew nor misplaced, with deep crimson scratches marred along its edges. Wayne suddenly realized why this sea creature was so violently attacking the pirate ship with its belly. It must have been in considerable pain. It sought to dislodge the chest that was stuck against its underbelly through the friction with the vessel. With a series of soft thuds, a few daring pirates leaped onto the belly of the bullhead fish, meticulously slicing at the chest that had become ensnared there with sharp daggers, careful not to injure its flesh. Their actions were not born of sympathy for the creature, but rather a fear of awakening this formidable beast, which would spell disaster. Before long, the pirates succeeded in forcibly prying the chest free. It appeared quite heavy, necessitating the combined effort of several pirates to hoist it aboard their ship. "Brother Wayne, it must contain something magnificent." With a resounding thud, the chest was placed on the deck, and the pirates immediately surrounded it, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at the treasure. The thrill of treasure hunting was utterly exhilarating. Just then, With a splash, the bullhead fish suddenly stirred. Rolling over in the water, its once fierce eyes now appearing rather dazed and endearing as they regarded the pirates on the ship. Had it been feigning death all along? The fish emitted a sound, this time imbued with gratitude, as if thanking the pirates for freeing it from the chest that had been lodged against its belly. After this, the bullhead fish turned and swiftly swam away, disappearing from sight in an instant. Devago, witnessing this scene, lost in his imagination, exclaimed with excitement, "Ha ha ha. Brother Wine must have known about that chest all along, which is why he only stunned the fish. He didn't kill it outright for fear of damaging the treasure. Yes, that must be it. Brother Wine is truly magnificent." The expression on Devago's face was one of deep reverence. The other pirates nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with excitement and admiration as they looked toward Wine. Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. The thought processes of these pirates were indeed peculiar. Next, it was time to address this treasure chest. Wayne was also quite curious about what lay within. "Brother Wayne, there's a lock on it." The treasure chest was adorned with a rusted iron padlock, yet it appeared relatively new, suggesting that it had only recently been cast into the sea. "Step aside. Allow me," Jack exclaimed excitedly, wielding a sharp scythe as he brought it down upon the chest. With a resounding clang, Wayne's arm was enveloped in a dark, armored hue, effectively blocking Jack's scythe. Vane's forehead was shrouded in dark clouds as he clenched his teeth and uttered, "What will we do if you ruin what's inside?" Upon hearing this, Jack offered a sheepish chuckle. Indeed, what Brother Vane said was quite valid. Wayne exhaled softly, choosing not to stoop to the level of the foolish. Subsequently, without resorting to a knife, a sound akin to a whisper resonated as violet flames materialized in his grasp. He extended his hand, and upon contact with the iron lock, the purple fire erupted fiercely. Wayne's command over the violet flames was remarkably exquisite, ensuring that not a single ember scorched the chest itself. In no time, the iron lock melted away, transforming into a pool of molten iron that dripped onto the deck, leaving a small indentation in the wooden surface. The pirates, however, remained utterly unconcerned, their full attention fixed on Wayne as he prepared to unveil the treasure within the chest. As the chest creaked open, a blinding golden light flickered, nearly dazzling the onlookers. Coins. It must be a trove of gold. Before the cheers could erupt, in the very next moment, the radiance abruptly faded. Upon closer inspection, they were dismayed to find the interior startlingly empty, reminiscent of their own barren wallets. "What? Empty?" In an instant, a pirate cried out in disbelief. "No. Look inside the box." The crowd leaned in once more, and indeed, they discovered the sole occupant, a parchment of sheepskin, quietly resting at the bottom of the chest. Could it be a treasure map? A flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. With a nod of approval from Wayne, Defuge, visibly anxious, retrieved the ancient-feeling parchment. As he slowly unfurled it, a glance at the scrawled, erratic script caused his pupils to constrict, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and his body trembled slightly. Defuge, what does it say?" Jack, observing his heightened agitation, inquired urgently. Wayne's expression also shifted slightly as he turned to Devago, under the curious gazes of the crowd. Devago calmly remarked, "I seem to have forgotten one thing. I cannot read." "Wayne, Jack, everyone, you are illiterate. What chaos are you causing here?" Yet, unbeknownst to Wayne, individuals like Dave Go, who are illiterate, abound within the beast pirates. At the very least, Dave Go can scrawl his own name, which places him among the elite in terms of educational attainment among pirates. Wayne snatched the parchment with fervor and cast his gaze upon its contents. Fortunately, it was inscribed in the universally understood language of the pirate realm. Had it been composed in the ancient script of historical texts or the tongue of a particular race, Wayne would have found himself utterly perplexed. As he unfurled the parchment and laid it upon the deck, he swiftly comprehended the words inscribed therein. "By the time you read this passage, I am most likely deceased. I am Plank. Yes, the infamous scoundrel Captain Plank." The parchment commenced with a self-introduction. Plank. After a moment of contemplation, Wayne recalled this individual. A year ago, the notorious pirate Plank was a formidable presence in the New World, having built his reputation through maritime plunder. He single-handedly sank a naval warship, which catapulted him into fame. It is said that he wielded a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, with a bounty of 200 million berries on his head, making him an exceedingly ruthless character. Furthermore, he had once seized the treasures of an entire nation. Some speculate that his disappearance is merely a retreat into seclusion with his ill-gotten gains. Throughout the long course of my life, I have devoted nearly all my being to the pursuit of that elusive grand treasure, sacrificing my wife, my daughter, and even my very life for its sake. Upon reading this passage, Wayne furrowed his brow. Is this the lament of a pirate on the brink of demise? Wayne found it rather tedious. Where have you been all this time, only to recall the existence of your family when faced with death? Ah, it is merely a quest for psychological solace for your own irresponsibility. Wayne continued to gaze downward. This land is known as the Kingdom of Rommel. Damn. I should not have come here, nor should I have disregarded the priest's counsel, venturing out at midnight in search of liquor. I have sustained grave injuries. That man's sword was swift, and I scarcely caught a glimpse of his movements, only a visage of terror, seemingly youthful yet exuding an overwhelming scent of blood. Perhaps Prank is truly nearing his end. The ink of his writing has begun to fade, as if he lacks the strength to leave a clear mark upon the page. I am a suspicious soul, and so upon my arrival, I buried all my treasures beneath the cathedral. It seems a pity that they remain hidden there. And I hold a particular disdain for churches, for I am a man burdened with sin. Surely, God would be incensed upon witnessing such a wretch. How absurd it is that I, a pirate, would find myself entangled in faith. The sea breeze is rather tumultuous. How undignified a demise this is. Not even knowing who has claimed my life. Yet, I bear no regrets. Were I to choose again, I would still set sail. I am nearing death. Should you desire those treasures, seek them within the cathedral of the Kingdom of Rommel, for I have concealed them there. Wayne gazed thoughtfully at the contents of the parchment, his mind swirling with myriad reflections. This Plank, a man who devoted his entire life to the pursuit of great treasures, only to recall his family in his final moments, is indeed both pitiable and contemptible. Was it truly worth wagering everything for a dream? Moreover, in this age of piracy, individuals akin to Plank abound in number. However, what surprised Wayne was the undeniable fact that this parchment indeed chronicled the whereabouts of Plank's treasure. As for the treasure that Plank spoke of, it undeniably exists. For the nation that was plundered later sought assistance from the world government due to famine. Zephyr once mentioned this incident in class and even organized a fundraising event. Smoker generously donated a substantial portion of his living expenses for over half a year, to the extent that in the following semester, he relied on Wayne for meals. Thus, Wayne recalled this matter with particular clarity. Nevertheless, there remains the possibility that it may be a fabrication. Wayne stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Pirates are cunning. Especially someone like Plank, whose reputation is irreparably tarnished. One cannot trust a single word from him. Yet what if? The name of the Rommel kingdom also struck a familiar chord. Furthermore, the young swordsman, who struck with such swiftness that even the notorious pirate Plank, with a bounty of 200 million, could not discern his movements, seemed to resonate from some distant memory. However, Wayne could not quite recall where he had encountered such a name before. This parchment had thoroughly ignited Wayne's thirst for exploration. Brother Wayne, what is written on it? Jack urged from the side. Silence, I am pondering, Wayne replied. Jack, understanding the hint, promptly closed his mouth. Dave and the others looked at Jack with surprise. Ever since Brother Wayne arrived at Ghost Island, another individual had emerged capable of keeping Jack in check. Bring the navigator here. Wayne addressed Divego, remarking that had he not discovered the treasure map, it would have been inconsequential. However, now that he had seen it, the thought of not exploring its mysteries would undoubtedly torment him. What if? If he ventured forth and found nothing, then so be it. Yet, if he refrained from witnessing it with his own eyes, even in the absence of treasure, it would linger in his heart as if it were indeed there. The allure of the unknown was simply irresistible. Indeed, Brother Wayne, Divego replied obediently, without uttering a single unnecessary word, as he hurriedly dashed into the cabin to summon the navigator. How far are we from the Kingdom of Rommel? Wayne inquired of the navigator. Though Wayne held a modest position within the beast pirates, he now commanded the ship, and the navigator, aware of the gravity of the moment, promptly consulted the nautical charts he carried. He discovered the Kingdom of Rommel, which was in close proximity to their current maritime location. The navigator presented the chart to Wayne, indicating the position of the Kingdom of Rommel. The course of the Quinn was directly aligned toward Dressrosa, with the Kingdom of Rommel situated conveniently on an island adjacent to this route. Should they choose to divert to the Kingdom of Rommel before proceeding to Dressrosa, it would only delay their journey by 3 or 4 days. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Wayne remarked, "It seems that fortune is favoring me, as if heaven itself is lending a hand. Brother Wayne, shall we alter our course?" Dave, possessing a keen sense of observation, had already discerned Wayne's intentions. Indeed, Our first destination will be the Kingdom of Rommel. As for the reason, it is unnecessary for you to know. However, rest assured, it is certainly not due to the treasure's location inscribed on this parchment. Have you all understood?" The crew of pirates responded with silence. Wayne smiled as he gazed at the assembled pirates. The threat evident in his eyes was unmistakable. Upon encountering that gaze, the crowd's expressions tightened with apprehension. Though Brother Wayne typically exudes an air of elegance and amiability, he is, without a doubt, a true pirate, having once served as a nefarious naval officer, skilled in formidable tactics. Moreover, in stark contrast to the irascible commanders, Brother Wayne possesses a temperament remarkably gentle. Such a commander is indeed a rarity, nearly impossible to find even with a lantern in hand. Consequently, the crew tacitly resolved to keep this matter concealed. However, among the pirates, there are always a few valiant souls. "Brother Wayne, I object. Lord Jean explicitly instructed us to return early." This young pirate, inexperienced both in age and in the ways of piracy, regretted his words the moment they escaped his lips. He found himself surrounded by irate pirates, their faces darkened with fury, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. With a raised brow, Wayne contemplated how to deal with this troublesome individual. In the next moment, Jack swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself before the young pirate, his face etched with fury. "Everything my brother Wayne does is justified. Your opposition to him marks you as an undercover agent sent by the Navy. If the Navy stands against my brother, then he must be in the right." Jack roared, spittle flying onto the young pirate's face. Realizing he had misspoken, the young pirate hastily confessed, "Brother Jack, I was wrong." "Humph. Be more mindful in your next life," Jack retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling into the sea. 2 days later, the pirate ship reached the island of the Rommel Kingdom. "Brother Wayne, why is this island so peculiar?" a pirate exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the island shrouded in mist. As Wayne gazed into the distance, he confirmed that this was indeed the Kingdom of Rommel. The travel guide noted that due to the persistent fog enveloping the entire island, Rommel was also referred to as the City of Eternal Mist. The pirate ship docked, revealing a foreboding castle shrouded in the mist, where eerie sounds seemed to echo, as if terrifying creatures lurked within, ready to pounce and seize them. The once ferocious pirates were now quaking in fear, nearly soiling themselves. Even Jack curled up in a corner of the ship, trembling, a giant fearful of ghosts. Alas, this island appeared increasingly sinister. "No, I can't do this. It seems I've contracted a malady that prevents me from setting foot on the island." "I feel the same," the pirates echoed, their expressions filled with dread. Wayne sighed in exasperation. "What use are you all?" Observing the group of cowards who could barely hold onto their weapons, he exhaled deeply. In such a state, bringing them to the island would only hinder him. "And treasures are best enjoyed alone. Never mind, you stay here and guard the ship. If anything happens on the island, I shall notify you with this communicating sea snail." With that, Wayne handed a fragment of his life card and a communication sea snail to Daifugo. The communication sea snail, akin to a telephone buck, was a unique communication tool from Wano Country. Long live Brother Wayne. Upon hearing this, the pirates were momentarily taken aback, then erupted with gratitude, raising their arms in cheers. Although Daifugo felt fear as well, he summoned his courage. "Brother Wayne, please, let me go with you. You are too weak. You would only be a burden." Wayne swiftly rejected. "Though what you say is true, it truly stings," Daifugo replied, looking woeful and pitiful. Soon, Wayne donned a black cloak and set foot on the island, entering the capital of the Kingdom of Rommel. The streets were enshrouded in fog, the gray sky casting an oppressive atmosphere. The scene before him was somewhat blurred. Without a keen eye, one could only discern what lay within 5 meters. A hurried passerby rushed past Wayne, oblivious, and collided with him. "Oh dear," the person exclaimed, panic-stricken. Upon realizing Wayne was not the specter of his fears, he quickly apologized and murmured, "It's already evening. You should hurry home." With that, he fled without a backward glance. Vane paid no heed and continued to navigate forward. Perhaps it was due to the pervasive mist, but the houses in this area appeared to be shrouded in darkness, their architectural style reminiscent of the medieval era. The buildings lining the streets had their doors firmly shut, even though it was evident that people were within. Yet, the lights remained extinguished, as if they were evading something. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Despite Vane's keen perceptual abilities, locating a church in such an environment was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, he pressed on and eventually stumbled upon a quaint tavern. With a creak, the rustic wooden door swung open, allowing a chill breeze to sweep in, abruptly rousing the elderly bartender who had been resting his head on the counter. "Huh?" Upon seeing Vane, cloaked in a dark robe and concealed in the shadows, the old bartender was genuinely startled. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely a passing pirate." Wayne removed his hood, revealing his visage. "Oh my God. You truly startled me. I thought a murderer had arrived, but it turns out you are a pirate. Please, sit down, Mr. Pirate, while I fetch you a cup of coffee." The seasoned bartender, still recovering from his fright, warmly prepared a seat for Wayne. "This." Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. "A murderer?" Wayne was filled with bewilderment, pondering what manner of murderer could instill a fear in the hearts of the locals that surpassed even that of pirates. Wayne took a seat but declined the steaming cup of coffee offered by the elderly bartender. "There is no need for anxiety. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters." "Please, go ahead. Where's the cathedral?" "The cathedral? Ah, you must be referring to St. Les Cathedral." The elderly bartender responded. "It is just down the street. Turn left upon exiting, and it will be a mere 10-minute walk." Wayne felt a sense of relief, thankfully. He would not have to expend his own time searching. "Do you wish to go to the church to pray?" the old bartender inquired once more. Wayne nodded and rose to his feet, poised to make his way towards the door. However, at that moment, the old bartender positioned himself directly in his path. "Hold on a moment, pirate." Vane furrowed his brow and casually pulled out a bill from his pocket, placing it on the table. "Oh my God. I swear I did not mean it that way," the old bartender remarked, discreetly slipping the bill into his pocket. "Pirate, listen to me. You are not from this island, and thus you remain oblivious to the dangers that lurk at night, where one might encounter a murderer." The bartender's expression was grave, devoid of any pretense meant to frighten Vane. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Vane was momentarily taken aback. However, as he connected the dots with his previous experiences, he began to sense something amiss and quickly inquired, "What is going on?" "Do not ask any further. You are still young. Heed my advice. If you wish to pray, do so at dawn. Under no circumstances should you venture out at night," the old bartender urged earnestly. Upon witnessing the murky gaze of the old bartender, along with the panic of pedestrians he had observed on the streets and the sight of citizens barricading themselves within their homes, Wayne let out a sigh. "You need not say more. I am a pirate, and fear does not dwell within me." Noting that Wayne did not appear to be a mere fool, the old bartender shook his head in resignation and began to explain. "About a year ago, a murderous fiend emerged in the capital, prowling only under the cover of night, exhibiting a ferocity and cruelty unmatched, striking down anyone in sight. Initially, each morning would unveil a gruesome tableau of lifeless bodies strewn across the streets. The mere recollection of that scene evokes terror even now. Subsequently, the king dispatched the most elite royal guard to hunt down this fiend under the cloak of darkness. Yet, as the old bartender's face contorted with horror, he recounted the grim fate that befell them. They too were slaughtered by the very murderer they sought to vanquish. When discovered, they were found drenched in blood, their bodies marred by wounds inflicted by a sharp blade. Vane listened intently to the old bartender's narrative, his brow furrowed in concentration. This murderer, was he truly a swordsman? It transcended the mere question of whether he wielded a blade. He embodied a rare and ineffable kind of psychopathy. Regrettably, the pervasive fog enveloping the night rendered it impossible for any living soul to discern his features. The bartender's words bore an air of authenticity, for Vane could distinctly perceive the profound dread reflected in his murky gaze. He only emerged at night, leaving his victims, riddled with wounds, as testament to his lethal prowess. Vane seemed to have an inkling of the identity of the murderer. "Young man, why not stay here for the night? Wait until dawn to head to the church. The killer will not emerge during daylight," the old bartender urged once more. "Who do you think I am? Whether he is a murderer or a succubus, I am a pirate who slaughters without a moment's hesitation. Make way." Vane disregarded the words of the old bartender, uttering a fierce retort before forcefully pushing him aside and striding out of the tavern. The old bartender watched Vane's departing silhouette and let out a deep sigh. Alas, another soul is destined to perish at the hands of the murderer. Upon stepping outside, a biting cold wind assaulted him, and the temperature plummeted sharply. The night was as still as water, enveloped in an eerie silence. Clang! The sound of metal rang out as Vane swiftly drew his military knife from his side, unleashing his observation hockey to its fullest extent, ever vigilant for any imminent assault. Following the direction indicated by the old bartender, Vane proceeded along the wall. Before long, a tower with medieval architecture came into view, evidently the cathedral mentioned by Captain Plank in the parchment. Strangely, The grand doors of the cathedral were not shut tightly like those of other buildings in the town. Instead, they stood wide open, emanating a faint orange glow from within. A church unafraid of the murderer. Could it be that this fiend harbors a faith? Wayne murmured with an odd expression before stepping inside. Upon entering the church, he surveyed the interior. It bore a striking resemblance to the churches he had envisioned for Western weddings, with rows of white chairs leading to the far end, where several grand paintings depicted the deities revered by the people of the kingdom of Romir. Beneath the images rested a square coffin, adorned with several bouquets of white flowers in homage to the deceased. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a black monk's robe, wielding a cane, stood solemnly before the coffin, his demeanor grave. The old man's beard was flecked with gray, his face marked by the passage of time, and his eyes held a profound depth, exuding an air of authority. He appeared to be offering an incomprehensible prayer for the occupant of the coffin. "Father?" Wayne inquired tentatively. In the world of pirates, islands and nations were countless, each with its unique customs. Wayne's understanding of various religious cultures was rather limited. However, the monk's robe and the thick book resembling a Bible in his hands led him to associate the term father with the elderly figure. "Welcome to St. Les Church, stranger. Please, take a seat," the old man said, exhibiting no surprise at Wayne's arrival, his tone calm as he inquired about Wayne's purpose. "Are you not afraid that I am a murderer?" Wayne asked impulsively. "You are not a murderer. A murderer's blade carries the resentment of the dead, and that intense scent of blood cannot be erased," the old priest replied matter-of-factly. Vane first cast a glance at the standard-issue military knife in his hand, a look of doubt crossing his face as he murmured, "But this is made of stainless steel, and the blade is embedded with sea tower stone. If there is blood, it can be easily washed away." The old priest responded with silence. "Are you deliberately seeking trouble?" he inquired. "What shall I call you?" "Vix. You remain here alone in the church, with the doors wide open. Do you not fear?" "I do not fear." "Why do you not fear?" The priest chose not to engage further with Vane. When spoke at length, compelled by an inexplicable desire to engage in conversation with the elderly priest upon their meeting. This feeling was peculiar, so much so that even Wynne himself was oblivious to its emergence, despite having received rigorous training in the Navy, which instilled in him a profound wariness of strangers. He found this vigilance gradually dissipating, observing that the old priest showed no inclination to acknowledge him further. Wynne took a seat in the front row. Yet, the venerable Father Vix remained steadfast, uttering words that Wynne could not comprehend while fixating on the entrance. Surely, this old fellow would not stand there all night. How could he then seek Captain Plank's treasure, although he was now a pirate and could easily intimidate the priest? Ransacking the church without a second thought, a flicker of conscience lingered within him as a former naval officer, preventing him from subjecting the old man to undue distress. Thus, he spoke. "Father, I wish to be alone for a moment. Could you kindly step outside?" Vix's expression darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "There is a murderer outside." Oh. It seemed that the only solution was to render the old priest unconscious. Just as this thought crossed Wayne's mind, Vix's gaze suddenly turned icy, casting a warning glance at Wayne, as if to convey a silent admonition. Noticing the old priest's frigid stare, Wayne was momentarily taken aback. Did this old fellow sense my thoughts? At that moment, however, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from outside the church, resonating ominously in the stillness of the night. Accompanying this was a pungent scent of blood wafting into the church with the night breeze. Indeed, it was the stench of blood that Wayne detected. A murderer! At this hour, who else could possibly come here but a murderer? "Trouble is afoot," Wayne remarked towards the entrance. "You too are a visitor," the old priest reminded him with an impassive expression. The footsteps approached the door. Wayne instinctively tightened his grip on the military knife, his gaze fixated on the increasingly distinct shadow at the doorway. In the next moment, a diminutive middle-aged man entered. The man was clad in an ill-fitting black suit that hung loosely on his frail frame. He possessed an unremarkable visage, the kind that would go unnoticed in a crowd, with unkempt stubble and bloodshot eyes that betrayed a profound exhaustion. "Father," the man spoke, his voice frail. "Carlo, you've arrived." The elderly priest seemed to recognize this man. Strangely enough, Wayne, on high alert, furrowed his brow, filled with confusion as he scrutinized the man named Carlo. After Carlo's entrance, the scent of blood inexplicably dissipated. Was he not a murderer? Had he merely succumbed to an illusion? "Carlo, you have finally come. I had thought you were indifferent to Merlin's demise." Vix spoke again, his tone tinged with reproach. How could this be? The man known as Carlo, disheveled and worn, allowed a bittersweet smile to grace his lips. I love Marin. I would do anything for her. No one in this world loves her more than I do." As he spoke, Carlo cast a fleeting glance at Vane before diverting his gaze and striding to the front of the church. Coming to a halt before the coffin, he lifted his eyes to peer inside, and with a voice thick with emotion, he uttered, "I am sorry, Marin. I have come too late. It is all my fault. I should have stopped you. I should never have let you go out at night." Witnessing this scene, Vane began to comprehend the grim reality. This man's wife had likely fallen victim to a murderer. Wayne rose to offer solace to the man named Carlo. However, as he approached the coffin, he inadvertently caught sight of a young woman with flowing blonde hair, her countenance etched with terror. She appeared to be in her early 20s, vibrant yet tragically lifeless. Her body bore numerous grotesque wounds, inflicted by a sharp blade, clearly mirroring the infamous methods of the notorious killer. Yet, upon noticing the gash on the woman's neck, Wayne's gaze sharpened, his eyes instantly brimming with vigilance as he turned to Carlo. At that moment, Vic spoke up, "Mr. Carlo, I recall that your wedding with Miss Merlin was officiated here. It is indeed a lamentable fate for Miss Merlin to meet such a dire end at such a tender age." Carlo's body seemed to shudder violently, overwhelmed by grief. As he choked out, "Yes, it is all my fault. I have brought this upon her. Alas, that demon shall ultimately face justice. Mr. Carlo, do not let sorrow consume you." Vic's voice remained flat, as if he had encountered such matters far too often. Yet, he suddenly shifted his tone. "Though it may be rather inappropriate to discuss this now, would you be willing to share the tale of your relationship with Miss Mellon?" "Of course, I would be glad to." Carlo exhaled a deep sigh, his expression unexpectedly one of relief. "I have known Mellon since childhood. She is 26 this year and seldom ventures outside. Therefore, she has few friends. Her disposition is exceptional. She never quarrels with anyone and periodically visits the orphanage to bring joy to the unfortunate children. The neighbors all recognize her as a kind lady. She cares deeply for me, inquiring almost every evening about my day and whether I have had altercations with customers. You see, I work at a bank, where I often encounter unreasonable patrons. For instance, they question why nefarious pirates can withdraw money at will while a humble citizen like myself cannot access a modest amount of berries. Last night, I received an unexpected assignment and failed to return home in a timely manner, but to my astonishment, she actually came looking for me. It is all my fault. I am truly wretched." Carlo's agitation intensified, his face etched with profound sorrow and anguish. In his emotional turmoil, he stumbled and instinctively reached out to steady himself by grasping the shoulder of the elderly priest, Vix. However, in that moment, Vix deftly sidestepped, leaving Carlo to grasp at air. He fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. His oversized suit met the floor, yet curiously, it did not crumple as anticipated. Instead, it emitted a sound akin to metal striking stone. Clearly, something was concealed within. This abrupt noise resonated jarringly in the stillness of the church, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Father, how did you discern that?" At that moment, Carlo, sprawled on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet, revealing a sharp dagger in his hand. The blade glinted ominously in the dim light of the room, exuding an unsettling aura. With the emergence of the knife, the acrid scent of blood once again wafted through the air. As Wayne caught a whiff of the scent, he instantly furrowed his brow. Could this blade have been immersed in a pool of blood for years? Whoosh! In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed as Carlo swung his sword toward Vix. With a sharp sound, Vix vanished from his original position, reappearing 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. "An intriguing old fellow, you truly are a formidable adversary. Splendidly, if I draw your blood, the demonic blade will surely enhance my strength." A cruel smile curled at the corners of Carlo's mouth, his eyes burning with a crimson glare fixed intently on Vix. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the old priest's expression remained as serene as still water. He raised his staff, gripping the hilt firmly, and gradually drew forth a slender sword, a blade hidden within the staff, gleaming coldly under the light. Indeed, you are not a conventional priest." Carlo's tone dripped with mockery. "Prior to my priesthood, I was a pirate hunter," Vix replied nonchalantly. "It matters not. Soon, I shall send you to meet God, just as I did with Merlin." The two men coldly regarded one another, both exuding a potent aura, poised for an intense battle to erupt at any moment. Yet, at that instant, an incongruous voice pierced the air. "Wait a moment, I believe it is essential for you to clarify matters before engaging in combat. You see, we only know that Carlo is the murderer of Merlin, but we lack understanding of his motives. Furthermore, What exactly is this demonic blade he speaks of? Is he truly a killer? And what unique abilities does this old priest possess? I think it prudent for us to sit down and discuss this in depth. Carlo's brow furrowed, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he turned to Wayne, who stood beside him. In the blink of an eye, Carlo swiftly produced a pitch-black pistol, aiming it unhesitatingly at Wayne's head and pulling the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, Wayne collapsed to the ground. Heh. You certainly talk too much. Carlo chuckled, realizing how easily he fell. I expected more of a challenge, and had I known, I wouldn't have wasted my breath on you. He then turned his attention to Vix, impatience radiating from him. Now it's your turn, priest. Carlo, it's truly you. The priest sighed softly, murmuring, ever since 6 months ago, you have been evading me, avoiding the church. I found it rather peculiar at the time. Unfortunately, I failed to investigate you then, leading to our current predicament. Carlo erupted into boisterous laughter, cackling, in this kingdom, who doesn't he know of your esteemed name, Father Vix? People say you can see through the innermost thoughts of others. Such a remarkable feat. I dare not take the risk. Yet here you are today. That is only because of you. You, under the guise of the church, placed Merlin's body in a coffin. To see her. I had no choice but to seek you out. She was my beloved. Carlo gritted his teeth and nearly roared, for a moment. His expression suddenly shifted to one of arrogance. I presumed you would summon the navy or the soldiers of the kingdom to ambush me. Yet I have thoroughly surveyed the surroundings, and there is not a soul in sight. Vix, are you truly this confident? Or perhaps, you are reluctant to expose your former identity? Vix did not refute Carlo. Instead, he retorted with a teasing tone. You are right. I have always been quite self-assured. A chuckle escaped his lips, yet it was hardly amusing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Carlo bent his knees and surged towards Vix with remarkable speed, his form transforming into a blur. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed as the longsword met the staff's blade, sparks flying forth, illuminating the dimly lit church for a fleeting moment. Whoosh! The two figures swiftly separated, only to collide once more. They weaved through the room with such velocity that they were nearly indistinguishable. Each clash of their sharp blades produced a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beside the coffin containing Marin's lifeless body, Vane began to rise slowly, a dark bullet nestled between his fingers. Observing the fierce duel between the two, an expression of exhilaration crossed Vane's face. Based on their swordplay, physical prowess, and the speed of their strikes, it was evident that both were masters of the blade. However, it was worth noting that throughout their confrontation, they had not once invoked their aura. Pure swordsmen? Such formidable individuals were indeed rare. For which renowned swordsmen did not hone their aura? Wayne is not truly a swordsman. Although he wields a military knife in combat and employs the divine artifacts, Kusanagi and Tatsuka, bestowed by the deity of thunder, he perceives the blade merely as a conduit for harnessing his haki and physical prowess. Thus, in a straightforward contest of swordsmanship, Wayne might not even measure up to Zaro, who is still honing his skills at the Gungshiro dojo. How exhilarating it is to witness a pure clash between true swordsmen. Even death would be a worthy price to pay for such a spectacle. Teacher Zephyr once imparted to Wayne that physical strength is the foundation of all. Any form of haki or devil fruit ability is predicated upon a robust physique. The elite warriors are all physical powerhouses, their recovery abilities unfathomable by scientific standards. It is upon this foundation of physicality that the development of martial arts and the cultivation of haki should be built, the truest path to becoming a formidable warrior. Swordsmanship is merely a branch of martial arts development. In the arena, Carlo and Vix evidently lack the proper education in haki. Crash! Their battle has escalated to a fever pitch. The church is in disarray, with most of the chairs shattered and the floor marred by numerous sword marks. Vix, how deeply you conceal your true self. Who would have imagined that the priest who solemnly officiates weddings and funerals could be a master swordsman? Carlo, with a sinister grin, lunges at Vix, his expression twisted and almost frenzied, the thrill of battle causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Clang! Flash! Under Carlo's relentless assault, Vix falters slightly as he parries Carlo's strike, the edge of his priestly robe tearing away to reveal the solid, bulging muscles beneath. Yet Carlo, too, begins to show signs of fatigue. They separate once more, each gasping for breath. Carlo, what has driven you to become this ruthless version of yourself? After stabilizing his stance, Vix fixated his cold gaze on Carlo. Humph, cruel? So what? I am doing quite well now. Seizing the opportunity to converse, both individuals swiftly adjusted their states. Carlo, while speaking, gradually removed his oversized suit, revealing a muscular physique that starkly contrasted with his scruffy, emaciated face. Do you know what I have endured over the years to grow stronger? Do you? I was frail as a child, bullied by the kids on the street. Do you comprehend the humiliation? Do you understand the psychological scars it inflicts on a child? From that day forth, I vowed to become stronger than anyone else. Strength became my singular aspiration. In truth, I never wished to kill Merlin. She was the only one who saw me as a person. Every time those thugs on the street beat me, she would tend to my wounds with such tenderness. Alas, if only she had never discovered this truth. We could have lived together, loving one another. But that day, she stumbled upon my knife and fled in desperation, running for her life. I couldn't allow her to expose me. That would unveil my secret. My blade is not yet formidable enough. I cannot afford to be revealed. My actions were merely impulsive, an unfortunate accident. Yes, undoubtedly an accident. A myriad of complex emotions intertwined upon Carlo's visage: anguish, remorse, despair, and even a flicker of exhilaration. His eyes oscillated between dullness and a frenzied gleam, as if consumed by an unending struggle within. Vix, aren't you a mind reader? Peer into my heart, into my emotions. Surely you can comprehend. Observing Carlo, who had descended into madness, Vix gently shook his head, a look of resignation and disappointment crossing his face. His earlier pause to speak was merely a ruse to buy a moment's respite to regain his strength. Though skilled in swordsmanship, age had caught up with him. Carlo, too, wore a pale, grim smile as he tightened his grip on the blood-stained demon blade. But all of this shall pass. Merlin will understand me. She must. When my name reverberates throughout this world, everyone will sing the tale of Merlin and me. So as long as I eliminate you, none shall ever know. Just by killing you, my demon blade shall be forged. Carlo's eyes blazed crimson, his face a mask of madness, as if he were already envisioning the moment of his triumph. His voice echoed in the dilapidated church, imbued with an almost frenzied obsession. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged once more at Vix. Yet suddenly, an incongruous voice pierced the air. So that's how it is. It all makes sense now. Upon hearing that familiar voice, both Carlo and Vix froze, their gazes shifting to the coffin, where Wayne had risen once more. You're not dead? Carlo gasped, his heart sinking, incredulity washing over him. In his mind, his bullet had surely struck Wayne. In his own eyes, Wayne was already a dead man. Yet he miraculously returned to life. Vane did not respond to Carlo's confusion and continued speaking to himself. I believe that the enchanted blade you possess must require bloodshed to grow stronger, Mr. Carlo. After each life taken, the so-called magical knife enhances its power. This is the very reason behind your murderous deeds. You have embraced the role of a killer to fortify your strength. Your wife, Melon, inadvertently uncovered your cruel actions and sought to expose you. However, upon discovering her intentions, you silenced her forever. Yet, I can only imagine that after you took her life, you felt a certain relief, didn't you? That sensation of liberation, free from burdens and constraints. No longer haunted by the fear of being watched or the anxiety of returning home to find your sinister secret unveiled. But before Vane could finish his thoughts, Carlo could no longer contain his fury and shouted, "Enough. Be silent." Wayne mocked with a smile. Look, why are you in such a hurry? Am I right? You cannot blame me. It is your own failure in managing your expressions. That triumphant excitement is practically written all over your face. Shut up. Shut up, Carlo roared, his eyes threatening to burst, with a trickle of crimson seeping from the corners, his pale visage and the scent of blood emanating from him rendering him a demonic figure. You simply do not understand. You have no idea how deeply I love her. You know nothing. Carlo shouted hoarsely, seemingly attempting to mask his inner turmoil with rage. Yet, at that moment, the previously silent Vix spoke up. Stop deceiving yourself, Carlo. That boy is right. Your professed love for Merlin is nothing but self-deception. I have seen through your heart, and it bears but two words: kill. After Vix's merciless revelation, Carlo's defenses crumbled entirely, like an enraged beast caught in a trap. He began to curse furiously. Bastard! Bastard! Damn you, Vix, stop your theatrics. With that, Carlo's eyes turned a fierce crimson, and he charged at Vix with even greater speed than before. Vix's expression tightened, as he clearly did not anticipate that this fellow would unexpectedly become enraged after his inner thoughts were exposed. In the next moment, Carlo swung his long blade towards him. Vix sidestepped to evade the attack, only to be struck in the chest by a sudden elbow blow. Vix staggered back several paces, a muffled groan escaping his lips as a trace of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. Why do you merely stand there and watch, boy? He cast a reproachful glance at Wayne. Huh? Wayne, who had been watching intently, was taken aback. Isn't it a point of honor for swordsmen to uphold their dignity? Is it not a disgrace for a swordsman to overwhelm the outnumbered? Wayne spoke earnestly, yet his words nearly provoked a laugh from Vix. Come over and lend a hand. Don't forget your true identity. True identity? The Navy? This old fellow certainly possesses an uncanny ability to read minds. However, now is not the time to ponder such matters. Wayne unsheathed the saber at his waist, advancing towards Carlo with a gaze as sharp as that of an eagle. Ah, old priest, how did you discern that my greatest delight lies in preying upon the weak and outnumbering the few, particularly when dealing with such scoundrels? It is truly astonishing to uncover that the dark tale behind the Rommel scythe incident conceals such a frenzied narrative. Wayne pointed at Carlo and remarked, Rommel's scythe? Vix cast a perplexed glance toward Wayne. Indeed, Carlo is a murderer without a doubt, but who claims there is only one? Just then, as if to affirm Wayne's words, a fierce and bone-chilling wind suddenly swept in from outside, howling through the air. Accompanying this gust was a pungent scent, equally as acrid as the blood on Carlo's blade. The sound of horses whinnying echoed from outside the church. Vix was perplexed. Wasn't Carlo a mere murderer? His abilities were infallible, and Carlo's heart had already revealed the truth he sought. Could it be that there was another killer apart from Carlo? Am I truly a harbinger of doom? Wayne murmured quietly to himself, pondering the arrival of the killer. The sound of hooves striking the ground resonated distinctly within the church. Shortly thereafter, a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a white shirt and denim trousers, entered, riding a white horse and wielding a rapier. He wore a plush cowboy hat atop his head, and his golden waves cascaded down, rendering him more alluring than any woman. Yet, upon this exquisitely handsome visage lingered a chilling and grotesque grin, as his frigid gaze swept slowly over the three individuals, reminiscent of a reaper surveying the deceased. It was unfathomable that such a terrifying expression could manifest on the face of one so young, merely 15 or 16 years of age. As Wayne's pupils constricted, he fixated intently on the handsome youth astride the white steed, his expression revealing a sense of inevitable realization. Upon hearing the prior description from the old tavern keeper, Wayne had already surmised much. The youth was named Cavendish, the prince of the bourgeois kingdom in the New World. He later became the illustrious captain of the beautiful pirate crew, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet's foremost leader. His life story could only be described as fantastical. From a young age, his extraordinary beauty attracted the women of bourgeois, who flocked daily to the palace gates just for a fleeting glimpse of him. As Cavendish matured into his teenage years, the situation escalated dramatically. The women of the kingdom swore they would marry no one but him. This predicament posed a significant challenge for the king, who fretted over the potential chaos that might ensue if Cavendish reached adulthood unscathed. Thus, the king arbitrarily condemned him to exile. Eventually, Cavendish found himself wandering to the kingdom of Rommel. It was here that he unexpectedly discovered he possessed a dual personality, one that was cruel, bloodthirsty, and nearly twice his own strength. Whenever he succumbed to slumber, this alternate persona would emerge, transforming him into a murderous fiend. Initially, upon realizing this unsettling truth, Cavendish was filled with trepidation and wished to eradicate his darker self. However, subsequent reports of the murderous demon reignited in him a sense of allure and delight, prompting him to remain. By day, he navigated the circles of elite society, leveraging his striking visage, while by night, he morphed into a ravenous killer. Cavendish's nefarious deeds inadvertently intertwined with those of Carlo, who, capitalizing on Cavendish's infamous reputation, engaged in malevolent pursuits of his own. Though their objectives diverged, one seeking the limelight and the other honing his demon blade, both traversed the nocturnal realm as harbingers of death. Vane swiftly reviewed the events surrounding the murderer in his mind, a process that transpired in a mere heartbeat of 1 or 2 seconds. Upon regaining his composure, he found Vix staring intently at his face, a look of astonishment etched across his features. Vane began to speak. I can perceive everything you are thinking. However, now is not the time to discuss this. Once we have dealt with these two individuals, I shall reveal everything to you. Vex's demeanor was composed, his gaze firmly fixed upon Cavendish and Carlo ahead. Vane nodded slightly. Carlo, upon witnessing the arrival of Cavendish, exhibited a palpable sense of dread. How had this individual found his way here? Clop, clop, the handsome prince, mounted on his white steed, proceeded slowly into the depths of the church, his presence akin to that of a grim reaper under the dim light. In that moment, Vane was reminded of a poignant remark by the illustrious Lu Sun from a past life. Not every rider of a white horse is a Tang monk. Some may well be harbingers of death. Carlo furrowed his brow, clearly harboring a measure of trepidation towards Cavendish. For he was a creature capable of single-handedly decimating an entire Royal Guard squadron. His enchanted blade was still insufficiently formidable. He needed to bide his time. Taking a few steps back to maintain a safe distance from Vane, he called out to Cavendish behind him. "Hey, kid, you must be that killer, right? Those two scoundrels are intent on taking our lives. Perhaps we could forge an alliance." Whoosh. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Cavendish, like a gust of wind, suddenly leapt from his mount. Carlo barely registered the motion of Cavendish drawing his sword before a sharp breeze brushed past him. Countless beams of sword light danced in his vision, and in an instant, he found himself marred by deep, gaping wounds inflicted by the keen blade. Streams of crimson gushed forth, droplets soaring into the air, only to land upon the sacred floor of the church. This night was destined to witness a tempest of bloodshed within the hallowed sanctuary. The air was rent by piercing screams. Carlo had scarcely the time to react before Cavendish's swift blade viciously pierced his body in multiple places. His complexion drained of color. He fell backward heavily onto the floor, blood oozing continuously from his mouth. How could it be so swift? Gulp. The old priest Vix instinctively swallowed hard. Glancing at Vane beside him, "Did you catch that?" he asked. "Barely," Vane replied. This Cavendish, seemingly in a state of lethargy, exhibited an astonishing speed. Judging by the velocity and power he demonstrated in his strike, it was highly likely that he had not practiced swordsmanship nor trained since his exile. His current prowess could rival that of a notorious pirate with a bounty in the realm of 300 to 400 million. After dispatching Carlo, Cavendish sauntered toward Vane and Vix, a terrifying grin twisting his lips, accompanied by a chilling chuckle. Whoosh! A glint of cold steel flashed as Cavendish lunged once more, his rapier tracing a graceful arc through the air. Vane's gaze sharpened, and with a resonant hum, he enveloped his blade with the armor of hockey. With a powerful push against the ground, he surged forward. "I shall see just how swift you truly are." Vane executed a strike with the most rudimentary technique of naval swordsmanship, delivering a powerful and forceful chop. Yet, in the next instant, it seemed as though he had merely struck a gust of wind, as his blade ultimately descended upon the floor, carving a deep gash into the surface. So swift? Cavendish had vanished without a trace, only to reappear at Vane's side in the blink of an eye, thrusting his sword with remarkable speed. Clang! The resonant clash of metal rang out suddenly, revealing a look of confusion upon Cavendish's grimacing visage. Unable to penetrate? A mechanical and emotionless voice escaped Cavendish's lips as his rapier met the ethereal purple barrier that had materialized around Vane. In but a fleeting moment, Cavendish leaped to safety. Amidst the battered remnants of the floor, Vane rose to his feet, a serious expression etched upon his face. Must I resort to my abilities? A sense of reluctance washed over him. Although employing the power of the fruit to subdue Cavendish would be a trivial endeavor, reliance on such abilities would hinder his progress. Wayne yearns for progress, especially as he currently finds himself undercover in the perilous environment of the beast pirates. Naturally, he cannot afford to overlook any opportunity to strengthen himself. At this moment, a promising chance presents itself. Whoosh! A gentle breeze brushes against his cheek as Cavendish's attack strikes once more. 1. Relying solely on the military knife in his hand, perpetually clashed with his adversary's attacks. The blades collided in the air time and again, separating only to converge once more. Sparks flew forth, while the howling winds within the church unleashed a formidable pressure that shattered tables and chairs into splinters. Vix raised his arm defensively before him, his face a mask of disbelief. What manner of monsters were these two? Cavendish relied on his ghostly speed and exceptional swordsmanship, while Vane depended solely on his physical prowess. For him, it mattered little whether his weapon was a military blade or his fists. They were merely instruments for channeling his strength. As the battle raged on, Vane felt an overwhelming frustration. This young man's speed was simply astounding. Every time Vane seized an opportunity to strike, he would vanish like a gust of wind. It was akin to playing a game where all points were allocated to evasion. Vane possesses an abundance of power, yet he is utterly incapable of striking him. Buzz! With a swift motion, Wayne leapt aside, placing his hands on the ground. In a graceful twist, he straightened his legs and unleashed a powerful kick in all directions. Raging Galefoot, how will you evade this? Countless slashes shot forth indiscriminately, targeting every corner of the church. The wall murals, the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, and the entire interior were all ruthlessly severed. My church! Vix's pupils constricted, and he could no longer maintain his composure. He exerted all his strength to guard the coffin, shattering the oncoming slashes with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Cavendish's figure darted through the air with astonishing agility, evading countless waves of slashing attacks as if he were a mere gust of wind, skillfully avoiding strikes that would rend the walls asunder upon contact. This won't suffice. You must match his speed, Vix exclaimed to Wayne. Wayne, now back on his feet, felt a surge of astonishment within. Indeed, this approach was futile. How could one possibly match his velocity? Utilizing the shave technique from the six forms might barely achieve such speed, yet how could he land a precise strike? Would it rely on the strength of his limbs, or on swifter movement? As he pondered this dilemma, an image from the original narrative flashed through his mind. Reminiscent of Luffy's battle against Katakuri. Observation haki, perhaps? Memory surged in his mind like a carousel. In the Marineford training camp, the esteemed Kizaru had been summoned by teacher Zephyr to impart lessons drawn from real combat experiences. With a slightly lecherous tone, he had declared that speed equates to power. To attain speed, one must first perceive it, not with the eyes, but through haki, specifically observation haki. To constantly perceive the opponent's position and even anticipate their next move is the advanced application of observation haki. Kizaru, I understand. A glimmer of realization illuminated Wayne's mind. Ever since he had been struck thrice by Kaido, he had been harboring a peculiar sensation, a premonition of his opponent's next move. Now was the moment to harness that feeling to its fullest potential. With a swift motion, the rapier came lunging toward Wayne's eyes, only for him to deftly tilt his head aside. In a fluid motion, he executed a backflip, spinning gracefully through the air before landing securely on his feet. Even Vix was momentarily taken aback, wondering how he had evaded the strike. The swordsman's intuition told him that had he been in Wayne's position, he would have certainly failed to escape unscathed. Vayne let out a soft chuckle, a curve gracing the corners of his lips. Ah, splendid. I can perceive it now, the fleeting glimpse of the future. The advanced observation haki has been achieved. It is my turn now. With a swift motion of his arm, Wayne seemed to evoke a palpable change in the atmosphere around him, prompting Cavendish to retreat instantly, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished into the dimly lit corner. Yet, at that very moment, Wayne's form flickered, similarly morphing into a specter that pursued Cavendish relentlessly. Shave. One of the 6 techniques, it harnessed formidable explosive force for rapid movement. White blade, gunshot. The military knife lunged forward with unwavering precision, leaving Cavendish with no means of evasion. Resolutely, he pivoted, channeling the momentum of his turn to deliver a powerful slash. However, Wayne, having already discerned Cavendish's intentions, did not even attempt to dodge. Whoosh. In a mere instant of contact, Wayne surged past Cavendish like a tempest. Cavendish, arching his back and gaping at the ceiling, trembled slightly. The next moment, a violent rip echoed as his clothing tore apart. The belated strike unleashed a ferocious onslaught akin to a wild beast, with razor-sharp slashes raking across his body. Blood gushed from every wound, and ultimately, with a heavy thud, he collapsed into a pool of crimson. When sheathed his sword and directed his gaze towards Carlo, who lay sprawled upon the floor. Though injured, the fellow was not yet lifeless. Carlo, do not feign death, Wayne declared. Upon hearing these words, Carlo sprang to his feet, one hand clutching his chest wound, the other brandishing the knife, fleeing in a panic towards the door. Humph, seeking to escape? Just as he was about to reach the threshold, the resonant clang of blades echoed ominously in his ears. Vayne delivered a swift strike to his back, followed by a forceful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Thud. Carlo attempted to rise, but a powerful hand pressed down on his head, forcefully slamming it against the floor. As his skull collided violently with the ground, Carlo felt as if his very crown were shattering, and several stars spun around his vision. Yet, this was not the end. Vayne seized what little hair Carlo had left, yanking his head upwards, only to bring it crashing down once more. No, I concede, he shouted with every ounce of strength he could muster. Boom. In response, an excruciating pain radiated through his head. This torment continued for several more blows, until Carlo lay breathless, utterly incapacitated, at which point Vayne rose and dusted off his hands. Years of dealing with outlaws had taught Vayne that when confronting such scoundrels, delivering a finishing blow was paramount. Meanwhile, Father Vix, from a shadowy corner of the church, produced a thick iron chain, deftly binding the fallen Cavendish. How is it that there are chains within this church? Vayne spoke with an odd expression. A hymn, as a priest. It is quite reasonable for me to carry a chain for self-defense. This is hardly the behavior of a proper priest. Never mind. Vayne waved his hand and lifted the long blade that had fallen from Carlo's grasp with his military knife. What is the origin of this cursed blade? Is it truly as Carlo claimed, that killing would grant one strength? Wayne scrutinized the knife intently, yet he could discern nothing extraordinary about it. Aside from its slightly pronounced metallic tang of blood, the blade appeared utterly commonplace in his eyes, even exhibiting signs of dullness along the edge. In terms of sharpness, it paled in comparison to the distinctive military knife he held in his grasp. In essence, it was merely an ordinary knife. Vix shook his head and said, "I have delved into his soul. That knife was purchased from a street vendor. The notion of a magical blade that enhances one's strength is merely a self-deceptive excuse of his. In his heart, he is utterly convinced of this." After speaking, Vix sighed. Carlo is truly a madman. So it was like this. Gazing at the magical knife, still stained with remnants of blood, Wayne deftly used his military blade to embed the magical knife into the floor. With a mere thought, a wisp of purple flame ignited from his hand, and upon touching the magical knife, it blazed fiercely. At that moment, Carlo, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes wide and beheld the magical knife engulfed in purple flames. "No!" Carlo cried out with a heart-wrenching scream. "Without the magical knife, how can I become powerful? How can my name echo throughout this world?" Tears streamed down his face, etched with profound anguish. "Have you truly deceived yourself?" Wayne arched an eyebrow. With a hissing sound, the once rusted magical knife quickly melted into a pool of molten iron under the scorching heat of the purple flames. "My knife!" Carlo, racked with pain and unable to move, could only glare at Wayne with intense malice. "You bastard! Give it back to me!" Carlo incessantly cursed Wayne. Yet suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he looked at Wayne with a face full of ingratiation. "Ah, that purple flame, what is it?" "It can consume the magical knife. It must be more potent, right? Give it to me, please. I want to grow stronger. I beg you, grant me this. Give it to me, you bastard." Wayne's gaze gradually turned frigid. It was evident that Carlo had succumbed to madness. To degenerate to such a level for the sake of so-called power? The fallen are beyond redemption. Huh. Vane slowly approached Carlo, his arm enveloped in a violet barrier, fierce purple flames blazing intensely, the terrifying fire scorching Carlo's face. "Do you desire such power? Then it shall be granted to you." "Really? Thank you so much. Once I become strong, I will surely repay you, I promise." As the violet flames made contact with Carlo, they spread rapidly across his entire body, igniting with ferocity. In an instant, Carlo let out a blood-curdling scream. An indescribable agony enveloping him, and soon, he was reduced to nothing but charred remains. Witnessing this scene, Vix took a deep breath. "Well done, lad. You are quite formidable." Wayne turned around and gazed at Vix. "So what exactly is the matter with you, priest? An empowered being?" Vix nodded and revealed, "I possess the ability granted by the reading fruit. As long as I engage in continuous communication with others, I can glimpse their innermost thoughts. Moreover, those who draw near to me are influenced to become more willing to converse. It is this fruit that has greatly assisted me in becoming the most beloved priest in this nation." Upon hearing Vix's words, Wayne was momentarily taken aback. The existence of such a devil fruit that grants the power of mind reading was astonishing. Devil fruits are categorized into three main types: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Among the Paramecia fruits, many possess abilities that could be deemed as game-changing. For instance, the mind-reading ability of the individual before him. If they were to serve as an interrogator in a prison, not a single soul would dare to utter a word under scrutiny. It seems rather a waste of talent for them to be merely a humble priest. At that moment, Vix continued, "By the way, there is something I have yet to inquire about. You noticed something amiss with Carlo from the beginning, didn't you? Especially upon seeing Marin's corpse." "Indeed." The wounds on her body were inconsistent with the tales of a notorious killer whose blade was said to strike with the swiftness of the wind. Yet, Carlo's strikes were far too sluggish. Even I could discern that the force was entirely incorrect. Vix offered a slight nod. "Indeed, Father Vix. Since you possess the ability to discern the depths of my thoughts, you must also be aware of the purpose of my visit here," Wayne remarked with a gentle smile. Vix's lips curled in a wry smile as he resignedly remarked, "Do as you please, but do not make a mess of it. It is truly regrettable that Plank concealed treasures beneath his own church. How unfortunate that he did not take the time to thoroughly examine his heart at that moment." Wayne gazed upon the disheveled church, unable to restrain a chuckle. It seemed that no matter how chaotic it appeared, it could hardly be in a state of greater disarray. Wayne began to pace upon the floor of the church, endeavoring to discern the location of the hidden treasure. Before long, he detected a hollow section of the flooring. He knelt down, placing his hand upon it, and suddenly his fingers curled into a claw-like shape, emitting a resonant hum as his armament manifested. Subsequently, he commenced to excavate. His hardened, obsidian hands proving as effective as any shovel. The moment the stone met his grip, it was effortlessly crushed. In a short span, a substantial pit materialized within the church, causing Vix to watch in distress. Within the pit lay a grand chest, slightly encrusted with moist earth. The chest was locked. And after a brief examination, Wayne lifted it, pondering how to unlock it. At that moment, Vix retrieved a small stick from the ground and approached, deftly prodding at the lock mechanism. In scarcely 3 seconds, a satisfying click resonated and the lock sprang open. Such skillful execution. Wayne was left with a puzzled expression, resembling that of a bewildered soul. "Father, what exactly did you do before?" In response to Wayne's inquiry, Vix paused momentarily, a nostalgic look gracing his face as if he were reminiscing about the tumultuous history of his earlier years. "Would you care to hear my past tales?" "Not at all," Wayne interjected, crossing his arms defiantly across his chest. Surely, it must be yet another cliché narrative of a pirate hunter weary of bloodshed, who reinvented himself as a righteous priest, Wayne remarked. Vix was momentarily taken aback, standing in stunned silence for quite some time before finally uttering, "You rascal." Subsequently, Wayne swiftly lifted the lid of the treasure chest. In an instant, a dazzling golden light illuminated the entire cathedral. The chest was brimming with gold and silver riches, an array of exquisite jewels and ornaments, and even a crown forged from gold, symbolizing nobility and power. Ding! Upon beholding these treasures, Wayne's pupils sparkled with the glimmering symbols of wealth. It was estimated that these riches could fetch at least 2 billion berries, if sold on the black market. The sum would be even greater, equivalent to 2 decades of his salary. "Ahem," Vix remarked, unable to suppress a couple of light coughs at the sight of Wayne's entranced expression. Wayne, realizing the situation, chuckled awkwardly. "That old priest, I hardly ever handle money. I have no interest in it." Vix twitched the corner of his mouth, leaving one to wonder if he believed it or not. However, despite Wayne's avarice, he undeniably rendered significant assistance. Not only did he capture the true murderer, but he also sent that scoundrel Carlo to meet his maker, thus becoming a great benefactor of the kingdom of Rommel. From that moment forth, the citizens of Rommel regained their knights. Although the external mists lingered, the distinction between day and night became negligible. "What do you intend to do with that fellow?" Vix pointed at Cavendish, who was securely bound by iron chains, and reminded you that his bounty in the Rommel kingdom was a staggering 200 million berries. 200 million berries? Quite a substantial sum indeed. Wayne slowly approached Cavendish, only to find the strikingly handsome youth, covered in blood, now soundly asleep. A glimmer of greed flickered across Wayne's visage. It is worth noting that bounty hunters acquire their rewards through a discount system, with approximately 30% deducted. However, the official navy operates differently. Capturing such a perilous pirate outside of working hours not only earns 1 military merit but also the full bounty. Currently, Wayne was tasked with infiltrating the beast pirates, and apprehending Cavendish was undoubtedly considered an operation outside of regular duty. Contemplating this, Wayne retrieved a miniature transponder snail from his pocket. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, even at the stroke of midnight, the lights in the Admiral's office blazed brightly. The on-duty sailors gazed at Admiral Sengoku's office with admiration. It was quite remarkable that Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp were still diligently occupied with military affairs at such a late hour. Inside the office, Sengoku glared at Garp, who was noisily munching on a rice cracker at the desk, a surge of ire bubbling within him. This old coot always barged in at the dead of night to rouse him, all while indulging in his rice crackers. "Damn it, Sengoku. That brat says he no longer wants to be a pirate," Garp shouted, his mouth full of rice cracker, bits of crumbs splattering onto Sengoku's face. Sengoku paused, taken aback. No longer wanting to be a pirate? Wasn't he that rather splendid? Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, had previously clamored to set sail and become a pirate, which had greatly troubled Garp, the Navy hero. After all, Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, was now the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world government's foremost enemy. If his grandson truly became a pirate, their family would indeed be quite the spectacle. That kid truly doesn't want to be a pirate. He claims he aspires to be the king of the pirates. Garp bellowed at Sengoku. Urgency etched across his face, as more crumbs flew onto Sengoku. Sengoku's brow furrowed, a vein appearing on his forehead, his expression darkening. This entire family was utterly unreliable. That's your family affair. I've told you, stop bothering me. Furthermore, nurturing the next generation of the Navy to resemble Dragon and Luffy, you, the so-called hero of the Navy, bear no fault in this? Sengoku retorted bluntly. Old man Garp was evidently taken aback by Sengoku's words, his face flushing crimson. He opened his mouth, but could not articulate a response, hastening the consumption of his rice crackers instead. Stop eating. Leave some for me. Just as Sengoku prepared to snatch the rice crackers from him, the transponder snail on the desk began to ring. Bloop, bloop. Sengoku's gaze sharpened. It was Bruce Wayne's exclusive phone. Garp, step aside. This is classified information reserved for those of Admiral rank. TCH, what Admiral rank? I've rejected promotions to Admiral several times already. Kapu, in a casual manner, picked his nose, his eyes filled with disdain. Ah, you old rascal. Sengoku sighed, but he did not hasten to expel Kapu from the room. Their friendship had spanned half a lifetime, rendering such trivialities unnecessary to conceal. Buka, Sengoku answered the phone. This is Sengoku. Lieutenant Bruce Wayne from the Naval Headquarters, reporting in. Sir. Upon hearing Wayne's frivolous tone, Sengoku gritted his teeth and admonished, You'd better be serious. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I have an urgent matter to report. Sengoku, sensing the significance of Wayne's call, inquired gravely, What is it? Wayne recounted the developments regarding Kaido's directive to conquer the Kingdom of Dressrosa and the ensuing events in the Kingdom of Rommel. However, his account was a modified version. That scoundrel Kaido wanted me to conquer the Kingdom of Dressrosa, which I outright refused. Yet he insisted and even threatened me, to avoid raising his suspicions. I had no choice but to comply. When I arrived in the Kingdom of Rommel, I learned of a malevolent killer lurking there, with justice on my side. How could I stand idly by? So Sengoku's brow furrowed in concern after listening. However, as he processed the information, his gaze sharpened. Then, why did you and those pirates venture to the Kingdom of Rommel? It's simply because those illiterate pirates couldn't even read a map, which led them to stray off course and end up here. Vayne elucidated, I see. Sengoku fell into contemplation. He was well aware that Kaido was a battle maniac. However, he never anticipated that Kaido would dare to set his sights on the territories of the world government's allied nations. Unfortunately, the Navy's forces were exceedingly limited in several maritime areas near the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Should an incident occur, timely support would be exceedingly challenging. Vayne, what is your perspective? Sengoku inquired. Me? I observe with my eyes wide open. Just kidding. Are you the fleet admiral or am I? One is not foolish. When it comes to sensitive national matters, he understands the importance of discretion. One could easily bear the weight of a grave misfortune. And who would one turn to for justification then? Is there truly no alternative? Indeed, there seems to be none. Commander Sengoku, whatever course you suggest, I shall follow without question. Upon hearing this, Sengoku stroked his goatee thoughtfully. Originally, he had planned to reward one for resolving the issues with Fuzzvuff and the notorious murderer from the Rommel Kingdom, with the prospect of further military merit, such as the situation in Dressrosa, leading to a promotion and a salary increase. However, it appears that even the clever one finds himself at a loss. It seems we must. Before Sengoku could finish his thought, an urgent voice from one interrupted him. Hold on, Commander Sengoku, I have a plan. Commander Sengoku, I possess a strategy that can ensure the safety of Dressrosa. Ha ha, what an amusing little rascal you are. Kapu, seated opposite Sengoku, could not contain his laughter, nearly doubling over in mirth. Kapu is also present. One, you sly fellow. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. Yet, he was genuinely intrigued by what one could propose to thwart the madness of Kaido. One continued on the other end of the transponder snail, Commander Sengoku. Does Kaido not seek the submission of Dressrosa? Then let us allow Dressrosa to submit to him. After all, I will serve as the intermediary, and I can cultivate some informants in Dressrosa for future endeavors. When the time comes to confront Kaido, we can execute a coordinated effort. Moreover, what Kaido truly desires is the allegiance of the Dressrosa Kingdom. The protection fees are of secondary importance. For the affluent Dressrosa, it amounts to a mere trifle. This. Sengoku inhaled deeply. Are we to allow Kaido to have his way? Such an outcome would be a tremendous humiliation for the world government. Furthermore, when? Surely you cannot expect us to persuade a king of a world government member nation to submit to a pirate? Sengoku's concerns were not without merit. On the other end, when chuckled lightly, Commander Sengoku, it seems you are not well acquainted with King Riku. He is, in fact, a commendable ruler. Faced with the threats of Don Quixote da Flamingo, who has already become a warlord of the sea, he agreed to the outrageous demands simply to spare his people from the horrors of war, managing to gather a staggering sum of 10 billion berries from the entire populace. Of course, that was merely a pretext for Doflamingo's usurpation of the nation. King Riku, who trembles before even a warlord, would certainly not stand against the likes of Kaido. It is worth noting that Doflamingo himself breaks into a cold sweat at the mere mention of Kaido's name. Commander Sengoku, if you trust my judgment, you may entrust this matter to me. Do you truly wish to conquer Dressrosa through warfare? If that is indeed what Vayne implies, then he would undoubtedly never consent. No, no, no. Relying solely on brute force and a pair of fists to accomplish tasks is the hallmark of a lesser navy. I possess the means to compel the king of Dressrosa to willingly submit, albeit temporarily, to the beast pirates, while ensuring that the innocent civilians there remain unharmed. After Wayne finished speaking, Sengoku noticed that Carp's expression suddenly turned ashen. You little brat, who are you calling a brute who only relies on iron fists and sheer strength? Carp. Sengoku quickly intervened to halt Carp's outburst. Then, with a thoughtful demeanor, he took a moment before calmly stating, Very well, Wayne. I shall place my trust in you this once. However, remember this, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must contact headquarters immediately. You are still young, and I sincerely hope you do not err in such matters. Sengoku's words were imbued with genuine concern. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, Wayne replied. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. I require comprehensive intelligence and recent movements of a particular pirate crew. Which pirate crew? The 7 warlords of the sea. Specifically the Don Quixote family led by Doflamingo. Inside the chapel, Wayne contentedly concluded his call with the snail. He had already reported on Cavendish to Admiral Sengoku, and in due time, a naval vessel would arrive to escort him to impel down. The bounty of 200 million berries had been transferred to Wayne's name. Moreover, he had successfully located Captain Plank's treasure. Coupled with his newfound mastery of advanced observation hockey, this evening could truly be deemed a bountiful harvest. Wayne did not linger excessively. After reinforcing the chains on Cavendish once more, he bid farewell to Father Vix and returned to the Queen with a chest brimming with treasure. Look, what is that in the sky? It's coming this way. Indeed, it's a monster. What sort of monster? Is it Ultraman? That is clearly Brother Wayne. Dave scolded. Huh. The pirates scrutinized and soon realized that the figure soaring through the sky was none other than Wayne, returning once again. Brother Wayne, you have finally returned, exclaimed Jack, who had been plagued by fears of monsters emerging from the fog during Wayne's absence. Thud. Wayne landed steadily on the deck. Now, timid souls, what kind of pirates are you without the courage to embrace the unknown? He placed a hefty bag of treasures onto the deck, instantly capturing the greedy gazes of the pirates. However, upon meeting Wayne's icy stare, they exchanged awkward smiles. After all, these treasures were personally recovered by the esteemed Wayne. According to pirate customs, they could indeed attempt to seize them, and no one would object, provided they possessed the strength to prevail. With that matter settled, it was time to let Dressrosa experience the awe inspired by the beast pirates. Wayne waved his hand, instructing his crew to turn the ship's bow towards Dressrosa. Upon hearing the news that they could finally depart from this cursed place, the pirates erupted with excitement, exclaiming, Yes, Brother Wayne. Days later, the Queen finally arrived at Dressrosa. At the harbor, fishermen and merchant vessels spotted the skull flag flying from the pirate ship. Look, what is that? It's a pirate ship, and it's the Beast's pirates. How is it possible? Why would the Beast's pirates be here? Run. Upon seeing the flag of the Beast's pirates, the people at the harbor scattered in all directions, a testament to the infamy of Kaido that resonated throughout the New World. Soon, the pirate ship docked. Vayne, accompanied by a band of pirates, set foot upon the island. Brother Vayne, shall we commence our plundering? Inquired one of the pirates. Plundering? Who are we to rob? How shall we proceed? Vayne immediately fixed a piercing gaze upon the pirate. Why, of course, we shall seize from the common folk. Is not pillaging, burning, and looting the very essence of our pirate nature? He replied candidly. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Vayne glared at him in fury. Rob from the commoners? You dare suggest such a thing? How utterly base. Foolish. You are no better than a lowly pirate. This outburst left the pirate in a state of terror, questioning what had provoked Vayne's sudden wrath. Had he truly erred in his words? Yet, was this not the common practice among other pirates? What is your level of education? Vayne pressed on. Education? I am but a mere apprentice pirate. Having trained for 2.5 years in the Ghost Island rookie training camp, he stammered. A mere illiterate. Not only are you unlettered, but you are also a fool in matters of thievery, Vayne declared sharply. What value lies in robbing the commoners? They have been drained dry by the noble lords, leaving naught behind. Let me enlighten you. To be a competent pirate, one must first discern who possesses wealth. The pirates stood in stunned silence, feeling as though they had acquired profound wisdom. Remember this well, Vane instructed, gesturing towards the imposing castle in the distance. From this day forth, our beast pirate crew shall not rob from the impoverished, but rather we shall seize from the affluent. Not rob from the poor? The pirates felt as though they had been imparted with invaluable knowledge. Vane further remarked that when plundering the wealth of noble merchants at sea and elsewhere, it sufficed to seize only their treasures, leaving behind some provisions and fresh water. This way, when they next encountered these victims, they could continue their profitable cycle of robbery. A collective gasp arose among the pirates as they suddenly realized the folly of their previous ways. Brother Wayne truly lives up to the esteem bestowed upon him by Lord Kaido. Brother Wayne, we comprehend. Very well. Wayne nodded and proceeded to have a meal. Vane, leading a formidable band of pirates, made their grand entrance into a prominent restaurant on the street, causing passers-by to flee in terror. How could the beast pirates possibly be here? Upon entering the establishment, both local patrons and those dining within, be they pirates or bounty hunters, swiftly vacated the premises with discernment. This time, there were no brash youths attempting to confront the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords with reckless bravado. The restaurant staff, visibly anxious, promptly presented a menu, mindful not to exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. Wayne and Jack, along with Dave, were seated at a table. Jack reached for the menu, glanced at it briefly, and then slammed it down onto the table. Let us have all the dishes from the menu, he declared. Vane cast a puzzled glance at Jack. Although the group had substantial appetites, was it truly necessary for everyone to sample every dish? However, he quickly realized that this young man was illiterate. The news of the beast pirates' invasion of Dressrosa soon reached the ears of King Riku III. In the palace atop the hill, King Riku was not as aged as depicted in the original narrative. Rather, he was robust and vigorous. The beast pirates? The crew of the notorious Emperor Kaido? Why had they come to this place? Panic etched itself onto King Riku's face. The Sea Emperor was the mightiest pirate in the New World, a force to be reckoned with, and each member of his crew was a formidable monster in their own right, commanding powerful pirate legions. If they so desired, they could lay waste to an entire nation in a matter of moments. How many have they brought? King Riku inquired further. Approximately over 100. With a rather young captain leading them, the guard replied candidly, "This, Your Majesty. Should we not gather our forces immediately while they are still disembarking and unprepared to strike?" The guard made a gesture across his throat. "Absolutely not," King Riku replied sternly. This guard had grown up in the peaceful confines of Dressrosa, possessing little knowledge of the outside world's brutality, especially concerning the infamously ruthless beast pirates. Should they attempt to eliminate these pirates now, Kaido might retaliate with vengeance, transforming Dressrosa into a hellscape. If possible, he wished to shield his subjects from harm. "We cannot provoke them. But Your Majesty, are we to simply allow them to wreak havoc within our kingdom? Do you not recognize the immense fear their arrival has instilled in our citizens?" The guard's argument held merit, and upon hearing it, King Riku was enveloped in worry. Uncertain of the path forward, should he seek reconciliation with the pirates? Offer them treasures willingly? At that moment, a gentle voice broke through. "Father, I have seen them as well." It was his second daughter, Violet, who approached King Riku and bowed respectfully. "Violet, what do you suggest we do?" King Riku asked. Though young, his daughter was exceptionally astute and possessed the unique ability of the paramecia-type Doku fruit, allowing her to peer into both objects and hearts. She frequently assisted King Riku in state affairs and was devoted to charitable endeavors, earning considerable respect within the kingdom. "Father, these pirates are certainly not benevolent. While we are a member of the world government, if we truly anger Kaido, the consequences would be unbearable for us." Violet's tone was remarkably composed, indicating that she had undergone considerable deliberation. "Are you suggesting that we show weakness to them?" King Riku's expression bore a trace of bitterness. After all, as a sovereign, how could he appear feeble before pirates in the eyes of his subjects? "Father, prior to our meeting, I had an audience with Kairos. He is willing to negotiate with those pirates for the sake of Dressrosa," Violet continued. Kairos? A tall, formidable figure with exceptional prowess materialized in King Riku's mind. Kairos, the legendary swordsman of the Colosseum, had maintained an unblemished record of 3,000 battles and was hailed as Dressrosa's mightiest warrior. Moreover, during his tenure as the protector of Princess Scarlet, Riku's eldest daughter, a romantic bond had blossomed between them. Thus, King Riku announced to the populace that Princess Scarlet had succumbed to illness, concealing the truth from all, allowing Kairos and Scarlet to retreat into the sunflower fields, where they had recently welcomed a delightful daughter named Rebecca. To send Kairos to negotiate with the pirates? Indeed, it is a commendable idea. Kairos' formidable strength would undoubtedly instill enough trepidation in those pirates to deter them from committing any outrageous acts within the realm. After satisfying their appetites, Wayne swaggered out of the tavern with his band of pirates. Naturally, as a pirate, Wayne possessed the audacity to indulge in a meal without payment. However, the complimentary fare was indeed quite delectable. Vane, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, led his band of pirates down the street, causing pedestrians to scatter in fear, wary of provoking their wrath. Jack relished this aura of intimidation, exuding an arrogant demeanor, a fearsome visage, while internally he was brimming with excitement. Brother Vane, where to next? To the palace? Jack exclaimed eagerly, his side itching for action. However, Vane guided them to an inn, where he arranged accommodations for everyone. Brother Vane, what are we doing here? Dave questioned, perplexed. Do not inquire further. I have my plans. Until I issue my command, do not venture outside, Vane replied calmly. Understood. Brother Vane, Dave acquiesced, fully compliant with Vane's authority. Keep a close watch on them, especially Jack. Yes, Brother Vane. To ensure Jack would not grow restless, Vane made a special visit to his room, under the pretense of sparring, and delivered a thorough beating, which allowed him to leave in peace. At this moment, the night had deepened. The streets lay in profound silence, with two figures walking in tandem. Scarlet, are you certain they are in this inn? Cyrus inquired, somewhat surprised, as he recalled that pirates typically frequented brothels or casinos at night. Truly, the beast pirates displayed remarkable discipline, showcasing a stark contrast to the lesser pirate crews. Violet cast a glance at the towering figure clad in arena armor. Indeed, my dazzling fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to penetrate all objects, revealing people and events from miles away with unfailing accuracy. Yet, in the next moment, she spoke with urgency. Someone has emerged from the inn. It appears to be the leader. Let us follow. Cyrus tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist, his expression grave. The presence of a band of pirates within the kingdom weighed heavily on his conscience as a righteous warrior. Despite Prince Lycurgus's repeated admonitions to avoid antagonizing this band of marauders, Cyrus suddenly vanished from sight. Violet exclaimed in a tone laced with urgency. What? What is happening? Cyrus was well aware of Violet's formidable abilities. No one ever escaped her watchful gaze once she had set her sights on them. Suddenly, a brisk wind swept through the air. Cyrus acutely sensed a powerful aura approaching him. Get back, Violet, he bellowed, swiftly bending his knees as he drew his iron sword, charging forward with great ferocity. The clang of metal echoed sharply through the atmosphere. Violet had yet to fully register the situation when she beheld the striking tableau of Cyrus and the young pirate, their blades locked in a fierce confrontation. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could it be that this man did not evade at all, but rather moved with such swiftness that even he himself was unaware of his own speed? How could it be possible to move so fast? With a sudden motion, the two adversaries swiftly disengaged, Cyrus retreating forcefully across the ground as he drove his sword into the earth, barely managing to stabilize himself. Following this brief exchange, a profound astonishment enveloped Cyrus. The strength and speed of this young man were formidable. If he rated his own combat prowess at 30, then this youth surely surpassed him by a factor of at least 3. Why did you launch an attack so suddenly? He demanded, his voice tinged with urgency. We are in Dressrosa. Having once served as the captain of the kingdom's guard, Cyrus instinctively issued a warning. Yet, Vane merely offered a faint smile. Indeed, we are in Dressrosa, but whose Dressrosa remains a matter of debate, he replied. No sooner had he spoken than Vane charged forward once more. His intent clear, to subdue the mightiest warrior of this realm at the swiftest pace possible, thereby facilitating his subsequent plans. Cyrus, caught off guard by Vane's abrupt offensive, hastily countered. With a whoosh, their blades clashed again, sparks flying in every direction. However, it soon became evident that Cyrus was at a disadvantage. Vane's mastery of observation hockey has reached a level where he can foresee the future. Now, even without utilizing the powers of his devil fruit, his sheer speed and reflexes enable him to overpower a multitude of formidable foes. Bang! In the midst of a relentless evasion, Cyrus finally fell prey to Vane's keen observation. Feigning a strike before delivering a powerful kick to his chest, Cyrus's body crashed heavily against the wall nearby, and just as he was about to rise, a massive fist descended upon him. With a resounding thud, Cyrus was rendered unconscious. Violet instinctively covered her mouth. her eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Her brother-in-law, the strongest warrior of Dressrosa, the undefeated legend of the Colosseum, had been so easily defeated? Moreover, that young pirate appeared utterly unfazed. Once it was confirmed that Cyrus was indeed unconscious, Vane turned his cheerful gaze towards Princess Violet, who bore a striking resemblance to Robin. It must be said that her ability greatly assisted Vane in swiftly locating the two. With his mastery of observation hockey, he could sense hostility and murderous intent. Even as Violet believed she could stealthily observe him with her spying ability, Vane had already tracked their positions through his heightened perception. "What do you intend to do? Please don't come any closer." As the man approached her, Violet's heart raced with panic, losing the composure she once had. She had misjudged the strength of these pirates. She thought that with Cyrus by her side, even 100 pirates would pose no threat. Yet, she had not anticipated the presence of such a powerful adversary among them. Reflecting on the pirates' heinous deeds and her own beauty, Violet felt her spirits plummet to the depths. "Please don't come any closer. My father is the king of Dressrosa." Wayne let out a cold chuckle, albeit faint. "Even if your father has a white beard, it is of no consequence." Wine swiftly moved behind her, skillfully enveloping her mouth, nose, and body with a pre-prepared strip of cloth, rendering her akin to a large zongzi. The motion was executed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation, clearly indicative of his considerable experience in such matters. Outside the city, within a dense thicket, Cyrus found himself gagged and bound with coarse, lengthy ropes writhing on the ground, his body adorned with leaves and dirt. There was no use in struggling. Escape was impossible. Wayne stepped forward and tore away the cloth from Cyrus's mouth. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Cyrus calling for help. They were deep within the dense forest, where no one would hear, and with his keen observation skills, he could sense any approaching presence long before it arrived. "Who are you? What do you want? Where's Violet?" Cyrus's voice erupted in a near roar. "As you may know, I am a pirate, a member of the most formidable pirate crew upon these waters, the Beast Pirates." Cyrus was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of this fact. What puzzled him was Wayne's immediate aggression upon their encounter. "Do not be anxious. The fact that I have refrained from taking your life indicates that we can engage in a civil conversation." "Humph. Is this your notion of a civil discussion?" Cyrus furrowed his brow. "You render someone unconscious and then proclaim your desire for a meaningful conversation? My head still aches considerably." Cough. This was merely a precaution against unnecessary complications. "Vindo, Cyrus, do you believe that tonight in Dressrosa, an event will transpire that has the potential to alter the course of the kingdom's history? What significant event are you referring to?" Wayne did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he retrieved a pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at the time, and then tucked it away once more. According to the intelligence provided by the Navy, there were approximately 3 hours remaining until the Don Quixote family's ship arrived in Dressrosa. "What exactly do you intend to do? And where is Violet?" Cyrus's voice rose in agitation. "Do not fret. She is quite safe at present," Wayne replied with a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. He continued, "In truth, I am here to assist this nation." Cyrus paused in astonishment before erupting. "Assist this nation? What nonsense! Is it truly necessary to abduct him and Princess Violet to such a place under the guise of assistance?" Vane is, in truth, not adept at negotiations from a position of superiority, for he is not a true pirate. If he were to confront criminals, the situation would be more manageable. However, before him stands Cyrus, a well-trained and formidable soldier, necessitating a more piratical approach. "I am well aware of many aspects of your life, Cyrus. The undefeated champion of the bullfighting arena, the mightiest soldier of the kingdom. Of course, this is common knowledge among the citizens of Dressrosa. So allow me to disclose something they are unaware of. For instance, your mutual affection with the princess, which even led the king to sanction your love, to the extent of fabricating the tale of her demise to facilitate your union. In the tranquil forest, the only sounds are the chirps of birds and insects, as the silvery moonlight cascades down, illuminating the scene. By its glow, Vane notices a flicker of panic in Cyrus's gaze. Oh, I recall that you have a daughter, who is but a few years old now, likely waiting for you at the quaint little cabin in the flower fields with her mother." Vane's words were laden with aggression, the threat evident in every syllable. Cyrus felt his body freeze, a tempest of emotions raging within him. How could he possibly know such things? How could he be aware that he and Scarlet resided in a quaint cabin amidst the flower fields? What business did a pirate have with such knowledge? Scarlet and Rebecca were in peril. In but a fleeting moment, the weight of paternal responsibility overshadowed the dignity of a warrior. Cyrus's visage contorted with fury, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse as he glared at Vayne with eyes that seemed ready to fracture, a nameless wrath blazing within him. As if it could incinerate Vayne on the spot. Mr. Cyrus, it appears you hold your wife and daughter in high regard. Wine approached Cyrus with an increasingly brazen demeanor and declared, in my homeland, there exists an ancient saying, the most important thing for a family is to depart from this world in perfect order, Mr. Cyrus. I trust you wouldn't wish for any misfortune to befall your wife and daughter, would you? Cyrus was momentarily taken aback. The pirate before him, though wicked, possessed a terrifying strength. Should he truly desire to strike, even an entire royal guard would be powerless against him. Indeed, fear gripped Cyrus. Once a man of humble beginnings, it was his indomitable spirit that had elevated him to the rank of the kingdom's mightiest soldier. No matter the agony inflicted upon him during the physical interrogations, he had never bowed to his foes. Yet, the two most precious beings in his life were his wife, Scarlet, and his young daughter, Rebecca. Under the weight of Wine's threats, he ultimately succumbed, choosing to be a devoted father and husband over a valiant soldier. You. Cyrus's eyes brimmed with despair. What must I do to ensure their safety? If you spare them, I will acquiesce to any request you make. In Cyrus's plea, Wine discerned a hint of desperation that stirred something within him. What a noble man he was, so unlike the wretched Carlo of the Rommel kingdom. Yet, Wine maintained his ruthless facade, grinning malevolently. Very well, Cyrus. You shall come to appreciate the choice you have made. Now, tell me, how many soldiers currently guard the palace? The palace? What are you planning? Cyrus replied, realizing that he still underestimated Wine's methods and strength. Please, wait a moment. The king of Liku is not fond of having too many personnel in the palace. At this hour, there are merely around 200 guards at the entrances and patrols. Once the act of betrayal began, it could not be halted. Cyrus detailed the palace's situation to Wine. Only that many? You cannot be deceiving me? It is true. King Liku is a good man who dislikes having soldiers working at such a late hour. Very well, then we shall pay him a visit shortly. What did you say? Cyrus began, bewildered. But before he could comprehend, Wine swiftly approached and once again silenced him with a cloth. As if anticipating further resistance from Cyrus, Wine moved to a nearby tree, conjuring a sphere of purple flames that radiated such heat that the surrounding air began to warp. Cyrus's pupils constricted as he stared, transfixed by the flames in Wine's grasp. With a grin revealing his teeth, Wayne warned, do not entertain any notions of treachery, Cyrus. I trust you comprehend the gravity of the matter. The violet flames made contact with the massive trunk of the tree, igniting fiercely, far more potent than ordinary fire. In a matter of moments, the tree, large enough for 3 men to embrace, was reduced to ashes. Witnessing this spectacle, Cyrus felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. Such a terrifying power, if allowed to run rampant within the kingdom, would spell utter devastation for Dressrosa. As Wayne confirmed that Cyrus could not escape his bindings, he swiftly vanished in another direction. On the damp grass, Violet lay upon the ground, clad in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her developing figure, the fabric showcasing her form exquisitely. Suddenly, a rush of air heralded Wayne's appearance before her in the blink of an eye. Violet attempted to speak, yet her mouth was stuffed with cloth, rendering her voiceless. I apologize, Princess Violet. I regret the discomfort you must endure, Wayne said with a smile. Violet, her silver teeth clenched, bore a resentful gaze fixed upon Wayne. Raised in the opulence of the palace, she had never before experienced such indignity. The expression upon this man's face was rife with wickedness, and a troubling thought surged within her. In the next instant, Wayne approached her with a mischievous grin. It seemed Violet had resigned herself to her fate, for she tightly shut her eyes, a tear slipping down her cheek. To her astonishment, Wayne did not impose any harm upon her. Instead, he removed the cloth from her mouth. Surely, Princess Violet, you are being a touch too timid, Wayne remarked, a note of mockery in his tone. Blushing at his taunt, Violet couldn't help but retort, why must someone of your strength resort to such despicable acts? Ah, it seems you imply that I have committed some egregious offense against you. He replied. Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth and questioned, furthermore, in what manner have I acted despicably? If not despicably, then why have you taken it upon yourself to abduct me and bring me to such a place? Violet cast a glance at the dense forest surrounding her, realizing that this was hardly an auspicious place for noble deeds. Initially, she had not intended to bring you along, yet upon reflection, she decided to include you in her journey. Nevertheless, I believe we can still engage in a profound exchange of ideas. Wayne wore a visage of sincerity. Or so it seemed to him. However, to Violet, those words took on a different flavor. Scoundrel. Scoundrel? Vayne's expression darkened. And for a moment he was uncertain whether it was his acting prowess that was exceptional or if Violet's imagination ran wild. I posed a singular inquiry. Do you wish to plunge Dressrosa into war? Upon hearing this, a look of perplexity crossed Violet's face, before she resolutely replied, of course not. Precisely. You are an astute woman, and you have witnessed my capabilities. Should I choose to invade the palace, eliminate the king, and summon pirates to wreak havoc? What chaos would ensue in Dressrosa? Violet was taken aback. Wayne's words seemed far from jest. Pirates, especially those of formidable strength, were predominantly aberrant and reckless individuals. Indeed, Wayne could very well commit such an act. Therefore, Princess Violet, you would not wish to witness this nation descend into chaos, would you? Of course, I would not. What are your terms? Though young, Violet understood Wayne's words and took the initiative to inquire. Wayne raised an eyebrow, impressed by the adeptness displayed. Truly, he was deserving of the title Violet, having been cultivated into a master assassin by Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, soon after, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Was it possible that you exerted such considerable effort, even resorting to threats against the kingdom's safety, for the sake of? A flush of crimson adorned Violet's cheeks as she cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Vayne's eyes. In a voice tinged with near embarrassment, she inquired, "Is it for me?" Vayne fell silent, a furrow appearing on his forehead, and as he smirked, he reiterated, "I shall say this once more. I harbor no interest in you, Miss Violet. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Who would believe such a statement? The more you explain, the more you confirm that this is precisely what you think. Very well, that is indeed my sentiment. Truly, a scoundrel. So, whatever I say, I am deemed a scoundrel? Never mind. From this moment forth, you shall heed my commands. Until I grant you permission, you are forbidden to utter a single word or make any sound. Should you defy this, rest assured, I am far more ruthless than you could ever imagine." The wretched Violet felt a profound bitterness within, yet could only reluctantly nod in acquiescence. "This is satisfactory. Come, let me escort you to witness a splendid spectacle." Vayne stepped forward, securing Violet under his arm, and swiftly departed from the location, returning once more to the vicinity of Cyrus. Upon seeing Vayne arrive with Violet, Cyrus's expression shifted dramatically. "Could you please place Her Highness Violet in a safe location?" Silence. Vayne disregarded Cyrus's plea and instead advanced to grasp the hem of his garment. Suddenly, a pair of enormous purple wings emerged behind him, lifting the two of them towards the heights of the royal palace. Wings? Is this still a human? Violet was utterly astonished. Wayne moved with remarkable swiftness, soon arriving above the royal palace, gazing down at the imposing castle-like structure that loomed majestically, despite carrying two companions. His movements remained exceptionally agile, akin to a fleeting shadow. Furthermore, the guards were woefully inadequate, enabling the trio to swiftly infiltrate the depths of the palace. "Where is the sleeping chamber of King Liku?" Wayne inquired of Cyrus. This time, Cyrus displayed little resistance, promptly indicating the direction. Once one begins to betray, it becomes a habitual act. This revelation surprised Violet. Had even Cyrus succumbed to his threats? This pirate was indeed malevolent. After traversing several corridors, Wayne and his companions arrived directly at the entrance of King Liku's bedroom. The king was not asleep. Rather, he was anxiously pacing within, awaiting the return of his daughter and son-in-law to report on their situation. Just then, the curtains began to flutter violently, a cold breeze sweeping in, causing King Liku to shiver involuntarily. In the next instant, a figure burst through the window, holding Cyrus and Violet under his arms. "Who are you? Why have you bound Cyrus and Violet?" King Liku, true to his status as a sovereign, maintained a calm demeanor despite the unexpected intrusion. Regarding the strikingly handsome young man before him, Bruce Wayne, once a naval officer, now a member of the Beast Pirates. Wayne placed Cyrus and Violet on the ground before striding to the nearby sofa, where he sat down with a commanding demeanor reminiscent of a domineering pirate. Both Cyrus and Violet were acutely aware of Wayne's formidable strength. Though concerns for King Liku weighed heavily on their minds, they understood their inability to assist, leaving them to merely observe with anxious glances. The atmosphere began to thicken with tension. King Liku fixed his gaze on Wayne, his eyes flickering. Despite being a king, he was also a skilled swordsman. Judging by the seamless aura emanating from Wayne, it was clear that he was extraordinarily powerful. "What is the goal of the Beast Pirates?" King Liku was the first to shatter the silence. "This nation," Wayne replied with a casual indifference. "This nation. although he had mentally prepared himself. King Liku was still taken aback. Had Kaido's ambitions grown so vast as to desire the conquest of an entire nation? However, one must remember that Dressrosa is, after all, a member state of the world government. The world government? Do you truly believe they would mobilize against Wano for the sake of Dressrosa? Let us not forget. We are pirates. We are capable of anything, be it raiding merchant ships in the waters near Dressrosa or burning down a few streets. And speaking of which, my predecessor Queen has recently been developing a new type of plague bomb that, once inhaled, brings immediate suffering and death. Imagine if we were to deploy one of those over Dressrosa. Wayne spoke leisurely, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, King Riku's composure finally wavered. He feared war, terrified that the citizens of Dressrosa would suffer. So, Your Excellency Wayne, what must be done to spare this nation? King Riku inquired, his expression grave. Hee. Your Highness King Riku, there is no need for excessive apprehension. Indeed, Lord Kaido desires the entirety of Dressrosa, but do not forget, I am here as well. A wicked grin spread across Wayne's lips, revealing a malevolent smile. As long as the King of Liku is willing to acquiesce to a few modest requests, I might reluctantly extend my assistance to you. Pray, do continue, the king remarked, unfazed, for extortion was indeed a time-honored tradition among pirates. Very well, then. Just as he was about to articulate his demands, the communication snail nestled in his arms suddenly buzzed to life. Oh, arriving sooner than anticipated, it seems, he mused. Noting that the arrival was slightly ahead of schedule, Vane connected with the tortoise. Brother Vane, you were indeed correct. Pirate ships are approaching the harbor. Long before they landed on the island, Vane had dispatched several capable subordinates to patrol the various ports, instructing them to notify him through the tortoise should any situation arise. How many ships do we see? Currently, there are 10 vessels, and, Brother Vane, it appears that those ships belong to the Don Quixote family. The news of Don Quixote da Flamingo becoming a warlord of the sea made headlines. Thus the pirates of the Beast Pirates recognized that flag. Very well. Inform all others to proceed to the harbor and await my command. In the New World, in a maritime region on the outskirts of Dressrosa, a large warship was navigating the waters. At the bow, 3 figures clad in naval uniforms stood, gazing toward the distant island, their justice cloaks billowing like dragons behind them. Commander Crane. At that moment, a Navy officer rushed over, confirming that all of the Don Quixote family's pirate ships were rapidly approaching Dressrosa. I understand, the elderly Admiral nodded. Though petite and silver-haired, she held great esteem within the Navy. She was Vice Admiral Tsuru. Indeed, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was correct. Doflamingo was indeed plotting against Dressrosa. Beside Tsuru stood a tall, elegantly dressed beauty in Navy attire, who spoke up. She was Vice Admiral Pete Rabbit Guillaume. Just days prior, their naval unit had received an urgent directive from Fleet Admiral Sengoku to secretly monitor the pirate ships under Doflamingo's command and report intelligence to headquarters at any moment. Tsuru had been quite surprised at that time, as Doflamingo had, a few years ago, become a warlord of the sea due to his dealings with the world government. Consequently, the Navy had largely turned a blind eye to this sanctioned pirate crew. Sengoku's explanation for this operation was that Doflamingo was attempting a coup. Of course, this shocking intelligence was provided to Sengoku by Vane. Sister Tsuru, what should we do? Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea now. Mishandling this sensitive situation could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, another female officer spoke up. Why not charge in and arrest them all? I've long been displeased with these pirates. The speaker was a young naval officer, her form accentuated by a snug, short dress. Though her face bore the innocence of youth, it exuded an inexplicable allure. She was Peacock, Tsuru's granddaughter and a lieutenant in the Navy. Peacock, do not act impulsively. Tsuru replied with a calm demeanor. In times like these, it is vital to maintain composure. As she spoke, another officer approached, holding a transponder snail that mimicked Sengoku's likeness. Let Sengoku deal with this thorny issue, he remarked. Accompanied by the resounding crash of waves against the ship's hull, the warship glided across the sea, gradually steering towards Dressrosa. In the royal palace, within the chambers of King Riku, a somber tone resonated. Speak freely, as long as your requests are not excessive, I shall oblige. The wise monarch uttered these words. Vane, with a provocative snap of his fingers, articulated the demands of the Beast Pirates, to designate Dressrosa as their territory, to pay an annual protection fee to Wano, and to grant permission for the establishment of factories within its borders. Furthermore, the ports must be fully accessible to Wano. These stipulations represented the utmost limits of Vane's imagination. Had it been Ash or Queen negotiating, matters would not have been so easily settled. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flickered in King Riku's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly nodded. At present, this appeared to be the most favorable outcome. No war, no casualties. Moreover, being under the protection of the beast pirates would, to a degree, mitigate the plundering by other pirates. Very well, let it be so, Vane declared as he rose and approached Cyrus and Violet. In the midst of their puzzled gazes, he untied their bonds. Now, King Riku, we must discuss the matter of deploying forces against the pirates. The statement rendered the others momentarily speechless. King Riku responded, What did you say? Deploying forces? Against the pirates? As night fell, the port of Dressrosa was enveloped in a dismal gloom. Suddenly, several blinding beams of light pierced the night sky, illuminating the entire harbor. Fishermen and passers-by gazed up in astonishment. To their shock, these lights emanated from pirate ships, nearly 10 in number. What was happening today? Just earlier, the beast pirates had made their presence known, and now, even more pirate vessels had arrived. Was Dressrosa no longer safe? As Doflamingo's pirate fleet docked, all those lingering at the harbor fled in a frenzy. The pirates disembarked onto the island, armed with swords and firearms, moving with the swiftness of well-trained soldiers. Leading them were 3 prominent officers from the Don Quixote family, commanding the Diamond, Spade, and Heart divisions, with a runny nose and a golden cane in hand. Treble addressed the assembled pirates. Did you all comprehend the young master's orders? Understood. The pirates replied with menacing grins. They were exhilarated by the impending events of the night. Once this evening passed, this beautiful kingdom would belong to the Don Quixote family. All that remained was to await Doflamingo's command and then launch their assault. Dressed in vibrant hues and adorned like a jester, Diamante unsheathed the rapier from his waist. Just moments ago, Doflamingo had utilized the powers of the string fruit to make his solitary way to the palace of Dressrosa. The burly man Pika, his chest exposed and clad in armor, emitted a high-pitched, eerie laugh, eagerly anticipating the sight of the young master ascending the throne. The pirates erupted in jubilant cheers. Yet, in the next instant, a thunderous roar resounded as several pitch-black cannonballs hurtled from an unknown source, crashing down upon the heads of the pirates. In an instant, piercing screams shattered the night-ash tranquility as this barrage obliterated dozens of pirates. Before they could even comprehend the situation, a multitude of cannonballs rained down from the sky. Dense as a downpour. An ambush. We are under attack. With a swift motion, Diamante cleaved a cannonball launched towards him into, bellowing, How dare you harm my family? This is unforgivable. Pika emitted a sharp crackle of fury. Then, employing the powers of the stone fruit, he raised the earth to form a stone wall, shielding against the onslaught of cannon fire. Soon, the cacophony of cannonballs subsided. Torbol and several of his subordinates glared furiously at the dark figures advancing slowly from the distant street. As they drew nearer, the pirates discerned that these individuals were clad in black, spiked leather, their expressions grotesque and menacing, with cruel smirks gracing their lips. Some bore cannons, while others wielded long blades. Their brazen demeanor bore no resemblance to that of soldiers from the Navy or the Kingdom. They appeared more akin to pirates. At the forefront stood a figure of imposing stature, reminiscent of a small mountain, adorned with an iron mask, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared ahead. Before Torbol could utter a word, the towering man roared like thunder, How dare you invade the territory of the beast pirates? Do you even know who I am? Wayne revealed to several individuals the treacherous scheme of Don Quixote Doflamingo to usurp the nation. What did you say? King Riku exclaimed in disbelief, his steps faltering. You mean to say that the Don Quixote family has returned, and under the banner of the 7 warlords? This is utterly preposterous. The Don Quixote family was the ruler of Dressrosa 8 centuries ago, one of the 20 royal families that became celestial dragons. After the Don Quixote family ascended to Mariahua, power shifted to the Riku family. In an instant, Violet employed her abilities to scrutinize the waters surrounding Dressrosa. The next moment, she shuddered, her voice quivering with terror. Father, there are indeed numerous pirate ships at the northern port, flying the Jolly Roger. I have no reason to deceive you, for in a sense, we are on the same side. If Doflamingo wreaks havoc in this nation, it will undoubtedly spell trouble for me as well. Wayne said softly. But how do you know about such matters? Cyrus uncovered the blind spot. Wayne's expression darkened as he retorted, What brings forth such an abundance of inquiries? Refrain from asking what is not meant to be disclosed. I shall not reveal that the Don Quixote family has an informant I have placed among them." After a moment of silence, the king of Liku inquired, "What course of action shall we pursue now?" Vane chuckled. What else could he do? "Do you wish for Don Quixote to storm the palace directly? If not, hasten to dispatch troops to the port to confront the warriors of Don Quixote." Upon hearing this, King Liku pondered for but a moment before a resolute expression graced his face. It was evident from Vane's demeanor that an irreconcilable conflict existed between the beast pirates and Don Quixote, one that could only be resolved through warfare. Perhaps the beast pirates' current operation in Dressrosa aimed to thwart Don Quixote's plans. Yet, King Liku had no choice, for the sake of his people. He had to engage in the confrontation between these two factions of pirates. "Very well, I understand." Having made his decision, King Liku turned towards the door and instructed the guards to summon the commander of the kingdom's forces, subsequently ordering all soldiers to proceed to the port to intercept the Don Quixote family. Simultaneously, Vane was mindful to remind them of the presence of allies. He certainly did not wish for Jack and his crew to be overwhelmed. If that were to occur, his return to Wano would be jeopardized. As night deepened, the lights in King Liku's chamber extinguished, and with his command, the palace fell into an eerie silence, as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by the window, accompanied by the faint sound of footsteps. A man clad in a pink feather coat and snug three-quarter trousers perched on the narrow ledge of the window, sporting sunglasses and an ostentatious grin. He gazed at the figure lying on the bed. "Soundly asleep, aren't we?" Don Quixote teased provocatively. Yet, King Liku remained undisturbed, not even stirring. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Don Quixote's face. The man truly seemed to be in a deep slumber. However, he soon broke into a sinister grin. "But this will be your last slumber in this world." With a flick of his finger, a thin, transparent line shot forth towards the figure on the bed. Just then, with a resounding snap, the line was intercepted by a fair hand emerging from beneath the covers. "What?" Don Quixote's expression tightened. What extraordinary reflexes were these? His white line should not have been so easily captured, and King Liku could not possibly possess such skill. Moreover, that strong hand did not resemble King Liku's at all. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This was not King Liku. Humph. A derisive chuckle emanated from beneath the covers. As the occupant of the bed threw the blanket towards Don Quixote, his pupils constricted as he quickly realized, 5-color line. 5 fingers shot forth strands of color, as sharp as blades, slicing through the luxurious silk quilt. Fluffy fibers danced in the air, reminiscent of falling snow. Meanwhile, Doflamingo cast a grave glance at the young man who had carelessly leapt from the bed. "Doflamingo, what have I done to earn such disrespect from you?" The man's lips curled into a smile. "Who are you, really? You won't even address me as king." No sooner had he spoken than Vane suddenly produced a green vial and hurled it forcefully at Doflamingo. Doflamingo swiftly severed the vial. Yet the liquid inside transformed into a fragrant gas the moment it met the air, flooding into Doflamingo's mouth and nostrils. Poison gas. Doflamingo's heart sank in shock. However, as he grasped the situation, he instinctively activated the powers of the string fruit, sealing off his organs to prevent the poison from spreading throughout his body. Simultaneously, he tightly wove strands to block his respiratory system, hindering the gas from entering his system. Vane, who had already ingested an antidote, observed this scene with some surprise. It must be said, Doflamingo had indeed developed the string fruit exceptionally well. What was originally a fruit for weaving and mending had been transformed into a divine fruit encompassing attack, defense, and healing. "You bastard!" Doflamingo glared at Vane, ready to utter something. Yet, undeterred by his failed strike, Vane launched himself into the air, delivering a swift side kick to Doflamingo's chest. Doflamingo raised his arms in defense. Thud! Doflamingo staggered back several steps, feeling a numbness in his arms. The force of this man was astonishing. Vane seized his collar and, with a swift motion, sent Doflamingo plummeting like a meteor, crashing through 3 surrounding walls and landing squarely in the middle of a broad street. Doflamingo exerted all his strength to stabilize himself, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Damn it! From this unpredictable assailant, he felt a profound sense of apprehension, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. He glared at Vane soaring above. String barrage. Countless white strands shot upwards like raindrops. As Vane's feet ignited with purple flames, roaring fiercely, they propelled him downward with incredible speed. The white lines, swift as bullets, appeared almost sluggish in Vane's eyes. making evasion a trivial task even without employing advanced observation hockey. As Vane neared the ground, white lightning and purple flames surged around him, intertwining to form a colossal purple giant in the terrified gaze of Doflamingo. Boom. The speed was overwhelming, leaving no room for evasion. The colossal purple giant delivered a devastating punch to Doflamingo's crown, sending him crashing deep into the earth. Wow! A torrent of crimson erupted from Doflamingo's mouth, as he felt every cell in his body racked with excruciating pain. This blow nearly cost him his life. Immediately thereafter, Vane hoisted him by hand, slamming him down onto the ground once more. Boom! The previously formed pit was struck again, and from this epicenter, a formidable shockwave surged outward, shattering the very pavement of the entire street. Beneath the fractured floor, Doflamingo trembled, extending his palm before abruptly tightening it, unleashing a thick, red glowing thread from his palm that shot toward the purple giant's visage. Super strong string. Clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed, yet the thread, capable of piercing steel, came to an abrupt halt against the enigmatic material of the giant's mask, unable to advance any further. Doflamingo, are you still unaware of the chasm that lies between us? With a swift motion, Wayne grasped the wire, yanking it forcefully and propelling Doflamingo into the air. He then unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in the dark aura of hockey, striking Doflamingo squarely in the chest. The resounding impact echoed as the bloody Doflamingo plummeted to the ground like a meteor, his consciousness gradually slipping into oblivion. Humph. Doflamingo emitted a feeble grunt, ultimately succumbing to his inability to resist. Your strength is rather lacking, Wayne remarked coolly. In his memory, Doflamingo had exuded an overwhelming presence, prompting Wayne to hold nothing back and immediately employ the second phase of the Thunder God technique. However, he was taken aback by how significantly Doflamingo fell short of his recollections. There were no signs of awakened fruit abilities whatsoever. Yet, this was to be expected. Doflamingo was merely Iruki recently arrived from the North Blue, attempting to navigate the New World. The title of Warlord of the Sea was only a result of his past entanglements with the celestial dragons and was tenuously obtained through various circumstances. He remained considerably inferior to formidable warlords like the Empress of Amazon Lily or Mihawk. Cough, cough. Doflamingo's chest heaved as he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his pallor exceedingly wan. Yet, his gaze was filled with resentment as he fixated on Wayne, brimming with defiance. Hey, Doflamingo, I believe you must have numerous questions, yes? Fear not, we can take our time to converse. Vane rose to his feet and retrieved a bundle of rope he had on hand, promptly binding Don Quixote Doflamingo. He then soared into the air, returning to the chamber of King Riku. Meanwhile, King Riku and Violet awaited within, having witnessed the dramatic scene of Vane subduing Doflamingo from the window moments earlier. The miraculous ability displayed by Wayne left them utterly astounded. To effortlessly vanquish a member of the Seven Warlords is nothing short of monstrous, Violet exclaimed in astonishment. She had never heard of such a figure in the New World. It seems the Beast Pirates are indeed a congregation of formidable individuals. No wonder Kaido is hailed as the Emperor of the Sea. A flicker of relief passed through the heart of King Riku. How fortunate it is that he did not antagonize such a brutal and formidable pirate crew. Otherwise, Dressrosa would have truly faced its demise. Thud. Wine dispelled the fruit ability and escorted Don Quixote Doflamingo into the chamber. Where are the items I instructed you to prepare? King Riku? Upon hearing this, King Riku promptly retrieved a pair of handcuffs from the guard by the entrance. These handcuffs contained rare sea stone, a formidable tool specifically designed to restrain those with fruit abilities. As Dressrosa is a member nation of the world government, it naturally possessed several pairs of such handcuffs. Although this fellow would likely be bedridden for several days, it was prudent to secure him nonetheless. One remarked to King Riku. Both he and Violet were abilities users, so it was only fitting that King Riku handled this matter. Once Doflamingo was firmly restrained, Wine leaped back out through the window, his violet wings fluttering as he soared northward. Father, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with this individual, Violet confided to King Riku after Wine's departure. Indeed, it is quite peculiar how these pirates eschew stairs in favor of windows, King Riku replied, bemused. Violet, that is not the issue, father. What I meant to convey is that this individual does not resemble an ordinary pirate. After a brief pause, Violet continued, an average pirate would not possess such formidable strength, nor would they conduct their affairs with such decisiveness. King Riku, so what is your perspective, Violet? I believe he must be among the elite of pirates, akin to the most formidable of the great pirates. Violet spoke candidly, her conviction unwavering. In the northern part of Dressrosa, at the port, she confronted the audacious intruders. Who are you scoundrels to dare attack the Don Quixote family? Do you even grasp the concept of the seven warlords? Diamante cast a swift glance at the agitated pirates, gesturing for them to calm down, before pointing his sword at the imposing figure ahead. The towering Pika emitted a shrill sound, questioning the origins of these lowly pirates. Do you wish for death? I shall send you flying. The pirates glared fiercely at Jack and his comrades, their eyes ignited with fury. If glares could kill, the beast pirates would have perished multiple times. Despite their numbers being but a mere 100, the beast pirates, led by Jack and Dave, exhibited no sign of trepidation. After all, they were the elite newcomers of the beast pirates, brimming with courage, regardless of their strength. They upheld the pride of being part of one of the four Emperor's crews. Where do these brazen pirates hail from? Dave spat contemptuously on the ground, his voice laced with venom. Brother Wayne said, if we eliminate them, this nation will belong to the beast pirates. Indeed, for the glory of the beast pirates. We cannot afford to lose. Onward, everyone. The atmosphere ignited with fervor as the pirates rallied together. Among them, Jack was the most exhilarated. This was his first encounter with a rival pirate crew, his first opportunity to showcase his true prowess in the outside world. And he was on the verge of experiencing the enemy's wails and terror. The thrill derived from combat surged within him, a delightful duality of excitement that promised greater joy. Now was the time to revel in the ecstasy of slaughter, and Jack could hardly contain his anticipation. I shall, he growled through gritted teeth, stomping heavily on the ground, his roar reverberating like thunder. Take on 10 of you. With a thunderous crash, Jack charged forward, followed by the rest of the pirates, engaging in a fierce clash with the Don Quixote family. In an instant, the air was filled with the glimmer of blades and the cacophony of cannon fire. A life-and-death struggle between pirates had commenced, and the night in Dressrosa would be anything but tranquil. At the port, the shouts of battle crescendoed. The relentless thunder of cannon fire echoed through the air, transforming the once peaceful harbor into a battlefield for the pirates. What shocked the Don Quixote family the most was that despite their adversaries being merely 100 in number, their strength was terrifyingly formidable. Furthermore, their teamwork was nothing short of impeccable. Each pirate among them, if placed in any of the four seas, would be a harbinger of chaos. Indeed, the beast pirates were as fearsome as rumored. Another shell came crashing down, and Diamante unfolded a steel umbrella to shield himself. As a flagman imbued with the power of the flare fruit, he could render anything he touched as soft as silk. How infuriating could it be that I heard wrong? The beast pirates? Are these scoundrels truly members of the beast pirates? That name resonates like thunder, distinct from the four seas. The New World is the stage for the strong, where the emperors of the sea shine the brightest. Though Don Quixote da Flamingo has attained the status of a warlord of the sea, he would never dare to offend Kaido. He had intended to discuss the matter, perhaps to clear up any misunderstandings, but at that moment, a towering figure charged towards him. Bang! Jack's fist struck down, only to be met with Diamante's cloak, which barely absorbed the blow. Damn it, do they think we are pushovers? There are no pirates in this world who stand idly by to be beaten. If they were to be cowed merely by a name, they would not be here in the New World. Do not underestimate us. Buzz, as if in perfect harmony, Diamante countered while Pika and Treble also launched fervent assaults against Jack. Madness flickered in Jack's eyes. Who do they think I am? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his body began to swell. A colossal mammoth with bloodied tusks materialized upon the battlefield. Iron block. Clang. The trio's attacks crashed against the mammoth's hide, producing a shrill metallic ring as if striking solid steel. Humph. A mocking glint danced in Jack's eyes. He had trained daily on Onigashima, wielding weapons against his own flesh. And now his physique could withstand even the fiercest of blows. Bang! Bang! The massive mammoth surged forward, each step sending a wave of pirates sprawling. The three commanders could not halt its advance. The Don Quixote family pirates fell into disarray, their terrified screams echoing through the air. This fellow is a monster. Run, run quickly. At that moment, a rotund man clad in a comically infantile outfit, donning dark sunglasses and with a cigarette dangling from his lips, stood defiantly before them, staring down the rampaging mammoth. The sight of cowardly scoundrels fleeing was truly pitiful. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette and spoke in a dispassionate tone. Those who flee in the face of danger will not be welcomed by the ladies. Senor, nearby. The pirates who had intended to hide recognized the man and were instantly moved to tears, calling out loudly, "The bravest man of the Don Quixote family." the fruit user of the fruit, senor. Senor crossed his arms and strode towards the frenzied mammoth, his legs gradually melting into the ground like water. Subsequently, he submerged into the ground, as if swimming, swiftly propelling himself forward with his hands. Meow meow. Senor leaped into the air with incredible velocity, executing a nimble turn before seizing a tusk of the mammoth and forcefully slamming it down onto the ground behind him. Bridge slam. A thunderous roar erupted, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Yet, Jack staggered to his feet once more. Observing this, the pirates surged forward, initiating a fair-wheel battle. Simultaneously, on the periphery of the battlefield, the pirates from both sides were evenly matched. However, it wasn't long before the army of Dressrosa arrived in support. Thanks to Vane's prior warning, the Beast Pirates and the Kingdom's forces coordinated seamlessly to launch an assault against the Don Quixote family. Justice in a 2-to-1 strategy. Nonetheless, apart from Curiel, the strength of these Kingdom soldiers was undeniably lacking. With the addition of the Don Quixote abilities, the situation once again became precarious. On one battlefield, Devago and several pirates found themselves in a fierce struggle against the formidable opponents, the portly woman Jorah and the metal-adorned Gladius. Jorah was an artist, while Gladius was an explosive user. It must be noted that among the members of Doflamingo's family, the number of ability users was indeed considerable. Boom. Another explosion ensued as Gladius sent a pirate soaring into the sky. Jorah also employed her abilities to ensnare several pirates. Ha ha ha, is this the Yonko crew? Hardly impressive, Gladius remarked, flexing his wrist with a tone full of derision. Jorah giggled, he, those old fools in the world government are truly deluded. Thinking such a weak pirate crew could ascend to the level of the Yonko? Utterly ridiculous. The abilities of these two were proving to be quite troublesome for Devago, who wielded a longsword, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The Beast Pirates were genuinely facing formidable adversaries this time, just as Gladius prepared to unleash another explosive wave. Suddenly, a military knife shot towards his face like lightning, too swift for him to react. Slash! The knife sliced through his chest, leaving a vivid crimson trail in its wake. Following a piercing scream, Gladius crumpled to the ground in agony. Then, a purple figure streaked across the night sky. Expertly grasping the military knife with a reverse grip, crouched slightly with a faint smile, surveying everyone. Am I late? Instantly, the battlefield fell into silence. However, upon recognizing that figure, the members of the Beast Pirates erupted in excitement, shouting, "It's Brother Vane! Brother Vane has arrived!" The dazzling purple flash of the Beast Pirates. Bruce Vane. The pirates were invigorated, all raising their heads and shouting the name of that man. Brother Wayne. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of Gladius, Jorah was taken aback. How could this be possible? As a companion, no one understood Gladius's strength better than she did, though he could not rival a few of the higher-ranking officers. Among the others, he was undoubtedly among the most formidable. Yet now, he had been dispatched by this young man with a single stroke. How could this be? Just as she was about to call for help in another direction, she suddenly felt a gentle breeze caress her cheek. However, within that gentleness lurked a perilous intent. She swiftly turned her head, only to find Wayne aiming his sword at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. In her ear, a whisper echoed. Did you hear that? In an instant, Wayne's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Jorah in the blink of an eye, then sheathing his sword in one fluid motion. The sound of the wind. One sword style, gentle breeze slash. With a resonating hum, a chilling sword aura materialized before Jorah, sealing her fate. Thud. She collapsed to the ground, her pupils gradually losing focus. Brother Wayne, you are immensely powerful. The pirates marveled from the depths of their hearts. Vane surveyed the desolate battlefield and instructed the others, commence your retreat. The ensuing combat is no longer suitable for you. The onslaught of the god of building thunder was excessively fierce, posing a significant risk of collateral damage to our allies. Subsequently, he took flight, soaring directly to the heart of the battlefield, where violet flames roared around him, causing the temperature to surge dramatically. What? Who is that? The pirates of the Don Quixote family also noted Vane, their gazes drawn upward. For reasons unknown, this man instilled a sense of dread within me. Diamante met Vane's gaze, feeling a shiver creep through his heart. Others experienced the same sensation. Judging by his stance, this individual exuded an intimidating strength. Brother Vane, save me. Below, Jack, surrounded and beaten by the pirates, was already drenched in blood, his face a canvas of bruises. Wayne was taken aback, not expecting Jack to appear in this place. Lacking the capability, why do you put on a brave front and rush into the crowd? Do you think you are Whitebeard? No, even Whitebeard does not possess your audacity. Nevertheless, for now, Vane drew his saber from his waist, resting it upon his shoulder, and spoke calmly, "Change of personnel." In the next instant, a brilliant surge of purple light erupted, a dazzling radiance akin to the sun manifesting in the sky, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of violet. The purple hue intensified, ultimately coalescing into a formidable giant of regal purple, plummeting towards the ground with thunderous might. Boom! A deafening crash resonated as the colossal figure struck the earth, sending a torrent of pirates and soil flying in all directions. Piercing cries of anguish filled the air. Seizing this opportunity, Jack swiftly dispelled his powers and made a hasty retreat to the periphery of the battlefield. Though not particularly astute, he was by no means unafraid of death. The formidable prowess of Brother Wayne has been witnessed, a terrifying destructive force that poses a mortal threat even to those who merely observe from the sidelines. With a staggering impact, Diamante was struck severely, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, and was violently propelled backwards several dozen meters before he could barely regain his composure. Vane looked down. Countless pirate corpses lay sprawled on the ground. As the smoke dissipated, the pirates were engulfed in terror. Those on the periphery felt a strange relief that the previous strike had not struck them. But suddenly, they discovered that purple flames had inexplicably attached themselves to their bodies, burning fiercely as if they were a malignant curse. The searing heat caused them to wail in agony. "What is this? It is ghost fire. It is ghost fire." In the darkness of night, the scene of hundreds of pirates being scorched by the purple flames was particularly terrifying. However, there was no time to mourn the downfall of these pirates. Several high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family swiftly joined the battlefield. It was Lord Diamante and Lord Pica, as well as Lord Treble. The pirates began to cheer. And there were also Lord Seigneur and Lord Laoji. If they were present, victory was assured, wasn't it? Indeed. If anyone on this battlefield could withstand the might of the colossal purple giant, it would undoubtedly be these esteemed lords. With a crackling sound, the purple giant's body was enveloped in flickering lightning, its imposing gaze filled with disdain for the pirates. It extended 2 fingers from its right hand, forming a hand seal before it. A resounding voice echoed like rolling thunder. "This is the power of the gods, Sisanu." From the heavens, amidst dark clouds, bolts of lightning flashed, accompanied by the deep rumble of thunder, as if in response to the deity Kanerozu. The surrounding officials were struck with awe. This posture evoked memories of legendary deities. Could such a fruit ability truly exist in this world? What chaos is this? Seeing the panic in everyone's hearts, Diamante stomped forward, wielding his iron sword and charging ahead. In an instant, he thrust it into the giant's leg. This was an attack that could slice through iron like mud. Clang! The crisp sound resonated in the stillness of the night, lingering long. The sharp blade met the leg of the purple giant, shrouded in a protective barrier, yet it could not advance even a fraction. What formidable defense! Diamante's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly activated his fruit ability, attempting to elevate himself to a safer distance. But Vane would not grant him such an opportunity. Serious punch. The massive figure displayed astonishing speed as a colossal fist, radiating dark, flowing power, struck Diamante squarely in the face. Pooh! Diamante was instantly sent flying, crashing to the ground and kicking up a vast cloud of dust. Die! Pika's voice was sharp and piercing as he transformed the surrounding floor into a wave-like torrent, sweeping toward the giant, overwhelming it, and swiftly entombing it beneath a thick mound of stone. It was done. Pika's heart surged with joy. When did this illusion appear that could ensnare me? Huh? What? Pika initially felt a warmth wash over him, followed by an overwhelming force erupting from the pile of stones. Brilliant purple flames melted everything in their path, engulfing all the surrounding rocks. In the next moment, the stones were transformed into molten lava, exploding with a thunderous roar. Lava volcano fist. Blasts of molten rock surged forth, instantly transforming the area into a sea of fire. A fierce wave of heat rolled outwards, spreading in all directions, as if even the dark clouds above were on the verge of evaporating. Pika was hurled away, reduced to a charred husk, with plumes of black smoke billowing from his mouth and nostrils. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying? Tori Bowl shed his usual jovial demeanor, his mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at the purple giant. "You scoundrel! Cheating! You are nothing but a coward relying solely on your fruit's abilities." He jumped up in a frenzy, pointing at the purple giant and hurling curses. In just a few short minutes, the elite forces that Don Quixote had cultivated over decades were nearly annihilated by Vane. Wayne gazed down upon Torpole, who resembled a lump of mucus. His voice booming like thunder. What tricks are you playing? All I see is my unwavering dedication and the labor of my sweat. My formidable strength is entirely the result of my own efforts, unrelated to any fruit abilities. Do you think you can corrupt my resolve? Not a chance. Damn you. I will have Doflamingo eliminate you. As Torpole roared, he hastily pulled out a lethargic-looking snail phone from his pocket. Without a second thought, he dialed the number. However, the purple giant casually tossed aside a brew calling snail, which landed at his feet. Torpole's pupils constricted. Was this Doflamingo's snail? What could have happened to Doflamingo? You can probably guess the answer. With a chuckle, Wayne unleashed a surge of lightning, charging into the throng of pirates with an unstoppable force, swiftly overwhelming the remaining foes. As the lightning flickered, countless pirates were reduced to charred remains. In that fleeting moment, the air was filled with the cacophony of thunder, the sound of bodies colliding, and the anguished cries of the fallen, creating a symphony of chaos. The Don Quixote family faced near annihilation. Cough, cough. A bald elder, Lao Ji, after enduring several heavy blows and electric strikes, succumbed to his inability to resist, collapsing heavily to the ground. Yet, a glimmer of relief graced his countenance. How fortunate it was that I did not perish from old age or illness, but rather fell at the hands of a formidable adversary. Regrettably, it seems this purple giant did not unleash his full might. At the harbor, purple flames erupted, incinerating countless pirates into ash. Even those who narrowly escaped the searing purple fire were gravely affected by the giant's ferocious onslaught, resulting in heavy casualties. In the formidable form of the thunderous god Behemoth, Wayne effortlessly dealt with the inferior pirates, particularly during their collective skirmishes, resulting in an unabated massacre. Soon, the battlefield was strewn with the remnants of fallen pirates, leaving only Zephyr and Torpole, the two remaining officers, standing. Torpole, clutching Doflamingo's snail, wept bitterly, lamenting, Doflamingo, how could you be defeated? Doflamingo, a man endowed with the qualities of a king, destined to ascend to greatness, had met with such a disheartening defeat upon entering the New World. Unbeknownst to them, the terrifying figure before them was Wayne. Meanwhile, Zephyr, arms crossed, exhibited neither fear nor a desire to ambush. What a true man! Wayne silently commended him. Yet, despite the praise, their allegiances diverged, and Wayne would show no mercy. Conversely, witnessing the demise of his kin at Wayne's hands, Zephyr, unwaveringly loyal to Doflamingo, would not seek to survive either. Only through combat could this be resolved. Zephyr's body began to meld with the earth, his arms adopting a swimming posture as he propelled himself towards the colossal figure, the once solid ground now flowing like water. Upon reaching the giant's feet, Zephyr executed a perfect diving maneuver, spinning in midair before launching a powerful punch at the giant. Meow meow whirlwind punch. Although this strike could have been easily evaded by Wayne, he raised his right fist and retaliated with a fierce blow aimed at Zephyr. The clash of their attacks was intense, but merely moments later, Zephyr was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing into a deep pit and kicking up a cloud of dust. Thus, the battle concluded, nearly obliterating the Don Quixote family. In the distance, the pirates of the Beast's pirates, observing the scene, were left in profound shock, their mouths agape and eyes wide, afraid to blink lest they miss the exhilarating confrontation. Such immense power was on display. How thrilling! Witnessing Wayne's formidable prowess, even death seemed a worthy price to pay for this spectacle. Indeed, it appeared that Wayne was poised to become the next calamity for the Beast's pirates. Calamity? Surely he would be the vice-captain. The flattery reached Wayne's ears, darkening his expression. Calamity, vice-captain. Spare me. If you keep this up, I might actually be tempted. Subsequently, at Wayne's command, Daifugo, accompanied by several nimble pirates, brought forth the Don Quixote family's ship, a precautionary measure to prevent any pirates from escaping. Wayne is acutely aware of the principle of eradicating the root of the problem. Brother Wayne, a few children have been found on the deck. Dave and several pirates brought the children before one, lifting them as if they were mere chicks. These children, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, varied in both race and stature. 3 individuals were recognizable to Wayne: the mermaid hybrid Dorinji, who was later slain by Cavendish in a dream state; the corpulent buffalo, a user of the spin fruit, capable of transforming into a humanoid helicopter to elevate others into the skies; and the tall, adorably attired maid, Baby 5, who possessed the powers of the weapon fruit. Captured by Devago, Baby 5 struggled fiercely, kicking in the air. "You bastard, let me go. I will kill you. Baby 5 was no ordinary child. She had undergone rigorous training as an assassin under Don Quixote da Flamingo since her youth. In the next moment, her arm suddenly morphed into a cannon, aiming directly at DeVago as she pulled the trigger. Before DeVago could react, the dark cannonball expanded ominously within his line of sight. Boom. Vane had relinquished his fruit ability and swiftly approached, striking the shell of the cannonball with a single stroke, causing it to explode. The ensuing shockwave struck DeVago's face, forcing him to stagger back several meters, though he sustained no fatal injuries. That was close. Thank you, Brother Vane, DeVago exclaimed, still shaken. He then drew his long sword, casting a fierce glare at the perilous little girl before him. You wicked little demon, Don Quixote, I shall deal with you myself. Hold on, Vane interjected, raising a hand to halt him. In the next moment, you bastard. What manner of monster are you? Baby 5 conjured a large blade, poised to strike Vane's head. Clang. Vane, his hands enveloped in the armor of hockey, seized the great sword with resolute determination, casting a curious glance towards her. Baby 5, if memory serves. This woman is known to acquiesce to any request. With this thought, a smirk graced Vane's lips as he extended a hand towards Baby 5. I require your companionship as my lifelong maid. I shall never forsake you. What did you say? Baby 5, who moments ago was ablaze with fury, ready to end Vane's existence, suddenly felt her cheeks flush with crimson, covering her face in a display of bashfulness. Do you truly need me? Indeed, Vane affirmed, nodding earnestly. I am in dire need of a devoted maid by my side. Come, join me. It appears I must concede to your unreasonable request. With all her might. Baby 5 lunged into Vane's embrace, nuzzling against him like a child seeking comfort. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed up at him. You truly will not abandon me? Of course not. Vane gently caressed her silky black hair, whispering softly in her ear. Trust me, Baby 5, I could never exploit a girl's emotions. Yes, yes. Baby 5 nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt needed. What a blissful, euphoric sensation. Was his name really Vane? This scene left the surrounding pirates in utter astonishment. Truly, Vane is remarkable. With just a few words, he turned the enemies against each other, displaying an undeniable charisma. Clearly, they had misunderstood once again. According to the nature of Baby 5, she would unhesitatingly comply with any request made of her. Hey, in that moment, Buffalito, who was being held by the pirates, grew frantic and shouted angrily at Vane. What have you done, you scoundrel? Baby 5 is a member of the Don Quixote family. How could you act in such a manner? Witnessing his comrade being betrayed was something Buffalito simply could not bear. Yet Vane refrained from further mocking or belittling him. Instead, he spoke calmly. The cruel sea is simply this way. However, rest assured, Buffalito, I will take good care of Baby 5. As for you lot, you may join the beast pirates. I can offer you that opportunity. The half-mermaid, Dringe, spat on the ground in disdain. What do you take us for? Betraying the young master is a humiliation worse than death. Do not forget that pirates also adhere to a code of honor. Hearing such passionate words, Vane's expression shifted. Very well, I acknowledge your resolve. He then turned to Dave Go and instructed, take these individuals back and have them perform labor at the rabbit bowl. Merely one night passed, and the Don Quixote family was eradicated, with even Don Quixote da Flamingo being captured. For a warlord of the sea and his crew, this was indeed astonishing. I never expected myself to be this formidable. Vane clenched his fist, pondering whether he had been overly cautious in the past, or if his prolonged stay in the weakest sea had led him to perceive himself as feeble. As he contemplated these thoughts, Baby 5 wrapped her arms around his, her eyes transforming into heart shapes as she gazed at him with affection. Lord Vane, how should I address you from now on? Should I perhaps call you master? Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. It is better to address him as Lord Wayne. Very well, Lord Wayne. Please feel free to command me. Baby 5, you traitor. I shall not forgive you. Blafro shouted at her. Humph. What nonsense are you blabbering about? Lord Wayne is my most esteemed master. Scoundrel, silence yourself. Baby 5 instantly transformed her expression, starkly contrasting her previous gentleness, and delivered a swift kick that shattered Blafro's front tooth. After a while, on the distant sea, a blue and white naval ship suddenly approached, casting blinding lights that illuminated the entire harbor. Brother Wayne, it's the Navy. Moreover, it's a large warship, likely of at least a vice admiral rank. What should we do? Shall we retreat? Vane squinted slightly, gazing at the figures on the bow of the warship. Before arriving at Dressrosa, he had informed Admiral Sengoku and requested reinforcements, naturally out of fear that he would be unable to prevail on his own. However, he was taken aback by how easily Don Quixote Doflamingo fell. He had hardly exerted himself before his adversary succumbed. Yet, what surprised Vayne even more was that Vice Admiral Tsuru was aware of his affiliation with the Blade. Upon reflection, this made sense, as both Admiral Sengoku and Tsuru, along with Carp, were comrades who had faced life and death together. It was only natural that she would be informed. Brother Vayne, what should we do? Should we retreat? Or engage the Navy in battle? Devago asked, his expression filled with anxiety. He was genuinely concerned that Vayne might impulsively clash with the Navy, especially after the recent fierce battle that had undoubtedly drained his strength. Jack, too, had sustained significant injuries and had been carried aside for treatment. As for the soldiers of Dressrosa outside, Devago was at a loss regarding their intentions. Clearly, this was not an opportune moment for conflict with the Navy. On Wayne's face, there was no fluctuation of emotion. He merely raised a hand slightly, signaling indifferently. It mattered not. I shall take action. As soon as the words left his lips, he embraced Baby 5 with one arm, propelled himself with his feet, and soared into the air towards the approaching warship. The 6 styles are indeed commendable martial techniques. Although each move is deceptively simple, their practicality is undeniably potent. The reason he carried Baby 5 was straightforward. Her character was perilously dangerous, and he feared that if he were to leave, she might be deceived back by those unscrupulous individuals. A mate acquired must not be allowed to escape. As he took flight, the pirates gazed in astonishment, realizing that Brother Wayne had charged towards the warship with only that girl for their safety. And they were instantly moved to tears. One by one, they knelt and wept. Brother Wayne, you are truly magnificent. Brother Wayne, please do not go, sob sob sob. Vayne stumbled in midair, nearly plummeting into the sea, the veins on his forehead visibly strained. What are you all doing, weeping over a grave? In a swift moment, Vayne soared above the warship, locking eyes with the 3 ladies standing at the bow. Commander Crane was present, along with Senior Gyun, and another figure, a peacock. They were all acquaintances from his time at Marin Fander. Meanwhile, the sailors on deck, upon spotting him, raised their rifles and aimed. That figure looked so familiar. Oh, isn't that Bruce Vayne, who defected from the Navy a few months ago? In just a few months, he has descended into piracy? And that adorable little girl, is she a hostage of Vayne? Crane was acutely aware of the sensitivity surrounding Vayne's identity and knew it must not be revealed here. Bruce Vayne, what is your identity now? A pirate? She intentionally inquired loudly. Upon hearing Crane's words, Vayne instantly understood. Wasn't it merely a performance? Wayne chuckled, his expression radiating arrogance. Of course, the Navy cannot accommodate me. I am now a member of the Beast Pirates. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a look of anger flashed across the peacock's face below, who swiftly drew a whip from their waist and lashed out. Bruce Wayne, you degenerate scoundrel. Crack. Vayne grasped the formidable whip with one hand, momentarily filled with perplexity. Peacock, it appears I have not offended you, have I? Whoosh. Wayne flicked the whip back. Baby 5, cradled in Wayne's arm, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, You dare to lay a hand on Lord Wayne? This is utterly unforgivable. Apologize to Lord Wayne at once. At her words, Peacock's anger intensified as he cast a glance at the maid-clad Baby 5. Huh. I did not expect you to have found yourself a maid, and one who is still underage at that. Wayne's expression darkened as he exclaimed, Do not slander me. I merely assisted a homeless little girl. The peacock continued, Have you forgotten your previous words, you scoundrel? That night, did you not proclaim that the celestial dragons are inferior to beasts and that one day you would lead the Navy to assault the Red Earth continent? Look at what you have done now. It was at that moment that Wayne recalled, indeed, during the newcomer banquet at Marineford, he had, while inebriated, uttered such words. The presence of Captain Peacock, an officer of the naval headquarters, during that incident only added to the gravity of the situation. Peacock, retract your previous statement, Guion interjected hastily. Such words should not be spoken. Yet, Guion harbored her own doubts, for she was well acquainted with Wayne. Although he did not exhibit the extreme views of Sakazuki, Wayne's stance towards pirates could certainly be characterized as representative of the Navy's hawkish faction. How could such a paragon of justice degrade into the ranks of pirates? Was it due to those extreme remarks directed at the celestial dragons? However, that matter should have been quelled by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Zephyr. At that juncture, Tsuru intervened to thwart Peacock's intent to attack, addressing Wayne directly. Wayne, since you identify yourself as a member of the Beast Pirates, What brings your crew to Dressrosa? Moreover, what transpired between you and the Don Quixote family? The jester Doflamingo has declared war upon my esteemed master Kaido, and has met his demise at our hands, Commander Tsuru. If you are seeking him, I regret to inform you that you shall not find him. I also advise you to depart swiftly. For Dressrosa is now the territory of the Beast's pirates. With a grin that exuded the unmistakable demeanor of a pirate, Wayne exclaimed, "What? Bruce Wayne?" The peacock's exquisite visage flushed crimson, her chest heaving dramatically, akin to gelatin, as she incomprehensibly shouted, "Do you comprehend the implications of your words? That is a member nation of the world government." Ji-Yuan interjected, "Do not act rashly, Peacock. Remember, he is no longer a member of the Navy, but rather a pirate." Yet, the Peacock could hardly maintain her composure. The idol she once revered, Wayne Senpai, had now descended into the ranks of piracy. "I understand, Bruce Wayne," Crane intoned solemnly. She then issued a retreat order, which only deepened the Peacock's confusion. The enemy lay directly before them. And Dressrosa was indeed a member nation of the world government. As a Navy officer, could they merely stand by and witness malevolence unfold without intervening? Crane's rationale was, this is not the time to engage with the beast pirates. Ji-Yuan consoled her, "Peacock, I understand your pursuit of absolute justice. But we are in the New World, and Dressrosa's geographical position is exceedingly sensitive. If we act recklessly and provoke Kaido, the entire nation could suffer the consequences, especially since the Navy cannot maintain a prolonged presence here." Crane cast a glance at Ji-Yuan, a flicker of admiration for his unique perspective crossing her eyes. However, the true reason for her retreat order stemmed from the directive she had received solely to support Wayne. Since Wayne had already accomplished his objective, it was indeed for the best. Regardless of what transpired, let that old fool Sengoku worry about it. Yet, there lingered a nagging feeling that her journey had been in vain. Please give a rating, thank you all. Look, the Navy is retreating on their warships. Brother Wayne has returned. The pirates at the port erupted in excitement upon seeing Wayne's return. Typically, they were the ones being chased away by the Navy. They had never witnessed such a scene. Although unaware of the means by which Wayne had orchestrated the Navy's retreat, especially with a large warship involved, it was undeniably exhilarating. Cyrus's gaze sharpened. Had even the Navy been frightened away? Had this pirate grown formidable to such an extent? In the ensuing moments, Wayne first arranged for the pirates to recuperate at their previous inn. He then engaged in discussions with King Li-Ku regarding the matter of territorial division. The beast pirates would establish ports and factories in Dressrosa, and an annual protection fee of 1 billion berries would be remitted to the beast pirates. Most crucially, it was to be publicly declared that Dressrosa had become the territory of the beast pirates. After listening, King Li-Ku fell into a contemplative silence. "Is that all?" "Indeed, that is all." "What of it? Are you unwilling?" No. King Li-Ku hastily waved his hands. If what Wayne said were true, he would be more than eager to comply. Having witnessed numerous instances of pirate invasions upon nations, he was nonetheless taken aback by the conditions proposed by Wayne. The prospect that such sacrifices could secure the protection of the beast pirates for Dressrosa in the New World seemed incredibly worthwhile. Moreover, the presence of Doflamingo, who appeared to harbor malevolent intentions, made Wayne's arrival all the more fortuitous. Otherwise, one could only speculate what mischief Doflamingo might have concocted. "Mr. Wayne, the Riku royal family accepts your proposal. Henceforth, Dressrosa shall become an eternal ally of the beast pirates." The two men clasped hands firmly, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. Days later, the news announced a cooperative agreement between Dressrosa and Wano Country, pledging mutual efforts to foster friendly development between the two nations. Accompanying this announcement was a photograph of Wayne and King Riku engaged in a cordial handshake. Furthermore, the newspaper featured an even more explosive headline. The formidable warlord Doflamingo had attempted to challenge the beast pirates, only to be slain on the spot by Bruce Wayne of the beast pirates. This incident sent ripples of excitement throughout the world, prompting numerous journalists to flock to Dressrosa in hopes of interviewing the fallen Navy figure known as Bruce Wayne. After all, just months prior, his bounty had been a mere 50 million. Now, he had joined the beast pirates and vanquished a warlord? It was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, on a nearby island close to Dressrosa, a band of pirates was engaged in an unconscionable act of plunder. The leader, a pale-skinned man with sparse hair and legs twisted like the limbs of a spider, wielded a large blade and bore a long sword at his waist. His teeth were sharp, and his tongue flicked out like that of a serpent. This man was named Squard, captain of the great current spider pirates. With a bounty of 210 million berries, and he was also the adopted son of Whitebeard. Captain Squard. A pirate rushed over, holding a newspaper with reverence. I just shot down a newspaper seagull. Oh, a newspaper? What intriguing news does it hold? Squard licked his lips and began to peruse its contents. However, upon encountering the headline, his pupils constricted and an unnamed fury began to surface in his gaze. Gritting his teeth, he articulated slowly, "Once again, it is that beast's pirates." Bruce Wayne, having followed Whitebeard for many years, Squard held immense respect for his father figure. Yet, a decade ago, the nefarious Kaido had seized Wano Country and murdered their former comrade, Odin. When Odin met his demise, father was profoundly saddened to the point of tears. Yet, at that moment, despite the proposals from the others to vanquish Kaido in retribution for Odin, father refrained from leading an army to devastate Wano. His justification was the treacherous terrain of Wano, which would result in significant troop losses. However, Squard held a divergent opinion. He believed father was being excessively cautious. In truth, the Beast Pirates were hardly a formidable force against the Whitebeard Pirates. Kaido deserved death. Similarly, the Beast Pirates warranted annihilation. Squard was an intensely radical individual, who would later showcase his filial sword skills during the Marineford War, provoked by a few words from Kaido. Clearly, he was once again incensed. How could the world government's affiliated nations be absorbed into one's territory, their infamy spreading across the globe? Such actions were only befitting of the Whitebeard Pirates, the strongest pirate crew in the world. Squard rallied several hundred pirates under his command and commanded, "Dressrosa is not far from us. Set sail. It is time for the Beast Pirates to pay a price." The pirates nearby, filled with trepidation, cautioned, "Brother Squard, should we not seek father's counsel first?" "Humph. What are you afraid of? In these waters, who would dare defy Whitebeard's will? If it were Jin or Queen, it would be a different matter. But a mere fallen lieutenant from the Navy is hardly worthy of concern." "A lieutenant? He has slain even rear admirals." Being Whitebeard's son, he could not afford to lose face. The subordinates dared not disobey Squard's orders and thus set sail towards Dressrosa with great determination. In Dressrosa, within the palace dungeon, Doflamingo was firmly bound to the ground by chains forged from sea prism stone, unable to move. Vane sat with his legs crossed on a nearby chair, while behind him, Baby 5, her face adorned with a cheerful smile, massaged his shoulders. "Ha ha ha, who would have thought I would be bested by such a little brat? It's truly exasperating." Even as a defeated man, Doflamingo continued to laugh boisterously, his audacious demeanor suggesting that he was the true victor. Wayne was momentarily taken aback, his expression subtly shifting. Truly, he was a formidable figure endowed with the conqueror's haki. Setting aside his prowess, Doflamingo's temperament was not something an ordinary individual could rival. "Doflamingo, it seems your ambitions are destined to come to an end," Wayne remarked coolly. Doflamingo paid no heed to Wayne's provocation, instead casting a curious glance at Baby 5. Upon observing her actions, a smile crept upon his lips, and he cheerfully remarked, "It appears you know this child quite well. Rest assured, I shall take good care of her." "That is reassuring," Wayne replied with a chuckle. "She is indeed a pitiable yet good child." At these words, Wayne's expression momentarily froze. In that instant, Doflamingo could have easily commanded Baby 5 to launch a surprise attack against him or ensure her eternal loyalty to him. However, he refrained from doing so. Was it because he deemed such actions meaningless, or did he genuinely care for the safety of his so-called family? Just as Wayne was about to pose another question, a soldier from the kingdom rushed in haste. "Lord Wayne, a pirate ship has arrived at the port, flying the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates." The Whitebeard Pirates? Wayne was indeed somewhat taken aback. What could they possibly want at this moment? Soon, Wayne and his entourage arrived at the port. Cyrus, Dave Go, and Jack, who was entirely wrapped in bandages, were all present. Although Jack had been recuperating in bed, his injuries were not likely to permit him to rise for several months. However, upon hearing that the strongest pirate crew in the world had arrived, he leaped out of bed in excitement, insisting that he must be there. He could forego other matters, but he could not miss a fight, especially against the Whitebeard Pirates. With the chilling sound of the sea breeze, Squardo led his pirates ashore, directly confronting Wayne and his group. "Hey, which one of you is Bruce Wayne?" Squardo shouted angrily. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wayne could not help but chuckle. Wasn't he this the most devoted son of the Whitebeard Pirates? It seemed this fellow's wits were indeed lacking, daring to come here. Perhaps this would present a splendid opportunity to ignite a war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates. With this thought, Wayne casually responded, hands in his pockets. "Grandpa is here." Squardo was momentarily taken aback. then immediately erupted in rage, exclaiming, "Damn it! Do you know who I am? Huh? And who are you?" "We are the Whitebeard pirates," boasted a pirate beside Squardo, his face beaming with pride. Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Whitebeard has truly spoiled you all, believing that having a benevolent father allows you to act with impunity." Thus, Wayne pretended to inquire, "Who is Whitebeard?" "Huh?" Squardo felt as though he had just heard a jest. "Boy, are you feigning ignorance with me? Let me tell you, do not be so arrogant. When you fall into our hands, we shall sever your limbs and display your head upon a flagpole. Then, you shall understand who Whitebeard truly is." "Oh my. Whitebeard is indeed that terrifying." Wayne's face instantly contorted in exaggerated fear. Of course, it was all an act. He even recoiled a few steps back, extending his hand for Cyrus and Dave to support him. The pirates surrounding them, however, were well aware of Wayne's mischievous tendencies and stifled their laughter. Cyrus, observing the terrified Wayne, felt a sudden tension in his expression, slightly embarrassed. As a formidable warrior, was it truly appropriate to indulge in such theatrics? "Oh dear. I am utterly terrified," Wayne continued, his voice trembling. "Why do my hands tremble uncontrollably? Is my heart so filled with dread? I genuinely fear that Whitebeard will come to sever my hands and behead me." Yet, he gradually rose, his demeanor shifting as he broke into a brazen laugh, the grin on his face uncontainable. He turned to Squardo and coldly declared, "Let me tell you, Whitebeard is nothing but a decayed corpse." Squardo retorted, "You." When Roger was alive, he knelt behind him, bowing in submission, even offering his crew for the sake of survival. After Roger's demise, he remained a failure, unable to become a true king. My mentor Kaido personally ended Odin's life, but what of it? Where was Whitebeard then? Go back and inform your father that if he dares to set foot in Wano." As he spoke, Wayne drew his pistol from his waist, retrieving a bullet to display to the crowd. "I grant him a single bullet." "You." Squardo trembled with rage, his entire body shaking. If glares could kill, Wayne would have perished multiple times by now. "You shall not insult our father. This era is named after Whitebeard." As soon as the words left his mouth, Squardo unsheathed a massive 5-meter blade, advancing toward Wayne with lethal intent, ready to reduce him to mere fragments. Facing the onslaught of the filial sword, Wayne narrowed his eyes. Wasn't this fellow's bounty over 200 million berries? However, with Wayne's mastery of advanced observation hockey, Squardo's movements appeared riddled with flaws. The blade descended with a force akin to a torrential tide aimed directly at Wayne's head. Yet, at the very moment of impact, Wayne merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded abruptly. In an instant, the military knife at his waist was unsheathed. Wayne gripped the hilt in reverse. Crouched low, and leveraging this momentum, he struck fiercely with his black blade, imbued with armament hockey, against Squard's colossal sword. Clang! To Squard's astonishment, his finely crafted steel sword, which had never even been dulled once, shattered. Observation hockey elevates one's perception, while armament hockey serves as a formidable tool for both offense and defense. Prolonged use of armament hockey entwined around the blade can even transform an ordinary sword into an indestructible black blade, such as the renowned swordmaster Dracula Mihawk's black blade, Yoru, or the great swordsman Ryuma's black blade, Shusui. In that moment, Wayne had exerted both his hockey and his entire strength to the utmost, achieving the remarkable feat of severing Squard's sword with a single strike. Squard's expression shifted dramatically. His instinct for battle warned him of the extreme peril he was in. Just as he attempted to withdraw, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward his face with tremendous force. Bang! An indescribable pain coursed through his body, causing Squard to grimace. He felt his body lighten as he was propelled backward, landing on the ground. "Captain Squard." The members of the great WRM Spider pirate crew immediately rushed over, their eyes widening at the sight of Squard's bloodied face. Shock coursed through their minds. "This man is so powerful. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen?" It seems the Whitebeard pirates are merely a band of weaklings. An old fool leading a pack of insignificant ones, which is quite reasonable. Veen, fearful that the situation might not escalate sufficiently, mockingly uttered his words. Yet, to the eyes of the other members of the Beast Pirates, this was an entirely commonplace display. Can a pirate lack bravado? If so, are they truly a pirate? Infuriating. "Do not dare to speak of my father." Squard, suppressing his agony, pushed aside the ship's doctor and rose to his feet once more, drawing the sword from his waist. Roaring, instead of turning to flee in disgrace, he approached me boldly. General Wayne drove his sword into the ground beside him. slowly extending his right hand as blinding white light began to coalesce in his palm. The air crackled with countless silver bolts of lightning intertwining and twisting together, resonating with a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing in unison. Seizing this moment, he decided to experiment with his technique. The deity of thunder, Kaminari-sama, possessed the ability to manipulate lightning at will. Although he could not transform his body into an elemental form, the unique constitution granted by his fruit ability allowed him to fully resist the onslaught of this terrifying natural force. Lightning? Squard halted momentarily. No, it seemed as though the lightning was infused with a certain aura. In the next instant, the lightning in Wayne's hand suddenly contracted, coalescing into a dazzling sphere of thunder. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Squard. 1,000 birds. Whoosh. The speed was overwhelming. Squard was unable to evade. As the sphere of lightning pierced through his body, the rampant electrical energy spreading wildly within him, destroying every single cell. A suffocating sensation akin to a serpent coiling around him surged through his chest. Within moments, Squard collapsed backward, a fist-sized, charred black hole marring his chest. Blood gushing forth from the wound in a gruesome display. Lord Squard. Several pirates cried out in despair, rushing toward him. At that moment, Wayne abruptly lifted his leg, unleashing a slicing wave that shot forth and instantly struck several of them down, extinguishing their lives. Witnessing this scene, the remaining members of the great whirlwind spider pirates recoiled in fear, gazing at Wayne standing beside Squard's corpse, none daring to advance, terrified that this merciless individual might attack once more. After casting a cold gaze over the crowd, Wayne spoke indifferently. Go back and tell Whitebeard to keep his head down in the New World. If he refuses, let him come to Wano and face me. The beast pirates will make him recognize reality. Silence enveloped the area, a deathly quiet. Yet, as reality sank in, the remaining pirates turned and fled. Some even jumping into the sea, swimming towards a distant pirate ship, fearful that Wayne might change his demeanor again. Their hearts were entirely consumed by terror. He dispatched Lord Squard so effortlessly. This man is a monster, an absolute being that must not be provoked. The beast pirates are terrifying. Even an unnamed subordinate possesses such formidable strength. It is unimaginable what the two calamities of the beast pirates and Kaido himself must be capable of. Perhaps this man speaks the truth. Whitebeard's crew is no longer the strongest pirate crew upon these seas. Wayne's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned his gaze toward the charred corpse. Squard, indeed, had delivered quite the surprise. However, one could not blame him for the unfortunate collision. It was entirely self-inflicted. This truly marked the point of no return with Whitebeard. The mere thought of the impending clash between Kaido and Whitebeard ignited a flicker of anticipation within Wayne's heart. Kaido, at this moment, was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of his power. Whitebeard, too, was formidable, still in the prime of his life, untouched by illness. The confrontation between the strongest creature and the strongest man promised to be exhilarating. Just then, a flash of light streaked across the sky, snapping Wayne from his reverie. Vane lifted his gaze and beheld a colossal inflatable airship gracefully descending, atop which stood a birdman. One hand clutched a camera, capturing the moment, while the other waved in greeting to Vane. Below, the pirates and soldiers immediately raised their firearms, aiming at the airship. With a mere command from Vane, that airship would be riddled with bullets, along with the impeccably attired birdman aboard. Hold your fire. It's me. Big news. The birdman cried out in a flurry of urgency. Morgans? Wayne recognized him. In the next moment, Wayne materialized aboard the airship, directly behind Morgans. Morgans, unfazed, respectfully bowed to Wayne and cheerfully remarked, "Ah, Mr. Wayne. I witnessed everything that just transpired. Congratulations to the beast pirates. But before we delve into that, was it you who pinned that sensational headline about my fallen navy?" With a harsh tone, Wayne inquired. A man aboard the great double-rim pirate ship trembled as he picked up a transponder snail, dialing with an almost terrified voice. "Father, something terrible has happened." "What is it, my dear son? Do not panic. Have you forgotten my advice? Whatever the situation, one must face it with composure. That is the way of a pirate." A deep, steady voice resonated from the other end, belonging to Whitebeard. "It's father. Captain Squard has been slain by the beast pirates." "Oh, is it merely Squard you mention?" On the mobilia, the usually composed Whitebeard unexpectedly roared, his bellow echoing across the ship, causing immense waves to rise upon the surrounding sea. "What troubles father?" On the deck, the raucous pirates, engaged in revelry, immediately set down their flasks and hurried to Whitebeard's side. A man with a pineapple hairstyle, of modest stature and laid-back demeanor, stepped forward to inquire, "Father, what has transpired?" This man, named Marco, was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and the second-in-command of the vessel, known as the Phoenix. He understood that such a fervent reaction from father could only signal dire news. Whitebeard's expression was grave as he cast a deep glance at his sons aboard the ship before stating, "Squard has been killed by a young scoundrel from the Beast Pirates." What? Everyone stood in stunned silence. Squard was dead? And at the hands of the Beast Pirates? Setting aside Squard's formidable prowess within the Whitebeard crew, the mere reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates would deter anyone from daring to slay one of their own. For all new on these seas, inflicting harm upon Whitebeard's family would yield catastrophic consequences. Moreover, that young scoundrel's demeanor was audacious, seemingly disregarding us entirely. Whitebeard's gaze grew profound, lost in thought. At that moment, a beautiful woman, adorned in the attire of a geisha, voiced a robust male tone. "Damn it, that bastard Kaido." Her fists clenched tightly, nearly drawing blood. This man, known as Aizu, donned the geisha garb merely as a stylistic choice. He had previously sailed with Kazuki Oden on Whitebeard's ship and had remained ever since. The humiliation of Wano was a lifelong wound, and his hatred for Kaido and the Beast Pirates ran deep. Now, the fact that Kaido's minions had murdered his dear friend Squard was a cruel reality he found hard to accept. "Father, I shall go and slay Kaido," Aizu declared. His voice choked with emotion. "Indeed, this is nothing short of an egregious provocation," remarked Vista, the 5th Division captain, clad in gentlemanly attire. "If we do not resolve this matter, the dignity of the Whitebeard Pirates will become a laughingstock." Holding the esteemed title of the most powerful pirate crew, the Whitebeard Pirates cannot afford to lose. This sentiment resonates deeply among the crew. "Indeed, give the command, father. Let these arrogant fools understand who truly reigns over these waters." Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division, declared to Whitebeard. The other pirates stirred restlessly, seeking Whitebeard's orders. It seems they genuinely regard Squard as family. Meanwhile, at the rear of the ship, a burly, unkempt man was leisurely indulging in cherry pie, seemingly indifferent to the commotion around him. Whitebeard, seated upon his imposing chair, shifted his gaze thoughtfully. "An assault on Wano, is it?" Upon learning of Squard's demise, he felt an overwhelming urge to mobilize his forces immediately, to vanquish Kaido and that brat, Bruce Wayne. Yet, upon reflection, he began to contemplate. Although the Whitebeard Pirates are formidable, they are not invincible. Over the years, the other 2 Emperor-level pirate crews, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, have amassed considerable strength. Most troubling is the ambiguous relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Should war break out, the Whitebeard Pirates would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. "No," Whitebeard asserted resolutely, "we cannot engage in this battle." "But, father," Aizu began. "Father," Marco interjected swiftly, "I understand your concerns about not wanting to incite a large-scale war. However, we cannot simply let Squard's matter go unresolved." With that, he turned to the railing, gazing out at the distant sea. "Bruce Wayne, is it? I shall claim his head." Whitebeard looked at him with appreciation. "My son, have you made your decision?" "Yes, father. Dressrosa is not far from here. I can utilize my devil fruit abilities to reach there at the fastest speed. Before they return to Wano, I will eliminate this group of scoundrels," Marco exclaimed through gritted teeth. Although dispatching a seasoned pirate to deal with such a fledgling adversary might seem dishonorable, Marco could not disregard the matter when it concerned his father's reputation. "If that is your resolve, then go forth, my dear son," Whitebeard said, taking a hearty swig of his drink. "Pirates have their own code. To seize a treasure that a pirate holds dear is to pay the price in blood, and Whitebeard's treasure consists of the family before him." Following this, Marco gathered intelligence from the members of the Don Quixote pirates and positioned himself at the railing, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Dressrosa. At that moment, Aizu approached with concern, saying, "Marco, that Bruce Wayne is not as simple as he appears. You must exercise caution." "Oh, there is no need for worry." With a confident smile, Marco waved his hand dismissively. Although that fellow's abilities were somewhat troublesome, victory was assured. As soon as he spoke, his hands transformed into wings enveloped in blue flames, propelling him into the distance. On the airship above Dressrosa, a headline caught his attention. "That headline was pinned by you, wasn't it?" Wayne inquired with a sharp tone, directing his gaze at Morgan's. "Well, perhaps, likely it was," Morgan stammered, feeling a sudden tightening in his chest as he observed the dark expression on Wayne's face. Noticing Wayne's hand reaching for his pistol at his waist, Morgans hastily interjected, "Wait, Wayne, that headline was actually a misunderstanding. It was Fleet Admiral Sengoku who instructed our newspaper to amplify the portrayal of your misdeeds. Besides, you are a pirate now. So such negative news should be advantageous for you, wouldn't it?" At this, Wayne cracked a slight smile. "You do make a valid point. Yet, he still harbored no fondness for this big news. What brings you to Dressrosa this time?" "Haha," Morgans cheerfully clapped Wayne on the shoulder. "I am here to conduct an exclusive interview with our new pirate star, Bruce Wayne." "An exclusive interview?" "Indeed. Once a beloved hero of justice in the Navy, you have now joined the Beast Pirates, becoming a great pirate who conquers nations. Not to mention, you have killed Whitebeard's crewmates and openly insulted him. If this were to be written as a headline, it would surely be captivating," Morgans exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gestured animatedly. As a journalist, nothing thrilled him more than witnessing the astonished expressions of readers as they perused the newspaper. "Moreover, I have a long-standing friendship with your captain, Kaido. So, Wayne, we could collaborate on this." Wayne pondered for a moment and found merit in the statement made. The more one stirs the flames, the greater the chance of igniting a conflict. "Very well. Considering your dedication and courage to personally come to Dressrosa, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request." Thus, Morgans commenced his interview. "Mr. Wynne, may I inquire why you chose to leave the Navy and embrace the life of a pirate? Is it an innate wickedness within you? Or do you harbor some unspeakable secret?" While serving in the Navy was not without its merits, the allure of being a free pirate offers a vast expanse of possibilities that is simply unparalleled. Here I must interject, for those aspiring to join the ranks of piracy, or those seeking to transition from other pirate crews, feel free to join the Beast Pirates, where accommodations and sustenance are provided, along with generous compensation. Now, may I ask, regarding the recent provocation towards Whitebeard, is this the intention of Kaido, or is it a sentiment of your own, Mr. Wynne? The Whitebeard Pirates are merely a congregation of the weak. They do not deserve the title of the strongest pirate crew. That honor rightfully belongs to us, the Beasts. Moreover, the title of the strongest man should be bestowed upon my esteemed mentor, Kaido." Morgans was taken aback by Wynne's unabashed bravado. Was such audacity truly advisable? He continued, "Mr. Wynne, it has come to my attention that you were once a disciple of Admiral Zephyr at Navy headquarters. Is this assertion accurate?" "Unrelated." Wayne waved his hand dismissively, asserting that in his heart, there was only Teacher Kaido. After posing several incisive questions, Morgan's face broke into a satisfied smile. It appeared that this visit was indeed worthwhile. Wayne's words were brimming with aggression, further intensified by the clash between the two royal pirate crews. This headline promised to be exceptionally captivating. "Thank you, Mr. Wayne. Lastly, may I inquire about a rather personal matter? Do you have a romantic partner?" Should this question also be featured in the headlines? Not at all. This is merely for the entertainment section. The entertainment publication primarily serves as a repository for gossip, focusing on the romantic escapades of celebrities. Just a few days prior, the newspaper had sensationally covered the legendary exploits of Whitebeard and rumors of Captain John S.'s recent appearance on Joy Street. Additionally, Whitebeard's flag being planted on Fishman Island was also reported, headlined, "Whitebeard claims Fishman Island, a peculiar affection for mermaids." Contemplating these matters, Wayne's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "What romantic partner? Women only serve to impede my swiftness with the blade." Although the pirate world is replete with enchanting beauties, he had never deceived a woman, resulting in a lack of any romantic history. Women and treasures were trivial pursuits. He was willing to stake everything to conquer the seas and skies. Even in death, he would stand tall, mocking the world. Such was the true essence of a man's romance. Vane laughed heartily, a defiant smile adorning his face. His words echoed down to the pirates below, igniting a surge of fervor within them, their eyes ablaze with zeal. Vane leaned forward, addressing the pirates below with a grin. "How are you all doing, my young comrades? The era of the Beast Pirates has commenced." A resounding cheer erupted, so thunderous that it stirred a small wave crashing against the rocky shores. "Brother Vane, we revere you. We vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. I shall be the first. Let us eradicate all the pirates in this world, and then we shall be the most notorious of them all." The pirates, brimming with exuberance, erupted in laughter, expletives, and praises, as if the cacophony would never cease. Even the soldiers of the Dressrosa Kingdom were nearly swayed by Vane's charisma, joining in the revelry. Witnessing the spectacle, Morgans was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this vain fellow possessed such ambition. Seizing the moment, He retrieved the camera hanging from his neck and pressed the shutter button. A day later. Vane, who authorized you to act as an undercover agent? Zephyr's roar resonated through the transponder snail, startling Vane. Lower your voice, Teacher Zephyr. If others overhear, I could land in a heap of trouble. You wouldn't want my undercover status to be exposed, would you? At that moment, Vane was reclined in a lavish bedroom within the royal palace. A straw held between his lips as he sipped his juice. Regarding the recent news, you had best clarify things for me. It's all Morgan's fault. Wayne picked up a newspaper from the bed, and an explosive headline immediately caught his eye. The man who publicly humiliated Whitebeard, Bruce Wayne? This headline certainly lends itself to misinterpretation, and the content within is even more captivating. It begins by recounting how Wayne single-handedly took on the entire Don Quixote family, extravagantly depicting the Beast Pirates royal family in a pitiful plea for protection from them in Dressrosa, ultimately leading to Wayne reluctantly planting their flag on Dressrosa's soil. However, the article's narrative gradually spirals into absurdity. Bruce Wayne, it claims, killed the captain of the Don Quixote pirates, squad, with merely a glance, and declared war on Whitebeard. Proclaiming his ambition to become the Pirate King, he brazenly insulted the Navy, labeling them as fools, and asserted that Admiral Zephyr's teaching prowess paled in comparison to Kaido's. According to Bruce Wayne, he plans to lead his subordinates away from the Beast Pirates to establish a new Yonko crew. He boldly declared his intent to seize Amazon Lily and make Boa Hancock his woman. On the other side of the newspaper was a photograph of Wayne standing on an airship, his dark hair flowing wildly, his gaze exuding arrogance and defiance. Below, the pirates gazed at him with fervent eyes, waving in response. Upon witnessing this, Wayne chuckled wryly and shook his head. Zephyr, I find myself in quite a predicament. Next time I encounter Morgans, I shall certainly strip him of his feathers. Enough, Zephyr interjected. I am well aware that you wish to incite conflict between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. However, your impulsiveness is concerning. Such actions are bound to arouse Kaido's suspicions. Kaido is no fool. It is highly suspect for Wayne to have stirred such controversy shortly after joining the Beast Pirates and to do so ostentatiously. Alas, Zephyr, my desire for progress is overwhelming. Wayne chuckled softly. Zephyr was taken aback, yet he should not be so hasty. His original intention was for Wayne to discreetly gather intelligence within the Beast Pirates, keeping a watchful eye on Kaido's movements. With the powers of Kaminari no Kami, safeguarding his life would undoubtedly pose no challenge. However, Wayne's current actions were indeed rather perilous. Vane felt a surge of emotion, for he understood that Teacher Zephyr genuinely cared for him. However, what Teacher Zephyr did not realize was that the ways of pirates were meant to be audacious, meant to embody a sense of freedom. Should Kaido learn of this, he would only commend him for a job well done, for he was undoubtedly born to be a pirate. Lacking funds, one must resort to writing. But why not seek employment? With hands and feet, one could work. Yet, working is an impossibility for me. I could never engage in such labor in this lifetime. Business acumen eludes me, leaving me with no choice but to write daily to sustain my existence. Thus, I must say, Teacher Zephyr, I was mistaken. Vane's demeanor is one of sincerity. He readily admits his faults at the slightest disagreement. This has become something of his traditional skill. During his endeavors in the East Sea combating pirates, he and Smoker have repeatedly transgressed orders, often vanquishing foes before the Navy had even devised a plan. In the weakest of seas, the powers of the Logia and mythical Zoan types allow for such audacity. You rascal, Zephyr sighed in resignation. Do not worry, Teacher Zephyr. I am well aware of my capabilities. You know me, if I lacked confidence, I would not dare to take risks. Vane has always held Zephyr in high regard. He recalls the tumultuous events from over a decade ago, when the Golden Lion wreaked havoc in Marineford, marking his first encounter with the fierce battles among the mightiest warriors. The terror unleashed was far beyond natural disasters, sweeping through Marineford and obliterating half of its structures, including an apartment left to him by the former Navy. In response, Vane could only utter, Golden Lion, I curse your name. It was during that time of homelessness that he first met Teacher Zephyr. Do not lose heart. Justice will not perish so easily. What is your name? Bruce Vane, is it? It sounds like a name of strength. Zephyr continued, from now on, train under my guidance. When you mature into a formidable force, you shall bear the weight of justice that lies behind you. In his most challenging moments, it was Zephyr who offered him shelter once more. To Vane, Zephyr is akin to a foster father. It is also because of Zephyr that Vane believes in the existence of true justice within the Navy, despite its various shortcomings. There will always be someone to uphold justice, even if it is but a solitary person with a singular thought, determined to persist along that path. Vane has never considered himself to be a purely good or bad person. He lacks the unwavering conviction for justice that Zephyr possesses. Thus, he has always adhered to a justice of doing his best. Zephyr's voice echoed, "That's more like it. It's precisely because you're sharp-witted that I entrusted you to join the Blades." Understanding Vane's character, Zephyr refrained from further discussion on the matter and shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, everything you have done is well known to the higher-ups in the Navy, and they are compelled to increase your bounty. You are quite popular now, so be prepared." "Prepared? For what?" Vane inquired, puzzled. "Of course, for becoming a great pirate." At the same time this newspaper was being distributed, a bounty notice was being sent across the world, carried by a seagull. In the first half of the Grand Line, within the treacherous waters of the terrifying Triangle, a corpulent man leaned against the wall of a colossal, three-masted sailing ship. With one hand, he sipped cola, while the other grasped a newspaper, his face contorted with rage. "Damn Kaido! Has he grown so arrogant as to challenge Whitebeard? Damn it, don't die too easily, Kaido. Once I've assembled my legion, I will personally ensure your demise." He then commanded his zombie subordinates to prepare fried chicken meals, justifying to himself that one cannot train effectively on an empty stomach, completely disregarding his steadily increasing weight. On Fishman Island, within the Dragon Palace, Jinbei addressed King Neptune. "This is the one who killed Arlong, and now he has slain Father S. crew. This is tantamount to declaring war against the Whitebeard pirates. Your Majesty, it is under Whitebeard's protection that Fishman Island has been spared from turmoil. If Father truly goes to war with Kaido, we must lend our assistance." In the New World, on Music Island, Elegia, a charming young girl with headphones and hair half red and half white, sang sweetly into the vast valley, her clear voice tinged with a hint of indignation. At that moment, a newspaper fluttered into her hands. After perusing its contents, an icy gaze, far beyond her years, emerged in her eyes. "Bruce Vane, another detestable pirate. One day, I will make you and your wicked crew pay." In a certain sea of the New World, a man with red hair and a severed arm gazed sorrowfully at the tumultuous ocean. Behind him, a man dangling a cigar remarked, "Shanks, it seems the beast pirates have encountered an extraordinary individual, the fallen Navy Bruce Vane, with a bounty of 560 million berries." In the New World, in Whole Cake Island, a voice echoed, "Mother, it appears Kaido has attracted an interesting little brat." The corpulent Charlotte Linlin indulged in delectable treats, saliva dripping down as she gazed with keen interest at a photograph of Wayne in the newspaper. Below, Carter Cullet, adorned with a grand scarf and a cold demeanor, held a bounty notice and remarked nonchalantly, "Mother, this fellow's bounty is substantial enough to qualify him as an officer in the Beast Pirates." Terrified of pain, the young lad Charlotte Kikira, lurking in the shadows, ominously suggested, "Mother, this individual could become a troublesome adversary in the future. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to eliminate him in Dressrosa." Meanwhile, the loquacious Perispero chuckled at him, exclaiming, "Oh, how foolish! Rather than becoming enemies, we might forge an alliance and collaborate." He turned his gaze towards Charlotte Linlin, excitement evident in his voice. "Mother, the conflict between Kaido and Whitebeard could present us with a splendid opportunity." "Oh, what did you say?" Charlotte Linlin tilted her head, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Perispero felt a shiver run down his spine, but pressed on. "Mother, Whitebeard has grown old, and his crew lacks formidable successors. If we could ally with Kaido and decisively defeat Whitebeard, then no one in the New World could stand against us. An alliance with that foolish brother Kaido?" Charlotte Linlin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. To be honest, decades ago, she would have scorned the idea of collaborating with that reckless youth. However, after years of navigating the New World and encountering numerous formidable foes, she increasingly realized that single-handedly dominating the world and becoming the Pirate King was indeed a daunting task. Yet, with Kaido, a monster rivaling her own strength, the scenario would be entirely different. However, time had passed, and their respective statuses had risen to astonishing heights. Conflicts occasionally arose among their pirate crews, making both reluctant to propose cooperation first. But if the adversary were Whitebeard? With this thought, Charlotte Linlin burst into a hearty laugh. "Mother, how astute you are, my clever son. This matter shall be entrusted to you, Perispero. Convince Kaido to join me as my vice-captain." "Huh? Me?" Perispero was utterly taken aback by his mother's outrageous line of reasoning. "Convince Kaido? To submit to the reign of Big Mom, the strongest creature? What nonsense. Kaido would surely eliminate him. Yet, soon after, Charlotte Linlin erupted into laughter again. Parasparrow, you remain as timid as ever. Look at how frightened you are. I was merely teasing you. Upon hearing her mother's words, Parasparrow breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly lamenting that such jesting was ill-advised, as it could genuinely instill fear. Nonetheless, Katakuri, you shall embark on a journey to Wano Country, taking your younger siblings along for some training. And Smoker, you too shall join, to meet this dashing young fellow. If you can win his affection and bring him to the world of nations for marriage, he will become one of us. Mother. Political alliances through marriage are utterly commonplace in our realm, and none are taken aback by such arrangements. Understood, Mother. Charlotte Katakuri responded coolly, devoid of any emotion. Indeed, Mother. A tall, striking woman with brown skin stepped forward. Her long, wavy white hair framed her exquisite features, and she donned a snug pink bodysuit that accentuated her long, slender legs. She bowed respectfully to Charlotte Linlin, her countenance betraying no hint of emotion, as if the notion of marriage was merely a routine task to her. How much? 560 million? Vane expressed his astonishment. After so many years of righteousness, the total bounty he had captured from pirates barely reached 500 million. Teacher Zephyr. May I claim the bounty for myself? Certainly, as long as you can present your own head. In that case, I shall refrain. By the way, Vane, Zephyr continued, there have been reports of the Golden Lion's presence in the New World. Although the accuracy of this information remains unverified, I advise you to remain vigilant in the coming days. The image of the audacious, golden-haired figure of the Golden Lion flashed in Vane's mind, his eyes seemingly harboring the essence of a lion. Despite being an undeniable rogue, one could not deny that he was a born monarch. Vane still vividly recalled his defiant demeanor and formidable prowess. However, wasn't he supposed to be in hiding? Vane pondered silently, while others were unaware. Vane knew that during this period, the Golden Lion was employing his abilities to levitate islands, concealing himself while studying those mutated beasts, with the intent of annihilating the East Sea. All right, Vane, I merely wanted to remind you, your focus should be on Kaido's movements. Understood, Teacher Zephyr. After discussing some recent intelligence, their conversation concluded. Vane then exited his bedroom, intending to head to the underground prison of the palace. Just as he stepped outside, Baby 5 leaped into his arms, her soft skin pressing against him. Good morning, Lord Vane. This time, Baby 5 had swapped her maid outfit for a vibrant girls' ensemble, having somehow procured a crop top and ultra-short shorts that showcased her disproportionately long, fair legs to perfection. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing her attire, Vane was struck by a peculiar thought. What if Yamato were to wear such an outfit? No, that would be disastrous. Returning to reality, Vane gazed at the adorable maid in his embrace, her eyes sparkling like stars, causing him to involuntarily twitch at the corner of his eye. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. Why did it feel as though he had become a villain luring an innocent girl? No, that couldn't be right. Baby 5 was merely a girl with a tragic background. He was simply a benevolent citizen aiding a fragile maiden. Yes, that was it. With this rationale, Vane felt justified as he playfully pinched Baby 5's soft cheek before leading her toward the prison. In the dimly lit cell, Vane reclined with his legs crossed, facing Don Quixote Doflamingo. Despite Doflamingo's childhood being marred by the folly of his foolish father, he had risen to prominence. However, he later managed to negotiate with the world government and even threatened them by leveraging his identity as a celestial dragon. This suggests that he likely possesses certain secrets unknown to Vane, potentially concerning the celestial dragon's national treasures, ancient weapons, and the procedure for immortality. Wayne is genuinely curious. By the way, where did we leave off last time? Wayne crossed his arms over his shoulders and remarked mildly, Is this your attitude towards conversation, Doflamingo? Doflamingo cast a glance at the chains binding him, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. You need to understand your circumstances, Doff. And do not forget, your life is currently in my hands. Vane's tone was somewhat frigid. He understood that amiable conversations with a tyrant like Doflamingo would merely devolve into meaningless chatter. Thus, practicality was preferable. With a mere utterance from me, you could vanish from this world without incurring any cost. A 7 warlords stripped of their influence would surely evoke no concern from anyone. The threat embedded in his words was particularly palpable. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's expression momentarily faltered. He was indeed unafraid of death, yet he harbored a profound desire to live, more than anyone else. Huh, you have not killed me but instead stand here negotiating, which must mean you seek something, he remarked. Speak plainly. What is it that you desire? Doflamingo calmly stated, as if he were seated equally at a negotiation table with Vayne rather than confined within a cell. Truly, a man of regal caliber, he exhibited remarkable fortitude. Very well, Doflamingo. If you divulge all that you know regarding the celestial dragon's secrets, I shall spare your life and cast you into the quarries of Wano. Oh, and the younglings from your family shall accompany you, so you shan't be lonely. Humph. Are you mocking me? Doflamingo's face twitched slightly. Is there truly a distinction between imprisonment and death? Vayne let out a chilling smile. I have already shown considerable mercy, Doflamingo. You must ponder carefully. At least in the quarry, there remains a glimmer of hope for escape. Once dead, there is nothing left. Upon hearing Vayne's words, Doflamingo, though maintaining a stoic facade, felt a tempest brewing within. For a man of his ilk, merely clinging to life was preferable to the finality of death. After a prolonged silence, Doflamingo shattered the stillness with a final question. Why should I place my trust in your words? For someone as formidable as him, who resorted to poison even in combat, anything was conceivable. You have no choice, and I believe you no longer pose a threat to me. This confidence I still possess. Doflamingo bared his teeth in a sardonic grin. What an arrogant fellow you are. I recall you were once with the Navy, but now it seems you have fully embraced the life of a pirate. Enough of this chatter. Speak plainly. Do not entertain thoughts of deceiving me, for I shall demonstrate my strength and methods should you attempt such folly. Vayne's words were sharp, subtly establishing an advantage in the negotiation. Very well. Let us commence from the beginning. 8 centuries ago, 20 kings united, leading their royal families to the sacred land of Mariewa on the Red Earth continent. However, in truth, only the royal families of 19 nations arrived there, as the Nefertari family of Alabasta chose to remain in their homeland. Vayne listened attentively, for these matters were not particularly secretive. Doflamingo continued, explaining that the members of these families eventually ascended to the rank of celestial dragons, and among the celestial dragons, there existed a hierarchy. They could be broadly categorized into ordinary celestial dragons and the revered Gorosei, who wielded the utmost authority. Additionally, there existed a formidable order known as the Knights of God, composed of the most powerful celestial dragons. This elite group possessed the ability to regulate the actions of other celestial dragons and oversee various worldly affairs, even holding the power to judge and execute fellow celestial dragons. Vayne expressed a keen interest in the Order of the Divine Knights and inquired, "Please share all the information regarding this order." Doflamingo's expression grew serious as he replied, "I am only aware of its existence, as I left the Holy Land when I was merely 8 years old." I see, Vayne thought to himself, realizing that this assessment was likely accurate, for in his memory, the Order of the Divine Knights was indeed an exceedingly enigmatic organization. It was quite understandable that Doflamingo was not well informed. "Please, continue," Vayne urged. "That is all I have. However, if you wish to learn about the amusements of the celestial dragons, I can certainly enlighten you," Doflamingo stated earnestly. "Is that all? Do you think I would believe you?" Vayne raised an eyebrow, his gaze gradually turning frigid as he spoke. "Doflamingo, is it not preferable to be alive?" He expressed profound gratitude for the gifts and commendations, acknowledging that he could see them in the background, which truly moved him. "Doflamingo, what have I done to deserve such rebellion from you?" As he spoke, Vayne stood up, making a motion to retrieve the pistol at his waist. "Hey, you need to understand, I was merely 8 years old when I left the Holy Land." Doflamingo felt a wave of panic. Having resolved to preserve his life, he could no longer maintain his previous composure. He was genuinely fearful that Vayne might take his life at the slightest provocation. Vayne raised an eyebrow. 8 years old? What a jest! In a world teeming with monsters, age is hardly a reason to show weakness. Do not be complacent, Doff. Vayne stepped forward, removing his sunglasses to gaze directly into his eyes. "Allow me to remind you. The celestial dragons possess national treasures, as well as the secret to immortality." "What? How could you possibly know?" Doflamingo's pupils constricted, his face a mask of disbelief. How could he be aware of such things? Did Kaido divulge this information? Or had someone from the Navy leaked it? Yet, the celestial dragons guard these secrets with utmost diligence. Even many who have resided in the Holy Land for extended periods remain oblivious. This cannot be. Doflamingo, I have already stated the importance of recognizing your current predicament. My patience is not boundless, and you would be wise to choose your words carefully before speaking. The words of Wayne had reached their conclusion. Doflamingo understood that if his next utterance did not align with Wayne's expectations, his life would be forfeit. He erupted into laughter. Yet within, he felt a profound discontent. It seemed that refraining from the truth would cost him dearly. Very well, he would disclose it, Bruce Wayne. Gritting his teeth, Doflamingo declared, "The procedure for immortality is the ability derived from a devil fruit." At last, the truth was unveiled. Vane returned to his seat, continuing to listen to his narrative. The surgery for immortality could grant eternal youth, which is why I devoted considerable effort in my earlier years to seek it out, desiring that my beloved family undergo the procedure. Alas, the fabled devil fruit, so tantalizingly close, was stolen by those two traitors. As Doflamingo reminisced, his expression darkened. To him, making mistakes was not fearsome. It was betrayal that was unforgivable. Corazon and Luffy? Doflamingo paused, surprised that you were aware of this. Do not constantly pose questions. Simply respond to me. Very well, as far as I understand, possessing the power of the surgical fruit allows one to perform the immortality procedure, granting eternal life. However, the side effect is that the fruit's wielder will perish immediately. In matters of interrogation, once initiated, the subsequent proceedings become exceedingly smooth. Without waiting for Vane's indication, Doflamingo continued, "The 5 elders of the Holy Land have lived for an indeterminate number of years. Therefore, I suspect that they have likely undergone the surgical fruit, enabling them to control this world for centuries." Centuries? Indeed, initially, I too found it hard to believe, but later, through some forbidden images and texts, I discovered traces of their existence over the past few centuries. Doflamingo stated earnestly, "So, your quest for the surgical fruit is driven by a desire for immortality?" Vane began to probe. Not entirely. Doflamingo did not conceal further, seemingly having truly surrendered. With a grave expression, he declared that the immortality procedure has an extraordinary connection to the celestial dragon's national treasure. That treasure is, in fact, the legendary ancient weapon. Ancient weapon? Doflamingo remarked. "You must have heard of ancient weapons, have you not?" When remarked, "I have heard whispers of it. It is said that only those who have undergone the procedure for immortality may wield it. As for the precise nature of this weapon, I am unaware. Yet it undoubtedly possesses cataclysmic power." Wayne nodded, finding that Doflamingo's words were consistent with his own understanding of the situation. "Is there anything else?" "Truly, there is nothing more." Vane pondered for a moment, wondering if there existed any entities of a higher echelon above the 5 elders. Above the 5 elders? How could that be possible? For all these years, it had always been the 5 elders who governed the Holy Land. Wayne gazed at Doflamingo, convinced of his honesty. Indeed. For an ordinary celestial dragon noble to possess such extensive knowledge was already quite remarkable. Should he have known any more? And would likely have gone to great lengths to eliminate him. "Very well, Doflamingo, you have successfully been accepted by the Rabbit Bowl Quarry. After a considerable passage of time, under the blazing sun, in Dressrosa, specifically Green Bit, the dwelling place of the Tontata tribe, the scene resembled a primordial forest, devoid of any signs of human habitation. This tranquility stemmed from an edict issued 8 centuries ago, when the Don Quixote family relocated to the Holy Land, commanding King Riku to coexist peacefully with the diminutive folk, ensuring mutual non-interference. Although some of the little people occasionally ventured into towns and were inadvertently discovered by humans, such encounters were romanticized into mere urban legends. Wayne, Jack, Baby 5, and Cyrus ventured into the depths of the forest. An hour later, Wayne remarked, "Brother Wayne, apart from the towering trees and winding vines, there seems to be nothing else here. It hardly resembles a place where one might find a doctor." Jack, his body ensnared in bandages, wielded a sickle to clear the obstructing vines while inquiring from behind, "I would never deceive you, Jack." The voice of Wayne resonated through the air. After interrogating Don Quixote Doflamingo, Wayne led several companions to this location under the pretext of seeking a renowned healer for Jack's ailments. After all, Jack had been grievously injured in the recent battle, having been first assaulted by Wayne himself and subsequently besieged by the operatives of the Don Quixote family. At that moment, Jack was deeply touched, feeling that his elder brother Wayne was exceptionally compassionate. Thus, the quartet arrived at this place. However, after searching for over an hour, they discovered that apart from the endless expanse of forest, there seemed to be nothing else. Even Jack, wielding his scythe for so long, felt the wounds on his body threatening to reopen. "Mr. Wayne, you wouldn't be searching for the little folk, would you?" Cyrus inquired, perplexed, although he had never witnessed them firsthand. He had heard whispers of the legends surrounding the little folk. Wayne gestured for silence, his gaze suddenly fixating on a thicket. I have found him. Wayne took 2 steps forward and raised his voice, calling out, Hey, don't hide, come out. Several pairs of eyes were drawn to the commotion. Indeed. The lush green bushes began to tremble. Suddenly, a small, furry figure sprang forth from within. It bore a striking resemblance to a human, albeit standing at merely 20 centimeters tall. Its head was oversized, with a nose resembling that of a sprite, pointed and elongated. Adorning its head was a green wizard's hat, and at its waist hung a silver needle. A bushy tail, reminiscent of a squirrel trailed behind it, creating an endearingly disproportionate appearance. Oh, what is this? A sprite? How adorable. I just want to pet its fluffy tail, baby, Five exclaimed, her eyes transforming into heart shapes upon seeing the little creature. Is it from the Dongtada tribe? Cyrus murmured in surprise. Indeed, it is from the little people. The diminutive being regarded Wine and the others with a mix of astonishment. What brings you here? It asked, a hint of trepidation in its voice. Fear not. We are pirates, Wine replied nonchalantly. Ah, so you are pirates. The notorious villains of legend. What on earth are you doing here? The little being's voice was childlike and innocent. Ha ha ha, Jack chuckled darkly, a mocking grin on his face as he observed the tiny creature. Do not underestimate me, the little one retorted, anger flashing across its face as it aimed the silver needle at the group. I am the leader of the Dongtada Youth Guerrilla Squad, the Ranger Leo. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Please leave a favorable review. Please follow my story. The Dongtada tribe is considered one of the kindest races in the pirate world, in their worldview. Even the term lie is non-existent. Vane stood before a few individuals and spoke. Leo, although we are pirates, we harbor no ill will. My dear brother has sustained grave injuries, and I kindly request the assistance of Princess Manchueli of the diminutive folk, utilizing her fruit abilities for healing. Upon hearing these words, the other 3 were taken aback. Was such sincerity truly expressed? However, to request an audience with a princess of a race they had just met seemed unlikely to yield a favorable response. But in the next moment, oh, is that so? My sincerest apologies, Leo exclaimed, promptly sheathing his small weapon and approaching Jack with a sympathetic gaze, observing the multitude of wounds upon him. The agony of such injuries must be unbearable. I shall lead you to the fierce Princess Manchueli at once. The trio exchanged bewildered glances. Did we hear correctly? He believed them so readily? Surely, he does not harbor a grudge against Princess Manchueli? Meanwhile, Vane merely chuckled softly. Indeed. Sincerity was the ultimate weapon when dealing with the diminutive folk. Leo had not even considered how Vane was aware of Manchueli's fruit abilities. It seemed the diminutive folk thrived on unreasoning trust and the preservation of a kind heart. Conversely, those with malicious intent seeking to enslave or deceive them had much more to contemplate. Mr. Vane, could there be a hidden agenda? Cyrus inquired with concern. Do you perceive him as one capable of scheming? Well, that does seem plausible. The group followed suit, delving deeper into the primordial forest. Despite their small stature, Leo's speed was not inferior to that of ordinary humans. Before long, they arrived at the base of a colossal tree, adorned with numerous hollows, which appeared to be the village of the Dongtada tribe. At that moment, Vane's observation hockey detected pairs of small eyes peering at them from the surrounding underbrush, tree trunks, and flowers. Hey, everyone, go fetch Princess Manchueli. I have brought an injured adult, Leo shouted. Subsequently, a rustling sound erupted, and hundreds of diminutive beings darted from the shadows. Wow, an adult. And look at that one with large teeth. Could it be the legendary elephant? No. The elephant's trunk isn't that short. Upon witnessing such an abundance of charming little sprites, Baby Five's youthful heart was instantly captivated. She bent down, reaching out to touch the nearest diminutive person. However, in an instant, with a swift movement, the little one darted away. So fast. Baby Five exclaimed in astonishment. Do not underestimate them, Vane explained. Though small in stature, their strength and speed surpass that of ordinary humans. Vane's gaze flickered. The diminutive folk are inherently skilled cultivators, reputed to be capable of nurturing any plant on Earth. Furthermore, their physical prowess is remarkably robust. Aside from their somewhat simplistic minds, they are nothing short of superhuman. If they could be united under one banner, they would form an exceedingly formidable legion. But why do I entertain such thoughts? Vane tugged at the corner of his mouth. As a peace-loving and virtuous member of the Navy, how could he contemplate exploiting the benevolent little folk? Hey, Princess Manchueli has arrived. A voice interrupted Vane's musings. From the largest tree hollow emerged a procession of little people, led by a golden-haired girl clad in a white dress, her skin fair and radiant, Princess Manxueli. Following her were the elders of the Dongtada tribe and uniformed little soldier folk. "Where are the injured?" Manxueli inquired softly. Her shyness palpable, as it was her first encounter with the giants. "It's this big fellow, baby," 5 indicated, pointing at Jack. Is this a giant?" The little princess gazed up at Jack, who towered like a small mountain, her mouth forming a perfect O of surprise. "Hurry up, slow-witted Princess Manxueli. Attend to him. You wouldn't want to witness his suffering, would you?" urged Leo from the side. "How rude, Leo." Manxueli suppressed her irritation, maintaining a bashful smile, and deftly leapt onto Jack's head. "Don't move now, big guy. I'm here to heal you." Her gentle voice reached Jack's ears, prompting him to instinctively nod in response. Vane spoke up. "Jack, embrace the treatment wholeheartedly. Princess Manchuri possesses miraculous powers. Manchuri wields the abilities of a superhuman-type devil fruit, specifically the healing fruit, which generates unique orbs of light capable of mending all ailments of living beings. Furthermore, her tears carry the same restorative properties." Vane recalled that she seemingly also possessed the ability to restore objects, although utilizing such power exacted a toll on her lifespan. "Heal, Dandelion." Manchuri spread her arms wide, and tears suddenly welled in her eyes, transforming into luminous orbs that floated gracefully through the air like dandelion seeds, gently cascading over Jack's entire being. The wounds on Jack's body swiftly healed. Even the scars left from his training began to fade. The healing concluded in a remarkably brief span, devoid of surgery or medication, relying solely on a few drops of tears. This spectacle left Baby, 5 and Cyrus utterly astounded. The capabilities of this fruit are truly extraordinary. Jack, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, couldn't suppress his laughter, exclaiming, "Splendid. I'm healed. I am immensely grateful, Princess Manchuri. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, seek me out. I shall protect you," Jack declared enthusiastically, exhibiting a generous demeanor. Meanwhile, Leo, standing nearby, curled his lip in disdain and remarked, "Princess Manchuri hardly requires anyone's protection. That demeanor of hers is merely an act. She is, in fact, quite domineering and often bullies others herself." Wynn's lips curled slightly. "Leo, you truly deserve to be single." Vane glanced once more at Manchuri, who smiled awkwardly with her eyes crinkled at the corners. Yet, from her demeanor, Vane sensed an overwhelming aura of menace. At that moment, an elder from the diminutive folk stepped forward, appearing to be their chieftain. Esteemed members of the great race, have you come here solely for healing?" Upon hearing this, Vane took 2 steps forward, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "There is, however, another matter at hand. I intend to capture you and take you back as slaves." "What? So it is to enslave us?" The moment the words left his lips, chaos erupted among the small folk. They understood the implications of the word slave. "Run. They are villains." "Leo, what have you done?" he shouted angrily at Vane. "You've brought these evildoers here." Leo, equally incensed, retorted, "You wretched scoundrel, how could you be so wicked? Do not blame me. I have always proclaimed myself a pirate. And cunning deceit is the very essence of a pirate's nature, is it not?" Wine shrugged nonchalantly, an expression of indifference adorning his face. "Oh, it appears so. I apologize for my misunderstanding, pirate sir." "No problem," he replied. "Thank you, pirate sir," Leo expressed with gratitude. Listening to their exchange, Manchuri, who was perched atop Jack, could no longer contain herself. With hands on her hips, she angrily shouted at Leo, "Hey, Leo, you big fool. He intends to capture us as slaves." "And you're thanking him?" That does seem to be the case." Leo seemed to have an epiphany. At that moment, Cyrus, standing nearby, asked in bewilderment, "Mr. Wine, I could not have misheard. Did you say you want to enslave the little people?" Although Wine was a pirate, the events of the past few days and the agreement he had reached with King Riku led Cyrus to believe that Mr. Wine was entirely different from those ruthless pirates. It was precisely for this reason that he accompanied Wine to Greenit. Yet, he was taken aback to hear him now speak of enslaving the little people. "Indeed, Brother Wine, what purpose do we have for these little ones? Let us spare them," Jack also urged. Clearly, he was grateful for Princess Manchuri's healing. Only Baby, 5, upon hearing Wine's command, transformed her hands into 2 submachine guns, aiming them at the little people ahead. "Whatever Master Wine desires, I shall fulfill without hesitation." Vane raised an eyebrow. "Will everyone be satisfied?" Then you should assist me in eliminating Kaido. Subsequently, Vayne slowly began to speak. Do not be so anxious. I have yet to reveal my plans for how I intend to subjugate you. How will you subjugate us? The soldiers of the Little People tribe surrounded him. I shall implement a 6-hour slavery system for the Little People. First, we shall construct a community exclusively for your kind in Dressrosa, fully equipped with insurance, ensuring that all Little People have a place to reside. Furthermore, you will be provided with only 3 meals and some snacks and juice each day, and only breakfast will include milk. Your midday rest will be limited to a mere 3 hours. Beyond rest and leisure, you will engage in 6 hours of agricultural labor daily. Moreover, there will be no opportunities for overtime to earn additional wages. Gurus was profoundly taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a system of slavery, which seemed to offer better treatment than that of ordinary citizens. The proposition stirred something within him. The Little People initially stood in astonishment, but as they attentively absorbed Vayne's speech, their expressions gradually transformed. With their large, adorable eyes blinking innocently, they gazed at Vayne. After a brief moment of silence, one little person exclaimed, "So, does this mean we will be able to reside in beautiful houses and enjoy delicious food? We can also pursue our desired professions." Once the Little People grasped the implications, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted. Hooray! Such a benevolent adult. A hero. The great Vaneland. In an instant, Wayne's image transformed in the hearts of the little folk from that of a malevolent pirate to a grand hero akin to Roland. The illustrious Roland had once aided the little folk in mastering the skills of survival and agriculture. Now, Wayne endeavored to lead them out of the forest into a brighter future. Surrounding Wayne were the charming little beings, reminiscent of ethereal sprites, who cheered incessantly. "Mr. Wayne, do you mean to say that you want Dressrosa to accept the little folk, allowing them to immigrate to the towns?" inquired Cyrus. "Indeed, that is precisely my intention," Wayne replied with a gentle smile and a nod. The little folk were undeniably kind-hearted, although the current king of Liku was quite lenient towards them, even fabricating benevolent lies to shield them. The moment their secrets fell into the hands of malicious individuals would spell disaster for them. It would be far better to seize this opportunity to foster their connection with the human world. Though initial friction was inevitable, this path would undoubtedly benefit the survival of their entire race. Furthermore, as Dressrosa now acknowledged him as their leader, enlisting the little folk to assist in the development of agriculture and the economy was indeed a clever strategy. "I have misjudged Wayne. My sincerest apologies," Leo exclaimed. His face flushed with embarrassment as he bowed deeply to Wayne, filled with regret. Wayne waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right, Leo." "Thank you, Wayne Lando," replied Leo gratefully. Subsequently, Wayne turned his gaze toward the doll-like, enchanting Princess Manchelle and inquired, "By the way, the beautiful Princess Manchelle, would you care to join me for a voyage at sea?" "A voyage at sea?" she echoed. "Indeed. Your remarkable abilities would be invaluable, should I find myself injured. Your healing prowess would ensure timely care." Wayne candidly expressed that he would never deceive a girl. Upon hearing this, a look of yearning appeared on Manchweily's delicate face. "Really? I've longed to explore the adventurous life overseas." It seems that Princess Manchweily also harbors a desire for the sea. She then turned her gaze towards the clan leader, her eyes ablaze with fervor, as if seeking his approval. In the past, she had contemplated embarking on adventures across the ocean, much like Rolando. However, the clan leader consistently warned her of the dangers that lurked beyond the waves, thus denying her requests. Now, faced with the invitation from the hero, Manchweily felt her heart stir once more. The leader of the little folk sighed. "Very well, you may go, Manchweily, but you must take Leo along. Only then can I feel at ease." Upon hearing this, Manchweily turned to Win. "Is that all right, Win Rolando?" "Of course," Win nodded in affirmation. Leo, being the wielder of the Stitch fruit, could prove to be invaluable with some development. Moreover, as the mightiest soldier of the little folk, Leo's prowess was certainly commendable. "Fantastic!" Manchweily exclaimed, pumping her small fists in the air, joyfully bouncing to Leo's side and shyly linking her arm with his. "Leo, did you hear? We're going to embark on adventures with Win Rolando." Leo scratched his head and chuckled. "Indeed, indeed. Win Rolando not only intends to assist the little folk, but also to take us to witness the beautiful sea and experience thrilling adventures, truly magnificent." However, suddenly, Leo's tone shifted as he donned a look of disdain. "But just the thought of the headstrong Princess Manchweily joining us gives me a bit of a headache." "Leo, you impudent rogue." Manchweily could no longer contain her frustration, her expression transforming into one of utter fury as she began to pummel Leo's back. Leo fled in a frenzy. shouting, so terrifying. The angry Princess Mangxueli is the scariest of all. In the ensuing days, Wen and King Li Ku devised a plan for the little folks' immigration and various cooperative ventures. Soon, the day of departure arrived. On that day, the streets were lined with the citizens of Dressrosa, who came out to bid farewell, overflowing with gratitude. Some even presented baskets of vegetables to the members of the Beast Pirates, leaving the pirates both amused and bewildered. There was no helping it. This Conquest of Nations event had been embellished by Wen and King Li Ku. In the eyes of the populace, Wen was a great hero, having led the pirates to repel the invading warlords of the sea while fostering amicable relations with the little folk. Furthermore, he vowed to protect Dressrosa from any future pirate incursions. Such a paragon of virtue is indeed a rare find. Thus, these pirates experienced such treatment for the first time, unable to suppress the smiles that adorned their faces. How delightful it was to be appreciated by others and to receive gifts willingly. It surpassed the thrill of seizing treasures through force. Moreover, Dressrosa, known as the land of love and passion, boasted a populace that was exuberantly spirited. The streets were filled with stunningly beautiful women clad in vibrant attire, their faces adorned with striking makeup. Upon encountering the heroic pirates who had liberated their kingdom, they flocked around them, offering fervent embraces. One elderly lady, upon seeing the handsome Vane, insisted on marrying off her granddaughter, who weighed 0.2 tons, to him. However, Vane graciously declined her proposal. Only Jack and Daifugo walked through the throng with stoic expressions, in stark contrast to the jubilant pirates around them. They remained indifferent to the cheers and adulation. Yet, Daifugo knew that Jack was merely feigning indifference, as he was secretly overjoyed. After all, he too was putting on a fade. Soon, amidst the enthusiastic send-off from the townsfolk and the little people, they arrived at the port and boarded the ship adorned with the figurehead of a brontosaurus, the Queen. Farewell. When I return, I shall emerge as a brave warrior of the seas. Leo clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he looked towards the little people on the shore. Farewell, everyone. Mangxueli joyfully waved her arms. Wayne flashed a grin as he cast his gaze toward the distant sea. The mission to conquer Dressrosa had been splendidly accomplished, and he could scarcely contain his eagerness to witness the joy on Teacher Kai's face. Beside him, Dave nodded in agreement. Under the leadership of Brother Wayne, this expedition had incurred minimal casualties, and they had even acquired 2 individuals with fruit abilities. The bounty on Brother Wayne has reached a staggering 560 million berries. It seems that Lord Kaido's decision is indeed sagacious. With Brother Wayne's addition, the Beast Pirates are truly flourishing. I am profoundly grateful for the gift of the God's certification bestowed upon me by the esteemed benefactor. It is genuinely moving. Beneath the azure sky, clouds drift leisurely. The sea breeze is gentle, warm, and humid. The Queen sails upon the cerulean waters. On the deck, Wayne and the others have set up a makeshift barbecue, delighting in the freshly caught sea kings. The meat sizzles and emits a mouth-watering aroma as it cooks. Once it is ready, Jack first uses a knife and fork, no larger than toothpicks, to cut a small piece of the roasted meat, placing it onto a plate in front of Manchery. Thank you, Jack Landu. Manchery says with a soft voice. Not at all, haha. Jack scratches his head, smiling sheepishly and appearing especially generous. Since Manchery treated his wounds, his fondness for her has soared to new heights. Nearby, Leo observes and interjects, Jack Landu, could you also cut me a piece? Jack's expression darkens instantly, revealing a distinctly brooding demeanor. Who do you think I am? If you want to eat, cut it yourself. Never mind, Leo replies with an awkward smile. Internally pondering that despite Princess Manchery's current gentleness, she is, in truth, the most capricious girl upon these seas. Next to the barbecue stand, Wayne reclines under a sunshade, his upper body bare, clad only in beach shorts and sporting sunglasses, relishing the soothing sea breeze. Brother Wayne, a call has come from Dressrosa. Patrolling soldiers have spotted Marco of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco? It appears they still dare not confront Kaido directly, merely sending Marco to meet his own demise. Not entirely foolish, I suppose. Wayne sat up and seized a large bone from the barbecue rack. After taking a hearty bite, he remarked, that old man Whitebeard truly lacks martial ethics to send such a monstrous creature our way. Although Marco serves as a meat shield and may not seem particularly formidable, this is only in comparison to the elite warriors. After all, he is the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, to put it bluntly. If this ship were devoid of Wayne and only occupied by Jack and Leo, Marco could effortlessly sink the Queen without breaking a sweat. Wayne was not particularly fearful of him, at worst. It would merely result in a mutual exchange of grievances once the God of Thunder was unleashed. His primary concern lay with the individuals aboard the vessel. The agreements established with Dressrosa and the protection fees owed. Should Marco attempt a surprise attack, it could spell trouble. David produced a nautical chart he had procured from the navigator, unfurling it before Wayne with a smile. "Rest assured, dear brother Wayne," he said. "Lord Quinn's ship possesses remarkable speed, and we have been steadily accelerating. In approximately half a day's journey, we shall return to Wano. I believe that, no matter how formidable Marco may be, he would not dare to pursue us here." A grin crept across Wayne's lips as he chuckled wickedly. Acknowledging the truth in his words, the Whitebeard pirates were indeed inferior. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously revealing sinister smiles. Although Wayne could not fathom why he felt an urge to display this distinctively piratical demeanor. A sudden and intense sense of foreboding washed over him as soon as he finished speaking. "HM?" Vane turned his head and beheld a magnificent creature soaring between the sea and sky, a colossal bird engulfed in blue flames, flapping its wings with great haste towards the Queen. "Look up at the sky," the pirates on the lookout tower exclaimed, having also noticed the extraordinary sight. "Is that a seagull delivering news? It's enormous. Are you out of your mind?" Another shouted. "That is clearly a roasted flamingo." Vane's expression darkened. "What flamingos?" "The one known as Flamingo, da Flamingo, is still locked away in the cabin." Beside him, Devago gasped in astonishment. "It's Marco. This guy has truly pursued us." The blue flames engulfing Marco were powers bestowed by the fruit he consumed, a mythical beast type far rarer than the natural type. "Like you, dear brother Vane. It is said that his regenerative abilities are formidable, impervious even to bullets." "Oh no, that fellow is charging at us like a ball of blue fire." As the immortal bird approached, poised to collide with the pirate ship, Vane's lips curled into a grimace, veins bulging on his forehead. He kicked Devago aside and roared. "This is not the time for explanations." "Ah, it seems you're right," Devago realized. The crackling sound of flames intensified, and the immortal bird began to swell, coalescing into a massive orb of blue fire, hurtling toward them. On the deck, the armed pirates immediately pulled their triggers, and a volley of bullets erupted toward him. Yet, like a curtain of rain, the bullets were devoured the moment they touched the flames, inflicting no harm and failing to impede his charge. "We're finished." The flaming mass, comparable in size to half of the Queen, was moments away from crashing down. At that instant, a purple flash erupted from the deck, expanding in midair until it coalesced into a colossal purple figure wielding a sharp, long blade, which struck the blue fireball with tremendous force. Boom, boom. In an instant, a tempest raged, and shockwaves spread out, sweeping in all directions. The sea roiled violently, waves crashing outward. The Queen was also affected, swaying precariously. All eyes were drawn to the sky, filled with admiration and longing as they gazed at the purple giant. It was Brother Vane. The dire crisis was thwarted by Vane's transformation into the deity of thunder, Kanamikazuchi. The momentum of the immortal bird surged once more, the fierce flames launching toward the purple giant. A sense of urgency gripped Wayne's heart as he unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning, which clung to the blade of Budumitama before striking fiercely into the heart of the flames. "1,000 birds. Caw." The sound resonated like the chorus of 1,000 birds, sharp and resounding, as robust bolts of lightning crashed towards the azure inferno like a soaring dragon. Bang! The fireball seemed to sense the impending threat and, leveraging its power, leapt skyward, ascending to greater heights. The flames began to condense, and under the blazing sun, a phoenix, ensnared by golden chains, spread its wings and emerged into the open air. The immortal bird, Marco. "It's Marco." The pirates aboard the ship recognized the figure. "Huh." The voice of the purple giant boomed with a grandeur akin to rolling thunder, instilling a sense of dread. "You, of all people, resorting to ambush?" The phoenix in the sky mused, reflecting on whether the earlier assault had employed haki. Then, the phoenix spoke. "Humph, you were the one who killed Squardo, weren't you? I shall make you aware of the consequences of harming Whitebeard's family and insulting his legacy." Influenced seemingly by Marco himself, the phoenix's enormous pupils bore a pattern reminiscent of glasses, its eyes reflecting the same vacant stare. Vane sneered inwardly. For not only was he an undercover agent of the Navy, but his intent to eliminate Squard was also driven by personal motives. By all accounts, it was rather fitting that Squard, having sought out the challenge himself and ultimately being outmatched, met his demise. It seems that Whitebeard has truly spoiled his sons. Possessing a formidable father does not confer upon them the status of sovereigns of the seas. Veen chuckled softly. My apologies, Marco, for having taken your brother's life. Would an apology ease your heart? I extend my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's generous gifts. I am profoundly thankful. I shall devote my youth to repay the esteemed readers. On the vast ocean not far from the land of Wano, a colossal three-masted pirate ship surged through the waves. The vessel was adorned with a vibrant pink hue, its railings draped with greasy cream, and the pirate flag fluttered proudly, emblazoned with a skull marked in lipstick. At the ship's bow, a comical clown figure astonishingly sang a cheerful tune. Mama, 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 Big Mom's flagship, the singing ship. At this moment, on the deck, a tall figure named Katakuri, with a scarf obscuring the lower half of his face, gazed intently ahead with a stern expression. Behind him, a group of children of various races frolicked and played, their laughter echoing joyfully. The youngest among them appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, while the eldest was merely 15 or 16. Among them was a quiet blonde girl, her thick bangs framing her face, dressed in a white pleated skirt, standing at the rear of the cabin, secretly observing the other children with a hint of timidity. Hey, don't run around on the ship. You might fall, scolded Bruley, resembling a witch with her red nose, as she comforted her crying siblings while admonishing another group of rowdy children. Brother Katakuri, why did Mom make us bring these little ones to the land of Wano? She lamented, feeling overwhelmed by the responsibility of caring for the youngsters. The most boisterous among them was a 5-year-old named Flampy, who had a penchant for teasing others, perhaps out of a desire to show them the wonders of the outside world. With his arms crossed, Katakuri replied calmly, perhaps she wishes for them to experience the world beyond. At that moment, Smuji approached, her long, graceful legs carrying her forward. I would like to inquire about something. Katakuri's gaze shifted slightly. What is it? What does marriage mean? Smuji asked, her tone devoid of emotion. Bruley's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that Smuji was unaware of the concept of marriage? I only know that after marriage, one must live with their husband and, like mother, bear many children. Smuji's gaze dropped. As the second strongest woman in the world and the youngest sweet commander, Smuji had been raised from birth to be a natural warrior. She had merely observed her siblings' wedding ceremonies from afar, let alone engage in romantic affairs, which seemed unrelated to combat. Marriage signifies a bond where two individuals, regardless of age, illness, wealth, or poverty, will love each other eternally and remain together forever, Bruley said, rubbing her hands together in excitement, her eyes gleaming with a sense of longing. Smuji paused, her expression momentarily perplexed. Is that so? It seems rather mundane. However, Sister Bruley, how do you know about such matters? In my impression, Sister Brule also seems to be single. Hee. Brule chuckled awkwardly. I heard it from the priest in the hall. Smuggy glanced again at Katakuri. However, Katakuri noticeably shifted his body, clearly reluctant to address the matter. Indeed, he too was a perpetual bachelor. Nevertheless, a man of his esteemed status and formidable strength had women vying for his affection, with princesses from other kingdoms eager to wed him, lining up from the East Blue to the New World. Yet, he simply did not wish for others to witness his weakness. Well then, Smuggy shifted the topic, inquiring, Brother, what do you think I should do to make that guy fall in love with me? Well, Katakuri pondered seriously for a moment, then his eyes narrowed, as if he had come to an understanding. He responded earnestly, I believe that as long as you are stronger than him, he will undoubtedly hold you in his thoughts, constantly cherishing you. Is that so? Smuggy nodded slightly, finding Katakuri's words quite reasonable. So, defeating that Wayne would suffice? Then marriage would indeed be an easy endeavor. Meanwhile, Brule wore a peculiar expression, feeling that something was amiss. But upon reflection, as long as it was what Brother Katakuri said, it must be correct. Thus, she patted Smuggy's shoulder and chuckled. Indeed, Smuggy, you're so strong, that lad named Wayne will surely become infatuated with you. As they conversed, a young soldier wielding a spear rushed over, reporting, Lord Katakuri, we are less than half a day's journey from Wano Country. Very well. Let us accelerate our advance and strive to arrive before nightfall. Yes, Lord Katakuri. At the same time, above the Quinn ship. What nonsense! The Phoenix gritted its teeth, as if dismissing the Whitebeard pirates as trifling. Perhaps fueled by rage, the blue flames enveloping the Phoenix visibly swelled, exuding a terrifying aura. The flames of the Phoenix not only possess healing properties but can also transform into aggressive infernos. Not only is it adept in both offense and defense, but its flying speed is also remarkable. It is indeed a divine fruit. To engage in battle with such abilities, Marco, do you not feel a pang of conscience? Vane harbored a deep sense of grievance within, finding the circumstances exceedingly unjust for one who had toiled with relentless determination. Casting a piercing gaze at the imposing Marco, Vane, transformed into a colossal purple giant, slowly drew forth another artifact, the Ten-Fist Sword. With a pointed finger directing towards a distant solitary isle, he proclaimed with audacity, "Marco, it was I who killed Squard. If you possess the courage, come and face me in a duel." "Humph," Marco replied coldly. "Do not attempt such trivial tricks. You fear that those aboard the ship below may be caught in the crossfire, do you not?" Having been seen through by Marco, Vane responded with a casual air. "As a renowned powerhouse in the New World, I trust you would not resort to a sneak attack." "Ha, guess," Marco retorted, his demeanor brimming with hostility. The visage beneath the mask of the purple giant darkened with indignation. "Do you take me for a child? Why bother with such dialogue?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the immortal bird once again dove downwards, retracting its wings mid-air, executing 2 swift rolls before launching an assault with a claw imbued with fierce wind pressure. Vane could only grip his twin blades tightly as he advanced. Faced with the formidable members of the Whitebeard pirates, he dared not be negligent. Enveloping his weapons in the inky glow of armament hockey, electric currents, and violet flames, he unleashed his most potent strike without reservation, a second-stage assault. Lightning crackled, violet flames danced, and his blades crossed fiercely against the azure-clawed talons. Demonic Thunder Fire Blade. Azure Flame Crane Claw. A thunderous explosion reverberated as their attacks clashed, sending a tremor through Vane's hands. The violet and blue flames clashed and consumed each other. A terrifying spectacle that left the pirates below gaping in astonishment. Could it be that even those with Zoan-type abilities could harness the power of flames? And with an intensity exceeding that of ordinary fire? Devago remarked. Now was not the time for such musings. Jack unsheathed his scythe, pointing it toward the phoenix in the sky, and bellowed, "Brother Vane, I come to your aid." With a mighty roar, Jack bent his legs and leaped into the air, the sheer force of his massive frame causing the entire ship to lurch downward. The clash between the violet giant and the phoenix continued. As they prepared to intensify their assault, they caught sight of a figure swinging a scythe aimed at the phoenix's head. Suddenly, the blue flames condensed sharply, transforming the phoenix into a beastly form, attempting to evade Jack's strike with a powerful kick. Yet Vane's keen perception allowed him to anticipate the movement, landing a blow on the creature's calf. A small spurt of blood erupted, only to be instantly vaporized by the searing heat. At that moment, Jack's assault reached its apex. Marco executed a graceful mid-air spin, his enormous wings striking Jack with the force of a gale. The roaring flames erupted violently, sending Jack hurtling backward, crashing through the railing and into the deck, leaving behind a gaping hole that billowed with dark smoke. Injured and battered, Jack lay amidst the wreckage, his body marked by burns. A sense of urgency gripped Wayne's heart. That was indeed the new vessel crafted by Uncle Quinn. Yet, why should he be concerned about it? At that moment, Manjuri's healing dandelion bloomed once more, transforming into a multitude of shimmering lights that surged toward Jack and the colossal purple giant in the sky. Observing this, Wayne seized the tears of healing, absorbing it in an instant. Immediately, he felt his stamina rejuvenate. The energy expended from the previous strike replenished rapidly. Shifting his gaze, Wayne once again met Marco's indifferent stare. Below, Devago, watching Jack lying in the gaping hole of the deck, seemed to have an epiphany. "Ah, Jack. During my adventures in the New World, I heard some wielders mention that when a power user sustains severe injuries, there exists a minuscule chance they might enter a state known as Fruit Awakening. Given your current dire condition, why not refrain from healing for a moment and see if you can invoke that awakening?" Jack's pupils constricted, and the corners of his mouth twitched beneath his mask. "Awakening? Nonsense. Thousand blade slash. Buzz." The dual blades of the purple giant erupted with dazzling lightning, unleashing countless crescent-shaped slashes towards Marco. Flame Peacock. Marco folded his wings and then suddenly spread them wide, unleashing torrents of searing flames that collided with Wayne's assault, both forces dissipating into the air. Subsequently, the two titans once again engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, neither yielding an inch. The resounding clashes reverberated through the skies, stirring the entire sea into a frenzy. The pirates aboard the Quinn ship were shaken by the terrifying pressure from above, clinging tightly to nearby railings and flagpoles. Leo adeptly hoisted Manjuri onto his back, racing to the lookout tower, where he utilized the capabilities of the sowing fruit to secure himself firmly in place, preventing being swept away by the wind. As the purple giant clashed against the immortal bird, Manjuri released the tears of healing, drifting toward the giant's form. After several exchanges, Marco stabilized his position in the air. His expression grave. He had noticed something crucial. The abilities of that little girl seemed capable of healing Wayne's wounds and even restoring his vitality. Thankfully, he had perceived this early. Otherwise, he would eventually be worn down by him. Is that so? Flying crane strike. Enveloped in blazing azure flames. Marco's gaze sharpened as he transformed into a complete immortal bird, altering his course and charging towards the Quinn ship. His speed was akin to a meteor descending from the heavens. Wayne hastily advanced to intercept, delivering a swift strike that unleashed a torrent of thunderous roars. As robust pillars of white lightning surged forth, poised to strike the immortal bird with unerring precision. In Wayne's perspective, Marco had but two choices, evade or defend. Yet, in the next instant, the immortal bird resolutely absorbed the onslaught. Instantly engulfed by the crackling tempest, a colossal sphere of lightning materialized between sea and sky. With a fierce intensity, the azure flames surged, functioning as a protective barrier against the oncoming barrage of electricity, before the blue firebird erupted violently from the tempest. How painful! The immortal bird gritted through clenched teeth, yet its velocity towards the pirate ship remained unwavering. In an instant, Wayne comprehended the intention behind this individual's actions. He sought to exchange injury for injury, particularly inflicting harm upon those below. It must be acknowledged that this person's audacity and combat intelligence are remarkably high. With a potent release of advanced observation haki, Wayne, foreseeing the impending limit, exerted all his strength into a single punch directed at the air, generating a cylindrical shockwave. Boom. Bang. The resounding clash and the splintering of wood reverberated simultaneously. A powerful punch from Vane struck the Phoenix squarely in the abdomen, causing it to veer off course towards the pirate ship. Nevertheless, it still collided forcefully against the right side of the vessel. A quarter of the railing, along with that section of the cabin, was obliterated upon impact. Flames erupted, and dense smoke began to billow. The lookout tower tilted precariously, leaning towards the sea. Leo cradled Monchueli in one arm while wielding a silver needle in the other, swiftly maneuvering through the air. Upon landing gracefully on the deck, he abruptly tugged, conjuring a massive web in midair that ensnared the pirates, who were nearly thrown overboard, and propelled them back. With a flourish, Leo elegantly descended, holding Monchueli securely. She lay in his embrace, her eyes sparkling with tenderness, as if gazing upon a valiant knight who had just rescued her from the clutches of a fierce dragon. Yet, in the next moment, Leo disdainfully remarked, "Princess Monchueli, you ought to lose some weight. You are quite heavy." Monchueli was momentarily stunned, only to be consumed by a furious wrath, her face contorting into an expression of fury as she delivered a punch to Leo's head. "You big fool, Leo." Meanwhile, the interior of the cabin that had been breached was unveiled to the onlookers. It resembled a prison cell, with a man shackled by handcuffs and leg irons seated on the floor, clutching a copy of the latest newspaper. "What is happening?" Don Quixote da Flamingo exclaimed, bewildered. He had been perusing the newspaper, humming a tune, when suddenly, a bright light caught his attention. Initially believing he had arrived in Wano, he was taken aback to discover that the ceiling had been torn away. Vane's expression darkened, his gaze turning frigid. After finally mustering the courage to confront someone openly, "How could you allow me to lose so utterly, Marco? You have sealed your fate." In contrast, the Phoenix continues to stretch its wings beneath the radiant sun. Despite the gaping wound in its abdomen, a sight that is indeed horrifying, the flames of azure continue to burn fiercely, gradually healing the injury. It seems that the time has come for the violet beast to depart. To repel or even defeat Marco, I must resort to that hidden power. Alas, the trump card I had hoped to save for when Kaido pursued me in flight. With this thought, Vane cast a careful glance downward. The ship, though damaged, was still operable. Perhaps the absence of one cabin would hasten our escape. Moreover, Mancheli was yet unskilled in utilizing the fruit. And having expended so many healing tears just now, she had reached her limit. Keeping them here would only hinder my ability to wield that devastating power. Devago. Set sail, bellowed the violet giant like thunder. At these words, Devago, covered in dust from the aftershock, along with the other pirates, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Baby Five's eyes brimmed with tears. Though reluctant to leave, Lord Vane had issued a command. To them, when Big Brother Vane spoke such words, it signified that he was prepared to fight desperately against Marco. Was he truly willing to sacrifice his life to buy time for their escape? Such a display was profoundly moving. Thus, the pirates reverently looked to the violet giant, their voices choked with emotion. "Big Brother Vane, thank you for your guidance. I will never forget you. Big Brother Vane, rest assured, I will take good care of Yamato and the others. Big brother Vane. During meals, I will make sure to bring you extra delicacies. The cacophony of voices reached Vane's ears, causing his lips to twitch. Why didn't Team Marco obliterate you all earlier? He urged. Yes. Big brother Vane. We are leaving. The ship shifted slightly, revving up as it headed towards Wano. Marco wished to pursue, but suddenly, his observation haki blared a fierce warning. He sensed the aura emanating from the violet giant had become exceedingly terrifying. Truly, he was no ordinary foe. The most capable subordinate of Whitebeard. This was indeed a troublesome encounter. The momentum of Wayne suddenly surged, causing his breaths to quicken. The divine being Kanyu entered its first phase, summoning a portion of purple barriers to withstand the onslaught and unleashing the power of purple flames. In the second phase, he transformed into the legendary Kanyu, wielding 2 divine artifacts to command the might of thunder. Now, the third phase was upon him. With a roar, the colossal purple figure began to expand, its body and armor transforming into tangible white lightning, while the dual blades seemed to melt away, merging into the essence of the purple giant. No longer could it be referred to merely as a purple giant, for its entire form had been transmuted into pure lightning, becoming a towering giant forged entirely from the crackling energy of thunder. 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. The lightning giant's stature continued to grow until it reached a staggering height of 100 meters, marking the pinnacle of Wayne's capabilities. Channeling 90% of his physical strength and willpower, he completely transformed into lightning. Unlike ordinary lightning, this state was imbued with an aura of dominance. The stronger the aura, the longer this form would endure. The destructive power of the lightning intensified. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It was unclear whether it was the unpredictable weather of this maritime realm or the influence of Kanyu that brought about this change. Thunder rumbled through the dark clouds, illuminating the earth with brilliant flashes of lightning. The lightning giant stood majestically between the sea and sky, as if summoned by the storm, embodying the wrath of the gods. With my robust physique and indomitable spirit, Kanyu, third phase, activate. In that moment, a fierce gale howled and thunder roared. Waves surged violently, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Marco gazed at the 100-meter-tall lightning giant, instantly drenched in sweat, an inexplicable sense of trepidation swelling within him. The lightning did not merely cloak the giant. It had entirely transformed into lightning. What a jest! Elemental transformation? How could that be possible? Though he himself had transformed into a phoenix cloaked in undying flames, it was merely the innate characteristic of the phoenix. This was distinctly different from the elemental transformation of nature. Moreover, he could sense that the lightning enveloping the giant was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary lightning. Before Marco could ponder further, the lightning giant charged towards him. It seemed there was no choice but to engage. Buzz. The pitch-black aura of armed haki enveloped the entire head of the phoenix as it flapped its wings, ignited with azure flames, and surged toward the lightning giant. Even if it was elemental, it mattered not. Armed haki young one. The 2 figures collided head-on, without flinching. Terrifying lightning slithered like a dragon into the body of the phoenix, each bolt infused with an aura of dominance. An indescribable pain coursed through Marco's body, causing him to grimace in agony. Yet, enduring the pain, he fiercely drove the beak of the bird towards the colossal being of thunder. In the next moment, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Marco's assault inexplicably surged through the tempest of lightning, charging forward with unwavering determination. The sound of a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The immortal bird, now fully engulfed by the onslaught of electricity, bore the fierce blue flames that raged, hastily mending its bodily injuries. How is this possible? The previous attack had indeed struck true. At that moment, the thunder giant bellowed with a resounding and majestic voice. You cannot seize the lightning. In this state, Wayne was impervious to any harm. Even the most potent of energies could not penetrate his defenses. It was not merely the elemental lightning, but rather a concept, dictated by Wayne's own willpower and physical strength. To vanquish Wayne, one could only await the conclusion of this state in the third phase. A swift resolution was imperative. Instant thunder spear. A spear, entirely forged from concentrated lightning, materialized in the giant's grasp. Once the observation haki locked onto the immortal bird, he hurled it with great force. Caw! The lightning spear cleaved through the heavens, carrying with it an unyielding gale as it lunged towards the immortal bird. Boom! At the moment of contact, the lightning spear erupted with a cataclysmic force, manifesting a terrifying sphere of lightning that engulfed the immortal bird within. As the sky crackled and roared, the world was consumed by a blinding radiance. Vayne sensed the location and condition of the phoenix, his heart trembling slightly. Not far away, amidst the storm of thunder, the azure flame phoenix soared once more, its wings unfurling. Though its flames were tattered, it still showed no signs of significant injury. Such a tenacious ability. Wayne took a deep breath. It must be said that he truly lives up to the reputation of the Whitebeard pirate's vice captain. What troubles Wayne now is that he seems to be precisely countered by this individual. The third stage is inherently a test of endurance. Consuming vast amounts of haki and stamina in exchange for a brief, yet exponentially more powerful offensive stance. The greatest concern is encountering a formidable meat shield. At that moment, Marco stabilized himself in the air and shouted, "I am quite curious. How does a strong individual like you defect from the Navy to align with someone like Kaido? Do you not have dreams?" "Dreams?" Wayne was taken aback, then slowly replied, "Perhaps it is merely a matter of differing aspirations. Are you not also acknowledging a weakling like Whitebeard as your father? What? Do you wish to go solo?" Marco's expression faltered slightly, his lips twitching. But he quickly regained his composure, reflecting, "Indeed, it is simply a matter of differing pursuits. My dream is to witness the moment when old man ascends to the throne. Until then, I shall never fall. Even in death, it would merely signify that I was not worthy." As his words resonated, the azure flames surrounding the phoenix intensified, surging forth, with the blue flames beginning to show hints of golden hues. Golden chains materialized from thin air, entwining themselves around the phoenix, interlaced with haki to defend against the impending assault. Immortal flame shield. Upon witnessing this, Wayne was taken aback. If haki proves ineffective, then one must abandon the offensive and focus entirely on defense? I must concede, Marco, among all the adversaries I have faced in life and death struggles, none surpass you in excellence. I, Bruce Wayne, shall declare you the mightiest. The time has come for the final strike. If victory eludes me, then retreat is my only option. One would not be foolish enough to engage in a life and death struggle with Marco, yet he would not shy away from making an attempt. The piercing sound of thunder erupted once more, and the colossal figure of the thunder giant radiated a resplendent glow, the formidable power of lightning coalescing within its immense hands. A bow, stretching several dozen meters in length, materialized in the giant's grasp. Drawing the bowstring taut, it aimed at the equally resplendent immortal bird. In an instant, serpentine bolts of lightning twisted and entwined, culminating in the appearance of characters at the arrow's tip. Thunder, roar, of arrow. Accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds in flight, the thunderous arrow shot forth, carrying with it a terrifying energy, colliding with the immortal bird, which had taken a defensive stance. The resounding clash reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, shockwaves radiating outward in relentless waves. Several pillars of lightning descended from the sky as if cheering on the chaos, crashing down upon the tumultuous sea. Countless fish, shrimp, and marine beasts were struck by the lightning, their lifeless bodies bobbing to the surface. The thunderous arrow, akin to a frenzied beast, emitted an enraged roar while it ravaged the immortal bird's formidable defenses. Shortly thereafter, above the devastated sea, the dark clouds began to dissipate, and the thunder grew distant. The thunder giant gazed intently ahead. The creature before him could no longer be referred to as a bird, but rather as a monster. Its limbs mangled and its chest pierced by a gaping hole. Yet, one could still sense the vitality coursing within it. How could it still be alive? As when fully unleashed his observation haki, he noticed a massive sailing ship swiftly approaching across the sea. From aboard the vessel, an unpleasant melody drifted through the air. Mama. Mama, 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 mama. Indeed, my aspiration is to garner the readership and acclaim of esteemed readers. Even if I were to fail, it would merely reflect my own limitations," remarked Mr. Chen, unwilling to disclose his surname. Accompanied by that unpleasant song, the colossal sailing ship continued its advance toward the thunder giant and the immortal bird. From a distance, one caught sight of the vibrant decorations and the proud figure standing at the bow, his pupils narrowing. Both individuals sensed a profound awareness of each other's movements, a subtle clash of advanced observation haki. Charlotte Katakuri? How could the Big Mom pirates possibly appear here? Meanwhile, Marco, as he rapidly regained his composure, was equally filled with confusion. "Is this the person you called for?" They spoke in unison. Subsequently, the ship of the pirates revealed itself behind, the Queen's ship sailing alongside the singing ship. On the deck, the pirates waved their arms, cheering joyously. "Brother Win, the Big Mom pirates have come to our aid, although it is regrettable that I cannot partake in the feast." It is truly wonderful that Brother Wayne is safe and sound. Is that form a transformation of Lord Wayne? How magnificent it is. Allies. Wayne's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that Big Mom intends to ally with Kaido after reading the newspaper? What a ludicrous notion. If these two formidable entities were to join forces at this juncture, which pirate crew would stand a chance against them? Yet, would someone like Big Mom actively seek an alliance? Before he could ponder further, Katakuri's voice, laced with sarcasm, floated up from below. Marco. The Phoenix, a top-tier fighter of the Whitebeard pirates. It's quite unbecoming of you to engage with a mere upstart. Upon hearing this, Marco, dragging his battered form, gasped for breath. His brow furrowed in frustration, inwardly cursing. Are you blind? I am on the brink of being defeated by that kid. However, Wayne, upon listening, nodded in agreement. His gaze towards Katakuri brimming with admiration. Indeed, Katakuri, you truly embody the essence of a man endowed with conqueror's haki. It appears that there is a marked distinction between those who possess it and those who do not. Thus, it seemed that the Big Mom pirates had indeed come to lend their assistance. With this thought, the thunderous giant soared towards the Queen's ship, his form rapidly diminishing in the air as he relinquished his devil fruit powers, reverting to a dashing youth clad in beach shorts. Stepping onto the deck with a single stride. Although he appeared unscathed, his haki was almost depleted. If he did not release the third stage soon, he would involuntarily exit, which would be an embarrassing spectacle. Upon seeing Wayne, Baby, Five, and Leo rushed over, tears streaming down their faces. Wayne Lando, I thought I would never see you again. But Wayne swiftly sidestepped, causing them to tumble onto the deck. Please, refrain from smearing your tears and mucus on me. Yet, moments later, he felt a warm surge enveloping him. Turning to the side, he discovered Sherry smiling as she opened her arms, sending healing light into his being. When smiled gently, bending down to extend his hand, inviting Shueli to leap up. He then cast his gaze toward the imposing pirate ship nearby, where Katakuri regarded him with an aloof and sidelong glance. Beside Katakuri, with her long, bare legs and statuesque figure, stood one of the sweet commanders, Charlotte Smoothie, who had consumed the juice fruit. Another figure, adorned in a long dress with a sharply pointed red nose, was Bruley, the user of the mirror fruit. However, she appeared quite youthful, starkly contrasting with the elderly witch persona that lingered in one's memory. Could it be that her lifespan was siphoned away by Big Mom in the later years? Brotherwin. Dave Huge approached enthusiastically, pointing at Katakuri. That is Katakuri, the second son of Charlotte Linlin. That guy possesses monstrous strength, and I've heard he has never touched the ground with his back. Never touched the ground? Does that mean he sleeps while lying down? Wayne, with a peculiar expression, inquired, perhaps it is possible, or maybe standing and sleeping is also an option. As Wayne observed Katakuri and the others, the children aboard another vessel chattered animatedly about him. Is that guy Bruce Wayne? That giant we just saw is him. He is so handsome, but still not as dashing as Brother Katakuri. Upon hearing these remarks, Wayne realized that apart from the three individuals, only a few small soldiers and a group of children remained on this ship. What is happening? Did Katakuri take the children out for a spring outing? These must be the offspring of Big Mom. One of the emperors of the sea, Charlotte Linlin, may not be the strongest in this world, but her talent is undeniably extraordinary. However, since the age of 18, she has been consumed by the desire to bear children, continuously giving birth without any exercise, relying solely on her innate gifts as a natural anomaly. Had she not fallen into such a state, Wayne could hardly fathom how formidable she would be. At that moment, Katakuri's voice rang out, seemingly urging Wayne. Hey, your battle is not yet concluded, is it? After speaking, Katakuri cast his gaze towards Marco in the sky. His eyes filled with stern intensity. Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. Are you implying that when you were absent, I would have to contend with Marco alone? And now that you are here, I must continue to face him? What, then, is the purpose of your presence? However, despite the inner turmoil of his thoughts, Wayne wore a facade of joviality. What absurdity are you spouting? He exclaimed with a grin as he leaped onto the singing vessel. Why engage in a solitary duel when we can join forces? Though I may be unaware of your precise intentions for being here, I am certain you share an interest in Marco's head. Together, we shall ensure he cannot escape. With a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Vane gazed at Marco high in the sky, remarking, Do not accuse me of being despicable. After all, you are Marco of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing these words, Marco's expression tightened, realizing that he could no longer defeat Vane in this moment. He swiftly flapped his tattered wings and soared into the distance. Hey, he asked, trying to escape. Vane spoke with a hint of urgency. Katakuri merely shrugged, displaying no intention to take action, and calmly replied, "You are quite right. If I were to act now, Marco would undoubtedly escape. Moreover, opportunities to eliminate a formidable foe should never be overlooked." However, he soon furrowed his brow and solemnly declared, "But I refuse." The members of the Beast Pirates gasped in astonishment. Had he truly declined his brother Vane's request for cooperation? Did he not comprehend the honor of fighting alongside Vane? Meanwhile, the children of the Big Mom Pirates scoffed derisively. Brother Katakuri was the epitome of perfection, strength, and coldness. How could he stoop to such disgraceful actions? "Ah, I had forgotten." Vane gently shook his head. Having mingled in the pirate den for so long, he had momentarily lost sight of Katakuri's character. This fellow was indeed a man of honor. Alas, it was unfortunate that they could not capture Marco alive. The spectacle of blood flowing like a river would remain unseen. Wayne was about to utter something when, all of a sudden, a slightly husky female voice drifted in from beside him. "You are Bruce Wayne, are you not?" Vane turned his head and beheld a stunning young lady. Towering over him by more than a meter, striding towards him with her extraordinarily long legs that defied human proportions. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, her figure exquisite. Yet her expression remained inscrutable. "Charlotte Smuggy? What is the matter?" Vane inquired. A soft cough escaped Smuggy as she cleared her throat. Casting a furtive glance at Vane's bare torso and his somewhat comical beach shorts, her countenance betraying a hint of embarrassment. Nevertheless, she extended a hand and managed to utter, "Be my husband." Before him, the tall and ethereal maiden gently reached out her hand. For a moment, Vane found himself in a daze. Had he just been confessed to? Indeed, this was a scene one might only encounter in a dream. At this instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely, and everything around him froze. The only sound that reached his ears was the shy confession of the girl. The tale was meant to unfold on a snowy night in Marlinvondo. The childhood friend, a naval girl, was in truth a princess of a nation. Due to various circumstances, the two were compelled to part ways. At the moment of farewell, the girl, her cheeks flushed, whispered in a voice only she could hear, "Vane, I truly like you the most." Years later, Vane ascended to the rank of Admiral, rescuing the girl from the clutches of nefarious pirates. Finally, they expressed their mutual feelings and began a life filled with happiness. Thus, was this a dream? Above him, cherry blossoms fell like snowflakes, enveloping the atmosphere in a romantic embrace. On another note, the weather had turned somewhat chilly. Was it already the season for the White Album? In the background, the strains of a violin, often accompanying confessions of love, floated through the air. Wait, where did that background music come from? Moreover, this wasn't a romantic drama, was it? Wayne regained his senses. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the mischievous young scions of the Charlotte family perched atop the ship's deck, hurling cherry blossoms towards him. The enchanting strains of the violin were produced by the Hamet soldiers. Truly, those Charlotte imps were innately wicked. Sooner or later, I shall take matters into my own hands. When tugged at the corner of his mouth, turning his gaze towards Smuggy before him, he found her wearing an indifferent expression. Her eyes resembling those of Marco's, lifeless and devoid of warmth, fixated upon him as if he were mere refuse. "Hey, have you accepted it?" Smuggy inquired with an unfeeling tone. What a ridiculous jest. Just as Wayne was about to speak, a sudden realization struck her. Wait, she is the daughter of Big Mom, and Katakuri is here once again to assist the Beast Pirates. Does this mean she is earnest? Is Big Mom genuinely seeking an alliance with Kaido, and through marriage? No less. This could potentially alter the timeline drastically. If these two were to unite now, it seems no pirate crew in the world could withstand their combined might. This is unacceptable. Vane gazed at Smuggy, his eyes narrowing slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he turned his face aside, poised to utter the words. "Although you are quite beautiful, I must refuse." Just as the words were on the verge of escaping his lips, he caught sight of Katakuri's cold stare directed at him, as if to suggest that any hint of rejection might provoke a swift strike from his formidable trident. This fellow seemed to harbor an obsessive affection for his sister. Never mind. Vane recalled an old saying from his homeland. Those who recognize the times are true gentlemen. Thus, his intended refusal transformed into, however, "I feel a bit dizzy." He then dramatically reclined onto the ground in a most convincing manner. "Vane Lando!" exclaimed Manchuet, who had been perched on his shoulder, her voice laced with concern as tears of healing welled up once more, pouring into Vane's being. Did it not take effect? She frowned, murmuring to herself, Upon hearing Vane's response, Smuggy paused, momentarily bewildered. Was that an acceptance? Beside them, Beely-Eyed gently shook her head, suggesting, it seems unlikely. At that moment, on another ship, Daifugo shouted in alarm, "Hey, the Queen is sinking." The crowd lifted their eyes to behold the Queen. Where the sections of the ship damaged by Marco had once again fractured, causing the vessel to tilt perilously towards the sea. What should we do if the ship sinks? Brother Queen will surely have our heads. Jack bellowed. Where are the bandages? I'll go wrap up the damaged areas. Daifugo let out a sigh of relief, affirming, indeed. If we just bandage it, but what good will that do? As the pirates fretted in desperation, Katakuri from another pirate ship leaped into the air, instantly hovering above the Queen. Vane, lying on the deck, opened one eye to observe. He watched as Katakuri's hands began to liquefy. A viscous stream of white glutinous rice flowing forth, which he subsequently waved with a flourish. Glutinous rice cake. With a splatter. A thick mass of glutinous rice erupted onto the damaged deck and the hull below, burying the shackled Doflamingo beneath it. Naturally, Doflamingo could only seethe in silence. Soon after, the rice mass contorted and reshaped itself, restoring the wooden planks to their former condition. Impressive, the crowd exclaimed in admiration. Ween's expression subtly shifted. It was astonishing that this individual had developed the ability to manipulate the characteristics of the glutinous fruit to such a degree. Could he truly master the intricate shapes of rice dumplings? By the way, Card 2's ability should also allow for feats akin to Mr. 3's, such as unlocking doors, perhaps? With a soft thud, Katakuri landed beside Ween and spoke calmly. I witnessed your prowess just now. It is impressive. Join us, Ween. Once you wed Smoker, you will be one of us. Mother has promised to elevate you to the status of a king. Ah? Vane blinked. Is this an invitation for him to indulge in a life of luxury? It sounds rather appealing. No, this is utterly unacceptable. Setting aside the stark differences in their races and physiques, one is a quintessential human, possessing an imposing figure, while the other is a member of the giant race. Towering nearly 5 meters tall, with legs that constitute half of his stature. Moreover, should a union truly occur, it would, in a certain sense, signify an alliance between Kaido and Big Mom, an eventuality that the world government would surely not overlook. The highest authority, the Gorosei, refrains from declaring war on these formidable pirate crews, partly due to the delicate balance of power among the various factions. For instance, when Whitebeard initiated the war on the summit, Kaido contemplated launching an offensive against his territories. However, the notion of two emperors uniting is absolutely intolerable. Should these two immensely powerful pirate crews join forces and subsequently defeat Whitebeard, their momentum for expansion would become truly unstoppable. Vern could envision a scenario in which, should he acquiesce to this nuptial arrangement, the 5 elders would descend upon him with the admirals in tow, their wrath palpable and fearsome. The wedding would inevitably transform into a funeral, and as the orchestrator of this affair, he would find himself inextricably entangled in the ensuing chaos. No, he resolutely could not allow the two of them to forge an alliance. Ah, indeed, Carter Curry has proven his mettle, having seen through my pretense of fainting. He is quite remarkable. Wine offered an awkward smile as he rose to his feet, casting a glance at Smuggy, who had her arms crossed defiantly. He replied with a hint of nonchalance. Such a significant matter as marriage should be discussed in the presence of my esteemed teacher, Kai, don't you think? Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Smuggy's face. Being a prodigy of unparalleled acclaim, she had never encountered refusal from anyone, save for her mother, throughout her life. The audacity of proposing that this individual become her husband, only for him to deliver it, was utterly intolerable. With a sharp tone, she retorted, this must be a rejection, right? Do you truly believe you can turn down my affection? Very well, let us settle this with a duel. Should you falter, you shall acquiesce to being my husband. With that, she advanced towards Wine. Wait, don't. Vane waved his hands repeatedly, in such a state that even Jack could bully him, let alone this formidable star of the Big Mom Pirates. Yet, he could not resist asking one more question. What if I win? Then I shall obediently become your wife. How naive of you to think so. However, in the end, Smuggy was halted by her good brother, Katakuri. Katakuri also found Vane somewhat agreeable. Would he remain indifferent even when promised an entire nation? It seems this fellow holds great respect for his teacher, Katakuri murmured. The two ships sailed side by side, heading towards Wano Country. Soon, they arrived beneath the waterfall. Led by the Queen, the singing ship followed closely, smoothly entering the inland sea of Wano through a special passage. In the distance, the enormous skull on Onigashima was already visible. Meanwhile, the pirates on Onigashima received news of Vane's return and gathered at the port, gazing towards the two grand ships approaching from afar. Yaha, look at me, the rotund queen laughs boisterously. Soon, I shall show you all my magnificent queen. Ever since he impulsively lent his ship to Vane last time, he had been worried, fearing for the safety of his precious queen. Therefore, upon hearing the news of Vane's return, he hurried to the port. Yaha, it should have returned intact, right? As he watched the approaching ships, and the golden brontosaur's head at the bow, the radiant smile on Queen's face could not be hidden. However, as the Queen was about to dock, revealing a side with a missing cabin, filled with an unknown white substance, Queen cried out, "My ship!" His roar echoed across the sky, sending the fish in the sea fleeing in terror. Vane seemed to foresee the ensuing chaos and earnestly addressed the crowd. I shall first report to Teacher Kai, and you must entertain Brother Katakuri well. As soon as he finished speaking, Vane handed a communication snail to Baby 5 and instructed Leo, take good care of the two ladies. After that, purple wings sprouted from his back, and with a powerful flap, he leapt into the sky, swiftly heading towards the heavens, leaving behind a group of trembling pirates. They gazed at the furious Queen, who appeared ready to explode, and could not help but cry out. Lord Queen in a rage is truly terrifying. Just as Queen was about to unleash his fury, another three-masted pirate ship entered his line of sight. This ship was several times larger than the Queen, adorned with a flag featuring a skull painted with lipstick. Queen was taken aback, murmuring to himself, oh, they actually arrived together? The Big Mom pirate crew. Accompanied by the howling winds, Vane traversed the port and surrounding forests of Onigashima, delving into the depths of the island. At that moment, a clear youthful voice resonated from below. Brother Vane, is that you? Have you returned? Wayne looked down. On the grounds of the Ghost Island training camp, little Peggy Wan, donning a horned hat adorned in white and green, was waving at him. Whoosh. Wayne descended, observing Peggy, drenched in sweat, and remarked with a smile, you must have just finished exercising, right? Impressive, little Peggy. Your dedication is commendable. Blushing at the compliment, Peggy shyly scratched her head and chuckled. Brother Wayne, I tell myself that as long as I can complete 50 laps around the training ground, I can ensure my sister's safety. With such a thought in my heart, I managed to persevere. Do you also wish to ignite your youth? Wayne couldn't help but smile, giving him a thumbs up as he said, indeed, strive on, little Peggy. To protect those you cherish, one must exert every effort to grow stronger. This is the essence of a courageous man. Yes, thank you, Brother Wayne, Peggy replied, nodding vigorously. The fire within her was ignited. Vane smiled lightly. All right. You may continue your training. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. However, Page One suddenly recalled something and hastily exclaimed, oh, Vane. Last time you taught me about the iron block. While practicing, it seems I developed something rather unique. Could you possibly assist me in determining if I have gone astray in my training? Yet Vane did not wish to squander time. It's merely an iron block. Even if you have indeed achieved something, it would only signify an exceptional talent, he mused. With that thought, Vane raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers to gently flick Page One's forehead. Forgive me, little Page, perhaps next time. Page One took a step back, understanding. I see. Since you say so, I shall wait until next time. Nodding obediently, Page One acquiesced. Vane then soared into the air, swiftly reaching the dome above. As he approached the apex, his observation Haki detected two formidable forces clashing. Who is engaging in combat with Teacher Kai? Surely at Isn't again? With this thought, Vane ascended to the summit, peering downwards. There, in an open space, he beheld the imposing figure of Kaido, who was brandishing a kanabo and laughing boisterously. Before him lay the battered Dahi, weakly sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Even the kanabo named a Jien lay shattered beside him. This scene was chaotic, shrouded in smoke. Upon returning, he was met with such a disheartening spectacle. It seemed that in the world of pirates, familial bonds, whether father-son or father-daughter, were rather fraught. Moreover, the formidable Big Mom next door was notorious for treating her own offspring as mere sustenance. Below, Kaido noticed Vane, grinning widely, slightly turning his body, and bellowed, Hey, kid, come here. One truly wished to refrain from intruding upon the poignant bond shared between the father and daughter at this moment. After all, he was uncertain whether Teacher Kai had fully enjoyed his previous sparring session, should he desire to engage in a few more rounds. It would indeed be quite unfortunate for him. However, since he had already been discovered, he had no choice but to muster the courage to approach. Teacher Kai, having just finished your match with Day, Surely you wouldn't wish to spar with me now, would you? Vayne leaped down, landing beside Yamato. Vayne, you have returned, Yamato exclaimed, her face instantly lighting up with excitement, revealing a charming grin that showcased her missing tooth. Did I not tell you to refrain from challenging Teacher Kaido? Vayne sighed in exasperation. I am sorry, Vayne, but Yamato initially cast an apologetic glance at Vayne, only to then glare at Kaido with gritted teeth, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. I will surely slay this scoundrel. Kaido erupted into a maniacal laugh, his tone dripping with mockery. Let your hatred for me fester. If such animosity can indeed make you stronger. Remember this, Yamato, in this world, only power can dictate everything. Once you comprehend this, abandon your unrealistic dreams and return to being my child. In response, Yamato spat defiantly, I am not your child. I am Kazuki Oden, and one day, I shall establish the nation of Wano. This display of familial affection, albeit twisted, caused Vayne to wince. Without delving into right or wrong, it could only be said that the bonds between the strong resemble a glass of potent liquor, each sip overwhelmingly intense. At that moment, Kaido abruptly drove his kanabo into the ground and pointed at Vayne, declaring, Foolish child, do you not adore this young man? Wayne was momentarily taken aback. Teacher Kai, please do not speak recklessly. We are completely innocent. However, it was evident that Wayne had misunderstood. He could only hear Kai's booming voice continue, this Wayne, although he appears somewhat disheveled and consistently displays a demeanor of a weakling, is nonetheless aware of the pursuit of strength. During our last encounter, I could discern his true nature. Despite his heavy reliance on the powers of the devil fruit, his physique must have been honed through years of relentless training. It is merely that his talent and haki are insufficiently formidable. Wouldn't you agree, lad? Upon hearing this, Wayne's expression froze. This time, Teacher Kai had indeed spoken the truth. Ever since joining the Navy, whether motivated by a desire to compete with his fellow sailors or a fear of being overpowered by others, he had indeed dedicated considerable effort to his training. It is no exaggeration to say that even without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, he could defeat the majority of the vice admirals within the Navy headquarters. After Kai finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Yamato, who remained unresponsive and continued to glare at him. Kai, feeling a sense of disinterest, turned back to Wayne and remarked, Forget about this foolish son. You have returned, haven't you? As the fierce winds of the dome howled, Kai's dark hair danced wildly, exuding an impressive aura. Wayne lifted his head. Indeed, Teacher Kaido, I have accomplished the task you entrusted to me. Now Dressrosa is under the dominion of our beast pirates. Kaido nodded, having already received the news from the newspapers. However, my lad, shouldn't you provide some clarification regarding the matters concerning the Whitebeard pirates? It was expected. He had anticipated Kaido's inquiry. Vayne took a deep breath, his face adorned with a sense of grievance, and spoke, Teacher Kaido, it was the Whitebeard pirates who compelled me to act in such a manner. He then recounted, with embellishments, how Squard had sought him out and provoked him. He vehemently denied uttering any of the insidious phrases such as I want to go solo or I aspire to be the pirate king, laying the blame squarely on Morgan's. Upon hearing this, Kaido displayed an expression of knowing, remarking on Morgan's, that scoundrel, who would dare write anything for the sake of sensational news. I have long ceased to trust him. This indeed seemed a fitting act for that rogue, and you, my boy, would never have dared to voice such sentiments. Kaido-sensei, Vayne continued, on our return to Onigashima, we encountered a truly nefarious individual, none other than Marco of the Whitebeard pirates. The mention of Marco ignited Vayne's fury. This scoundrel had not only attacked Uncle Quinn's newly constructed ship, but had nearly taken the life of your beloved student. In a final act of incitement, Vayne exclaimed, Teacher Kaido, this is nothing short of blatant provocation from Whitebeard. Can you endure such insolence? After listening to Vayne's words, Kaido's gaze shifted slightly, revealing his contemplative thoughts. At that moment, the transponder snail nestled in his arms chimed. What is it? Mr. Kaido, Big Mom's people have arrived in the hall, and it is none other than the renowned Katakuri, came Quinn's voice from the other end. I am aware, Kaido replied, terminating the call. Casting a meaningful glance at Vayne and the unconscious Yamato on the floor, before uttering, Boy, take this foolish child for treatment. Do not let her perish. I have quite taken a liking to that gaze of hers, filled with hatred yet unable to kill me. With a hearty laugh, Kaido leaped into the air, summoning a tempest as he transformed into an azure dragon, soaring downward. As he departed, Vayne gazed at the retreating figure of his old father. Wayne lamented. It was clear that he expressed such concerns out of worry for his daughter. Teacher Kai, you are truly gentle. On the Ghost Island, beneath the dome, After Kaido departed, Wayne knelt down, gazing at the wounds adorning Yamato's body. The injuries and bruises inflicted by the Kanabo were visibly healing before his very eyes. One let out a bitter smile and shook his head, truly living up to the moniker Little Kaido. Indeed, this was Yamato, the Oni princess, blessed with extraordinary talent and formidable physical prowess. A hexagonal powerhouse wielding the three forms of haki: conquerors, armament, and observation. She also possessed the mythical Zoan fruit, the Inu no Mi, which bestowed upon her remarkable regenerative abilities and the power to freeze when in beast form. Coupled with her impressive martial arts skills, her adversaries could only emit pathetic screams of despair. One, Yamato said, her grimy face lighting up with joy, as if she had completely forgotten the recent beating she endured. What's it like outside? It must be quite entertaining, right? I encountered a group of truly wicked individuals, but I dealt with them. Oh, really? I wish to fight alongside you. When her eyes sparkled with anticipation. One day, that will happen. But first, you should take a bath, one suggested. Hoisting Yamato onto his shoulder, sprouting violet wings from his back, and soaring into the depths of Onigashima, returning to his quarters. One must admit, the beast pirates truly excelled in their treatment of talent. The room was not only well-equipped, but it also seemed to have been prepared for his return, with an array of snacks and fruits adorning the cabinet. It was a far cry from his modest apartment in Mariehua. The bathroom is over there. I'll have someone wash your clothes, when pointed towards the bathroom. Oh, Yamato replied obediently, then, with earnestness, asked, aren't you coming in too? When paused, taken aback by her innocent question, and then noticed the adorably naive gleam in her large eyes. It dawned on him that she considered him a close comrade. Yet, despite her lack of understanding, could he really remain oblivious? Thus, in the spirit of chivalry akin to Sanji's, when contemplated for just 2.5 seconds before acquiescing to Yamato's request. After all, a true man embraces the unreasonable demands of a woman. The bathroom was enveloped in steam, somewhat cramped, as the two of them squeezed into a large round bathtub. A glass window beside the tub offered a breathtaking view of the nearby jungle, a sight to behold. Yamato lay carefreely in the steaming water, her face flushed from the heat, radiating a sense of bliss. Her voluptuous form was fully on display before one. Her fair skin exuded the vibrancy of youth, and her long legs, evidently well-toned, boasted a perfect silhouette. With the face of a pure and beautiful maiden, her figure was astonishingly alluring. Who could withstand such a sight? It was hard to fathom how Yamato's mother must have looked to have birthed someone like her from a rugged man like Kaido. At that moment, one's own face grew increasingly red, though not from the warmth of the water. You are quite peculiar, Yamato remarked. Daiha, with a perplexed expression, inquired. Having noticed a peculiar trait of Wayne, whenever he soaked in a bath, his body would flush a vivid red. Moreover, the redness intensified when he gazed at himself. What on earth? Who does he think I am? I am merely indulging in the soothing embrace of a warm bath. Vane gritted his teeth in denial. Oh, could you possibly remove your hand from my leg? It's rather ticklish. That is merely a special massage technique taught to me by Master Zephyr to aid in your healing. Do not tarnish my reputation as a virtuous gentleman, Wayne eagerly explained, his expression fraught with anger. Subsequently, he turned his head to gaze out at the scenery, seeking to calm himself. Oh, is that so? Wayne, you truly are a wonderful person. I must have misunderstood you. Day replied with a bashful smile. Please, continue. However, I must take my leave. Today, a pirate crew from outside is set to arrive at Ghost Island, and I must hurry to prepare. Vane leaned forward, struggling to emerge from the bathtub, and swiftly darted into the shower. The refreshing cascade of water poured down, causing Vane to shudder as his body gradually regained its composure. Vane, oh Vane, she is the daughter of the enemy. As the rightful heir of the Navy, you must not fall into depravity. After silently reflecting for a few moments, Vane unleashed his observation haki. Unaware of any other presence around him, he swiftly retrieved the miniature transponder snail from his clothing and made the call. The alliance between the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates is of paramount importance. Vane, cautious not to act recklessly, decided to report as per protocol. The telephone bug, chirping softly for a while, remained unanswered. Was the general of the warring states preoccupied? After a brief interval, the call connected. However, the diminutive telephone bug transformed into the image of a middle-aged man adorned with a white military cap, his square visage and grave expression conveying authority. This peculiar feature of Vane's telephone bug dictated that if a call to a superior went unanswered within a specified time frame, it would automatically redirect to another contact. Thus, the voice resonated clearly, "I'm Sakazuki," delivered with a robust tone and an air of casualness. "Admiral Akainu?" With a raised eyebrow, Akainu remarked, "So, you have made your way to me, Vane. I have heard of your commendable exploits in the East Sea. You have performed admirably." Wayne and Akainu were previously unfamiliar with each other, having only crossed paths a few times in Marineford. Regarding the Admiral who adheres to the principle of absolute justice, Wayne finds a degree of understanding. In this utterly wretched world, upon ascending to the rank of Admiral, he refrained from exploiting his power for personal gain. Nor did he oppress the common folk. He even took it upon himself to eradicate pirates. In stark contrast to those who merely occupy their positions and collude with pirates to torment civilians, he truly stands out as commendable. However, the situation concerning O'Hara remains rather complex. "Ah, it's you, Admiral Akainu. I have a minor matter I wish to consult with you about." Vane directly addressed the matter at hand. He subsequently recounted, in detail, the incident of Marco assaulting him and Carter Curry's team arriving at Ghost Island to the telephone insect. Upon hearing this, the expression of the telephone insect gradually turned solemn, his brow furrowing in concern. "You call this a trivial matter?" Akainu exclaimed. "The alliance of two Emperor crews is an extraordinary event. If mishandled, it could precipitate an unprecedented war." Just as Akainu was about to continue, a girl's voice interrupted from the other end. "Vane, I've finished my shower." Vane responded. "What are you up to now?" Akainu, perplexed, inquired. "It's nothing. Please, continue speaking." "She is my informant." "An informant? Have you truly established a reliable informant in such a brief period?" "It seems the Fleet Admiral was indeed correct about you," Akainu remarked, adhering to the customary protocol of praising his junior. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, cautioning, "Nevertheless, do not be complacent. Deliberately approaching those close to Kaido may very well arouse his suspicion." Vane uttered a soft "hm." "It's nothing, merely Kaido's daughter." Akainu inquired, "So what are your plans?" "Shouldn't it be you, Senior, who issues the orders? Why are you asking me?" "Ahem, during my last encounter with Admiral Sengoku, he mentioned that you possess a wealth of clever ideas, yet you hesitate to voice them out of fear of repercussions or lack of personal gain." Vane tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Akainu, are you truly this straightforward?" "Well, I do have a plan, and if it succeeds, it could very well eradicate all the emperors of the sea in one fell swoop." Vane spoke earnestly. "What?" The eyes of the telephone bug widened, as if shimmering with light. "To annihilate 3 sea emperors in one fell swoop?" "Speak quickly, Vane," Akainu exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Hee." A knowing smile played upon Vane's lips as he began to articulate his thoughts. "If my memory serves me correctly, you currently possess 5 or 6 direct subordinates who hold the rank of Vice Admiral. Beneath them are Rear Admirals and Captains, not to mention the naval forces and warships at your disposal, numbering far beyond tens of thousands. Furthermore, with the esteemed assistance of Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Akiji, we need only await the opportune moment when the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates unite to confront Whitebeard. At that juncture, we can launch a comprehensive offensive against these pirates, potentially eradicating them entirely. It may even herald the conclusion of this grand age of piracy." Wayne spoke with unwavering determination. However, Akainu furrowed his brow in contemplation after hearing him. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he ignited a cigar and took a deep drag, remarking, "Wayne, your perspective is rather extreme." Wayne's words astonished Akainu. It was utterly unexpected that this young man possessed such audacity. However, the world government would not dare to take such a substantial risk. Firstly, the seas are not solely dominated by these 3 Emperor-level pirate crews. There also exists Wang Ji from Hive Island, the Golden Lion who escaped from Impel Down and is now in hiding, as well as those formidable pirates scattered across various regions, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Should they become aware of this situation, they might very well entertain nefarious thoughts. Furthermore, the Navy headquarters and its other branches across the seas require a military presence. Reallocating forces is no simple task. Most importantly, there are the 5 elders above the world government who would never entertain such a gamble. Wayne, your proposal is likely to encounter significant obstacles. Akainu expelled a puff of smoke and slowly spoke. Nevertheless, in Akainu's heart, his impression of Wayne had improved considerably, finding this junior rather agreeable. "Very well, Senior Akainu," he replied, when feigned a tone of regret as he spoke. He certainly was not naive enough to believe that his words would sway Akainu into executing such a ludicrous plan. If Akainu were capable of such actions, he would not have ascended to the rank of Admiral. Thus, this statement merely served to express his own stance. Furthermore, do not forget that although your interference has instigated a bitter enmity between Whitebeard and Kaido, these inherently wicked pirates are cunning and treacherous. Should they become aware of the Navy's intentions to encircle them, it is highly likely they would unite temporarily to confront the Navy, which would lead to significant complications. Wayne's gaze sharpened. Truly, he was a representative of the hawkish Navy. As a naval officer, his understanding of pirates was remarkable, akin to that of a certain silver-haired village chief who was well acquainted with the families of the opposite sex within the village. Indeed, Admiral Akainu, you are correct. I have been too radical. Henceforth, as a member of the Navy, I must approach matters with careful consideration rather than relying solely on a reckless heart. Akainu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Wayne felt a twinge of cynicism. Admiral Akainu, regarding your statements, do the common folk of O'Hara share your sentiments? Thus, what course of action should I pursue? Vane then posed a direct question to Akainu. I will consult Fleet Admiral Sengoku regarding this matter. However, if it were up to me, I would prefer that you intervene to prevent the alliance between these two individuals. You want me to stop Kaido and Big Mom? Is that for real? Wayne nearly gasped in astonishment. Do you, the Magma Man, hold me in such high regard? He dismissed the thought, knowing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Warring States commander would convene a special meeting to deliberate on this matter upon learning of it. Furthermore, Wayne was already aware of Akainu's perspective. Subsequently, the two confirmed their intelligence before terminating the call. Wayne dried his body and donned a well-fitted black suit as he emerged from the shower. At that moment, Yamato had already changed into the new attire delivered by the maid. This outfit had been specifically arranged by Wayne, as all of Yamato's previous garments were identical, merely replaced when soiled. Wayne had grown weary of the scene. However, when he cast his gaze upon the elegantly reclined Yamato on the sofa, he was momentarily taken aback. The enchanting girl before him boasted a cascade of gradient-colored, voluminous hair, casually tied up. She donned a petite white shirt on her upper half, paired with a black, pleated mini-skirt, her bare feet languidly dangling over the edge of the sofa. It seemed that she found the sofa excessively soft, playfully bouncing on it like a child on a trampoline. Yamato the Jr.? It is no exaggeration to assert that if she were to don a small black backpack and a pair of spectacles, she would undoubtedly embody the very essence of an artistic young lady. Vane found himself in a daze, reveling in the delightful sensation. It was akin to the bond shared with a childhood friend, a spirited girl who, despite her sharp tongue, held you dear in her heart. Who wouldn't yearn for such an endearing childhood companion? At that moment, Yamato caught sight of Vane. Bursting with energy, she leapt from the sofa, brandishing a half-broken wolf fang club, and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Vane, let us engage in battle. I have grown significantly stronger these past few days. Damn it. I was almost charmed. This is the true essence of Yamato. I must retract my previous words." Subsequently, after advising Yamato to follow closely and refrain from speaking out of turn, Vane led her towards the council hall of the Oni Island Palace. The council hall was situated at the very bottom of the island, and at that moment, a throng of pirates had already gathered at the entrance. Upon arriving at the entrance, Wayne was met by Jean, who had hurried over. "Uncle Jean, it has been quite a while since we last met." Wayne greeted with a salutation reserved for the formidable. Jin's eyes twitched at the corners. It seemed that not addressing him as uncle rendered the young man quite uncomfortable. However, upon catching sight of the exquisitely adorned Yamato beside Wayne, his brow arched in curiosity, and he remarked with an unusual tone, "Are you two involved romantically?" Vane was taken aback for a moment. Then he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, No, you misunderstand, Uncle Jean. We share only a platonic friendship." "Is that so?" On the side, Yamato looked up with a hint of confusion, directing his gaze towards Vane. "Vane, what does it mean to be in a relationship?" Upon hearing this, Vane let out a resigned sigh, realizing that describing Yamato as illiterate was an understatement. A relationship means two individuals coming together to share their emotions. "Oh, I see. Then Vane and I are indeed in a relationship," Yamato exclaimed excitedly. The surrounding pirates gaped in disbelief, their eyes fixed on Vane, inadvertently giving him a thumbs up in their minds. Truly, he was a man with a bounty of 500 million. After just a few months on Onigashima, he had captured the heart of Kaido's daughter. Was this the rhythm of becoming the heir to the Beast Pirates? Everyone was astonished. already contemplating how to befriend Vayne and establish a good rapport. Shoo, don't speak carelessly, Yamato. Vayne hurriedly covered Yamato's mouth. Though this gesture appeared even more intimate in the eyes of the surrounding pirates, if Kaido were to hear this, he might very well consider Vayne a deceiver preying on an innocent girl. In Wayne's mind, he could vividly envision the scene. Old Kaido. My pirate ship has docked at Ghost Island. Is it safe? Then, Teacher Kai would affectionately caress his own head with his spiked club, delivering a thunderous retort. No. Please don't. Coming back to reality, Jean had already passed by Wayne, casually uttering, hurry inside, it is about to begin. Oh, very well, Uncle Jean. After a brief acknowledgement from Wayne, he led Day inside the Ghost Island Palace, into the Grand Assembly Hall. The room was brilliantly illuminated and spacious. At the center stood a colossal table, flanked by 2 rows of chairs on either side. At this moment, Kaido occupied the principal seat, with Jean and Quinn seated beside him, and 2 empty chairs remaining. On the opposite side lounged Katakuri and Smoothie, legs crossed in a show of relaxed authority. In the corners, several tall and robust pirates, akin to bodyguards, stood vigil. They were the true hits of the beast pirates, the mid-level cadres. Meanwhile, the younger members of the Charlotte family curiously clambered onto the table, chattering and observing Kaido. Wow, is he really Kaido? What a massive creature. No wonder Mom says he is a monster. Kaido is so imposing, but still not as intimidating as brother Katakuri. Upon hearing this, Kaido not only displayed no trace of anger but instead regarded the tiny beings with genuine interest, his thoughts wandering to whether that old woman considered his domain a nursery, allowing so many children to roam freely. Was she not concerned he might eliminate them? Although he mused this, his face bore no hint of ire. Rather, he burst into hearty laughter, his gaze towards the children even exuding a hint of tenderness. Witnessing this scene, Wayne couldn't help but smirk. How is it that in the presence of Big Mom's offspring, Teacher Kaido appeared as gentle as a benevolent uncle? Could it be that he had a romantic history with her in his youth? As Wayne and Day entered, all eyes turned towards them. Kaido raised an eyebrow from his seat of honor, beckoning, "Kid, come sit up front." The moment those words were spoken, the expressions of the surrounding pirates began to shift, revealing a tapestry of emotions. That seat was reserved for only the most prominent figures. In that instant, they concluded that Wayne was destined to be Kaido's next calamity, perhaps even to become his son-in-law, or the next successor of the Beast Pirates. Very well, Teacher Kaido. Wayne was not particularly surprised, as he was indeed the mastermind behind this affair. After exchanging a brief remark, Wayne settled down with Yamato in the 2 seats beside Quinn. It was evident that the adjacent chair was reserved for Yamato. Although Teacher Kai uttered harsh words, he demonstrated remarkable attention to detail. It truly moved me to tears. Once seated, Yamato behaved rather obediently, refraining from publicly displaying any filial daughter antics. Instead, she pulled out several packets of snacks taken from Wayne's room, tore open the packaging, and began to relish them, carelessly stuffing her mouth with chips. "You rascal!" Quinn exclaimed in indignation upon seeing Wayne, infuriated that he had allowed his esteemed ship to fall into such disrepair. "How could you have assured me otherwise?" "Uncle Quinn, I must clarify that this situation cannot be attributed to me. I have cherished your beloved Quinn as dearly as I cherish you," Veen stammered, attributing all the blame to Marco. "Humph," Quinn scoffed. "Even if you were to offer me an entire barrel of red bean soup as compensation, I would still refuse to forgive you." Upon hearing this, Veen was momentarily taken aback before tentatively suggesting, "Then how about 2 barrels? Quinn flashed a grin, acknowledging the boy's understanding, and reluctantly decided to pardon him. However, Quinn did not truly hold Veen responsible. Ultimately, it was that old rascal with the white beard who was to blame. At this moment, he yearned to deliver a decisive blow to that old man, seeking vengeance for his beloved Quinn. Across the table, Katakuri was somewhat surprised to see Yamato. Previously, he had only known that the Beast's pirates boasted powerful figures like Jin and Quinn. The rest were merely inconsequential. Yet now, not only had a formidable ally in Veen, who was on par with Marco, joined their ranks, but also a white-haired girl who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 of them. However, what was the significance of the shackles on her wrists? After Veen took his seat, Jack and Daifugo entered, positioning themselves behind him. Jack crossed his arms, adopting a cold demeanor as if to exude an air of superiority. Yamato, with his mouth stuffed with chips, gazed curiously at Katakuri and the others, inquiring, "Who are they?" "Young Master Yamato, they are from the Big MOM Pirates, another formidable pirate crew that can rival the Beast's pirates," Daifugo explained, taking on the role of the narrator. Their captain, Charlotte Lin, like your father Kaido, was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Furthermore, Charlotte Lin is regarded as the most powerful woman on these seas, possessing the ability of the soul fruit, which allows her to extract souls and imbue them into other beings. It is said that even her bed and palace possess life. Wayne's expression revealed a hint of perplexity. How do you possess such extensive information? He recalled that last time, Marco's abilities were also well understood by him. Hee. DeVago chuckled sheepishly and replied, actually, before joining the Beast Pirates, I spent time with various pirate crews in the New World. However, each time I joined, the crew either faced annihilation at the hands of the Marines or fell apart due to internal strife. Veen raised an eyebrow. Goodness, with such a resume. I truly wonder how the Beast Pirates ever allowed you to join. So, Yamato asked, eyes gleaming with excitement, are we really going to confront Charlotte Lin? Veen sighed. How eager are you to engage in a brawl? Moreover, she is your Aunt Lingling. At that moment, Kaido bellowed at Katakuri, his voice resonating like thunder. Ha ha ha, little brat, let us get down to business. Bring forth that old hag's transponder snail. The force of his roar caused the little ones at the table to sway precariously. Very well, Governor Kaido, Katakuri replied with remarkable composure. With a mere gesture, a diminutive homey soldier approached, cradling a transponder snail in his arms. The snail wore a large pink captain's hat and was adorned with heavy eye makeup. Katakuri accepted the transponder snail and placed it squarely in the center of the table. Upon sighting it, the Charlotte family's children exhibited expressions of fear, promptly leaping off the table to hide behind Katakuri. Soon after, the transponder snail began to awaken, its expression turning sinister, filled with avarice. Mom, is that you, Kaido? Upon hearing this voice, Veen instantly recognized it. It was she, one of the three sovereigns of the seas, the ruler of the world, captain of the big MOM pirates. Charlotte Lingling. Ha ha ha, Lingling, you old hag, still bearing children? How utterly amusing. Just how many must you bear to find satisfaction? Kaido's tone dripped with mockery. Humph. Still such an impolite little brat, Kaido. Do not forget, I have always regarded you as my younger brother. Enough with the nonsense, old hag. After all these years, you can't possibly be here just to reminisce with me, can you? Veen's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. At least I once treated you to drinks and feasts. Cared for you as your elder sister, Kaido. You were being rather heartless. Mom, I thought you already knew. The voice on the other end, Charlotte Lingling, seemed unfazed by the banter, her pupils narrowing as she intently declared, of course, I am here to join forces with you to eliminate Whitebeard. Let us not forget. Charlotte Lingling protected Kaido aboard the perilous Rocks pirate ship. Later, during the battle at God Valley, she bestowed upon Kaido the exceedingly rare mythical Zoan Devil Fruit. A tremendous favor indeed. Eliminate Whitebeard alongside me? Kaido scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting, old hag? Even if we were to confront Whitebeard, I would not flinch. That old man's era should have ended long ago. With that, Kaido turned to Veen and flashed a toothy grin. Kid, you have done splendidly. That so-called strongest pirate crew is merely an old reprobate leading a gaggle of children. A pirate crew that incessantly chants family lacks true potential. Only a crew like the Beast Pirates, with its philosophy of strength, can forge more formidable warriors. Ah, teacher Kaido, both lofty and staunch. The defiant demeanor of Kaido evoked a sense of admiration within Wayne. At this stage in his life, Kaido's mindset and prowess have likely reached their zenith. Were he to confront the waning Whitebeard, Wayne would lean towards Kaido emerging victorious. After all, youth is a formidable ally. For instance, had the youthful, raven-haired Garp participated in the battle at Honeycomb Island, he would have undoubtedly obliterated the entire island. However, while the prospects of top-tier combatants appear promising, just as Wayne was contemplating this, Charlotte Lin articulated his unspoken thoughts. Foolish Kaido, do you think war is a trivial affair? Whitebeard is no mere band of insignificant pirates. Charlotte Lin remarked with a smile. Even if you manage to overpower Whitebeard, what of your underlings? By the time you engage in battle, you might find yourself sacrificing the very foundation you've built over decades. Her words prompted a wave of calculation among the onlookers. Although both Wayne and Kaido regarded Whitebeard as inconsequential, the gravity of the situation began to sink in. Wayne even mocked the Whitebeard pirates as a band of incompetents led by a group of lesser incompetents, but that was merely to provoke Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates boast 16 captains commanding over 1,600 members, along with more than 40 subordinate crews, totaling over 50,000 crew members scattered across various seas of the New World. Among them was the captain of the large whirlpool spider pirate crew, Squirdo. who had previously fallen to Wayne's blade. Should they unite and wage war, even the world government would find themselves in a perilous situation. In contrast, Kaido's side seems lacking. Aside from the formidable power of Kaido himself, the remaining elite fighters include Jin, Queen, Wayne, and perhaps Yamato at best. The mid-tier fighters appear to be few and far between, with only Jack and Black Maria being capable of combat. However, Wayne has yet to encounter Black Maria, who is said to currently oversee a corridor. As for the future members of the Flying Six, both Reizo and Page 1 are too insignificant. And the newcomer Foz was eliminated by Wayne. The rest are little more than henchmen with bounties of around 10 to 20 million. They pale in comparison to Whitebeard's cadre and captains. Big Mom had a point. Under such circumstances, even a Pyrrhic victory would deplete their resources entirely. Humph, Kaido smirked, begrudgingly acknowledging her words. Kaido, my dear, I know you yearn for a clash with Whitebeard. Or rather, the mere thought of it must cause you considerable distress if you do not engage in battle, right? Ah, how perceptive you remain, my dear sister. Even after all these years. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Kaido's face. Although he despised being scrutinized, he could not deny the truth in the old hag's words. Lin, do you wish to aid me? He scoffed. Humph, I don't believe you possess such benevolence. Kaido's current mindset differs from that of a decade hence, still consumed by the ambition to dominate the world. Forming an alliance with Charlotte Lin was not within his realm of consideration, especially given the various conflicts, large and small, that had arisen between the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates in recent years. Of course, my assistance is not without cost. How about this? You hand over Jin to me, and I will deploy forces to clear all obstacles for you, be they pirates or marines. I shall hold them at bay, and then you can fight as you wish. At her words, an astonished silence fell over the crowd. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Wayne sensed a slight tremor in Uncle Jin's body. Almost immediately, Jin cast a near pleading glance at Kaido. In that moment, Wayne could empathize with Jin's predicament. Being targeted by such a wealthy aunt must indeed be quite a burden. With a soft chuckle, Wayne and Quinn exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. You too. Jin abruptly turned his head to face them, only to find both sitting with a serious demeanor, appearing utterly unaffected by the moment. In fact, Wayne even took the liberty to gently wipe away the remnants of snacks from Day's mouth. Meanwhile, Kaido burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Huh, what on earth are you dreaming about, you old hag? Jin is mine. Have you forgotten your own words? Pirates, too, have their codes of honor. Upon hearing this, Jin shot Kaido a somewhat guilty glance. Indeed, how could Mr. Kaido ever engage in self-sacrifice for mere gain? It was absurd that he had felt a moment of panic. How infuriating. I didn't expect you to remember what I said, Kaido continued. But let us set aside Jin for now. Isn't there a new young lad over there? Charlotte Lin added. You mean Wayne? He has quite the promising talent. I intend to make him my third prominent figure, Kaido stated openly to the group. This was not something to be concealed. In the Beast Pirates, strength spoke volumes. If anyone disagreed, they could challenge Wayne themselves, provided they had the capability to win. Mother. Charlotte Lin's face gleamed with greed. In that case, how about this? I want to ask you to hand him over to me. Let him marry Smoothie and become my son-in-law. If he doesn't fancy Smoothie, I have plenty of beautiful daughters for him to choose from, or even those past little ones. Big Mom Wayne furrowed his brow, nearly bursting into a tirade. Was this even human speech? It seemed as though one had cast themselves as some nefarious uncle with peculiar predilections. At that moment, Wayne's gaze fortuitously collided with the frightened visage of a golden-haired girl in a white dress, who was cowering behind Katakuri. The little girl immediately displayed a look of terror, tightly shutting her eyes as if fearing that Wayne might choose her. What is that expression on your face, Bruin? Vane silently condemned the ant in his heart, then turned his gaze toward Teacher Kai with what he believed to be an exceedingly righteous expression. Such an impudent request, he was certain, Teacher Kai would never acquiesce to. Yet, in the next moment, Kai's eyes flickered, and he stated, certainly, as long as that little brat agrees. This time, it was Jean and Quinn's turn to mock Vane. Although the outcome appeared to be a fortunate union, in essence, Vane was destined to become a political pawn. Marriage? Vane. What is marriage? Yamato, having finished his snack, wiped his mouth and inquired with a hint of confusion. Behind him, the narrator, Dave, interjected at the opportune moment. Young Master Yamato, marriage means that two people will be together for life, forever in love, never to part. Upon hearing this, Vane cast him a peculiar glance. Why does your pirate's concept of love seem so righteous? Oh, So that's how it is, Yamato exclaimed, clapping his hands loudly as if to declare to the world. Then I shall marry Vayne and be together forever. At this declaration, everyone was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Smuggy, seated across the table, glared at the exuberant Yamato with a murderous intent. Surely, this must be the legendary rival. Charlotte Lean's expression hardened. Who is it? Kaido, who dares to snatch my son-in-law? Gahaha. Looks like I'm going to disappoint you, old hag. He is my foolish son, Kaido remarked, casting a complex glance at Vayne, clearly taken aback. Heh, how dull. I never expected that foolish lad would develop a sense of humanity, even letting his biological daughter take the field to keep such a promising little brat. Charlotte Linlin said ominously. Though reluctant, she felt she could not argue further, given Kaido's words. Old hag. Kaido bellowed in displeasure, forget about Jean and Vayne, after killing Whitebeard. I can certainly grant you a portion of his territory. Mother Kaido, are you jesting? That old bastard Whitebeard's territory is both remote and impoverished. I truly have no desire for it. Charlotte Lin's stance was resolute. Then there is nothing to discuss. Kaido's expression turned cold. And how do you know Whitebeard will go to war with me? Killing one of his insignificant sons does not mean he will retaliate. Marco is still alive. Teacher Kai, you've discovered a blind spot. Even back then, when Kazuki Oden was slain, the entire Wano country was seized by Kaido, yet the robust Whitebeard chose to endure. Moreover, there is the filial sword squad. Mother, that truly is embarrassing. Kaido, can you really swallow your pride after your own brat is cornered at home by Whitebeard's men? Is this a provocation? Indeed, there is merit in that assertion. Although, in terms of losses, it appears that Whitebeard has suffered greatly. One must consider the underlying reasons. Were they not self-inflicted? Thus, there is no need for your meddling. You who are merely an old woman preoccupied with childbearing. Kaido, too, is unwilling to concede. It seems that the collaboration is on the verge of dissolution. Wayne subconsciously exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next moment, the menacing laughter of Charlotte Lingling once again emanated from the phone. Mother, my foolish brother, your words are still so hurtful. However, Kaido, I have changed my mind. It's quite all right if you choose not to cooperate. I shall still assist you. Under the perplexed gazes of the onlookers, she continued. The armies of the world will help you fend off those who wish to disrupt your plans, allowing you to unleash a war with unbridled fervor. Aunt Lingling. What do you mean by that? Kaido scoffed repeatedly. I do not believe for a moment that you possess such benevolence. Mother, let me tell you this. Kaido, it is because I believe you cannot possibly defeat Whitebeard. When the time comes, and you face utter defeat, you will be left with no choice but to beg me for salvation. The mere thought of such a scenario excites me. Upon hearing this, Katakuri raised his head. Sensing that his mother's mind was once again becoming rather muddled, a sudden jolt surged through Wayne's heart. Are you two old geezers performing a scene reminiscent of the Tsundere older sister and the stubborn younger brother? My dear lady, indulge him. After all, it seems you are resolutely determined to lend your assistance, are you not? It is time to cease underestimating others. If you wish to intervene, then by all means. Come forth, but be prepared to face the consequences together. Haha. Teacher Kai is equally prideful. Ultimately, their conversation concluded after an exchange of a few choice expletives. Humph. Kai smirked, addressing the assembled pirates with a loud, menacing laugh, declaring that only war can determine a person's worth. Only the strong can survive in this world. Are you ready, my comrades? If you desire status, wealth, and women, then muster the resolve to risk it all and join me in this grand endeavor. Now, let the cheers erupt, you rascals. Ha! As soon as his words fell, there was a momentary silence before a roaring cheer erupted, akin to a tidal wave. Roar. Roar. Kill Whitebeard. Plunder everything they possess. Let this world feel agony. Lord Kaido, we revere you. The cacophony of voices surged in waves, nearly causing the entire room to tremble. To face the world's mightiest pirate crew with all their might. This single proclamation was enough to stir the hearts of these men who had entrusted their lives to the sea. Whether driven by greed or fervor, the beast pirates erupted in exhilarated shouts. Even Charlotte's little ones were itching to join in, their faces alight with anticipation, seemingly eager to rush into battle. Are we finally to strike at Whitebeard? This is truly reckless, Mr. Kaido. Queen chuckled. But it presents the perfect opportunity to test my new virus, haha. With arms crossed and eyes resolute, it was clear that Mr. Kaido would become the next king. Behind Wayne, Jack exclaimed, Wayne, I seem to feel the fiery youth burning within me. Duh. Poking Wayne's arm, conspiratorially suggested. Wayne, shall we venture over to Whitebeard's side? This way, we can send that scoundrel Kaido flying. Vane's expression darkened. You, do not create further trouble for me. After a prolonged period of cheers, the discussion finally came to a close. In truth, Katakuri's side had scarcely exchanged words with Kaido throughout the meeting. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that only their mother qualified to converse with Kaido, such as the majesty of the Emperor of the Sea. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Vane intended to find a moment to report to Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, however, Kaido summoned him once more to the dome above. Kaido sat upon the ground, gesturing for Vane to take a seat opposite him. Before Vane lay 3 large bowls of liquor. Kaido, you haven't summoned me here for a drink, have you? Vane spoke nervously. Kaido offered no reply. Instead, he removed the gourd from his waist and took a hearty swig before languidly remarking, regarding that foolish boy. As he uttered these words, Kaido's gaze grew increasingly cold, causing Vane to break into a cold sweat. Teacher Kaido, that was your daughter's own assertion. I haven't done anything, he exclaimed. So, can we reach an understanding? While Kaido spoke, Vane was already mentally plotting his escape route. However, Kaido's expression suddenly softened. I don't care about your affairs, but you should be well aware of what I desire. Upon hearing this, Vane secretly sighed in relief and nodded slightly, saying, I understand, Teacher Kaido. I will persuade Odin to join the Beast Pirates. Humph, you had better deliver. A look of satisfaction flickered in Kaido's eyes. Indeed. He still harbored hopes of reconciling with his daughter. Kid, we are certainly going to clash with Whitebeard. Let us give it our all. Once we triumph, you shall become my next prominent figure. Kaido laughed heartily, his dark hair billowing, radiating an aura of innate dominance. Wayne felt a powerful gust of wind strike him, causing even his very soul to shudder momentarily. Such a dominant presence could inspire an irresistible urge to follow with just a glance or a mere word. Indeed, Teacher Kai, the mere thought of it ignites a fervor within me. Vane, seizing upon this momentum, feigned enthusiasm in response to Kaido. Cheers to our impending victory. Kaido signaled to Vane with a glance. As Wayne gazed ahead, 3 bowls, reeking of potent liquor, lay before him. Could it be that these were prepared specifically for me? That Teacher Kaido, in such dire circumstances, I shall first rally the troops. Kaido's eyes glinted with menace. Why do you seem so reluctant, boy? In this world, there are few who can share a drink with me. It appeared there was no escaping this fate. Reluctantly, Wayne steeled himself for what lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he rose and grasped one of the bowls, raising it to his lips. Just as he was about to drink, a thought struck him. He poured the entire bowl onto the ground, proclaiming, Teacher Kaido, this bowl I dedicate to our comrades who will soon join us in battle. Oh? Kaido regarded Wayne with keen interest. Following this, Wayne lifted the second bowl and, employing the same gesture, poured it onto the ground, declaring, This bowl is for those members of the Beast Pirates who perished in Dressrosa, although only a few had actually fallen. As for the third bowl, I am yet undecided. No, I shall wait until I can pour this drink upon the severed head of Whitebeard, relishing the act of humiliation. Kaido grinned, amused. How entertaining. You lad. Very well, let us await the day of victory. Observing Kaido's confident demeanor, Wayne could not resist posing a question. Teacher Kaido, who is stronger? You or the current Whitebeard? Why did I ask such a foolish question? Kaido smirked but pondered for a moment before responding. If my opponent were Whitebeard, it could indeed be a bit troublesome. However, he tilted his head back, gazing at the star-studded night sky of Onigashima. Memories of past cruelties flashing through his mind, his childhood as a war machine in the Vodka Kingdom, the treachery of the Rocks Pirates. The moments of extreme punishment dealt by the Navy when challenging the Yonko after a long silence. He broke into a grin. I shall prevail. Having successfully set up a flag for Teacher Kaido, Wayne stealthily returned to his room. Ensuring he was alone, he retrieved a miniature transponder snail. Admiral Sengoku. It's like this. Wayne recounted the entire affair, albeit in a somewhat embellished version. Captain Bruce Wayne of the Navy, upon joining the Beast Pirates, not only quickly ingratiated himself with the pirates, but also successfully cultivated Kaido's daughter as an informant, leading to a rift between her and her father. He also executed the fugitive Fuzzver, who had sought refuge, thereby averting a cataclysmic battle for the pirates in Dressrosa and eliminating the persistent thorn in the world government side, the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. During this tumultuous period, he incited a fierce war between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, a conflict destined to be devastating. Regardless of the victor, the other side would emerge significantly weakened. In just a few months, he accomplished such monumental feats. Finally, Wayne added, with a hint of jest, that it would be exceedingly difficult to find an undercover agent as multifaceted as himself, even with a lantern. However, upon hearing this, Sengoku's brow gradually furrowed. Despite the commendation, he felt a nagging sense of unease. After all, why would a 20-year-old naval officer be so adept at masquerading as a pirate? In such a short span, he had amassed a significant number of pirate followers and, with remarkable efficiency, had claimed an entire nation as territory for the beast pirates. Moreover, he had garnered Kaido's favor, even being poised for promotion to the highest ranks. The most absurd part was that he had even courted Kaido's daughter. Was he truly not considering to abandon the light for the dark? Despite these thoughts, Sengoku cleared his throat and remarked lightly, "You have done well, Wayne. However, I am somewhat surprised by the rapid onset of war. According to the intelligence you provided, even if Whitebeard does not seek retribution from Kaido, Kaido would inevitably engage in battle with Whitebeard, would he not?" "Perhaps," Wayne replied. "To be honest, Admiral Sengoku, I find myself at a crossroads. Should I continue my infiltration within the beast pirates, aiding Kaido in vanquishing Whitebeard, or should I seize this opportunity to betray them, further complicating the situation?" Wayne spoke with utmost candor. Given the circumstances, the Navy must take this matter seriously, regardless of the future outcome of this war. It has the potential to become a monumental event that could alter the landscape of the New World. After a brief silence, Sengoku on the other end of the line uttered words that took Wayne by surprise. Perhaps aiding Kaido in securing victory in this war might be a prudent choice. Marshal Sengoku? Am I mistaken in hearing that you want me to assist the inherently malevolent beast Kaido? Wayne furrowed his brow, even contemplating a jest. General Sengoku, are you perhaps an undercover agent sent by Kaido to the Navy? Upon hearing Wayne's perplexity, Sengoku calmly elucidated. Wayne, if you were merely an ordinary pirate within the beast's pirates, I would advise you to safeguard yourself, act judiciously, and perhaps take on the role of a mere observer. However, you must have sensed, to some extent, that the current dynamics of the New World are quite delicate. Maintaining equilibrium is of paramount importance. Even if they engage in a mutually destructive clash, it would merely constitute a grand conflict among pirates, and after recuperation, they will inevitably rise again. Moreover, should they adopt extreme measures, they might even expedite their aggression to restore their own power. These pirates are capable of anything. It seems that Sengoku has grasped the essence of the situation. Is the Navy intent on fueling the flames further? To validate Wayne's conjecture, Sengoku spoke in a deep voice, suggesting that rather than idly watching from the shore until the outcome is revealed to make a decision, it would be far more effective to incite a greater conflict, directly leading to the downfall of an emperor's faction. Given Wayne's current standing and strength within the beast pirates, he possesses sufficient influence to alter the course of the battle. Moreover, following Kaido's victory, it is certain that more pirate crews will flock to his banner. In this scenario, as a senior officer of the beast pirates, the information at your disposal and the actions you can undertake will multiply, becoming ever more precise. Sengoku's words startled Wayne, prompting an involuntary exclamation within his heart. What a clever angle, Admiral Sengoku. So, according to your assertion, my success in navigating the pirates' den signifies that my undercover work is thriving? Very well, Admiral Sengoku. Your most loyal subordinate, Bruce Wayne, acknowledges the command. Sengoku nodded with satisfaction, reminding him to exercise caution while there. Should he encounter genuinely perilous situations, he would be permitted to make decisions based on his judgment. As he was about to end the call, Wayne chuckled and said, "By the way, Admiral Sengoku, regarding that colonel of mine." Sengoku's expression darkened. The timing was inappropriate. "Fine, Colonel Bruce Wayne of the Navy headquarters, I will initiate the process for your promotion. Furthermore, should this critical mission succeed, I would not hesitate to promote you to Rear Admiral." After painting such a grand vision, their conversation concluded. Rear Admiral? That is a rank that allows one to directly reside at the Navy bases along the Grand Line. No. All of this is for the purpose of eradicating the vile pirates. How could it be merely for such a trivial rank? Meanwhile, in Marineford, within Sengoku's office. After ending the call with Wayne, Sengoku summoned Admiral Kizaru. "Borsellino, there is a pressing matter at hand." Kizaru, on the other side, appeared languid, indifferent as he shrugged, sensing that something ominous was afoot. "Just so you know, Admiral Sengoku, if the task is too perilous, I will be requesting additional compensation." Sengoku's countenance visibly darkened. "Vane and Borsellino, you truly embody the esteemed disciples of Zephyr. However, it is regrettable that within our headquarters, the only admiral available for deployment is Kizaru. Nevertheless, relying solely on one admiral is insufficient to intercept the Big Mom pirates and other formidable pirate crews. As I pondered this, the door suddenly burst open with a resounding bang. The robust and muscular Garp stormed in. Despite his advanced years, he radiated an undeniable vigor. He erupted in a boisterous laugh directed at Sengoku, exclaiming, "Wah! Sengoku, I gave that foolish grandson a good thrashing." He finally declared he no longer wishes to be the pirate king, but instead desires to be the freest person on the seas and gather a crew to seek that great treasure. Upon hearing this, Kizaru, with an odd expression, remarked, "Isn't that still a desire to become the pirate king?" Garp, momentarily taken aback, swiftly transformed his surprise into fury. "Ah, so that's it. That rascal dared to deceive me," he declared, intent on returning to the East Blue to give that useless grandson another lesson. "Enough, Garp. Your timing is fortuitous, for a significant event is unfolding," Sengoku interjected. Halting Garp, he then recounted the details of the situation. "Thus, we find ourselves in a critical moment. Our mission as the Navy is to thwart the Big Mom pirates, led by Charlotte Lin, along with other unruly pirates, allowing Whitebeard and Kaido to engage in mutual destruction. The ideal outcome would be the complete annihilation of one side." After detailing this, Sengoku summoned several vice admirals and strategists, beginning to formulate a battle plan based on the intelligence at hand. Although the location of the decisive battle remained unknown, the Navy must treat this matter with utmost seriousness to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Smoker's performance in the assessment had been less than stellar, yet he was nonetheless promoted to the rank of colonel and reassigned to Logtown in the East Blue. However, upon seeing the audacious image of Vane in the latest newspaper, alongside his provocation of an almost declaration of war against Whitebeard on behalf of the Beast Pirates, he disregarded Zephyr's admonitions and hastily made his way to Marineford that very night. At this moment, in Marineford, on the training grounds, Smoker beseeched Zephyr, "Please, you must grant my request." His face was etched with desperation. "I must be part of this operation. I will bring Vane back." Beside them stood Kizaru and Tina, hands in pockets, observing the scene. "Such a troublesome junior," Kizaru remarked with a roll of his eyes. "By the way, Tina, what brings you here?" Tina smiled, her demeanor nonchalant despite knowing Vane was acting as an undercover agent. "Of course, I simply cannot bear to see this guy come to harm. After all, we were once close classmates." Or perhaps Tina also wished to witness firsthand the downfall of that rascal Vane. "Ah, your relationship is truly commendable. However, it is unfortunate that Wayne has succumbed to degradation," remarked Kizaru with a feigned ignorance and a hint of regret. Among those present, only Smoker remained oblivious, wholeheartedly believing that Wayne had indeed turned to piracy. Zephyr, shaking his head in resignation, contemplated for a moment before solemnly stating, "Very well, Smoker and Tina. You shall accompany Borsellino on this mission. However, you must ensure absolute obedience to orders." "Yes, Master Zephyr," Smoker and Tina echoed in unison. Meanwhile, Kizaru wore a troubled expression. "Master Zephyr, it's apparent that these two are not the most obedient of juniors." At that moment, a portly officer rushed toward them, shouting, "Hey, I just overheard you mention a deep friendship with that traitor Wayne. Am I correct?" Although Smoker was perplexed, he answered straightforwardly, "Indeed, that man is my dear friend, and I shall be the one to put an end to his transgressions." "Perfect," the chubby officer exclaimed with glee as he produced a bill from his pocket and handed it to Smoker. "Colonel Smoker, you forgot to collect your custom sea stone staff from the armaments department. Moreover, your friend Wayne has an outstanding debt of 30 million berries to the armaments department. Would you mind settling this transgression first?" Smoker's eyes widened in shock at the numerous zeros on the bill. Turning around, he found that Master Zephyr, Kizaru, and Tina had vanished without a trace. His mouth twitched in anger as he exclaimed, "I retract my earlier statement. Wayne is no longer my friend. He has aligned himself with the forces of evil, standing against justice. I have severed all ties with him." Subsequently, he withdrew what little savings he had from his meager wallet and reclaimed the custom sea stone staff. In another part of the world, on an island suspended in the sky, a man with golden hair and legs replaced by two famed swords surveyed the land below. Remarkably, half a ship's helm protruded from his head, embedded deep into his skull. At that moment, he held a newspaper, took a deep drag from his cigar, and muttered, "Whitebeard? Kaido? TCH, surely another pointless battle with no outcome." Over the years, the pirates of the New World had bickered incessantly, but to this legendary king, They were merely engaging in insignificant skirmishes. Once my legion is assembled and I lay waste to the East Blue, then you shall all understand who the true sovereign of this world is. Wahaha. Meanwhile, aboard the colossal sailing ship, the Moby Dick, Marco, wrapped in bandages, cried out despairingly to Whitebeard, "Father, it's my fault. I am weak and powerless. I couldn't avenge Squard. It's all my fault." Marco lamented, while the surrounding pirates hung their heads in sorrow, silently clenching their fists. "Do not blame yourself, my son. It was I who sent you." With a gentle gaze, Whitebeard spoke, "Do not attribute all faults to yourself. Let us not forget that we are a family." Indeed, Marco, the captain of the 4th Division, also offered words of comfort, asserting that a pirate crew founded on the ideals of family would never succumb to the merciless and unprincipled lowly pirate crews. Upon hearing these heartfelt words, everyone was visibly moved. This is, without doubt, the Whitebeard pirates. In the unforgiving expanse of the sea, this crew has always held firm to the strength of their family. "Old man, give the order," exclaimed Vista, his voice resonating with determination. The death of Squardo and Marco's injuries could not simply be overlooked. "Old man, Jinbei from Fishman Island just contacted us. He has gathered a considerable number of Fishmen warriors, ready to support us in the New World," Diamond Joseph solemnly declared. "I see." Listening to the impassioned words of his sons, a flicker of concern passed through Whitebeard's deep-set eyes. "Sons, must we truly engage in this battle? Old man, if we cannot avenge our fallen, how shall we stand in the New World?" Thatch replied, visibly stirred. His words immediately garnered agreement from the others. "Indeed, old man, it is merely Kaido, united. Our family is invincible. The beast pirates are no match for us. Watch as I eradicate them in a single strike." Seeing the fervor in his sons, a look of gratification spread across Whitebeard's face. "Oh dear, it seems I have grown old, allowing you foolish boys to teach me lessons." He chuckled. "I am Whitebeard. How dare that brat Kaido bully me? Gather all the pirate crews. Prepare for a war council. This shall be an all-out war. Long live the old man." The crew shouted in unison, raising their weapons, vowing to take vengeance on Kaido. On Onigashima, following an unsatisfactory conversation between teacher Kaido and Aunt Lin, no decisions were made regarding the Charlotte family. Consequently, Wayne assumed the role of temporary guide, leading everyone on a tour of Onigashima. "This magnificent palace is the headquarters of our beast pirates. I am unsure of its construction date or the architect, but it is undeniably grand. All right, Katakuri, Bruli. Hold your children tightly, watch your step, and follow me to the next attraction. Here we are at the dome's apex. Do you see that burly man drinking over there? That is our esteemed governor, Lord Kaido." Just as Wayne was about to lead everyone closer to observe the strongest creature, Kaido could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed, "Get lost. You brats. Don't disturb my drinking." The fierce roar carried with it a powerful gust of wind, sending everyone tumbling off Ghost Island. In midair, Wayne took the opportunity to add, "I almost forgot to mention, his temper is rather volatile." "Is this really the time for that?" exclaimed Charlotte Pudding, a little girl chewing bubble gum, her voice filled with terror. The other children, equally frightened, turned pale, their tongues extending like serpents dancing in the air. At that moment, both Wayne and Katakuri's gazes glimmered with a faint crimson light, time seemingly suspended in their eyes. In an instant, they moved simultaneously, catching all the children of the Charlotte family and gently guiding them back to solid ground. Katakuri was somewhat taken aback during his previous encounter with Wayne against Marco. He had sensed that Wayne's observation haki was extraordinary. Now, it was confirmed this individual possessed a comparable level of observation haki. He couldn't help but wonder how far into the future those eyes could see. Just as Wayne set Bruli down, a voice called from behind him. "Instructor Wayne, that fool Yamato is fighting with that long-legged guy." Wayne turned to see Runny rushing towards him, panic etched on his face. After exchanging glances with Katakuri, they headed in the direction indicated by Runty. At the new recruit's training ground, Smoker stood with his arms crossed, his gaze cold and indifferent as he fixed his eyes on the opposing Yamato. "How many times must I say it? I have yet to fail in obtaining what I desire. Leave Wayne's side obediently. He is to be my future husband." Yamato, unfazed, retorted, "I am the strongest pair with Wayne. I am the one who will be with him forever." As the tension between Smoker and Yamato escalated, pirates gathered around the training ground, eager to witness the impending clash. "I absolutely love watching women fight," one exclaimed. "No wonder Wayne is so remarkable. He has not only captured Yamato's heart, but also enchanted the women of the Big Mom pirates. This is undoubtedly a victory for Wayne." Vane furrowed his brow, urging, Do not implicate me in every matter. Although he yearned to express that only children make choices, and he wished to have it all, he was, after all, a genuine and proud member of the Sea Eagle flag, a true blue star of the Navy. Such a beauty scheme was one he would never refuse. Beside him, Katakuri observed his sister preparing to engage in combat, yet he merely crossed his arms and watched, showing no inclination to intervene. Aren't you going to step in? Vayne inquired. That battle belongs to them, Katakuri replied nonchalantly. True enough. At that moment, Vayne's gaze fell upon the shackles on Yamato's wrists, deep in thought. Katakuri noticed Vayne's interest and questioned, Isn't she Kaido's daughter? Why does she bear those? Explaining that would be rather complicated. In any case, I am currently devising a way to remove those restraints. Suddenly, a smile crept across Vayne's face as he turned to Katakuri. How about you lend a hand? If it's your mochi fruit, creating a suitable key should pose no challenge, right? While it could be attempted, why should I assist you? Helping someone who may very well become an adversary in the future, Katakuri replied in a flat tone. Indeed, Teacher Kaido and Aunt Lingling have severed ties. As her son, there is no reason for me to aid Yamato. Yet, Vayne reconsidered. It seemed this fellow wasn't entirely loyal to his mother. If memory served, Katakuri was quite kind to his younger siblings, even enduring humiliation from his sister without anger, merely using Conqueror's haki to stun her. But Big Mom? She often punished her children with extreme cruelty and later transformed Broly into such an aged state. It would be hard to believe he harbored no grievances about that. What if I owe you a favor? Vayne stated earnestly. A favor? Katakuri's pupils constricted, his expression one of surprise. He had not anticipated such words to emerge from a formidable individual like you. Meanwhile, Vayne couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What of it? I, Bruce Vayne, have attained my current standing within the Beast Pirates by beating my comrades, sowing discord, and deceiving the Na'vi young ladies. Owing you a favor is merely a matter to be noted on the ledger of the warlord, Katakuri remarked. For a man like you to lower yourself to request a favor, it must weigh heavily on your heart. Given that, I shall acquiesce. So readily? Vayne was somewhat perplexed, wondering if the lad truly harbored any treachery. Nevertheless, once Katakuri consented to give it a try, the others refrained from speaking further and quietly stood by, observing. He approached Yamato, placing a single finger on the lock of the sea stone shackles. Yamato held her breath, her gaze intensely fixed on the accursed shackles that Kaido had used to bind her. Subsequently, the white, glutinous rice cake infiltrated the lock. Buzz. The armament haki entwined around the soft rice cake, giving it a gentle twist. Click. A crisp sound echoed, signaling the unlocking of the shackles imbued with sea stone. Splendid. Yamato exclaimed, leaping in jubilation, then seized the shackles and hurled them forcefully towards a nearby building. Upon impact, the shackles collided with the wall, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, they quickly regained their composure and erupted into cheers. Congratulations to Master Yamato. Even the children of the Charlotte family joined in the celebration, bouncing with exuberance. At that moment, Katakuri seemed to sense something, glancing up at the lofty dome above. It appeared as though someone was watching them. Vayne, however, addressed Katakuri directly, advising him to disregard it, stating that the individual was deranged. Is that so? Meanwhile, above in the dome, Kaido, witnessing the scene, could not resist downing a generous gulp of liquor, a radiant smile plastered across his face. Well done, lad. In the training grounds, only Smoothie's expression grew increasingly cold. Although she understood that Katakuri had his reasons, she was determined to defeat the rival before her. Hey, bring it on. Smoothie unsheathed the sword at her waist, pointing it menacingly at Yamato. Oh, I shall not relinquish Vayne to you. Yamato, brimming with enthusiasm, raised her fist confidently, just as the two were about to clash. Vayne swiftly tugged Yamato, urging her to flee toward the training grounds exit. We must deliberate on our strategy. You lot, ensure our allies are well taken care of. Leaving Smoothie in a state of disarray, she murmured, Is this what it feels like to be rejected? Broly wore a peculiar expression, asking, Haven't you two even dated? Meanwhile, Katakuri merely chuckled softly, finding the situation amusing. Ah, well, a great war approaches. We should return and await Mother's command. Upon mentioning his mother, his gaze flickered, revealing a tapestry of complex emotions, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Today, he finds himself somewhat out of sorts, his reflections truncated. He shall seize the opportunity to pen another chapter later. The Whitebeard pirates are urgently rallying their fleet, while the Beast pirates are also mobilizing to confront the impending perilous conflict. Jin, accompanied by his men, journeys to Wano to negotiate with Kaido. Amassing the strength of the samurai, Queen has confined himself and his subordinates within the laboratory, claiming to develop a new type of weapon. Meanwhile, Wayne intends to visit the Rabbit Bowl quarry. Having resolved to assist the beast pirates, Wayne will no longer languish in idleness. The battle between Teacher Kaido and Whitebeard is beyond his interference, as Kaido would not permit others to intervene. However, the power dynamics at the lower tiers remain within his influence. On Onigashima, at the port, Vayne embarked on a pirate ship with Yamato, initially intending to travel alone. However, due to Yamato's persistent insistence, he reluctantly agreed to bring her along. To complicate matters, Runty had stealthily joined them and was now glaring at Vayne with her hands on her hips. Instructor Vayne, I fear you might elope with Yamato. Thus, I must keep an eye on you. What nonsense is running through that little head of yours? Yamato inquired. Hey, Runny, what does elope mean? Runny scoffed. You don't even know what eloping is? Truly, you are Yamato. Listen carefully, eloping is. Before she could finish her thought, Vayne swiftly covered her mouth. All right. Bringing you along is just fine. You really are a troublesome little brat. With a commanding shout, Vayne ordered the ship to set sail. Departing the harbor and navigating through the inland sea towards the direction of Rabbit Bowl, Yamato stood at the bow, embracing the warm, moist sea breeze. Her face alight with joy as she stretched her arms wide and cheered, how beautiful the ocean is. Within mere minutes, she greeted the numerous birds soaring above and the countless fish swimming below. Runty, filled with disdain, thought to herself, what a childish woman. It perplexed her why Instructor Vayne favored her so much. Finally, as they were nearing Rabbit Bowl, Yamato settled down, sitting beside Vayne and Runty on the deck, savoring the ice-cold lemon juice specially prepared by the chef. Noticing Runty's lackluster demeanor, Yamato couldn't resist asking, Hey, Runty, don't you find sailing exciting? Runty merely pouted. Sailing is so boring. As she spoke, she removed her mask and gulped down the lemon juice in one go. A wave of sourness flooded her mouth. Yet she bore through it without revealing any discomfort. Impressive, Runty. Yamato exclaimed with admiration, for Runty's glass contained an exceptionally tart concoction. Runty waved her hand dismissively. Though a wave of dizziness soon washed over her, she reclined onto Yamato's lap, feigning interest in the sky. Enough, I need to rest for a while. Call me when we arrive. All right, Runty, Yamato replied. Yet in the next moment, Runty sprang up with an exasperated expression. What's wrong? Vayne inquired, puzzled. I can only see half the sky. Runty gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger as she glared at Yamato's soft, jelly-like bosom. Wayne, so, is it a matter of inferiority? Yet, there is no need to be overly sorrowful. After all, you are still young. Wayne intended to escort young Master Yamato to the Rabbit Bowl quarry, a matter that Dave Go had already communicated to the chief guard Babanuki via a message. Consequently, the moment Wayne and his companions entered the Rabbit Bowl, all the guards lined the path to welcome them. Vociferously calling out the names of Lord Wayne and young Master Yamato, Wayne's expression darkened, and his lips twitched involuntarily. He had initially contemplated whether he could take advantage of that little old man, the fierce Hyegaru, to learn the art of flowing cherry blossoms. However, with this turn of events, everyone is now familiar with him. Never mind, it is better to focus on the task at hand. As Wayne and his companions entered, they were met with the sight of the prisoners, their wrists shackled with sea stone handcuffs, drenched in sweat as they labored to transport the heavy stones. These prisoners were either the defeated samurai from a decade ago, or pirates who had challenged Kaido over the years, or those captured by the beast pirates. Apart from them, there were the jailers wielding whips, mercilessly punishing any who dared to slack off. Hurry up. Today is Lord Wayne's inspection day. Let us see who has the audacity to be lazy. Work harder. Even the mules in the production teams don't rest like this. Enough. At that moment, a towering pirate slammed the stone slab he was carrying onto the ground with a thunderous crash, shouting in fury. I have already stated my intention to ally with the beast pirates. You fire upon us at the slightest disagreement, yet we have already vacated the waters of Wano. Why are we being dragged back? You scoundrels. At these words, the crowd fell silent, as if they recognized the validity of his grievance. However, the jailer swiftly retaliated with a vicious lash of his whip. You dare challenge Brother Wayne's wise decisions? You must be seeking your demise. He barked. When the cannons were aimed at your ship, you either counterattacked or fled. What else could you possibly be but an enemy? With a sharp crack, the barbed whip struck the pirate, causing him to grimace in pain. Initially, this blow made him contemplate pleading for mercy, but the agony rendered him speechless, forcing him to endure 2 additional lashes. Upon witnessing this scene, Wayne found himself at a loss for words and continued onward with his companions. As they walked, Rundy suddenly exclaimed, "Instructor Wayne, it seems there is something inside." Wayne glanced over, where a pitch-black entrance lay, within which a pair of eyes scrutinized the gathered crowd. "My Lord Wynn, there is no need for alarm. That is a warrior imprisoned there for a decade. General Serpent has instructed us to feed him but a single poisonous fish each day," explained Babanuki. "A catfish, you say? I see, but why not simply let him starve?" Wynn inquired. "Because the command from General Serpent was to poison him," Babanuki chuckled. "So, has he been poisoned then?" "It seems not," came the reply. Wayne tugged at the corners of his mouth. This was no longer a matter of literacy. These fellows seemed to possess a rather lackluster intellect. Subsequently, Wayne's gaze fell upon Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had been brought in and was gradually acclimating to his new identity. There was also Captain Tep, who had been defeated by Kaido, and due to his diligent work ethic, had been honored as a model worker in the quarry. "Hey, young man, how did you end up here?" Tep exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Wayne. "Fear not, Captain Tep. Joining the Beast Pirates is indeed a part of my grand design." Wayne whispered softly, "I see." Tep's expression was filled with excitement. "To be honest, young man, the moment I first laid eyes on you, I discerned boundless ambition in your gaze. Therefore, I am not surprised that you have joined the Beast Pirates. Indeed, this is all part of your plan to eliminate Kaido. Moreover, aside from these individuals, the quarry is home to various skilled fighters. For instance, there is a once noble samurai who has lost his sanity, incessantly proclaiming his desire to create a world ruled by Lord Odin. Additionally, there is a devil fruit user who has consumed the fish fruit, transforming into a ribbonfish, capable of surviving in the sea, yet unable to plunge into the depths. There are even prisoners who, driven by their love for the quarry's delicacies, have willingly come to toil. In short, they are all remarkable talents. Thus, Wine commanded that all prisoners in the quarry be summoned, then ascended a platform to deliver his speech. "I understand that within your hearts lie various ambitions, whether you seek freedom or a chance for resurgence. I present you with an opportunity to confront the Whitebeard pirates and stake your lives. If you do not wish to rot here for eternity, join me." Upon his words, the crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into fervent commotion. An opportunity, a chance for freedom. Even the samurai who had once pledged loyalty to the Kazuki clan began to waver, for a decade had passed since that event, and their spirits had long been dulled by relentless toil. "But, Lord Wine, are you not concerned that they might seize this chance to flee or instigate a mutiny?" Babanuki voiced his apprehension, as he was the overseer of this sea prism stone quarry. "If anything were to happen to these prisoners, you, as Kaido's son-in-law, would surely face dire consequences." "Do not worry," Wine reassured, and then beckoned to those behind him. The accompanying pirates promptly rushed to the ship and retrieved a large bundle of handcuffs. These were specially crafted explosive handcuffs by Uncle Queen, each equipped with a unique signaling device. Pressing the button would trigger a violent explosion. Should anyone attempt to escape or commit an act of folly, they would be obliterated without hesitation. Vane spoke with a hint of nonchalance, deliberately adopting the ruthless demeanor characteristic of pirates. "So it is, truly worthy of Lord Vane," Babanuki exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Under Vane's further persuasion, numerous prisoners chose to join the fray, among them formidable pirates of immense renown, alongside some warriors who had succumbed to the harshness of reality. Even Don Quixote da Flamingo approached, eager to don the handcuffs. "You cannot, da Flamingo." "Why not?" Da Flamingo's expression darkened. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Wayne remarked, "You are truly formidable. I fear you might escape even at the cost of self-destruction, which would certainly give me quite the headache." Da Flamingo fell silent, unable to counter his statement. When did possessing strength become a fault? "I apologize for the extensive build-up in these recent chapters. I felt compelled to express certain thoughts that would otherwise linger uncomfortably. I am endeavoring to quicken the pace." Time swiftly passed, and before long, several days had gone by. Under the orchestrations of many, the Beast Pirates had amassed all available forces at Onigashima, their ships congregating grandly in the harbor. Given Whitebeard's blatant intentions, he openly advanced towards Wano Country, leaving little room for concealment. Consequently, various factions in the New World received word and began to stir restlessly. "Lord Kaido, the fleet of Whitebeard has been sighted to the north, near Jinyu Island." "Lord Kaido, the Big Mom Pirates flagship has been spotted to the east at Taimai Island." "Lord Kaido, islands to the west report intruders." "Lord Kaido, King of Hive Island is calling to inquire if you require his assistance in mediating the conflict with Whitebeard. New intelligence has emerged. A naval admiral's warship is in a standoff with Big Mom's vessel. Upon hearing these reports, Wayne instinctively furrowed his brow. This battle appears to be exceedingly arduous. But wait. Why should I be worried about this? He then turned his gaze toward Yamato. Last night, he had confided in her his intention to eventually defeat Kaido and seize control of Wano. Thus, they must now join forces to vanquish the approaching Whitebeard. With her massive kanabo in hand, the white-haired girl arrived at the harbor, her face brimming with determination. However, I am curious, didn't that kanabo break? Wayne pondered aloud. Oh, you mean this? I call it Aegean. Yamato replied with a smile. Every time this thing breaks, I manage to find a new Aegean along the way. Isn't it quite miraculous, Wayne? Wayne picked up the spiked club with an odd expression, examining it closely. The club was crafted from premium materials and showcased exquisite workmanship, with the shaft embedded with resilient sea stone. Goodness, this must have been intentionally left for Yamato by Teacher Kai. No wonder the original story had Yamato inexplicably acquiring a spiked club. Teacher Kai, you are truly benevolent. Kaido's sinister laughter echoed as he gazed into the distance. Surveying the coastline, he had initially considered launching an attack, only to discover that the enemy had come knocking at their door. Damned Whitebeard. He then looked down upon the elite members of the Beast's pirates and bellowed, "Do not let me down, boys." "Yes, Lord Kaido." The crowd responded fervently, eager to board their pirate ships with their respective crews. Kaido stepped forward, his form transforming into a colossal azure dragon adorned with fearsome scales, soaring into the sky. In the waters of Wano, the sky was a brilliant blue, as if washed by water. Suddenly, dozens of large ships stormed into the calm sea, exuding an imposing presence. "Order the attack," commanded the leader aboard the massive ship, the Moby Dick. With a firearm in hand, he pointed towards a nearby island. That is an affiliated island of the Beast Pirates, Jinyu Island. This time, the Whitebeard Pirates' plan was straightforward, to assault the islands affiliated with the Beast Pirates within Wano's waters, compelling Kaido to confront them. Standing at the bow, Whitebeard wielded his naginata, his gaze profound. At this juncture, there was no turning back. "All right, let us attack, my sons." Roar. As the sound of cannonballs being loaded echoed, dozens of cannons were rolled out, their dark muzzles aimed directly at Jinyu Island. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously. On the lookout tower of Jinyu Island, two pirates clad in spiked leather exhibited triumphant smiles. Ha! Lord Wine is exceedingly clever. He anticipated that Whitebeard would target these surrounding islands, so he evacuated everyone days ago. Yes. Now this place is merely an empty island, void of people and wealth. Even if it becomes a battlefield, there is nothing to lament. Both men held a deep admiration for Wine in their hearts. However, one of the pirates suddenly noticed the myriad of lights in the sky and couldn't help but utter, "What shall we do now?" As they realized their peril and sought to flee, the shell descended ominously above them, followed by a thunderous explosion. The terrifying heat and shockwave instantly engulfed the entire island. Amid the blinding flames, the body of a pirate was obliterated into fragments. Another pirate was violently hurled away, his body a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of blood, an indescribable agony consuming him. Yet, for reasons unknown, a fleeting surge of strength coursed through him, compelling him to retrieve the communication snail from his pocket and press the enemy attack button. After completing this final act, he collapsed onto the ground, directing his left index finger feebly towards the direction of Onigashima, uttering his last words, "Lord Kaido, do not stop." Another crimson shell fell upon him, extinguishing his last vestiges of life. In the final moments of his existence, he perceived, through his blurred vision, a mighty figure soaring through the air. No, it was not an illusion. The Azure Dragon, transformed Kaido, had appeared from above, entering the gaze of Whitebeard. "Wahaha, Newgate, you've come to meet your demise once more." Below, Whitebeard grinned. "Waha, Kaido, you wretched boy, how audacious to slay my men. Bring forth that whelp, Wayne, to atone with his life, and I shall spare you today." The Azure Dragon mocked with a laugh, the dying old fool still so fond of grandiloquence. "Whitebeard, your era, alongside Roger, has long since ended, 20 years ago." The two locked eyes, their gazes brimming with the innate defiance of natural-born rulers, seemingly disdainful of all that existed in the world. "Marco, carry out the original orders with everyone. First, seize the nearby islands." Whitebeard commanded Marco beside him. The battle between him and Kaido was beyond the endurance of his sons. "Yes, father," Marco replied. Yet, at that moment, Kaido in the sky seemed unable to contain himself, gathering an intensely blazing flame in his mouth, the heat distorting the air around him. Subsequently, this flame transformed into a surging pillar of fire, cascading downward. Blast breath. The searing flame erupted as a powerful column, descending with explosive force. The entire pirate fleet below felt the oppressive heat wash over them. Is this the beast Kaido? Whitebeard grinned, his spirit ignited for battle. His legs slightly bent as he stomped down on the deck, propelling himself upwards like a cannonball, the tremendous force causing the massive Moby Dick to recoil. In midair, he raised his weapon, the Tontata blade, and cleaved towards the fire pillar. Buzz. The blade wielded immense power, infused with the abilities of the. Upon its contact with the flames, the fire was forcefully repelled into the higher skies, gradually extinguishing itself. In an instant, the heavens were painted a deep crimson. Taking advantage of the recoil from this strike, Whitebeard stepped forward, his foot landing upon the shores of Jinyu Island. The tremendous force of his descent caused the entire island to tremble slightly. Turning, Whitebeard gazed intently at the azure dragon above. "Come forth, Kaido," he bellowed. "It appears age has indeed dulled my ability to wield a blade." Kaido laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with admiration. As he spoke, the azure dragon plummeted like a bolt of lightning, his form rapidly contracting midair. Just before impact, he transformed into his hybrid beast form, brandishing a mace crackling with violet lightning, and struck down ferociously. In response, Whitebeard raised his Tsongyun cut, dark red lightning swirling ominously around him as he unleashed a horizontal slash. Kaido. Whitebeard. The air was rent with a cataclysmic clash. Yet, astonishingly, the two weapons never made contact. The black-red lightning surged like a torrent, ravaging the ground beneath them, while an unrelenting gale erupted from their point of collision, sweeping outward in all directions. Trees across the island were instantly flattened, unable to rise. The earth cracked and splintered, disintegrating into fine dust. Nearby pirate ships were caught in the shockwave, unable to open their eyes, with weaker pirates collapsing onto their decks. Most absurdly, it seemed their combined might struck the very heavens above. The thick clouds hanging over this sea were cleaved in two, revealing a vast opening. The sky has split open. "We must flee," Marco shouted, fully aware of the terrifying prowess wielded by both his father and Kaido. The ramifications of being caught in their battle were unfathomable, and such a confrontation would yield no swift resolution. Thus, their duty as sons was clear: to execute the preordained plan. Disperse according to the original divisions. Everyone scatter. Yes. The captains responded in unison. Given that the beast pirates possessed the likes of Jin and Vayne, both capable of flight and widespread destruction, the Whitebeard pirates, as the aggressors, could not engage the beast pirates at sea. They needed to seize several islands first to establish temporary bases. Before long, Whitebeard's fleet began to split up. Marco led his first division swiftly towards the nearest cactus island. Upon nearing the island adorned with cacti, a pirate leapt forth, planting the Whitebeard pirate flag firmly into the golden sands. This island is ours." As he intended to advance further and uproot the flag of the beast's pirates planted nearby, Marco's urgent voice echoed from behind. "Be careful." The crowd looked up, witnessing a black dot in the sky rapidly enlarging. The air was rent with a thunderous roar and a sonic boom. In the next moment, a pitch-black wyvern pierced through their line of sight, a fierce blaze of flames igniting behind it. The emblem of the beast's pirates, the dragon fruit, ancient type. In the form of a toothless wyvern, flamed Calamity Jin. "Such incredible speed!" Marco exclaimed in astonishment, activating his fruit's ability to transform into a phoenix enveloped in blue flames. Charging forward to confront it. Boom. The two colossal birds collided fiercely in midair, momentarily locked in a stalemate. However, Jin swiftly altered its trajectory and dove downwards. "This is bad. Damn it," Marco cursed under his breath. Yet, his speed fell short of Jin's, and despite exerting all his strength, he could not match the descent of Jin. "Get out of the way." The pirates below gaped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Jin quickly shifted into his hybrid form, drawing the long blade at his waist, pointing it menacingly at the pirates below. Fire Dragon King. Flames coalesced and mercilessly poured forth, transforming into a ferocious dragon of fire, crashing down upon the heads of the pirates. Bang! The intense heat and searing pain arrived in an instant, engulfing the pirates in this widespread assault. Some were scorched to cinders. Even Marco's ship was ablaze, thick plumes of smoke billowing as the pirates erupted into chaos. "It hurts." "Damn Jin." The beast's pirates were truly cunning, launching a surprise attack. "Aya." Hearing the piercing screams of his crew, Marco's eyes widened in fury. If glares could kill, Jin would have perished 100 times over. Suspended in midair with his arms crossed, Jin wore a mocking expression. Beyond being the aloof older brother, he reveled in sadistic pleasure from the pirates' suffering, clearly deriving immense delight from their agony. Observing Marco's furious gaze, Jin smirked derisively. Marco, your subordinates are truly a bunch of useless fools. With such crew members, it's no wonder that old man Whitebeard could never become the pirate king. Shut your mouth. They are my family, Marco roared, though an undercurrent of worry began to gnaw at him. According to their plan, he was supposed to confront that fellow, Wayne, who wielded the power of lightning. That guy's abilities were so peculiar that even Haki could not dispel the lightning surrounding him. Moreover, his destructive power is beyond the capability of any other captain to withstand. Certainly, Jin possesses formidable strength as well. However, according to intelligence, Joe's of the 3rd Division is better suited to engage him in a prolonged encounter. Even if he cannot defeat Jin, with the ability granted by the Glint fruit, he can remain undefeated. Yet now, there is no other choice. Blue Flame Sparrow. The immortal bird transformed into a blazing inferno of azure flames, charging towards Jin. 2 avian silhouettes collided once more. Thus, the leaders and second-in-commands of the 2 grand pirate crews commenced their fierce contest. Simultaneously, in the waters of Wano, near the eastern Isle of Tame, the colossal ship of the Bigman pirates, the Singing Ship, lay serenely anchored upon the ocean's surface. Opposite it, a gargantuan naval warship loomed, equally imposing. A homie soldier lowered his telescope and called out to the corpulent woman seated regally on her throne. Clad in an oversized pink baby outfit, mother. I can see clearly now. It is the Marine Headquarters Admiral Kaido. Admiral of the Marines? Charlotte Lean's eyes gleamed with fierce intent, the corners of her mouth curling into a cold smirk. How well informed indeed, arriving so swiftly. Prepare, everyone. Do not allow the Marines to disrupt my foolish brother's battle. Yes, mother. At that moment, aboard the naval vessel across the way, Admiral Kaido stood at the bow, flanked by Smoker and Tina, with the illustrious Captain Garp seated nearby, munching heartily on rice crackers. Kizaru's Vice Admiral approached, presenting a din mushy. Report, Admiral Kaido. Vice Admiral Squirrel is locked in a standoff with the Iron Bull pirates on the outskirts of Wano. Additionally, the fleet led by Rear Admiral Fire Mountain has clashed with the Scallion pirates, resulting in 10 casualties so far. Upon hearing this news, Kaido furrowed his brow. Indeed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku knows how to place burdens upon others. This is no trivial task. Garp chuckled heartily. Pahaha. How dull. Is Sengoku's order merely to keep an eye on them? I must admit, I feel a bit restless. At this, Smoker gazed at the naval hero with admiration. So, Captain Garp also wishes to take action against these pirates? What a commanding man indeed. Meanwhile, Kaido sighed in a resigned manner. At such a time, must you jest? I thought having a passionate junior like Smoker would be enough to give one a headache. Do not add to the chaos, you esteemed naval hero. It would be best to quietly wait for Kaido and Whitebeard to conclude their clash, allowing the Marines to simply return and collect their wages. Why must there be such bloodshed? Contemplating this, he instructed his Vice Admiral, relay the order, treat the pirates with caution. As long as we prevent them from entering the waters of Wano, we should strive to avoid conflict. The Vice Admiral saluted. Understood, Admiral Kaido. At that moment, Charlotte Lingling stood at the bow of her ship, gazing toward Kaido, who was equally distant. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the monstrous woman, Kaido couldn't help but smirk. How frightening. If I were to engage in combat with such a creature, I would undoubtedly need to petition Admiral Sengoku for an exorbitant bonus. What a headache. Thus, an unspoken understanding formed between both parties, prompting them to halt their vessels. The Navy and pirates aboard exchanged fierce glares, yet there was no indication of an impending clash. Neither side moved, maintaining a tense standoff. In the seas of Wano, upon a desert island, the 8th Division commander of Whitebeard's crew, Namor, led a contingent of pirates ashore. Namor, a member of the Fishman race, possessed a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth. Accompanying him were Jinbe, the noble fishman, and several fishman warriors. Jinbe, I never imagined I would one day fight alongside you. On behalf of my father and the late Squard, I thank you, Namor expressed earnestly. The stout Jinbe waved his hand dismissively. What nonsense are you speaking, Namor? My father's agreement to protect Fishman Island is a tremendous favor. I have no reason not to be here. Indeed, thanks to my father, Namor replied, directing his crew deeper into the island. Eager to launch an offensive and seize control, suddenly, From the swirling sands of the desert ahead, colossal figures emerged, twisting their bodies in peculiar postures, as if engaged in a dance. Moreover, an increasingly distinct rhythmic melody resonated from their midst. An ominous premonition washed over Namor, and he signaled his crew to prepare for battle. In the next moment, a violent wind swept through, whipping up clouds of yellow sand that obscured the pirates' vision, blinding them. Soon, several pirates collapsed, faces contorted in agony, uttering whimpers. I can't breathe. It's poison. Everyone, hold your breath. Jump into the sea. Jinbe commanded decisively upon realizing the danger of the dust storm. Thus, those pirates and fishmen still possessing strength leaped into the ocean. However, a significant number of pirates remained on the island, their lives extinguished within moments, faces etched with pain. Damn it. Fishmen supported their weakened comrades, surfacing in the water, glaring furiously at the tall figures on the shore donned in gas masks. The leading man, rotund like a balloon, was none other than the prominent figure of the beast's pirates, the ancient Zoan fruit user, Plague Queen. Queen glanced at the numerous corpses sprawled haphazardly across the beach, erupting into raucous laughter. Haha, quite effective. What a pity that my new virus didn't achieve total annihilation on its debut. What a disappointment. In the depths of the sea, Samuel's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. What have you done, you scoundrel? Since aligning himself with the captain, he had never endured such a devastating blow. Hundreds of comrades had perished in such a short span, without even laying eyes on their foes. Oh, I shall slay you. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards the shore. Do not act recklessly, Samuel. Jinbe swiftly intervened, aware that the island's toxic gas was perilously lethal. Rushing in would spell certain doom. But, Brother Jinbe, what shall we do? I shall attempt something. Jinbe's gaze was fixed intently on the noxious yellow sand swirling above the island. He began to stir the seawater slowly with his hands, increasing the tempo until it coalesced into a massive whirlpool. Seizing the current, he hurled it towards the island as if casting a shot put. Fishman karate, water dragon. The torrent surged forth, morphing into a rapidly spinning water dragon, its menacing jaws agape, crashing down upon Quinn and his crew on the shore. Hey, quick dodge. Quinn and several of his pirates shrieked as they scrambled backward. Yet, the water dragon's target was not them, but rather the toxic sands. With a resounding crash, the water dragon descended upon the island's center, erupting in an explosion of spray that shot skyward before transforming into a gentle rain, washing away the poisonous sands and mists. Having accomplished this feat, Jinbe leaped from the sea, landing deftly upon the shore. Perish! A laser beam shot forth, narrowly missing Jinbe as he evaded it, striking the water behind him with a thunderous blast that sent tumultuous waves crashing. Let me bring an end to your pitiful lives. He cackled. In that instant, a colossal, long-extinct brachiosaurus materialized before them, its jaws and body adorned with mechanical enhancements, and a massive steel claw fixed to its arm, exuding an air of advanced technology. The fishman and the brachiosaurus exchanged a glance, each discerning a fierce intent to kill in the other's eyes. They charged towards one another. Fishman karate, shark vortex punch, wetting hot fist. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact, the flaming mechanical arm meeting the water-laden colossal fist, releasing a plume of steam. The clash of the grand and the small figures unfolded in a fierce contest. Nearby, in Wano Country, the 5th Division Captain, Bista, adorned in formal attire with a neatly trimmed mustache, led hundreds of pirates onto the verdant shores of a lush island, rich with grapevines, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Strangely, after a thorough search, they found that the island was devoid of anything but plump black grapes. An empty island? Bista mused, stroking his mustache while keeping a hand poised on the hilt of his rapier, refusing to let his guard down. Everyone, be on high alert. I, Captain Bista. Upon receiving the command, the pirates swiftly encircled the island, transmitting intelligence to the remaining fleet. Beneath the waterfalls of Wano, on a diminutive isolated isle, Wayne, Yamato, and his subordinates Jack, Dave, Baby 5, Mancheri, and Leo, along with the talented brigade brought forth from the Rabbit Bowl, gathered here. In terms of combat prowess and supportive abilities, this ensemble truly constitutes the principal force of the Beast Pirates in this war. However, at present, Wayne commanded everyone to remain silent and steadfast in their positions. Brother Wayne, Brother Jin, and Brother Quinn have already engaged with Whitebeard's crew. Shouldn't we also teach those rascals a lesson? Jack exclaimed eagerly, his desire to fell Whitebeard and seize the Moby Dick for himself burning fervently. Look. He's in quite a hurry. Wayne remarked, setting aside the fact that the main force always appears last. One must consider the importance of strategy in warfare, don't you think? Strategy? Dave, standing nearby, seemed to be lost in thought, his face betraying a look of astonishment as he stammered, "Brother Wayne, you cannot possibly be contemplating a solitary challenge against Whitebeard, can you?" Wayne's expression darkened as he couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. If I possessed such abilities, why would I still be here acting as an undercover agent? Moreover, after Teacher Kai took flight, his whereabouts became unknown. He must have already encountered the Whitebeard. Let us refrain from further inquiries and simply continue our warm-up. Soon, there will be an opportunity for you to showcase your talents. Wayne is not in a hurry to take action. The strategy of the Whitebeard pirates aligns with his expectations. They have chosen not to launch a direct assault, but instead to gradually seize control of the surrounding islands. Thus, he bides his time, awaiting the arrival of Whitebeard's subordinates on those long-deserted islands. Lord Wayne, it has been confirmed that Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division, has landed on Pineapple Island. 4th Division Captain Sachi has landed on Mango Island, and 5th Division Captain Floral Sword Vista has made landfall on Grape Island. Listening to the intelligence conveyed through the snail communicator, a faint smile graced Wayne's lips. Truly, they are the foolish sons of Whitebeard. Each captain or leader directs a band of pirates to conquer a single island. Upon receiving a distress signal from nearby, they hasten to provide assistance. It certainly appears to be a tactical approach. However, their adversaries are far from mere weakling pirates. One possesses the ability to soar through the skies, and the prowess of the god of thunder, Yamato, is particularly suited for combating those lowly pirates who lack even the will to exert their haki. Most crucially, the Whitebeard pirates remain oblivious to Yamato's existence. As long as Wayne and Yamato, with their unique combat strengths, launch a surprise attack, supplemented by Man Shirley's healing to ensure sustained endurance, they can swiftly dismantle the enemy's ranks one by one. At that moment, a hurried voice emerged from the conch shell. Lord One, the Whitebeard pirates have seized the outer islands to the north of Wano Country. If we do not strike soon, they will advance upon us. Upon hearing this, Wayne nodded and turned to address the troops summoned from the Rabbit Bowl. Proceed with the offensive as previously planned. Remember, our primary objective is to annihilate their ships. Devago, take the forces from Onigashima and defend against their assaults on the islands near Wano. Leo and Baby, 5. Ensure Man Shirley's protection and remain here to tend to the wounded. Understood, Brother Wayne. All right. When Lando, Baby, 5, are you needed? How fortunate I am, Lord One. After assigning the tasks, only Jack remained sullen, expressing, Brother One, why must I stay behind? I wish to fight alongside you and Brother Gene against those formidable rascals. Do you wish to engage in naval combat? Wayne waved his hand dismissively, saying, do as you please. If you find it tedious, take your subordinates to the outer seas to deal with those pirates. Thank you immensely. Brother Wayne, with Jack's prowess, he is indeed capable of engaging in battle with those subordinate captains of Whitebeard. After accomplishing all this, Vane cast a peculiar glance towards the distant sky, suddenly beset by a strange sensation. How is it that a righteous naval officer like myself has become the commander of pirates this time? Soon, several pirate vessels set forth in grand procession from the waterfalls of Wano, advancing towards the outer seas. The first to be encountered was Grapes Island. Captain Bista confirmed. It's the flag of the Beast Pirates, reported a pirate, peering through a telescope. Have they finally lost their restraint? Bista unsheathed his rapier, gazing into the distance, where several pirate ships bearing the flag of the Beast Pirates came into view. Be cautious, we haven't yet located the damned Vane. Inform Josa to rendezvous here. Understood. Captain Bista. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Bista's observation, Haki, sensed a formidable presence approaching. Suddenly, a dazzling purple radiance erupted upon the nearby sea, resembling a violet sun plummeting into the water, followed by a thunderous explosion. In the wake of this spectacle, a giant, wielding twin blades and adorned with wings, soared across the surface of the ocean, raising 2 towering waves as it charged towards them. That silhouette resembles the Vane Marco spoke of. Prepare for battle, Vista bellowed, leading the charge with his sword drawn. As the purple giant neared the shore, the flames enveloping its body intensified, incinerating a pirate ship moored nearby. Our ship! A pirate cried out in fury, aiming a cannon at the purple giant. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the giant swung its blade, unleashing a wave of fiery slashes that instantly decimated the nearest dozen pirates. Damn it! Bista ground his teeth, leaping from the island to strike at the giant's arm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The armor encasing the giant was impenetrably hard. No matter how forcefully Bista struck, his sword would not advance an inch. Undeterred, Bista prepared to strike again, but the giant, seemingly uninterested in prolonged combat, took to the skies once more. Meanwhile, on the distant pirate ship, the pirates and samurai hastily wheeled out a brand new cannon, swiftly loading it, igniting the fuse, and executing the maneuver in one fluid motion. With a hiss accompanying the sound of igniting fuses, the crimson cannonballs were unleashed, transforming into a cascade of luminous projectiles, hurtling down towards the pirate ships under Bista's command. Not good. Bista furrowed his brow, preparing to draw his sword and sever the incoming cannonballs. However, the imposing figure of Wayne in the sky offered him no respite, descending swiftly to obstruct his path. Left with no alternative, Bista raised his longsword, enveloping it with the dark hue of hockey, and once more clashed against Wayne's assault. The air was rent with the thunderous sounds of explosions as Bista's pirate ship was mercilessly battered by countless projectiles, nearly obliterated before sinking into the depths of the sea. Witnessing this, Bista's heart sank. Faced with a man capable of rendering Marco helpless, he realized he could not confront such a foe alone. His only recourse was to delay this monster until Joe's could arrive. Together, the two of them could mount a formidable resistance. Lost in thought, the towering purple giant spoke with chilling indifference, his voice resounding like rolling thunder. Bista, are you perhaps waiting for assistance? That might lead to your disillusionment. What did you say? Bista's pupils constricted in shock. I must admit, I am curious. Why do you bring your crew along? Are they truly formidable? The purple giant inquired once more. Humph, the Whitebeard pirates have never abandoned their weaker brethren. How could you, a band of self-serving pirates, comprehend the strength of family? Bista retorted, disdain etched across his face. Very well, let me witness the might of your family then. Vane deliberately emphasized the term family with great significance. Bista seemed to sense something amiss, and quickly gestured for his comrades to hide. Bista, I admire your heart for protecting the weak. However, the game of pirate families must come to an end. The purple giant's voice thundered as it ascended to greater heights. The purple flames enveloping it dissipated, replaced by white lightning that coalesced and entwined like a great white python, its terrifying aura causing the entire sea to surge. Curse you. What do you intend to do? If you have the guts, face me in a duel. Bista's voice, a stark contrast to his gentlemanly attire, erupted in anger as a realization struck him. Next. I shall slaughter your family. If you possess any capability, come and stop me. The words of the purple giant confirmed Bista's suspicions once more. With a crackling sound, the sharp echoes of entwined lightning filled the air, while dark clouds began to gather above. A deep rumble of thunder resonating as if in response to the call of the god of thunder. Who do you take me for? The family of the Whitebeard pirates shall be protected by me. As Bista observed the intensifying lightning surrounding the giant, his pupils contracted. He tightened his grip on his twin swords and charged forward, his focus solely on the celestial figure above. Captain Bista. The other pirates, moved to tears, wept profusely. Don't just stand there. Fire your weapons. Bista commanded. Yes. The pirates raised their guns and fired at the giant, gathering the power of lightning in the sky. Yet, their feeble bullets could not strike the giant, and even if they did, they would inflict no damage. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the purple giant raised its hands high, a sphere of lightning swelling in its grasp, ultimately surpassing the size of the island below. The pirates gaped in horror at the menacing sphere of destructive power, jaws dropped in disbelief. What a joke. What kind of monster is that? If it lands a hit, we'll be bruised all over. Old man, come save us. Yet, the only response was the increasingly radiant sphere of lightning above. At last, having gathered its energy, the purple giant unleashed its full might, hurling the sphere downward. Come, feel the agony. Simultaneously, Bista leaped high, his twin blades dancing like lightning, unleashing countless slashing waves towards the heavens. However, these waves were as futile against the colossal sphere of lightning as a mantis attempting to block a chariot, swallowed whole without slowing its descent. No. As the sphere hurtled down, Bista's desperate roar was drowned out by the thunderous crash. Art is an explosion. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a sphere of lightning descended with a resounding crash. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated as incandescent brilliance erupted, saturating the land and radiating outward in all directions. The heavens and the earth were engulfed in thunder. Grapevine Island was besieged by a cataclysm of lightning, leaving behind an immense chasm in the ground, while the grapevines and various structures above were utterly obliterated in the terrifying tempest. The storm raged mercilessly across the island, affecting even the aquatic life in the surrounding waters, as fish and shrimp, charred by electricity, floated lifelessly to the surface. Yet, the explosion was merely a fraction of the assault. The most lethal force lay within the shockwave, infused with the terrifying power of lightning, slicing through the bodies of the pirates like the scythe of death, penetrating every inch of their flesh. Pain. Excruciating pain. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, echoing relentlessly. The calamity that befell the island persisted for nearly 10 minutes before finally abating. From a distance, Grapevine Island resembled a desolate wasteland, as if it had just endured a cataclysmic volcanic eruption, bereft of all vitality. The colossal purple giant gazed down upon the devastation. One strike to annihilate the island, do you understand, family? Across the ravaged terrain lay the charred corpses, victims of the electrical onslaught. Then, a wretched figure struggled to rise. Vista, propped up by his dual blades, his eyes wild with fury, emanated an endless desire for vengeance. Despicable scoundrel, I shall slay you. Bane has reverted from the second stage of the God of Thunder, transforming back into human form, with ethereal wings manifesting behind him. He embraced his arms across his chest and softly spoke. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Such despicable words, and you still dare to call yourself a pirate? Meanwhile, on Pineapple Island, leave half of the men here. The rest shall accompany me to rendezvous with Vista. Jozu urged his subordinates, and for heaven's sake, cease gnawing on pineapples. What if the enemy has poisoned them? Observing his crew devouring pineapples with evident delight, Jozu shook his head in exasperation. Having long upheld the title of Old Man's Son, they had practically run rampant in the New World. This monumental war was an experience they had never encountered, and coupled with their unimpeded journey thus far, their vigilance had waned significantly. At that moment, the captain of Whitebeard's pirate crew, Andre, approached and clapped Jozu on the shoulder, exuding confidence. Fear not, Jozu. Look at how no one has dared to obstruct our path. Those fellows under Kaido must have fled in terror upon hearing Whitebeard's name. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Jozu's apprehension eased slightly. Indeed, glancing around the island, he observed that apart from their own crew, there were only the pineapples in the trees and that white-haired beauty behind you. Who on earth is she? On the shore, a voluptuous white-haired maiden wielding a spiked club gazed at them with a smirk, eager for a battle. Who are you? Jozu shouted, pointing at Yamato. Yamato, already itching for action, paid him no mind. With a crouch, she showcased her astonishing agility, leaping into the air, twirling the spiked club before bringing it crashing down, descending 3 worlds, inducing the abyss. Owing to her fruit ability, the spiked club was enveloped in a layer of hard ice, emanating a chilling mist as it hurtled toward Jozu. Diamond Star Punch. Jozu's fist transformed into radiant diamonds, colliding thunderously with Yamato's attack. Bang. As they were locked in a stalemate, Andre attempted to draw his sword for a surprise attack, but suddenly found his footing hindered. The surrounding pirates soon realized that the ground beneath them had frozen, their feet encased in solid ice. Haha. Minato. Yamato forcefully retreated in midair, pivoting to swing her spiked club once more, unleashing a frigid blast that instantly encased dozens of pirates in ice sculptures. I had urgent matters to attend to, so I started typing late. My apologies for the quality. Frozen? An ability user? Joseph furrowed his brow, recognizing that this seemingly innocuous white-haired girl was far from ordinary. Hey, you're quite formidable, aren't you? In a graceful aerial somersault, Yamato landed elegantly, raising her kanabo to point at Jozu. Freed from the constraints of hockey, Yamato's speed and strength had significantly surged. She then muttered softly, yet still fell short compared to that scoundrel Kaido and Vayne. Whoosh. Without granting Jozu and the others a moment to react, Yamato charged forward once more, wielding her weapon. Jozu transformed his hands into gleaming diamonds, countering the relentless assault of the kanabo with powerful punches. However, the presence of numerous pirates encased in ice around them caused Jozu to hesitate. In contrast, Yamato moved with reckless abandon. Each flicker of her form sent several pirates hurtling through the air with each strike of her weapon. Jozu's eye twitched in frustration. After another round of fierce exchanges, he finally seized an opportunity, unleashing a barrage of punches imbued with fierce wind pressure toward Yamato. Stop messing around. Diamond machine gun. How amusing. Divine beast, white serpent form. An icy chill suddenly enveloped Yamato, swirling around her as fine white fur sprouted from her skin, her teeth elongated, her physique expanded, and her gaze sharpened. Inu Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan, Daikokuten form, human animal form. Whoosh. Yamato swung her kanabo with rapidity, each movement accompanied by a cutting wind. As the weapon danced through the air, waves of force surged forward like a tempest, brimming with ferocity. Concurrently, Jozu's diamond arms sparkled with resplendent light, delivering punch after punch. Each strike carried immense power, colliding with Yamato's strikes, producing thunderous echoes. Ora ora. Yamato's eyes gleamed with determination, tinged with ferocity. Muda muda. Jozu was equally relentless, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. During this fierce exchange, the two lost count of the number of blows they had exchanged. The surrounding air seemed to warp under the weight of their power, generating a chilling gale that swept in all directions. Bang! As they separated once more. Astonishment etched itself across Jozu's face. Where on earth did this person come from? Her strength is astonishing, even without the troublesome vein mentioned by Marco. She shouldn't be an unknown within the beast pirates. This woman is not right. I must alert Bista and request his swift assistance. He directed his attention to Andre, who was still struggling with his frozen feet. Andre's expression turned grim. No. Ever since this woman appeared, I've been trying to contact Captain Bista, but even now, the snail is still unresponsive. What? Beads of sweat formed on Jozu's forehead, a wave of unease washing over him. Stop chatting. I still need to send you flying. Yamato grinned widely, transforming into a magnificent white wolf, its entire body glistening like freshly fallen snow as it leaped into the air. Gathering frigid energy within its maw, it coalesced into a radiant orb of white light, which was suddenly unleashed downward. Ice Fong of the No Service. Jozu's gaze remained fiercely fixed above. You little brat. Do not underestimate the Whitebeard pirates. If you seek our demise, you are 2 centuries too early. Jozu, emboldened by his resolve, unleashed his devil fruit abilities, enveloping himself in a hard, shimmering diamond exterior. With this world's most unyielding diamond, I shall shatter your icy grip. As Jozu's feet crashed into the ground, he created a deep crater, harnessing the force of the impact to surge upward against the chilling winds. Diamond Meteor Fist. Jozu transformed into a beam of light. A brilliant flash collided violently with the oncoming frost. With a resounding impact, Jozu's form began to obliterate the cold inch by inch. Shards of ice scattering like raindrops in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Jozu charged upward, maintaining his relentless speed. As he shattered the icy barrier and prepared to confront Yamato, he positioned his arm before him, delivering a fierce elbow strike. Diamond Elbow Smash. Do not celebrate too soon, you diamond-brained fool, Yamato roared. Raising the wolf-headed club enveloped in frost, and with all its might, swung downward from above. Ice slash. Boom. The tremendous sound of collision echoed. In the next moment, to Jozu's astonishment, Yamato continued to exert force, striking him down like a baseball. Bang. Jozu landed heavily, smashing into the frozen surface and creating a large pit filled with shattered ice debris. Captain Jozu. The surrounding surviving pirates shouted in concern. Did we win? A smile appeared on Yamato's face. Yet, in the next instant, the mist by the pit dissipated, revealing the towering figure of Jozu once more, nonchalantly brushing the dust from his garments. I am an indestructible diamond. Such attacks cannot harm me. Yamato smirked, truly a troublesome opponent. Just then, Andre, who had been fiddling with the transponder snail nearby, spoke up in a panic. This is bad. Jozu, not only can we not reach Bista, but several nearby teams are also out of contact. Moreover, our ships that have breached the interior waters of Wano have come under attack and are trapped on the island. What? A wave of unease surged within Jozu. What was the beast pirates, known for their sheer brutality, up to? Shouldn't they have launched a full-scale assault upon hearing of the Whitebeard pirates' approach? Why did it feel as though they were employing tactics instead? Near Wano Country, several pirate crews under the command of Whitebeard formed a vanguard, marching forward with the intent to advance to the waterfall beneath Wano. To their astonishment, their journey was remarkably unimpeded. However, they did not treat the small islands with care. Upon encountering each uninhabited isle, they either dispatched men to claim it, hoisting Whitebeard's flag, or bombarded the primary structures and vegetation into flames. Yaha! The Ice Witch Whitey laughed heartily. The beast pirates were utterly pathetic, retreating at the mere mention of Whitebeard's name, abandoning even their own territories. On another pirate ship, Captain Aboida echoed her sentiments, dismissing the crew as a collection of scoundrels with no promising future. Captain Jinger, newly allied with Whitebeard, gazed longingly towards a lush island in the distance. Soon, they would reach that beautiful isle, which, if all went as anticipated, would also be uninhabited. Bring the ship closer. Yes. The fleet of pirate ships advanced boldly. Expecting the island to mirror the previous desolate ones, they were taken by surprise as they drew near the coast. Suddenly, from the thickets along the shoreline, rows of dark cannon muzzles emerged, aiming directly at them, and unleashed a barrage of cannonballs. "Haha! You mindless fools, how dare you underestimate the beast pirates?" roared Devago, witnessing the pirate ships fall within cannon range. The sky filled with cannonballs, raining down upon the opposing vessels. "It's an ambush. They're attacking us. I shall denounce them." The pirates were thrown into disarray. "All ships, retreat. Prepare for bombardment." Several captains, their faces fraught with panic, issued a flurry of commands, seizing their weapons to shoot down the falling cannonballs. Yet, many still struck the decks and cabins, erupting in explosions. Fires ignited within the ship, and several pirates were thrown into the sea. Chaos ensued. But the turmoil was not over. A terrified voice pierced the air. "Captain, we've got multiple pirate ships approaching from the left and right." Hearing this, they turned to look. On the horizon, a dark fleet sped towards them, the beast pirates' flag billowing in the wind. "We're surrounded by the beast pirates. Quickly, summon the captains." On the shore, listening to the pirates' terrified screams, Commander Devago grinned, his face illuminated with a radiant smile. At that moment, he realized how profoundly brilliant his brother Wayne's seemingly simple plan truly was. Sacrificing the external subsidiary islands, allowing Whitebeard's men to lower their guard and sail in. In doing so, they could seize the most advantageous geographical position, fortifying themselves from the surrounding islands to create a semi-encircled defense. Engaging in such a manner would undoubtedly be far more exhilarating than a direct confrontation from the outset. All of this is owed to the sagacious decision-making of Brother Wayne. His greatness speaks for itself. On Grapefruit Island, Wayne unfurled his expansive purple wings, casting a gaze upon the crimson landscape below, where he glared at his subordinate, Bista. As a formidable swordsman, how could he lose control of his emotions in such a moment? It is indeed a pity. A tender sword is destined to be dull. War, by its very nature, is a struggle for survival, especially amidst the chaos of piracy. Whitebeard resembles a majestic eagle, nurturing this flock of fledglings. Should he falter, these pirates would devolve into a rabble. Indeed, many pirate crews rely on the protection of their captain, and the beast pirates are no exception. If Master Kaido were to perish, Wayne would host a grand feast on Onigashima with Yamato, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers, to mourn the loss of their master. Alas, everyone would eventually go their separate ways. Yet, Whitebeard genuinely regards his crew as his own children. When asked about the most powerful pirate crew in the world, many would undoubtedly name the Whitebeard pirates. And if inquired about the strangest, the answer remains the same: the Whitebeard pirates. Their unifying principle is neither to pillage nor to pursue legendary treasures for fame. They refer to one another as family, believing in each other's strength. The sole rule aboard their ship is to refrain from causing harm to one another. This embodies the corporate culture of the Whitebeard pirates. In this harsh sea, such a complex pirate crew is truly moving. Therefore, Wayne's gaze turned icy as the violet flames surrounding him began to blaze fiercely. A family should remain united and harmonious. Today, let you all gather in the depths of hell. Kemiukira, first phase. Activate. A formidable barrier, resembling a skeletal framework, abruptly enveloped Vayne, with terrifyingly high-temperature purple flames igniting upon its surface, causing the surrounding air to warp and distort. Buzz. Wayne drew his saber, and in an instant, the blade dimmed, subsequently enveloped by violet flames. The once ordinary steel blade now emanated a perilous aura, reminiscent of a blade from the abyss. Bista. Have you ever encountered such a failure in your lifetime? Bista remained silent, merely wrapping his tightly gripped blade with armed haki, crossing it before his chest, his gaze fixed intently upon Wayne. In the next moment, Vayne's figure descended like an arrow, swiftly plunging downward, enveloped by swirling violet flames. The strike appeared rather unadorned. Yet below, Bista remained vigilant, gathering momentum to enhance the ferocity and swiftness of his forthcoming blow. At last, as Vayne's assault was poised to collide with his own, Bista unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending forth countless slashing waves. Dance of vengeance. Surprisingly, the waves, capable of cleaving through steel, shattered upon contacting Vayne's violet barrier, producing a crisp, resounding clang, such as the nature of our mythical beasts, defying all reason. As the final wave disintegrated, Bista's crimson eyes locked onto the approaching Vayne, and with all his might, he swung down twice with fierce intent. Buzz. Boom. The clash of their fierce attacks stirred up dust from the earth beneath them, Bista gritted his teeth, enduring the relentless retreat as his feet carved deep furrows into the ground. Yet, what truly unsettled him was the violet flames, seemingly animated, rapidly encroaching upon him with alarming speed. What a jest! The searing sensation overwhelmed him, and despite his efforts to maintain composure, he succumbed, sent flying by Vane's blade. Thud! His body soared like a cannonball, hurtling several hundred meters before crashing heavily to the ground, skidding for a considerable distance before coming to a halt. Damn it, that hurts. Bista steeled himself, activating his observation haki. Yet Vane's speed was incomprehensibly superior. Just as Bista regained his footing, Vane, wielding his military knife, pursued relentlessly, aiming a horizontal slash at his head. In response, Bista's pupils dilated, struggling to raise his blade in defense. However, Vane's haki and strength evidently surpassed his own, compounded by the outrageous abilities of his fruit. Bista was once again sent sprawling, his face a picture of disarray. Bista, pay attention. This is how one executes a soaring slash. In midair, Vane bellowed once more, employing the same technique as Bista to unleash several slashing waves. Yet these waves were far superior in both speed and size, accompanied by flickering violet flames. In the blink of an eye, the waves sliced through the air, resonating with a sharp clang, hurtling towards Bista. The blazing light illuminated the terror etched upon Bista's face. Damn it! I cannot falter, here Bista attempted to block with his blades. But his words barely escaped his lips before the terrifying waves effortlessly severed his dual swords and mercilessly descended upon him. Sizzle! Sizzle! The slashes surged forth like a ferocious beast, leaving behind grievous wounds upon his chest with their razor-sharp edges. Bista fell to the ground in agony, unable to rise again. His eyes revealed an infinite sense of unwillingness and resentment. Forgive me, Father. After uttering those final, feeble words, his consciousness sank into oblivion. Wine's ability to release was diminished, and he fell to the ground. He then bowed his head slightly, gazing at the incapacitated Bista. Having endured such a powerful strike from the thunderous sphere, followed by the searing purple flames, and withstanding for so long, he truly deserved the title of Flower Sword. Someone capable of trading blows with Hawkeye later on. Subsequently, Wine lifted Bista and soared into the distance. Meanwhile, on Pineapple Island, Jaws was engaged in a fierce battle with Yamato. The Diamond Fist clashed relentlessly with the Icy Wolf Fang Club. The two combatants were formidable. One could transform his body into hard diamond, while the other was a Zoan-type mythical beast user, possessing remarkable physique and regenerative abilities. Furthermore, the current Yamato was devoid of the skills flowing cherry and dominance binding. To put it simply, it was as if two colossal shields were facing off against each other, neither able to break through the other's defenses. At that moment, however, Andre shouted, "Jaws, look up at the sky." Jaws turned his head, and his expression shifted drastically. There, amidst the sea and sky, a dark-haired man with violet wings was charging towards him, seemingly carrying an unconscious individual in his grasp. Jaws had no time to ponder further. He retaliated with a powerful punch that sent Yamato staggering back, then raised his immense fist and struck down fiercely. A thunderous collision echoed through the air. Wayne delivered a swift kick to Joe's diamond fist. Whoosh. Subsequently, Wayne retreated, landing on the ground. At that moment, Andre exclaimed in astonishment, "It's Bista. That fellow is holding Bista." Joe's was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing that the person Wayne was holding was indeed Bista, his fury surged uncontrollably. Release Bista. Joe's knew Bista all too well. He was a man of utmost pride, and to be treated so casually by an adversary would be far more agonizing than death itself. "There's no rush. You will be next," Wayne replied coolly. "Wayne, you've arrived," the ever-enthusiastic Yamato exclaimed upon seeing Wayne, bursting into laughter. "Oh, it seems things are not going smoothly for you here." Wayne has just sensed the formidable abilities of Joe's. The defensive prowess of this diamond is likely superior to his violet flame barrier. Indeed, it appears utterly impossible to inflict any damage upon this individual. Deiha remarked with a pout of discontent. Wayne broke into a smile and said to Yamato, "I see. Then let us employ that technique, Yamato." At these words, excitement gradually sparkled in Yamato's eyes. Indeed, after all, Wayne and I are the most formidable duo. Their conversation, unreserved and candid, reached Joe's ears. That technique? Joe's heart tightened. Feeling a sense of unarticulated awe, Vane merely smiled. In order to swiftly deal with this diamond man, he and Yamato decided to employ a combination technique developed during their recent training, utilizing their respective devil fruit abilities. In the next moment, violet flames and icy chill swirled around them, continually expanding. Finally, as their powers reached their zenith, both struck forward with a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, a serpentine fire composed of purple flames raced alongside a ferocious ice wolf formed from chilling air, both letting out menacing roars. As they advanced, they danced and twirled in an astonishing display. Remarkably, the flames and ice did not cancel each other out. Instead, they harnessed one another's strength, amplifying their might and devastating everything in their path with an awe-inspiring ferocity. "This is unfathomable," Jaws roared in disbelief. "In this world devoid of Newton's laws, nothing is impossible. Behold, this is our exhilarating combination technique, fire and ice." The intertwining violet fire serpent and white ice wolf coalesced into a blindingly dark orb of light, propelled forward by a powerful gust of wind. The speed was so swift that evasion was futile. Gritting his teeth, Jaws encased his body in a hardened, gleaming armor of iron, further fortifying his defense with haki. "This is my ultimate defense. Diamond block." Soon after, the dark purple light finally reached him, crashing into Jaws' chest. Boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Jaws was instantly engulfed by the light, seemingly transformed into pure radiance. But then came a tremendous, crisp sound. Crack. The diamond shattered. A heart-wrenching scream resonated. A large hole was pierced through Jaws' diamond-encased chest, and as blood threatened to gush forth, it was sealed by the frigid air, releasing a chilling mist that appeared particularly ominous. But that was not the end. The violet flames carried by the shockwave invaded his body like a relentless parasite, tormenting every part of him. "Captain Jaws!" The surrounding pirates cried out in agony. At that moment, Vane planted his feet firmly on the ground, gripping the hilt of his sword, transforming into a gust of wind as he rushed towards them. "Get out of the way." Though his body endured immense suffering, Jaws desperately charged forward. Each step he took on the already frozen surface left behind a deep crater, raising his fist, ablaze with violet flames. In a futile attempt to shield his comrades, his figure was entirely enveloped by the violet fire and icy chill, resembling a monstrous being. Just as Vane's blade was about to strike down upon a pirate's head, the gravely injured Jaws miraculously lunged forward, placing himself in front of the man. Subsequently, Vane's sword collided with his arm. Gentle wind slash. Buzz. Accompanied by the resounding clash of metal, an arm transformed into diamond was severed. Following swiftly was a soaring slash that pierced through the arm, striking the pirate squarely in the head. Sizzle. Blood droplets erupted, splattering fervently into the air, cascading onto Jaws' face, which was etched with bitterness. No. He had solemnly promised his father to safeguard his comrades. They had all agreed that even against Kaido, victory was assured. "You bastard. I will kill you, Kaido." Jaws' gaze suddenly turned a deep crimson, his eyes brimming with lethal intent as they fixated menacingly on Wayne. His aura abruptly becoming exceedingly perilous. Wayne's lips curled into a smirk. Is this a surge of power? Could it be that in this world, fervently proclaiming dreams and bonds truly hold significance? Why, damn it. Boom. Jaws' other fist descended with even greater ferocity than before. Yet, in the face of the overwhelming disparity in observation haki, this strike appeared sluggish to Wayne. Advanced observation haki allows one to foresee the future. Vane sprang into action, deftly evading the incoming punch. With a resounding crash, the fist struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. Meanwhile, Jaws, having exerted himself to deliver that blow, trembled and succumbed to the agony, collapsing onto the earth. This spectacle moved all the pirates deeply, bringing them to tears. They wept openly. "Captain Jaws," they cried out, their voices filled with anguish. "Ah, Vane, you wretched scoundrel." Listening to the furious shouts surrounding him, Vane merely shrugged, displaying no hint of anger. Instead, he gestured to them, beckoning them to raise their voices even louder. "I can't take it anymore. I demand a one-on-one duel." Andre, unable to bear such humiliation, summoned all his strength and finally extricated his foot from the ice. He, along with several pirates brandishing swords and firearms, charged towards Vane. Onward. Avenge Jaws. Yet Vane simply stood there, arms crossed over his chest. "Do you wish to dance as well?" He taunted with a smirk. Upon Vane, purple flames surged forth, enveloping him as he summoned his armed haki and iron blocks. The pirates' assaults rained down upon him. Yet, whether through gunfire or the slashing of swords, each strike met with the resilience of iron, inflicting not a single wound. This was merely the beginning. As the pirates' blades and fists struck Vane, the purple flames, as if imbued with life, leapt onto them, igniting fiercely. In an instant, The pirates were engulfed in flames, their screams echoing in despair. Soon after, Vayne and Yamato commenced a one-sided massacre. With each slash and blow, the lives of several pirates were extinguished. Run! Upon hearing the anguished cries of his comrades, Jozu rose once more. This was a command from their leader. Witnessing his fallen companions before him, Jozu's eyes widened in disbelief. A mixture of frustration and regret etched upon his face. Indeed, why? Why did they instigate this war? In pursuit of revenge for Squardo and Marco, and to uphold their father's honor, they had sacrificed so many of their comrades. Was it truly worth it? In the next moment, a thunderous explosion resonated from another direction. Oh no, our ship has been destroyed, a pirate exclaimed in horror. At this, Jozu's heart plummeted. The beast pirates were utterly despicable. Was this truly the end? In despair, Jozu positioned himself before Vayne, using his battered body and the last remnants of his strength to shield his comrades behind him. Observing this, Vayne's gaze shifted slightly. How tragic. Jozu, a man entrusts his dreams to another man. There is nothing wrong with that. Waging war for the sake of vengeance for one's companions is also justifiable. However, to rely solely on fervor and to engage in self-sacrifice in the heat of battle for the sake of one's comrades is not a quality befitting a pirate. In other words, even I, a Navy man, could embody the essence of a pirate better than you. Nonetheless, I acknowledge your unwavering resolve to protect your comrades, Jozu. When raised his hand, and the surrounding purple flames began to dissipate, transforming into a terrifying thunderclap that echoed with the cries of countless birds. These forces intertwined and coalesced into a small orb of lightning. Opposite him, the pirates, disregarding Jaw's attempts to restrain them, surged forward in a furious rush, their voices rising in a cacophony of defiance. Do not underestimate our bond. We have not yet lost. With the strength of our families, victory is inevitable. Had they ignited their spirits? Yet, it mattered not. The outcome was already determined. Extreme thunder of 1,000 birds. The orb of lightning was hurled forth. And upon contact with the pirates, it erupted violently, engulfing them all in its wrath. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the sky, as if the fury of the gods had descended upon the earth, unleashing a tempest of thunder. Moments later, the devastation wrought by the thunderstorm was particularly harrowing. As the black smoke cleared, everything touched by the lightning had been annihilated, the ground charred and scorched, flickering with residual sparks of electricity. Among the ruins lay Jaws, now bereft of an arm and with a gaping wound in his chest, devoid of all vitality. Scattered around him were the charred remains of those who had perished in the onslaught. Ha ha ha. Observing the lifeless forms of the pirates reduced to cinders, one let out a sinister laugh typical of a villain. The magnitude of this achievement is unfathomable. Surely, Admiral Sengoku will reward me handsomely. And what of the bounty on Diamond Jaw's head? Several 100 million berries, perhaps? The battle raged on in various corners. After resolving the situation with Jozu, Wayne and Yamato employed a similar strategy to deal with several squad leaders of the Whitebeard pirates. Subsequently, Wayne utilized his devil fruit abilities to transport Yamato back to the logistics unit, taking the opportunity to restore their stamina and injuries with Mancheri's powers. Although the injuries they sustained felt trivial to them, akin to merely scraping a surface, given their mythical Zoan lineage. In another battlefield, the thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed across the sky and sea. The pirates, caught in a semi-encirclement, attempted to counterattack while hastily retreating. Have we yet to establish contact with Captain Jozu? The ice witch, Watabe, bellowed at his subordinates. Beside him, a pirate cradled a cold-faced transponder snail, trembling as he reported. We can't reach Captain Jozu, nor Captain Vista, or Captain Muir. What should we do, Captain? Damn it. We must retreat. Let us return to the old man. As long as he is present, even the direst situations can be turned around. After relaying the orders, the fleet commenced a rapid withdrawal. Although they initially faced formidable firepower, the vast fleet was still far from being overwhelmed. On the shore, Daifugo observed the fleeing ships, pulling out a transponder snail from his pocket, a smug expression adorning his face. Wayne, they've retreated. Hearing the report from the snail, Wayne gazed into the distance, focusing on the sky. Now, it's up to Teacher K. He turned to Yamato and said, let us go. His form began to grow dramatically, transforming into the divine beast, Takamikazuchi. As he extended a hand towards Yamato, Wayne, your ability is so cool. The white-haired girl leapt into the palm of the purple giant, curiously tapping the giant's hand. The lightning and purple flames bestowed by Takamikazuchi were innate powers of the fruit, which Wayne could wield at will, ensuring Yamato remained unharmed. Then, Wayne extended his other colossal hand, grasping the unconscious Vista and two other captains. The rotund, ball-like captain of the 6th Division, Brayman K., and the brown-haired, mustached captain of the 7th Division, Lackey, were the last 3 living members of the Whitebeard Pirates captains. The rest were either unaccounted for or had met their demise at the hands of the formidable white-haired girl. The purple giant spread its wings and soared towards the northern seas of Wano. Simultaneously, on Genie Island, the clash between 2 contemporary titans reverberated through the air. Each strike unleashed an unparalleled shockwave that rippled outward. Once a land lush with forests, Genie Island was transformed into a desolate expanse, its mountains leveled and trees uprooted in the wake of their fierce confrontation. It seemed to revert to a primordial state, a transformation that would take decades to restore. Well done, Kaido. Whitebeard slightly bent his knees and swung a fist towards Kaido in the distance, a translucent white orb shimmering above his knuckles. With a resounding crack, akin to shattering glass, the air was violently torn apart, revealing spiderweb-like fissures. Struck by the blow, Kaido staggered back, a fine wound appearing on his chest. Yet, he let out a sinister laugh and roared as he leapt into the air, brandishing a mace crackling with purple lightning, and struck down fiercely. Thunderbagwa. Break. Whitebeard countered with a sweeping slash of his blade, their attacks colliding with tremendous force. In an instant, the sky darkened and a tempest raged. The surrounding waters recoiled as if fleeing from this terrifying battlefield. Whitebeard felt a surge of astonishment within. Kaido was no longer that brat from the Rocks pirates who needed protection from Charlotte Linlin. He had evolved into a true top-tier warrior capable of challenging him. However, I am Whitebeard. Kaido, you still have eons to go before you can defeat me. With a mighty roar, Whitebeard summoned his strength. The outcome of this battle would undoubtedly dictate the fate of the war. Thus, burdened with the title of the strongest man, he could not afford to lose. Arrogant old man, Kaido retorted, not backing down in their exchange of banter. Remember, you are the challenger. With the ground trembling and the heavens rumbling, the 2 men bearing the mightiest titles clashed once more. In the distance on Genie Island, the Moby Dick and several pirate ships swayed upon the waters, their decks crowded with pirates, all gazing upon the titanic struggle. Sachi, the head chef of the Whitebeard Pirates and captain of the 4th Division, turned to a dark, rotund figure beside him and asked, "Teach, do you think Dad will win?" The greasy figure was none other than the future emperor, Blackbeard, known as Teach, the 2nd greatest son of the Whitebeard Pirates. Dad will surely prevail. Nevertheless, the beads of sweat trickling down Teach's forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. He was indeed in a state of great panic. To be frank, Teach was the last person who wished for this war to unfold, as his plan was to remain sheltered under Whitebeard's protection. He could never have anticipated such a turn of events. "Father, please do not die," Teach murmured, his sincerity evident. For once Whitebeard perished, the necessity for the Whitebeard Pirates would cease to exist, and he would likely find himself pursued by the Beast Pirates. At that moment, Sachi suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. Is that the Beast Pirates?" Upon hearing this, the other pirates began to glance in the direction Sachi pointed. Indeed, near the shores of Genie Island, a sailing ship adorned with the Beast Pirates flag was struggling against the waves, making its way towards the island. Are there more formidable foes? Wait, does Kaido intend to ambush Father? Sachi's expression tightened as he hurriedly called out to Teach, "Teach, we must assist Father." From the instant that ship came into view, Blackbeard, Teach frowned and positioned the others behind him protectively. This is no jest. To intervene in such a battle would mean certain death. Teach harbored his own ambitions and dreams. He could not possibly risk everything by joining the fray. Aboard that ship was none other than the most audacious member of the Beast Pirates, the future Calamity, Jack. At this moment, on the deck, his fellow pirates were fervently dissuading him. "Brother Jack, don't go. Indeed, Lord Kaido likely does not wish for us to interfere in their conflict. It could lead to death." Yet Jack, with a furrowed brow, bellowed in anger, "Cowards! Who do you think I am? Steer the ship closer." He then gazed excitedly at the 2 formidable warriors clashing on the island, his heart racing. "Lord Kaido, I come to assist you." As the pirate ship neared the battered shore, Jack propelled himself forward, soaring like a cannonball towards the island, aiming to engage Whitebeard, who had just separated from a clash with Kaido. "Ha ha, you've left yourself open, Whitebeard." He gleefully brandished his scythe, already envisioning the scene of severing Whitebeard's head. However, in the next instant, Whitebeard merely furrowed his brow and delivered a casual punch into the air. Smack. Boom. In the air, the formidable Jack, resembling a small mountain, was suddenly drenched in blood as if he had collided with an invisible wall. He was violently hurled away, plunging into the sea and creating a monumental splash that could be rated a 0. In the distance, witnessing this spectacle, Sachi's lips twitched, his face etched with admiration. I had always believed that Wayne, who dared to challenge the Whitebeard pirates, was audacious enough, but I never anticipated that this individual would surpass him in ferocity. Daring to strike at the old man. Whose subordinate is this? After effortlessly knocking Jack away, Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Kaido across from him. Kaido appeared somewhat embarrassed. He had undoubtedly seen Jack charging forward. However, to acknowledge that he was one of his subordinates would likely invite ridicule from the old man. TCH. I didn't TC anything, Kaido exclaimed, dismissing the situation. In the next moment, Kaido let out another roar, stomping the ground, enveloped in black and red lightning, and raised his kanabo to strike fiercely at Whitebeard. The air warped slightly, as if the tangible lightning sought to rend the very fabric of space. Kaido suddenly surged forward, his speed creating a series of sonic booms akin to a meteor crashing to Earth. Whitebeard clenched his right fist, and with a resounding bang, a semi-transparent orb of light materialized upon his knuckles. He uttered a low growl, his muscles tensing as he summoned every ounce of strength to meet Kaido's oncoming strike. Boom! The ground trembled violently once more, waves of shock rippling outward into the sky. The earth beneath them lay in ruins, utterly devastated. A resounding thud echoed from the brutal collision of their bodies. Whitebeard forcefully repelled the kanabo, immediately following up with a slash aimed at Kaido's chest, sending his massive form soaring into the air. Boom! Kaido crashed into a heap of rubble, shrouded in a cloud of dust and debris. Breathing heavily, Whitebeard bent down, poised to press his advantage. Yet from within the smoke, the fearsome visage of the beastman Kaido lunged forth once more. Well done, you bastard, Whitebeard. The battle between the two raged on for a full hour, although the tide seemed to favor Whitebeard, who fought with unrelenting ferocity. Consistently pushing Kaido back and inflicting numerous wounds, it was evident that he was indeed growing older. Now, he fought with the remnants of his vitality and physical prowess. Each punch and slash inflicted irreversible damage upon his body. Moreover, he was facing Kaido at his peak, and any lapse in focus could prove catastrophic. Should this combat continue? Regardless of the outcome, it might well be his final battle. In contrast, Kaido, despite currently being at a disadvantage, grew increasingly emboldened. His recovery of energy and haki was evidently superior to that of Whitebeard. Was it possible that the present Kaido was, in fact, the strongest? In the depths of his thoughts, the fierce clash between Whitebeard and Kaido erupted once more with great ferocity. However, soon above the skies of Giant Island, a colossal purple figure soared rapidly, hovering 100 meters above the island. Observing below, the two formidable titans transformed the landscape, with mountains and vegetation obliterated into mere fragments. Each collision emanated an incredibly terrifying shockwave. Wayne was secretly astonished. Is this truly the battle between the strongest of the strong? How utterly exhilarating. What a thrill it is. To witness the clash between Master Kai and Whitebeard with my own eyes is indeed worth every penny. This is what I've come to see. However, at present, it appears that Master Kai holds a significant advantage. Vayne gazed down at the fierce battle below, murmuring softly. He discerned that with each vigorous movement, Whitebeard exhibited a hint of strain. Hey, Vayne, let us seize this moment to vanquish that scoundrel Kaido, Yamato exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement. Yamato? Please do not jest with me. Moreover, in a conflict of this magnitude, even if Yamato and I were to join, it would scarcely alter the outcome. Would it? We could truly be obliterated by the aftershocks. Yet, Wayne lowered his gaze, contemplating the three captains who had succumbed to unconsciousness in his hands. Silently reflecting, do not forget, Whitebeard, this is a battle of life and death. In the distance, aboard the Moby Dick, Sachi also noticed the colossal purple figure hovering above Ginny Island. What, are there still formidable adversaries? Alarmed, a pirate wielding a telescope exclaimed, Captain Sachi. That flying individual appears to be Wayne, the very one Captain Marco spoke of. Is this some kind of jest? That is Wayne. The notorious Wayne of the Beast Pirates was a foe even Marco found daunting. As Wayne made his entrance, Whitebeard's attention was drawn to the peculiar sight above. However, upon a closer inspection, his pupils constricted sharply. Is that Vista, Bramink, and Lacquer? In that fleeting moment, when Whitebeard's focus shifted to the figures in Wayne's grasp, Kaido seized the opportunity, striking him fiercely in the chest with his club. Gah! A spray of blood erupted as Whitebeard staggered back, fury etched across his face. Do not let your guard down, old man. Summon your vigor. Kaido cackled maniacally, as if lost in madness. With his legs bent slightly, Whitebeard forcefully stomped the ground, creating a considerable distance between himself and Kaido. "What are you doing, brat?" His gaze turned icy, and he abruptly raised his fist, launching a powerful strike toward Wayne in the sky. Shatter. Bam. Vayne felt an overwhelming, intangible shockwave engulf him, as if his very organs were under fierce assault. Suffocation quickly following. He could not help but let out a roar of frustration. "What the hell? Why is Whitebeard coming towards me? Teacher Kai, are you still online?" Meanwhile, near Tamei Island, the grand vessel of Charlotte Lingling was locked in a tense standoff with the Navy's warships. Pirates and naval officers stood by the railing, glaring at one another. "Elder Kizaru, are we merely to wait here?" Smoker asked, his frustration evident. He was intent on locating Vayne and personally apprehending him. "What a troublesome junior," Kizaru sighed, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. The big MOM pirate crew clearly had no desire to engage in battle with the Navy. Wasn't this rather pleasant? Everyone could simply remain quiet and await the resolution of the conflict between Kaido and Whitebeard before returning home. In fact, if Charlotte Lingling were to get a bit reckless and engage the victor, it would be even more welcomed by the Navy. Thus, provoking Charlotte Lingling was an obviously foolish endeavor. However, at that moment, Smoker spoke urgently. "Elder Kizaru, those pirates are changing direction." Kizaru snapped back to attention, squinting to observe. To his astonishment, the massive pirate ship was slowly turning its bow. Mother. Charlotte Lingling stood at the prow, laughing heartily. "Hey, Navy over there. Isn't it boring just sitting around? You must want to witness that battle firsthand. Let's go see. I can hardly wait to witness the rivers of blood." This was no laughing matter. Kizaru's expression tightened. Admiral Sengoku would not permit these ruffians to disrupt the impending battle. "Ahaha." On the side, Garp burst into laughter. "Indeed, Borisolino, let us go take a look. After all, we are merely spectators, aren't we? If anyone dares to cause trouble, the Navy shall intervene. Is that so?" "What did you say, Vice Admiral Garp?" Below, the two formidable figures both possessed their own vulnerabilities. Whitebeard's weakness lay with his family, while Teacher Kai's peculiar flaw stemmed from his belief in the legend of Joy Boy, leading to a somewhat fractured mindset upon witnessing Nika. At this moment, Whitebeard was seething with rage. "You brat, what have you done?" He raised his colossal naginata, pointing it at Vayne in the sky. Kaido, noticing the disturbance, wore an annoyed expression. However, upon realizing the newcomers were Vayne and his foolish son, he erupted into boisterous laughter. "Ha ha ha, Whitebeard. It seems your sons are rather inept. They've already been captured by my underlings." Kaido grinned widely. "Stop looking around, Whitebeard." Whitebeard had lost all desire to engage in battle with Kaido. He watched as the purple giant, after enduring one of his strikes, mercilessly hurled Brayman-K downwards. "You bastard." Whitebeard's expression darkened significantly, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly, as an invisible pressure emanated from him. In a sudden leap, he soared into the air like a bolt of lightning, wrapping his arms tightly around the plump Brayman-K. Upon landing steadily, Whitebeard's eyes brimmed with fury and concern. Brayman's gaze had become completely vacant, his body marked with the scars of electrocution, skin charred and exuding a pungent odor. Whitebeard's fists clenched tightly. "Kaido, is this the despicable little brat you have raised?" However, Kaido merely smirked, unconcerned. It was already a stretch for him not to take advantage of the earlier opportunity to launch a surprise attack. "What foolish words, Newgate. After the incident at God Valley, you should understand that only absolute violence can dominate this world, and your sons are nothing but utter failures, having lost their value of existence. The game of pirates should have ended long ago, Newgate." Kaido grinned savagely, his dragon scales shifting once more, his body expanding dramatically, turning blue, teeth morphing into sharp fangs, eyebrows transforming into clouds, and his eyes growing increasingly brutal, pupils turning blood red and ferocious. Beast human form. Slaughter mode. "Whitebeard, if you still fail to recognize reality, you will truly perish." His laughter echoed ominously as dark red lightning coiled around the dragon man, a terrifying aura causing the surrounding seas to churn violently. "Curse it." Whitebeard regarded Kaido with the gravity of a formidable adversary, glancing up at Vayne in the sky, his expression fraught with difficulty. This situation was indeed exceedingly tricky. Above, Vayne, having been struck by Whitebeard, was also feeling the surge of blood and energy. Stabilizing himself, he extended a hand, placing Bista and Lacquer in front of him. "Whitebeard, attack this way." Seeing this, Whitebeard was filled with rage, This brat was harming his family. The inherently wicked little imp. I shall deal with you personally. Yet Vayne seemed unfazed by Whitebeard's threats, shouting down to Kaido, Kaido-sensei, the Navy and Charlotte Linlin are waiting outside. This is hardly the right time for a fair duel. And even if we continue fighting this old man, the victor is destined to be you, Kaido-sensei. Thus, the situation is urgent. Eliminate Whitebeard. Kaido-sensei adhered to the principles of martial ethics. But Vayne had no regard for such matters. If war is a filthy game, then he was a filthy player. And Whitebeard, do not call me despicable. You are the strongest man. Unbeknownst to the reason, just as Vayne's words echoed in the air, Bista, as if illuminated by a fleeting spark, abruptly opened his eyes. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he instantly grasped the situation and fervently roared, Father, do not concern yourself with us. Slay these wretches and avenge our fallen kin. Whitebeard's body quivered. How could this be? My foolish son. Yet, Kaido clearly had no desire to indulge in such a poignant display of paternal affection. He swung his spiked club with ferocity, the conqueror's haki enveloping him, charging fiercely toward Whitebeard. Focus, old man. A colossal wave of purple lightning surged through the sky, descending with the intent to obliterate all in its path. Whitebeard shielded Bramink with one hand while gripping his sword with the other, his dark red haki spreading rapidly like a web, ready to retaliate. Boom. The storm generated by the conqueror's haki instantly engulfed the entire expanse between sea and sky. Then, an immensely powerful shockwave of haki shot into the heavens. Coming into Vayne's view. You two are in cahoots, aren't you? Why do you keep attacking me? Wayne couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. Following that, Yamato stepped down from Wayne's palm, gritting his teeth as he endured the fierce wind pressure, and struck down with his upon the ferocious shockwave. Thunder roared. And with a resounding crash, below, Kaido and Whitebeard were locked in a fierce confrontation, neither yielding an inch. With a resolute heart, Wayne cast aside the Bista in his grasp. Is it not the boldness of cries that you yearn for? Go forth, Bista. In an instant, a blinding shockwave engulfed Bista. Already grievously wounded and barely clinging to life, he could withstand no more. The flicker of vitality extinguished beneath the weight of such terrifying power. What? Whitebeard's observation haki sensed the unfolding scene, and an indescribable anguish surged within him. Whitebeard, behold what you have endeavored to protect. Vayne's persistent manipulation of the situation yielded remarkable results. In that fleeting moment of pause, Whitebeard ultimately succumbed to Kaido, being struck and sent flying, carving a deep trench into the ground before crashing heavily onto the earth. Kaido, feeling a sudden wave of boredom, realized that such a victory was far from his desire. Thus, he bellowed towards the sky with a voice like thunder, Hey you, don't get in the way. To which Vayne retorted, It wasn't me. It was Yamato who made me do it. Wayne was acutely aware of Teacher Kai's anger and promptly shifted the blame onto Yamato. Although Yamato did not comprehend Wayne's intent, he felt a surge of confidence and laughed heartily, declaring, Indeed, it was I, Yamato, who conceived this brilliant idea. Oh, who would believe that? Kaido scoffed. Yet he refrained from placing too much blame on Wayne, for their philosophies were aligned. Both believed that only the victors could inscribe history. The figure of Whitebeard before him was one he genuinely scorned, for how could he still concern himself with the safety of his comrades at such a time? What a farce. This was not the demeanor one would expect from a true warrior. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, having risen from the ground, carefully placed Bramink down and wiped his moist eyes. Observing the once mighty man from the Rocks Pirates now reduced to such a vulnerable state, left Kaido momentarily bewildered. Are you crying, Newgate? What foolishness are you spouting, you bastard Kaido? Whitebeard replied in a somber tone, What father would not mourn the loss of his son? On Cactus Island, the battlefield between Marco and Jin was tense. Jin hovered in midair, gazing down at Marco. Since the onset of their battle, neither had managed to gain the upper hand. The unique physiology of the Lunarians and Marco's phoenix fruit rendered them equally matched. However, Marco's subordinates were far less fortunate, nearly all succumbing to the sadistic flames unleashed by Jin. Jin, I will kill you, you bastard. Marco roared, his body engulfed in blue flames. How pitiable, Marco, Jin taunted, relishing the cries of the weak around him. Do you not find pleasure in their despair? What a joke. Those are my comrades. You heartless monsters. With a fierce cry, the phoenix surged towards Jin, and once more, they engaged in a fierce clash. Only Lord Kaido can become the one true king. Silence. The name of this era is Whitebeard. With a thunderous clash, The two great birds collided in the sky, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Yet at that moment, Marco's transponder snail suddenly rang. Brrrr, brrrr. Wait. Marco halted mid-flight. Can I take this call? Jin's eye twitched, incredulous at the timing. Marco. But from afar. Marco had already pressed the answer button. Marco. Come back. Dad is in danger. The frantic voice on the other end sent a shiver down Marco's spine. Dad is in danger? Damn it. It must be that inherently evil Wayne's doing. In an instant, Marco recalled the formidable abilities of the fallen Navy, Bruce Wayne. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and surged towards the direction of Genie Island. But it wasn't over yet. Marco. Jean was hot on his heels, pursuing him relentlessly. He fled, while Jean chased. On the desert island, the fishman karate technique, Shark Wave, was unleashed by the formidable Jinbei. The water rippled vigorously in his hands, a torrent of fierce power coalescing before he unleashed a powerful punch. Aha! Catch this, my mechanical heavy fist. The energy gathered in the mechanical arm of the Brontosaurus was as thick as lava, ultimately condensing into a shockwave that surged forth with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, a fierce explosion erupted, radiating blinding light. Brother Jinbei, a fishman holding a transponder snail, shouted urgently, Brother Jinbei, it's bad. Captain Saji has ordered us to return and support Dad. What? Jinbei paused momentarily. Wasn't he Dad engaged in a battle with Kaido? Could it be that the Navy had arrived? Or were there other interlopers? All right, let us hurry back. Without a hint of hesitation, Jinbei agreed. After all, they were a fishman unit, capable of traversing the seas with ease. Thus, even without a ship, they would not take long to return. This confrontation was destined to yield no results. We must leave. Jinbei unleashed a water sphere with a powerful punch, which exploded in the air, obscuring Queen's line of sight. He then dove into the sea with his comrades, swiftly swimming into the depths. Damn it, those wretched creatures. On the shore, Queen seethed as he watched the fishmen depart. They think they can bully me because I can't swim or fly, huh? Aboard the Moby Dick, Saji was filled with anxiety. Damn it, that cursed Wayne. What should we do? Their father was in peril, and they, as sons, could do nothing. Captain Saji, it's bad. Two large ships are approaching from the rear. They seem to be Navy Admiral vessels, along with Big Mom's ship. What? More powerful foes. Another pirate, peering through a telescope, exclaimed, Captain Saji. Captain Whitebeard's ship has also returned, and it looks like their fleet has suffered severe bombardment. Saji was perplexed. It was no surprise that other forces were intervening. But why had their family retreated? Was the beast pirates truly more formidable than they? Above Genie Island, Wayne gazed at the tearful, sorrowful figure of the old man with a white beard, his eyes subtly shifting. It was indeed a poignant scene. However, with a sly grin, Wayne raised the captain of the 7th Division, Lacchio, and shouted downwards, Hey, Whitebeard, don't be in such a rush to weep. There's still another one here. Enough. A thunderous roar surged into the sky, but it did not emanate from Whitebeard. It was the voice of Teacher Kai. Kid, just stand there and watch. Do not interfere any longer. In his slaughter mode, Teacher Kai's visage was grotesque, his voice tinged with a frenzied intensity. This old scoundrel cannot possibly defeat me. Ha 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 ha. Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. How is it that I am akin to the worst of them? I truly find myself at a loss, Teacher Kai. It remains uncertain whether Teacher Kai is overly confident, or if he reminisces about the scant camaraderie shared with the white-bearded man while aboard the same ship. Perhaps he harbors the desire to personally bring an end to this man whom he once revered. Veen is uncertain, yet he understands that harboring a mindset akin to that of Whitebeard at this moment is far from prudent. Very well, Teacher Kai, you must triumph. Vane, with heartfelt sincerity, uttered a statement. Soon after, the purple giant soared into the sky, halting amidst the expanse of sea and sky to witness this epic battle up close. Just as he departed, two colossal birds approached swiftly from above Genie Island, one following closely behind the other. Uncle Gene and Marco, both individuals, seemingly unscathed, were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the devastating scene on the island. This was indeed a clash of top-tier powerhouses, a realm they could never hope to attain. Marco, after a fleeting moment of shock, bellowed at Whitebeard, Old man, what has transpired? Upon seeing Marco, Whitebeard's gaze softened significantly. I'm sorry, son. I may be destined to fail. He tossed the nearly charred Braimake, who was on the brink of collapse, to Marco. I must issue my final command. Father. Marco's voice quivered with emotion, as if he realized something crucial. Everyone must retreat to safety. With all his might, Whitebeard shouted this last order. The surrounding waters began to churn violently, sending waves crashing onto the shore. Beneath the sea, directly below Vane, a group of fishmen emerged from the depths, their eyes glistening with tears as they gazed at the towering figure on the island. Whitebeard understood that this battle against Kaido would likely seal his fate. The moment he faltered, this war would inevitably come to an end. Therefore, he must do everything in his power to ensure the survival of his sons. Observing Whitebeard before him, Kaido's eyes flickered momentarily. The invincible Whitebeard of his memories had faded away, replaced by an old man shackled by the bonds of pirate kinship. Newgate. You now resemble a leaf falling in autumn, utterly desolate. Mother, I can see those two bastards. A vividly colored ship sliced through the waves, advancing toward Genie Island. However, as it passed the Moby Dick, it synchronized to a halt alongside the blue and white warship. Charlotte Linlin stood at the bow, her gaze fixated on the distant figures of the two men, unconsciously licking her lips. What a thrilling battle, mother. On the warship, Admiral Kizaru. I see Vane. Yes, right there. Smoker exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Even from several hundred meters away, he recognized the purple giant above the sea. Smoker, don't act recklessly. That is a confrontation between the monsters Kaido and Whitebeard, Tina remarked, her arms crossed nonchalantly. Damn it. To witness a dear friend fall to piracy. Can you truly accept that? Smoker gritted his teeth. Ha! What a passionate young lad. Go ahead, Smoker, you'll be fine. Beside him, Carp gazed at the oblivious junior, his eyes reflecting the unique concern that a senior holds for a junior. Both Kizaru and Tina cast peculiar glances at the indiscreet old man. Carp quickly realized he had misspoken and hastily stuffed several rice crackers into his mouth, chuckling awkwardly. Forget what I said. I didn't say anything. Smoker, evidently oblivious to Carp's intention, merely offered a respectful salute. Thank you, Vice Admiral Carp. Subsequently, his legs transformed into smoke as he leaped into the air, soaring towards the colossal purple figure. Meanwhile, on Wayne's side, he surveyed the fishmen below, instantly recognizing the rotund blue figure. It's you, Doryman. Oh no, I mean you, Jinbei. Upon noticing the fishmen directing their attention towards the lacquer in his hand, Wayne understood their intent. They wish to save him, do they? The purple giant placed Yamato upon its back and then dove downwards. Just as it was about to crash into the sea's surface, it abruptly halted, the impact sending a wave crashing against the faces of the fishmen. Following this, the giant's divine gaze fixated on Jinbei. Do not move, Jinbei. Not good, it's Wayne. The fishmen exclaimed in alarm. Jinbei plunged his hands into the water, already beginning to gather the sea currents. However, in the next moment, Wayne uttered something astonishing. Old Jinbei, that Arlong was once your brother, wasn't he? He wreaked havoc on my territory and has already been eliminated by my hand. Moreover, should you dare to make any rash moves now, after this war concludes, I will personally lead my forces to obliterate Fishman Island. Trust me, I mean what I say. Upon hearing this, Jinbei was initially taken aback, only to feel beads of sweat rapidly form on his forehead. He understood that Wayne was likely not merely attempting to intimidate him. This madman would indeed commit such a cruel act. Jinbei. You wouldn't want any trouble for Fishman Island, would you? So just obediently watch and refrain from any ill intentions. After Vane issued a chilling warning, he soared into the sky. At that moment, the radiant smile at the corner of his mouth could not be contained. So, this is what it feels like to be the villain? Quite exhilarating. Just then, a fist composed of smoke rushed towards him, only to be shattered by a single strike from Yamato. Wayne glanced back and beheld a man, shrouded in smoke and clad in naval attire, soaring towards him. Smoker? Why has this fellow been dispatched here? Wayne pondered. Is he an adversary? Yamato's petite face radiated a fierce determination, clearly eager to indulge in the thrill of battle once more. Fear not, Yamato, he is an old acquaintance. Yet, upon encountering an old friend, emotions run high. Wayne, you scoundrel, abandoning the Navy is one thing, but why become a pirate? Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, inhaled deeply before bellowing in fury. He had initially believed that Wayne had withdrawn due to his discontent with the archaic world government, perhaps to become a bounty hunter, eradicating evil to the best of his abilities. However, he was utterly blindsided to discover that Wayne had indeed embraced the life of a pirate and ascended to a prominent role within the Beast Pirates. Could it be? Smoker cast a glance at Yamato. Is it because of her? No. We share nothing but a platonic friendship. Do not jump to conclusions, Smoke Man. Vane promptly denied it. Subsequently, he began to speak slowly. Smoker, you do not comprehend pirates, just as you fail to understand the Navy. Smoker furrowed his brow. I am a Navy officer. Why should I seek to understand pirates? Thus, you truly lack understanding, Smoker. Have you forgotten the words I imparted to you last time? Justice must sometimes be pursued in the shadows. I have hinted at this rather plainly. Surely, you grasp it now? Humph. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. What nonsense about justice being pursued in the dark. Cease your ramblings, Vane. It is you who has succumbed to darkness. Wayne's expression darkened. Indeed. He was not mistaken about Smoker, the one who consistently ranked at the bottom in cultural studies at the rookie training camp. His comprehension skills were truly disconcerting. Very well. If my dissent is satisfactory to you, are you pleased now? Smoker clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he uttered fiercely, Wayne, one day, you shall regret this. And remember, as long as you are a pirate, you will forever bear this burden. This sin can never be absolved. Vane embraced himself with both arms, quietly observing the performance of Admiral Smoker. As Smoker, filled with fervor, concluded his impassioned speech, panting heavily, Vane nonchalantly uttered, So what? You. Smoker's face flushed crimson in an instant, nearly overwhelmed by Vane's provocations. Fine. I shall no longer waste my breath reasoning with you. You are simply unworthy of it. At this moment, there was no recourse but to engage. The months of diligent training had imbued Smoker with the confidence that he had nearly caught up to Vane's prowess. Therefore, the white mist ejector. The smoke beneath Smoker's feet surged forth with renewed vigor as he swiftly drew his military baton from behind him and charged fiercely towards the purple giant. Let me be the one to put an end to your malevolence. With a twitch at the corner of his eye, Vane thought to himself. So you believe you can prevail, do you? Yamato, you may strike him now. Oh, I can hardly contain my excitement, exclaimed Yamato, brandishing the spiked club in his hand. Meanwhile, Smoker, witnessing the scene, immediately erupted in anger. How dare you hide behind a woman? Vane, do you not feel the slightest shame? However, before he could finish his retort, a formidable spiked club, imbued with a fierce purple lightning and an overwhelming pressure, appeared before him. How could it be so swift? Bang! The attack, enhanced with hockey, propelled Smoker like a cannonball, crashing him directly into the ship's cabin, leaving an indentation in his body that he could not extricate himself from. When he reopened his eyes, he was greeted by the lewd expression of the elder Kizaru, the boisterous laughter of the elder Garp, and a face of disdain from Tina. Damn it, Smoker muttered, one hand clutching his forehead while the other brandished his military baton toward the heavens. Pirates, I shall eradicate every last one of them. The sheer number is overwhelming. Vane cast a glance upon the expanse of the sea below. The pirate crew under Whitebeard had retreated, leaving countless pirates weeping as they gazed longingly at Whitebeard on Jinyu Island. Soon after, a fleet of over a dozen formidable ships belonging to the beast pirates pursued relentlessly. In the distance lay the Navy, alongside Big Mom and various factions harboring ulterior motives. Ultimately, the fate of this encounter rested upon the shoulders of these two men. Vane murmured, Will we win, Teacher Kai? Vane, that old man is truly formidable, nearly as strong as that scoundrel Kaido, Yamato remarked, seated cross-legged upon the shoulder of the purple giant, pointing towards the old man with white hair. Indeed, I wonder if we can ever reach such heights in the future. Of course, Yamato replied, her face radiating confidence as she tilted her head back and grinned. We can surely do it. Vane, we will definitely send that scoundrel Kaido flying. Never forget, we are the strongest duo. On Jinyu Island, the final showdown commenced. Newgate. The dragon roared as the earth trembled beneath him. The battle between the mightiest had reached its zenith. Whitebeard's countenance darkened, exuding a terrifying aura that surged to unprecedented heights. The aged lion summoned his indomitable will to confront the challenge posed by the new generation of kings. Ha ha ha. Kaido, you little brat. Quite impressive. You've emerged from behind Big Mom's shadow. But remember, I am Whitebeard. If you wish to tread upon my corpse to claim the title of king, then come at me with all you've got. Exactly. Howls of laughter erupted. This was a fierce clash between the rulers of the old era and those of the new. Only death could bring a definitive conclusion. Crackling black and red lightning entwined around the two figures, their overwhelming conqueror's hockey soaring skyward, instantly crushing all in its path. The wind pressure, imbued with their formidable presence, nearly enveloped the entire sea. Almost everyone raised their arms defensively, attempting to shield themselves from the terrifying onslaught. Even from a great distance, many found their legs weakening, collapsing onto the deck, their eyes glazed over in a stupor. What a joke. Have these two truly reached such a level? Auntie Lean's eyes twitched, her heart shaken to the core. How terrifying, Kizaru remarked in a playful tone. Yet a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. What astounding bastards they are. Haha. The old hero Garp's gaze was piercing. Weian said to Yamato, Yamato, pay close attention and do not blink. It is a rare opportunity to witness the battle between such formidable warriors up close. Oh, Yamato nodded, but then, with a hint of confusion, inquired, but if I do not blink, won't my eyes become dry? Wayne could not help but tug at the corner of his mouth. Not at all. Is that truly the case? Wayne, you are remarkable. The admiration in Yamato's eyes was palpable. Upon hearing this, Wayne sighed softly. He realized that while Yamato merely needed to foolishly challenge Teacher Kai each day, he had to consider far more due to his ignorance. Yet, there was no point in dwelling on it. They were about to begin. Below, Whitebeard planted his enormous bicento firmly beside him, stabilizing his stance with slightly bent arms before unleashing a powerful punch. The air was instantly torn apart, transforming into a web of cracks. In the next moment, the shockwave surged and rolled forth. The ground beneath the Dragon Man suddenly collapsed and deformed as countless stones were severed. They then surged from all directions, crashing down as if to bury the Dragon Man alive. Boom! Accompanied by a maniacal laugh, the fierce Dragon Man leaped into the air, surrounded by purple lightning, shattering all the stones in his path. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The Dragon Man swung his spiked club, black and red lightning swirling around it, swiftly charging towards Whitebeard. An overwhelming aura erupting forth. Quakebreaker. Whitebeard did not wield his sword. Instead, his right fist suddenly turned dark as he met the Dragon Man's spiked club with a ferocious punch. Bang! Their attacks collided violently, causing the ground beneath them to fracture rapidly. The shockwave pierced the sky, tearing it open once more. Yeah, Kaido's eyes glinted with malice. After a thunderous roar, he unleashed his strength, the spiked club hurtling forward with unstoppable force. Whitebeard's pupils contracted instinctively, and he reached out with his other hand to block, but was struck squarely in the chest by the club, his body flying backward like a meteor. Go die, old man. Kaido cackled maniacally as lightning descended from the heavens. His form rapidly transformed mid-air into a colossal azure dragon, spinning with ferocity. The surrounding air spiraled into a frenzied tornado, generating countless powerful wind blades that shot forth. The wind blades, infused with his fierce aura, sliced through the air unerringly, racing towards Whitebeard with a cacophony of slicing sounds. In an instant, smoke enveloped the battlefield, saturated with overwhelming aura. Suddenly, Whitebeard emerged from the haze, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, a testament to the might of Kaido's strike. Nevertheless, his speed did not wane. He swung his massive sword with abandon, dispersing 2 incoming wind blades. Then, he stepped forward, wielding his enormous bicento, and struck down fiercely toward the azure dragon. Quakeblade. This strike bore the power of the tremor fruit, warping the very air around it. Flame breath. The azure dragon twisted its body, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed Whitebeard. Old Dad. The members of the Whitebeard pirates knelt in tears. He was sacrificing his life to buy them time to retreat. Captain Marco, issue the command. On board the Pequod. Blackbeard Teach returned to the deck and shouted to Marco above, We, the sons, must not defy our father's legacy. Teach spoke with heartfelt sincerity, shedding a few tears. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, observing the movements among the various factions around him, fearful of an unforeseen skirmish. It would be foolish to remain idle, as one could easily find themselves embroiled in a chaotic melee. Has it truly reached such a critical juncture? Marco gazed anxiously at the distant battlefield. Presently, Father S.'s situation was exceedingly precarious. That scoundrel Kaido was akin to an invincible beast. A torrent of thoughts surged through Marco's mind, his expression tinged with bitterness. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath and called out emphatically to the remaining captains and crew, execute the captain's orders to retreat. In the skies above, a boisterous laugh echoed. Ahaha, how exhilarating this is. If this news were to grace the front page, the world would go mad upon reading it. A whimsical hot air balloon, adorned with a comical bird's head, floated toward the purple giant, with a birdman atop it, excitedly flailing his arms. Vane turned his head and, with an odd expression, uttered, Oh, isn't this big news, Morgans? The last piece of news you spread was nothing short of deceptive publicity. And I have yet to settle the score with you. To my surprise, you dare to show your face here. Ah, dear Vane, your words wound me. The reason I Morgans have managed to navigate the new world is precisely due to my impeccable news reporting. He chuckled. The hot air balloon hung suspended in the sky as Morgans bowed respectfully to Vane, performing a gentlemanly gesture. This was not only a sign of respect for the formidable figures of the New World, but also a gesture of deference towards the next high-ranking officer of the Beast Pirates. He then cast an intrigued glance at Yamato, who sat upon the shoulder of the purple giant, his expression becoming animated. I had the fortune to meet this beautiful princess during my previous visit to Kaido. He recognized Yamato. So, dear Vane, are you two in a relationship? Upon hearing the question from the Birdman, Yamato instinctively began to respond. We are just. Do not engage with him, Yamato. He is a very wicked person. Vane immediately interjected, Oh. Yamato obediently replied, ceasing to engage with Morgans. After all, Vane was her sole true friend. Subsequently, Vane, with a tone laced with indignation, exclaimed at Morgans, How many times must I reiterate? Do you comprehend the essence of pure friendship? Ah, do not rush, do not rush. I understand, I understand. Morgans waved his hands dismissively, yet a sly grin crept upon his lips. By the way, Vane, you ought to express gratitude towards me. Gratitude? Vane nearly burst into laughter out of exasperation. You portray me as a villain of the highest order, and I should thank you? Ahaha. Vane, might you be a pirate who prefers to keep a low profile? Quite rare indeed. At this remark, Vane was momentarily taken aback before enlightenment struck. Indeed, he was a pirate now, synonymous with malevolence. Thus, the former image of a righteous Navy officer, vehemently opposing evil, ought to be cast aside. Well, I shall not dwell on such matters, he concluded. However, you are rather dedicated, daring to approach so closely without fear for your life? Even Vane could sense an intangible pressure in the air, let alone the feeble Morgans. Ah, a mere life. How can it compare to the monumental news that will shake the world? Morgan's countenance radiated madness, as if he was willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of sensational news. Grasping his bird-like wings, he threw back his head and laughed heartily. That is my ultimate dream. Is that so? Truly exhilarating, Vane remarked in admiration. Yet, the avian figure gazed down at the fierce battle unfolding below, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Those two are my old friends. I truly do not wish to see either of them lose. Vane raised an eyebrow. Perhaps the one who would revel the most would be you, right? Vane, dear fellow, please refrain from voicing the true thoughts of others, Morgan said somewhat irritably. However, to speak candidly, Vane, I still hold greater faith in your leader, Kaido. On Giant Island, a resounding boom echoed. Once again, a fierce clash of flames and shockwaves ensued. The waters surrounding the island were violently torn apart, triggering a seismic event of the highest magnitude, almost piercing the heavens and earth, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent. At the heart of the colossal Giant Island, a profound chasm had opened, splitting the land and forming a gaping void. In his fearsome form, the dragon man Kaido ascended into the sky, wielding his spiked club, from which dark red lightning surged like a dragon in fury, his overwhelming might rendering the very air suffocating. The conqueror's haki, armament haki, and devil fruit abilities were pushed to their utmost limits. Newgate, I shall construct the most magnificent tomb for you. From the swirling stormy clouds, several thick bolts of white lightning descended, enveloping Kaido and coalescing upon his spiked club, forming a series of distorted inscriptions. This strike was as thunderous as it was swift, a force of nature itself. With Conqueror's haki entwined, Vane narrowed his gaze, urging Yamato to observe and learn intently. Yamato, already spellbound, had not even blinked, witnessing Kaido's technique that appeared overwhelmingly powerful, yet in reality was anything but weak. Vane's eyes twitched at the utter lack of culture. It was truly alarming. Your words were as good as unspoken. Meanwhile, Whitebeard gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, a crimson glow suddenly enveloping his blade. Beyond this red radiance, a circular, transparent wave of vibration emerged. The technique of shockwave release. Boom. The Gaiety Wolf Fong and the Tsongyun cutter collided instantaneously. To be precise, they clashed at the moment just before contact, as the two weapons engaged from a distance. In the center, a sphere of formidable energy formed a black luminescence, from which countless black and red bolts of lightning erupted. The storm raged, and the earth roared. The recently sealed sky split open. Newgate Kaido, both individuals endured indescribable pain. The intensity of their battle left even these monstrous beings utterly exhausted. At that moment, a flash streaked across the sky, and a gentle drizzle began to fall, as if mourning for the inevitable losers of this grand war. The sharp pain in Whitebeard's hand gradually faded, and his thoughts drifted, transporting him back to decades past. To a sunlit afternoon. Hey, Newgate, it's truly strange. You have no interest in treasure or women. What, pray tell, drives you to sail the seas? Indeed. You're not fond of men, are you? Haha. The aged Whitebeard seemed to see a golden-haired youth leaning against a small boat, a reflection of his younger self. He heard his younger self speak slowly, with a calm, yet resolute tone, revealing the answer. Family. Time appeared to slow to a crawl, and he witnessed the flow of moments flashing by like a revolving lantern. His first joining of a pirate crew, the first drink shared with Roger, the first encounter with Marco. Then came countless warm memories spent with family, vivid and clear. Hey, Newgate, do you wish to know? That great treasure. Roger, that scoundrel, flaunted it before me. If you want to know, I can tell you. Listen closely, the great treasure is. No, Roger. I have already found my great treasure. Marco, Jozu, scored Vista. One by one, the members of the Whitebeard pirates approached him, calling out his name. What a long journey it has been. Opposite him, Kaido's eyes glimmered with ferocity. Voices transcended the barriers of time and space, reaching his ears. This lad is the strongest warrior of vodka, and he is just 10. If nurtured, he could rival an admiral of the Navy. Yes, hand him over to us. And your vodka kingdom will qualify for the next World Conference. In the Grand Palace, at the foot of the steps, stood a boy, bound tightly by chains. His face etched with intense hatred. Release me. I am not your bargaining chip. I am a living being. I am a warrior of this nation. I have vanquished all the rebels for you. The boy roared, but was met only with a multitude of frigid gazes. No, you bastards. You all deserve to die? On the escort ship, flames blazed fiercely, the air thick with a foul stench of blood. I am Kaido. I shall personally plunder everything. Figures darted past, some extending a hand towards him, while others hurled insults. Ha ha ha, how easily fooled these brutes are. Hey, how can you still stand? Don't kill me. Damn monster. Die. Kaido, to challenge me, you are still 800 years too early. Hey, can you speak? Mother, what a stubborn youth. Listen well, I am Ling Ling, destined to become the queen of the seas. Mr. Kaido, if it's you, then Joy Boy should not appear. Kaido, let us collaborate. If we join forces, then this nation. Teacher Kaido, will you prevail? Scenes unfolded and froze in that moment, captured on the night spent drinking with the lad, Wayne. Is this how my life is meant to be? TCH, this world is filled with scoundrels, truly as lonely as snow. With his thoughts collected, Kaido grinned sinisterly, his roar echoing across the sky and sea. The weight of the spiked club in his hand grew heavier, nearly suffocating Whitebeard beneath its heft. Gagagagaga. Kid, watch closely. I will win. Great Thunderbagwa. Ultimately, Kaido, dragging his injured body, struck down fiercely, landing a solid blow upon Whitebeard's chest, sending him crashing deep into the earth. Boom. An unprecedentedly colossal sound of impact reverberated. The entire sea began to tremble. Did I win? Everyone held their breath, keen to miss not a single detail. Following this clash, victory appeared to be decided in the hearts of all. Kaido was on the verge of triumph. Champagne could already be popped in celebration. On the battlefield, the Dragon Man soared into the skies, transforming into a magnificent azure dragon, swirling amidst blazing magma that flowed across his form. A fierce fire dragon, consumed in flames, emerged in midair, glaring down at the unknown fate of Whitebeard in the deep pit below. This is it. Whitebeard. Fire dragon torch. Below, bloodied and battered. Whitebeard let out a deep battle roar, a colossal transparent dome enveloping his fist, as he summoned every last ounce of strength towards the heavens. Kaido. You think you know who I am? I am Whitebeard. Mother, both of them are at their limits. Charlotte Lingling stood at the bow of the ship, her laughter echoing wildly, her eyes betraying a hint of madness, with a faint crimson glimmer flickering in her pupils. Indeed, they are two unequivocal monsters, remarked Kizaru, his voice deep, beads of moisture trickling down his forehead, whether rain or sweat was uncertain. The new flavor of Sunbae is quite delightful. Garp munched on the snack. Seemingly indifferent to the battle unfolding before him, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the conflict. Father. The members of the Whitebeard pirates wept bitterly as they fled the waters. Meanwhile, on the Beast Pirates' side, Daifugo excitedly narrated, Look, the Azure Dragon is about to exit the stage, and next up is the Flame Beast of the Beast Pirates. Witnessing such a battle fills me with immense exhilaration. Lord Kaido, go forth. Eliminate Whitebeard. Deep beneath the sea, Jack, though utterly drained, beheld through the murky waters the fire dragon illuminating the depths. Is this the pinnacle of youth ablaze, Lord Kaido? High above, Wayne's gaze was intense. Go for it, Teacher Kai. The fire dragon roared. The searing flames wreaking havoc upon the air. Rising dragon. Flame 8 trigrams. The head of the fire dragon was enveloped in Conqueror's haki, diving down with ferocious momentum, producing sharp sonic booms. Sea quake. Whitebeard's expression remained stoic, as if he had already foreseen his fate. In the next instant, a tumultuous clash of attacks erupted, unleashing a tempest imbued with Conqueror's haki, which formed several towering tornadoes across the surrounding sea. Boom. Whitebeard's pupils constricted as the world before him was engulfed in brilliant flames, his vitality swiftly fading under the intense impact. Roger, I have lost to that wretched brat Kaido. You shall mock me for this, won't you? It matters not. My journey has reached its conclusion. Ultimately, this is how the sea quake should be wielded. In that fleeting moment, everyone felt a violent tremor on the surface of the sea, as though Whitebeard's strike had impacted the waters themselves. Wayne's expression shifted. What is this? The others shared his confusion. But in the next heartbeat, a resounding crash of surging currents echoed. The ocean seemed to be cleaved apart, revealing the seabed below. Instantly, the severed waters surged upwards like blocks, heralding the arrival of the sea quake. Remarkably, this body of water began to split into several sections due to the quake's influence. In the distance, a profound trench formed between the ships of the Whitebeard pirates and those of other factions. At this moment, all understood. Whitebeard's strike had not been a full-on confrontation with Kaido. Rather, he had realized his inability to prevail. Thus, he utilized the powers of the Tremor fruit to invoke a sea quake, buying time for his crew to escape. The final blow, was it still for these sons? Carp gazed at the scene, murmuring, "What an unlikable yet endearing man." "Father." Marco and his crew cried out in anguish. Blackbeard Teach kicked the helmsman over and personally took the wheel, eager to escape this place of turmoil, the ship's helm twisting in his hands, leaving a blur in its wake. In the sky, a block of seawater surged skyward, threatening to engulf the purple giant and the nearby hot air balloon. It was seawater. The waves were about to collide. "Brother Wayne, save me." Morgans flapped his wings in terror. Interestingly, although he was a user of the bird fruit, albatross form, he could not fly. Meanwhile, the purple giant remained motionless, suddenly drawing forth the Buddhisol tightly gripped by a monstrous hand on his back. The blade, entwined with purplish flames and lightning, was then swung with great force. Thunderfire blade. With a whoosh, the magnificent wave of the strike cleaved the oncoming seawater in two, transforming it into countless droplets that cascaded down. Truly impressive, Brother Wayne, Morgans marveled. Not only did he possess monstrous abilities, but he also had a mentor like Kaido. And most importantly, he was so young. It seemed that Wayne would indeed become Kaido's successor. Morgans then glanced down again. The island of Jinyu had completely sunk into the sea amidst the earth-shattering battle of the two. The azure dragon, covered in grotesque wounds, hovered in the air. Before him lay a pile of stones formed from smoke and clouds, upon which Whitebeard stood, drenched in blood, still gripping the Tori Nomi. This man stood unwavering until his last breath. The dragon man gasped weakly, neither concerned with the other predatory forces nor reveling in victory with arrogant laughter. He simply gazed at the man before him, his expression a tapestry of complex thoughts. Thus, the conflict between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates came to a close. The clash of the strongest had finally reached its conclusion. After this battle, the Whitebeard Pirates, long revered and unified as the strongest pirate crew in the New World, had been dethroned. In their place rose the Beast Pirates, synonymous with violence, chaos, and malevolence. The landscape of the New World would undoubtedly undergo a dramatic transformation due to this battle. The hero Wayne's, alas, this old bastard Whitebeard. Morgan's eyes twitched, his pupils glistening with moisture. When remarked softly, "I never would have imagined that you, the Dark Emperor of the Underworld, could shed tears." Morgan's. Perhaps I should have donned a pair of sunglasses. Is this what camaraderie among scoundrels looks like? Vane silently mused, how tedious. I yearn to witness a river of blood. Subsequently, the colossal figure, draped in shades of violet, cast his gaze towards the fleeing members of the Whitebeard Pirates, who were weeping profusely as they hastily retreated. With a voice that resonated for all to hear, he proclaimed, "I never granted you permission to depart. Marco, I did not say you could leave." The words of Wayne resonated in the ears of all present, creating a moment of tumult. The members of the Beast Pirates brandished their weapons, shouting fervently, "Indeed, Wano Country is not a place one can simply visit at will. Brother Wayne is right. Let us eliminate them. Those detestable Whitebeard pirates. I shall take matters into my own hands. Meanwhile, Teach aboard the Moby Dick was drenched in sweat upon hearing Wayne's proclamation. Damn it. Isn't Whitebeard supposed to be the strongest man? How could he lose to Kaido? My plans have been utterly ruined. In the air, Marco transformed into a phoenix, enveloped in blue flames, his eyes filled with resentment towards Wayne. Claro remains in that scoundrel's grasp. Though he yearned to eliminate Wayne and Kaido to avenge his father and fallen comrades, this hard-won opportunity for retreat had been secured by his father's sacrifice. Captain Marco, let us fight them. I must avenge our father. Woo-woo. Yes, we cannot concede defeat. A resolute expression adorned Marco's face. With their father gone, he must carry forward the legacy of his will. Everyone, obey the command and retreat. Upon hearing this, all pirates resumed their respective roles in the retreat. Hey Wayne, perhaps it's time to ease off? After all, the beast pirates no longer pose a significant threat. Morgans attempted to play the peacemaker. How about doing me a favor? Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. Have you also consumed the fruit of face? That cannot be, unless you sever an arm. Just then. Before Wayne could issue the command to pursue, two formidable figures surged forth, racing towards the direction of Genie Island, one after the other, as Wayne gazed into the distance. His pupils dilated in astonishment. Aunt Lingling, clad in an oversized pink infantile outfit and possessing a rather rotund figure, was soaring toward him on a cloud. Following closely behind her was the illustrious Admiral Kizaru, transformed into a streak of yellow light. He nearly forgot about these formidable individuals. In the high sky, Teacher Kai also slightly lifted his gaze, observing the arrival of the two. Well done, Mama. Kaido, you actually managed to eliminate that old scoundrel. A distinctive, sinister chuckle resonated. And for the first time, Wayne beheld the world's strongest woman. She exuded a remarkable personality. Lingling, you truly have come to court death, despite her grievous injuries. Teacher Kai refused to yield an inch, his tone laced with mockery. Still as unappealing as ever, Kaido. Are you not afraid that I might slay you right now? Charlotte Lingling smirked menacingly. If you dare, then give it a try, old hack, Teacher Kai retorted, preparing to engage in a customary greeting unique to the powerful with Aunt Lingling. Ahem. Kizaru, who had been watching the sibling drama unfold, awkwardly cleared his throat. After all, he was still present as an admiral of the Navy. Oh, you must be Admiral Kizaru, then? I wonder what brings you Navy folk here. Are you planning to annihilate us all? Charlotte Lingling licked her lips with keen interest. In truth, she rather hoped the Navy intended to eradicate them, for that would leave her brother Kaido with no reason to refuse her collaboration. It truly was a vexing situation. Kizaru sighed, rubbing his temples. And after casting a peculiar glance at Wayne, he spoke softly. While apprehending you is indeed the Navy's duty, given the chaos that has unfolded in the New World, things are already quite tumultuous. Perhaps we would prefer to bring this matter to a close, though it remains uncertain what your intentions are. Vayne gazed at the esteemed Admiral Kizaru. Do you desire some semblance of dignity as well? My, the Navy is indeed peculiar. At times, you seem eager to eradicate every pirate, yet at others, you chant about balance, negotiating with pirates, and even bowing to them. Is that not so? Navy? Charlotte Lingling boldly proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Kizaru remained unfazed, for he adhered to a doctrine of ambiguous justice. Moreover, one of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's directives was unequivocal: never allow Kaido and Charlotte Lingling to form an alliance. Say what you will. Such an irksome fellow. Charlotte Lingling huffed disdainfully. She then cast a distant glance at the battleship where Garp was seated. It appeared today would yield no fruitful results. Whether it be slaying Kaido or engaging in conflict with the Navy, both paths would lead her into a disadvantageous predicament. However, Charlotte Lingling suddenly took note of the towering figure of Vayne. Are you of a unique lineage, Vayne? Upon hearing this, Morgans erupted into hearty laughter. Lin, you still have an interest in gathering individuals of diverse races. Indeed, Lin and Morgans, you are ever present. Vayne fervently shook his head. I am merely an ordinary person. What jest is this? Why am I being drawn into this absurdity? Is it that Aunt Lingling has set her sights on me? That is of little significance. Do you know that Smoker, upon returning home, wept and insisted on marrying you? How about it, Vayne? Become this lady's son-in-law. Aunt Lingling extended an olive branch. What? Weeping and insisting? That aloof individual? Who would believe such a tale? Just as Wayne was about to refuse, Yamato roared first. What are you saying? I am the one who is going to marry Wayne. Charlotte Lingling's gaze suddenly turned icy, her eyes widening as she glared at Yamato. With horns reminiscent of Kaido's, a spiked club in hand, and a similarly reckless temperament. Humph, Kaido, is this not your daughter? Ho ho ho. Indeed, Granny Lingling. It seems your daughter possesses not an ounce of charm. Kaido's words were equally venomous. At that moment, Morgans interjected, I say, you too. This is hardly the time to compete for a son-in-law. As their conversation unfolded, skirmishes among various faction ships erupted in the waters below. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's pirate fleet was hastily retreating. Hey, Wayne, you mustn't agree to that old woman's demands. Yamato expressed her fears of losing Wayne, her only friend in this world. Rest assured, Yamato, I shall uphold my promise to you. Do not forget, I could never exploit a girl's feelings. With a wide grin, Wayne remarked, there are urgent matters today. And I've managed to produce 2 chapters, albeit brief. My apologies. He continued, tomorrow, I will need to take a day off due to pressing engagements. Finally, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for the gifts. Your support is truly appreciated. Is that so? Day exclaimed with excitement, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. As he raised his small fist toward Aunt Lingling, as if to declare his position. Humph, this little rascal is just as bothersome as you, Kaido. Charlotte Lingling said ominously. However, she added, savor your victory, my foolish brother. She then turned her gaze to Wayne, stating, and to those 2 little rascals, I warmly welcome you to my nation. Upon hearing this, Wayne nodded earnestly. Next time for sure, Aunt Lingling. What a wasted trip. Charlotte Lingling snorted before turning on her cloud and descending onto the singing ship. At that moment, she noticed the fishmen, led by Jimbei, hastily fleeing from the waters below. A glimmer of greed flickered in her eyes. Are they from Fishman Island? How intriguing. Mother, shall we return directly? Asked the long-tongued Parasparrow, who had stepped forward. With Katakuri left behind to guard their stronghold, he was now the first mate aboard the ship. Mama, it's terribly dull here. Let us head back. Following her command, the singing ship began to pivot, steering towards the outskirts. On the deck, the tall Smuggy gazed coldly at the distant purple giant in the sky. Wayne, one day, you shall become my husband. As the Charlotte family made their way back, Kazara did not linger. He cast a meaningful glance at Wayne and the striking white-haired beauty on his shoulder before returning to his warship, resuming his journey back to Marineford to report. Morgans exclaimed with glee, haha, congratulations, Kaido. You have defeated Whitebeard and have truly become the strongest man. I shall feature this on the front page. Do as you wish. You foul bird. Kaido seemed displeased, casting a glance at the retreating factions below, before sweeping his tail and soaring towards Onigashima, carrying the massive stone that bore Whitebeard's corpse. Ah, is it because Newgate didn't exert his full strength in the inn that you're upset? Morgan shook his head and turned to Wayne. Well, I suppose I must continue to interview you. Why should I consent to your interview? Wayne arched an eyebrow, knowing well that this fellow was a ruthless journalist. Yet, in the next moment, Morgans suddenly produced a golden card from his pocket, shimmering dazzlingly in the sunlight. Wayne, my friend, here is a small gift for you, a super VIP card for Joy Street. In the underground realm, one can freely indulge in all services offered at Joy Street. This vibrant avenue is established by one of the dark emperors of the underground world, known as the Queen of Joy, Stussy. However, this locale serves as a facade for Stussy to gather intelligence and infiltrate various factions. Her true identity is that of a clone under the command of the formidable Baroque Works. Wayne fixed his gaze upon the gleaming VIP card, adopting a serious demeanor as he declared, "What do you take me for?" Yet, as he spoke, he swiftly extended a formidable hand, seizing the golden card. Was it merely an interview to celebrate the victors? Ask away. One must commend the King of News for his astute judgment. Hiki, Morgan smirked. Let us commence. Mr. Wayne, as the orchestrator of this conflict, what factors do you believe contributed to the outbreak of this war? The first question was indeed quite challenging. There was little to articulate. My mentor, Kaido, is unrivaled in the world, and our beast pirates have endured Whitebeard's presence for far too long. The title of the world's strongest pirate crew rightfully belongs to us. Should anyone dispute this, prepare your necks for a visit to Wano. Wayne was exceedingly arrogant. Oh, and that individual named Shanks, I've heard whispers of your recent exploits. Listen well, do not allow the beast pirates to capture you, or you shall lose your other arm as well. Morgans chuckled awkwardly. How could this man become so irritable upon receiving an interview? Moreover, Wayne must be referring to the Shanks of the red-haired pirates, who seems to be quite the formidable entity himself. Now, for the next inquiry. Why did you decline Charlotte Lean's alluring offer? The conditions she presented were rather enticing, were they not? Veen promptly replied. Do you comprehend the importance of respecting teachers and honoring the path of learning? Teacher Kai is not only my esteemed leader, but also my most cherished instructor. Therefore, I would never betray the beast pirates. Upon hearing this, Morgans exhibited a peculiar expression. Why would he assert he would not betray the beast pirates rather than Kaido himself? I see, young Veen. Subsequently, Morgans posed several additional inquiries, including the recruitment criteria of the beast pirates, the future development plans of the crew, and Veen's evaluations of various significant factions. Veen's responses were as audacious as they were brash. It is likely that following the publication of this report, countless pirates from around the world would flock to challenge the beast pirates. Well then, let us stay in touch, young Veen, Morgan said. Exhilarated to have acquired the news he sought, he seemed eager to rush off and write, bidding a hasty farewell. Before departing, he also left behind a communication snail for Veen. After Morgan's departure, Veen, along with the members of the beast pirates, began to tidy up the aftermath. Keeney Island had been utterly obliterated. The island where Uncle Gene and Uncle Quinn had battled lay nearly flattened. Moreover, dozens of smaller islands, burned to ashes by the pirates under Whitebeard's command, had also been devastated. It could be said that the most significant losses for the beast pirates were these surrounding smaller islands. However, given the magnitude of their victory, such losses seemed trivial. Ween smiled. In this manner, he not only accomplished the task set forth by the warlord of the warring states with perfection, but he also stood a significant chance of becoming a prominent figure, infiltrating the true upper echelons of the beast pirates. It was a resounding win-win situation. Below, aboard a pirate ship, Jack was being fished out of the water. Jack, pull yourself together. It's going to be all right. Leo and several ship doctors were anxiously assessing his injuries. His ribs were completely shattered, his thighs suffered a catastrophic fracture, and nearly all his bones, including his clavicle, arms, and scapula, were in ruins. The blood loss had surpassed twice the lethal threshold. His breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, and his heart was on the verge of cessation. Yet, it's going to be all right, Jack. Beside them, Princess Mancheri was preparing to use her healing fruit abilities for urgent treatment on Jack. Upon hearing Leo's frantic cries, her expression darkened, and she shouted, "Stop yelling, Leo. The patient requires a serene environment for healing." Confronted by the fearsome Princess Mancheri, Leo fell silent, though he silently prayed for Jack. Despite Jack's irritable temperament, lack of intellect, feeble abilities, unappealing appearance, ignorance, and perpetual arrogance, he must not perish. I'm back, man. What can I say? The battle has concluded. The Grand War has finally drawn to a close. However, the repercussions of this conflict began to spread across the globe, facilitated by the distribution of newspapers. On the Red Line, in the holy land of Mariewa, within the realm of power, 5 elderly men sat upon sofas, each in varying postures. They were the 5 elders, custodians of the world's highest authority. The bald elder, wielding a renowned sword, the financial martial god Saint Nasashir, spoke first. I did not anticipate this commotion. Whitebeard has truly been slain by Kaido. His tone was cold, unmistakably laced with displeasure. The death of Whitebeard signified the impending disruption of balance, heralding significant changes in the dynamics of the new world, an outcome the 5 elders were loath to witness. Smack. The elder in a black hat, with curly hair, the scientific defense martial god Saint Satan, slammed a rolled-up newspaper onto the table. The headline detailed the incident extensively, boldly proclaiming the ambitions of the beast pirates, alongside a photograph capturing the clash between Whitebeard and Kaido, with even the observing purple giant featured. This was a perilous scoop obtained by Morgans. In truth, more than Kaido, I am far more concerned about this individual, Bruce Ween. Saint Satan remarked expressionlessly. This fellow was formerly a Navy officer, having defected from Marineford a few months ago to join the Beast Pirates. Recently, he even planted the Beast Pirate flag in Dressrosa. This is utterly nonsensical, exclaimed the bearded environmental martial deity, Mazu Sheng, his voice tinged with anger. He appeared to be merely in his 20s, if the newspapers were to be believed. He possessed the potential to become a formidable general. What in the world is happening during this warring states period? Such combat prowess ought to belong to the world government. Yet, he has chosen to align himself with the Beast Pirates. If left unchecked, he could very well evolve into a troublesome figure akin to Kaido. The Beast Pirates might even transform into a dual emperor crew. Lamenting over past events is futile. The pressing concern now is how to address this situation. Calmly, the rotund legal martial deity, Bachali Sheng, remarked, let us first discuss the beast pirates. An increase in their bounty is inevitable. Their existence poses a grave threat to both the world government and the celestial dragons. It is no jest. Today they dare to confront Whitebeard, and tomorrow they may challenge Marineford, or perhaps even venture to attack Mariewa. Moreover, unlike Whitebeard, who merely played at piracy, Kaido harbors grand ambitions. Indeed, nodded Satan Shing, acknowledging the necessity of curbing his arrogance. The others concurred with silent agreement. Nasu Shura Shing continued. I propose we recruit Vayne and appoint him as a warlord of the sea. A warlord of the sea? Satan Shing expressed surprise at the notion of inviting a high-ranking member from a pirate crew into such a position. What of it? Nasu Shura Shing scoffed. Let us not forget his past as a navy man. He should be well aware of the privileges associated with being a warlord. Moreover, the very purpose of the warlords is to balance the might of other great pirates, is it not? He has indeed eliminated Don Quixote da Flamingo, which has inadvertently aided us. If we could use him to split the beast pirates apart, that would be even better. Thus, I have no objections to the recruitment of Vayne as a warlord. Vachali Shung was the first to express his agreement. After a moment of contemplation, the remaining members nodded in consensus. Let us proceed with this plan. First, we shall establish the bounty, and then dispatch CP0 to Wano Country to discreetly contact Bruce Vayne. The following morning, the monumental news that transpired in the waters of Wano Country was disseminated by the newspaper, Seagull, reaching every corner of the globe. Along with it came the bounty for the beast pirates. In Wano Country, at the palace of Onigashima. In Wayne's chamber, Wayne was soundly asleep, utterly fatigued from yesterday's battles. Just as he began to dream of vanquishing Kaido and returning home as a celebrated naval hero, a crisp female voice suddenly pierced through his slumber, calling his name with fervor. Hey, Wayne, it's time to rise. The sun is already high in the sky. Wayne groggily opened his eyes. A youthful and delicate visage of a girl appeared before him, with sunlight streaming from behind her, enveloping her in a radiant halo. At that moment, Wayne felt somewhat dazed. Could it be an angel? He chuckled softly, realizing how foolish his thoughts were. It was Day. Day flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Oh, when suddenly awoke from his reverie. Upon closer inspection, the essence of D was nearly consuming half of his field of vision. Indeed, it was the Grand Yamato. However, seeing is not always believing. Some truths remain elusive until one engages with them directly. Wait, what am I rambling about? Vayne swiftly cast aside her distracting thoughts. Looking at Yamato, despite having endured such a fierce battle yesterday, he still exudes such vitality today. This fellow is truly a marvel. And did I not mention? Yamato, you must knock before entering my room. Wayne raked his fingers through his tousled hair. I am aware, he replied. Which is why I entered from that direction. Day blinked in surprise and then gestured towards a window on the opposite side, through which a substantial hole had been shattered, allowing gusts of frigid air to sweep inside. Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth, a surge of nameless anger rising within him, yet finding no outlet. All right, Wayne, take a look at this. Day exclaimed as he retrieved a warm newspaper from his chest and thrust it into Wayne's hands. I found this morning. Your name is on it. Is the newspaper out so soon? Morgan's truly operates with remarkable efficiency. Wayne emerged from his cocoon of blankets and, in the presence of Yamato, donned his garments without the slightest hint of modesty. After all, they had already bared their souls to one another, and they were, indeed, comrades. Subsequently, Wayne unfurled the newspaper before him. The headline read, Astonishing, the clash of the world's most powerful men, and the victor is none other than him. What a masterful headline it was. The ensuing content, however, was rather acceptable, seemingly untouched by external influences, as it narrated the entire saga of the conflict with remarkable completeness. Of course, there were still traces of bias. For instance, it described how Wayne single-handedly triumphed over 10 adversaries, vanquishing several captains of the Whitebeard pirates and brutally slaying Jozu and Vista on the spot. It appeared that Morgan's was intentionally positioning Wayne as a burgeoning ally. The remaining details were not far from reality. Whitebeard and numerous high-ranking officers within his crew had perished, while the other crewmates had fled, their fates now unknown. Various factions were now coveting the territories once held by Whitebeard. The once mighty Whitebeard pirates had succumbed to desolation overnight. The report further indicated that the beast pirates were growing increasingly formidable, with Kaido now recognized as the most powerful maritime emperor in the New World. It seems that only 2 maritime emperors remain in this new world, does it not? Wayne remarked, however. The members of the Beast Pirates will undoubtedly descend into madness upon seeing this newspaper. For pirates, being recognized for their strength is a matter of immense pride. Thus, this newspaper serves as a certificate of honor. After perusing the content on the first page, Wayne flipped through and turned his gaze to the next page of the entertainment section. Yet, when he beheld the headline, his pupils constricted in astonishment. Pirate newcomer, Bruce Wayne. To become a son-in-law of the Beast Pirates? Wayne, the son-in-law of the Beast Pirates? What on earth? Wayne rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. However, upon closer inspection, his countenance swiftly transformed into one of dismay. According to credible sources, Bruce Wayne, known as the Fallen Navy, is currently in a romantic liaison with Kaido's daughter, and Kaido intends to groom him as a successor. Furthermore, in deference to Kaido's daughter, Wayne has declined the overtures of Charlotte Lin, vowing lifelong allegiance to Kaido. This is nothing but sheer slander. Wayne had begun to feel a flush of embarrassment. How should he explain this to Teacher Zephyr? Beside him, Yamato inquired with confusion, "What's wrong, Wayne?" "It's nothing." Wayne gritted his teeth and uttered, "Oh, and there's this." Yamato then produced a bounty notice from his chest and handed it to Wayne. Wayne cast a peculiar glance at Yamato's impressive and soft curves, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. Is this place a gateway to infinite possibilities? How is it that everything exists here? This bounty notice, of course, belongs to Wayne. Nevertheless, it matters little. Overthinking will only lead to unnecessary troubles. It is wise to keep things simple. Ultimately, fulfilling the role of a pirate can hardly be mistaken, especially since Admiral Sengoku's directive is to embody the essence of piracy. With such thoughts, Wayne felt a sense of lightness wash over him. Upon reviewing the bounty notice again, he found himself harboring a flicker of anticipation. I wonder how much the bounty will increase. Name, Bruce Wayne. Photo, JPG bounty, 800 million berries bounty level, life or death. Yamato, brimming with excitement, playfully tousled Wayne's neck. Hee, Wayne, your bounty is astonishingly high. I truly envy you. Envy? Surely, one would not regard this as a matter of pride? It appears that Yamato's understanding of piracy remains somewhat unclear. It might be prudent to find an opportunity to enlighten her. Meanwhile, with the mindset of a pirate, Wayne could not help but curl his lip in dissatisfaction. Only 800 million? Who does he think he is looking down upon? If the Revolutionary Army were to see this, they might believe we are worthless. Add another 100 million. By age, 1 million per year. I am 20 years old this year. Adding 2 billion. That would make it 8 billion. Wayne believed that he could bear this amount. Meanwhile, at Fishman Island, within Ryugu Palace, the Princess Otoheim expressed her astonishment. What? How could such a thing be possible? Just moments ago, Jibei had contacted them via Din Din Mushi to relay the news of the recently concluded battle in the waters of Wano. Whitebeard had perished, and the remaining pirate crews had lost their formidable presence. How infuriating! Without Whitebeard's protection, how can we defend ourselves against those who plot against Fishman Island? King Neptune of Fishman Island remarked with great ire. They had once believed that under Whitebeard's aegis, Fishman Island could finally evade the predations of those vile human traffickers and pirates. Yet now, Whitebeard was dead. Otoheim, the situation is dire. We must reinforce our defenses and halt the signing of that agreement for the time being, Neptune continued. A few months prior, Otoheim had embarked on a journey with a celestial dragon named Don Quixote Josgard, returning with a document bearing the signatures of the world nobles, agreeing to peaceful coexistence between fishmen and humans. Thus, she had been gathering the signatures of the island's residents. But Otoheim clutched the signed document, her voice heavy with concern, as this matter pertained to the future of Fishman Island and its people. In any case, let us pause for now. As you can see, it is not only humans who are unwilling to accept us, there are dissenting voices even among our own. Neptune shook his head. Among the fishmen, there existed radical factions, brainwashed by nefarious rhetoric, who believed that fishmen were the most noble race and the rightful rulers of the world. Because of these fishmen, Otoheim had faced significant obstacles while collecting signatures. After much contemplation, Otoheim reluctantly nodded, her eyes filled with worry. The future of Fishman Island was becoming increasingly opaque to her. In a certain sea area of the New World, the Moby Dick sailed upon the azure waters. The deck was crowded with pirates, their faces etched with despondence. Cursed be it. It is all my fault for being so weak. I could protect nothing. Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division and head cook, knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. Many pirates around him wept in sorrow. Whitebeard's death had dealt them a grievous blow. Marco stood at the bow, his expression impassive as he gazed into the distant sky. Enough. The Whitebeard pirates shall not perish like this. We must carry on our father's will and survive. Yes. Everyone trembled as they wiped away their tears, responding solemnly. Indeed, to defeat Kaido, to avenge our father, we must become stronger. Wouldn't you agree, Teach? Sachi vowed through gritted teeth. However, unlike usual, no one echoed his sentiments. Sachi turned his head in search, yet he could not find the jovial, rotund figure of Tiki, who was usually brimming with laughter. Where's Tiki? Captain Sachi inquired. Since yesterday, it seems we have not seen Tiki. A pirate stepped forward and stated. What? Sachi felt as if struck by lightning. An ominous thought crossed his mind as he spoke with a heavy tone. Could it be that he ventured alone to confront the beast pirates recklessly? How infuriating. That fool. Upon hearing these words, everyone was deeply moved. Tiki. He truly was a person of great loyalty and sentiment. On Onigashima, within Wayne's chamber. Thus, the bounty of Master Kaido is. Wayne rummaged through the newspaper. And on the last page, he discovered a bounty notice for Teacher Kaido. The governor of the beast pirates, Kaido, had a bounty of 5,457,000,000 berries. Dead or alive. For pirates across the globe, no one else's bounty surpassed that of Teacher Kaido. To call him the most nefarious pirate would be an understatement. That scoundrel Kaido. I shall one day send him flying. Yamato exclaimed furiously upon seeing Kaido's grim visage on the bounty notice. Very well, you certainly can. Wayne replied casually. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted. Instructor Wayne, have you gotten dressed? We're coming in. Runty and Pejuan entered the room. Upon seeing Yamato, Runty wore a playful expression and remarked, Instructor Wayne, are you two living together? Sure, don't say such things. Wayne waved his hands in protest. If Teacher Kaido hears this, he might slice me into 5 pieces. Brother Wayne, congratulations. Pejuan cheered joyfully behind Runty. The news of yesterday's fierce battle has spread throughout Onigashima. Apart from Lord Kaido, the one who contributed the most is none other than Brother Wayne. Truly, Brother Wayne, you have accomplished what we could not. Vayne merely chuckled softly, gently ruffling Peggy Wan's little head. Keep up the training, and you will surely grow strong, little Peggy. I understand, Brother Vayne. Peggy Wan replied, her excitement palpable as she nodded vigorously. At that moment, Day, filled with curiosity, inquired, Little Run, why are you both wrapped in so many bandages? Vayne had already taken note of the bruises on the siblings' faces and the various bandages adorning their bodies, which suggested they had recently endured a beating. He was somewhat aware of the reason behind their condition, for they were in the territory of the beast pirates, where there were neither laws nor order, only violence and chaos. It was commonplace for the strong to oppress the weak. If someone coveted your belongings or simply took a disliking to you, it would lead to immediate conflict. Such was the nature of the beast pirates. Furthermore, Run was a stubborn and proud little girl, inevitably clashing with other pirates. Nevertheless, these two had decent strength. Although they had not consumed devil fruits, they likely fared reasonably well in skirmishes against other pirates. Wayne could hardly be bothered with them. Sharon, who has beaten you to such a state? I shall go and give them a thrashing. Day inquired excitedly. It's nothing, just a few clowns. Sharon replied nonchalantly as she leaped onto the soft sofa. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of delight flickered in her eyes, barely perceptible. This did not escape Wayne's keen observation. Could it be that these two have genuinely become friends? In the original narrative, they certainly could not stand each other. After a moment of astonishment, Day's face suddenly lit up with an expression of realization, and he pointed a finger while exclaiming, Oh, by the way, I know a place that harbors something that can enhance one's strength. The three turned their gazes toward her. Vayne's gaze tightened. Is there something that can enhance one's strength? Perhaps a devil fruit? Soon, Yamato led several individuals into the jungle surrounding Onigashima. After a brief walk, they encountered a small fortress, constructed entirely of refined steel, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Moreover, several pirates clad in spiked leather stood guard around the fortress. Sister Yamato, that appears to be a place where Lord Kaido has expressly forbidden anyone from intruding, Pejuan whispered. It's fine, they won't see us, Yamato declared. Runty, they won't see us? After Yamato's statement, she proceeded forward. The guards, upon recognizing the newcomers, immediately feigned ignorance, whistling and gazing skyward. Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. Clearly this was a directive given by Teacher Kai. The three of them followed suit and walked over. A few guards were about to step forward to obstruct them, but upon recognizing Wayne, they discreetly retreated to the side. It was no joke. The newspapers had already declared Wayne as the betrothed of Lord Kaido, the heir to the beast pirates. Who would dare to block his path? They clearly had a death wish. Vayne paid no heed to their envious gazes and followed Yamato directly into the fortress. Upon entering, a brilliant light surged forth, momentarily blinding. As his eyes adjusted to the scene within, Vayne's pupils constricted in astonishment. The ground was strewn with gold and treasures, while countless renowned swords and symbols of power adorned the walls. At the far end, a table was meticulously arranged with several exquisite wooden chests. On the opposite side, delectable dishes and fresh fruits were displayed, suggesting that they were regularly replenished. Was this a treasure vault? One seemed to understand. Yamato, could it be that your devil fruit was obtained from here? Indeed, Yamato nodded, approaching the table and opening a wooden box, which was entirely empty. That item was discovered here, but it was truly unpalatable. Just thinking about that insipid, patterned fruit made Yamato recoil slightly, sticking out their tongue in distaste. Feeling a bit touched, what should one do? Wayne's lips twitched, nearly rendered unconscious by the tender bond shared between Teacher Kai and Day. Shaoran, Xiaopei, come and see this. At that moment, Day excitedly opened several other boxes. Runny and Paigey, filled with curiosity, tiptoed closer to peer inside. Each box contained a peculiar fruit adorned with swirling, distorted patterns, appearing exceptionally bizarre. Oh, are there 4 of them? Wayne was also intrigued, for in addition to the mythical canine fruit that Day had obtained, there were 4 other devil fruits present. Previously, during his time in Marineford, he had perused the compendium of devil fruits. Though his memory was not particularly sharp, he could still somewhat recognize the abilities of these 4 fruits. The dragon fruit, in its spike-back dragon form, and the dragon fruit, in its bulbous head dragon form, were the very 2 that Luffy and Page 1 had pilfered in the original narrative. The remaining 2 were also of the Zoan type, the fish fruit in the form of a mackerel and the dog fruit in the form of a husky. Vayne fell into silence. These 2 fruits are truly unpalatable, even to a dog. Even artificial devil fruits surpass these 2 in quality. They perfectly inherit the flaws of the devil fruits while lacking any of their advantages. And what of this husky fruit? Will consuming it render one foolish as well? Is this truly Lord Kaido's possession? Is everything all right, Sister Yamato? Pejawin inquired timidly. Indeed, Lord Kaido would be furious. Even the whimsical Runty hesitated at this moment. She had heard of the devil fruits and understood that possessing their powers could lead to greater strength. However, the act of stealing from Lord Kaido could very well result in death. Trust me, nothing will happen. Yamato gazed resolutely at the 2, declaring, even if that scoundrel Kaido seeks to trouble you, I shall send him flying, for we are friends. Upon hearing this, both Runty and Pejawin felt their eyes welling up with tears. In this violent pirate crew, the notion of friendship is indeed a rare luxury. Moreover, they are still children. The bonds formed among children are precious and rare. A blush graced Runty's cheeks, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded emphatically. Yes, Lord Kaido once said that to live with dignity, one must go to great lengths to acquire strength. Yamato, I shall accept this kindness. Indeed, Sister Yamato, we are friends. Pejawin exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gave Yamato a thumbs up. In his exuberance, a tooth gleamed with a sudden flash. Then it is settled. Let us grow stronger together from now on, Sister Yamato. Yamato's eyes sparkled like a full moon as she cheerfully replied, all right, with a resigned sigh. Wayne acknowledged the undeniable charm of Yamato, often dubbed the female Luffy, as she expertly coaxed the children. However, in the context of altering the timeline, it remained uncertain which devil fruit they would choose. In the next moment, Runty and Pejawin, seemingly unable to contain their eagerness, climbed onto the table, each grasping a devil fruit. An overwhelming urge to consume them surged within them. Runty, holding a cerulean fruit, curiously remarked, indeed, sister, I have decided on this one. I wonder what abilities it will bestow. Without hesitation, Pejawin opted for a tangerine-hued fruit and took a bite. The instant it touched his tongue, his face contorted into a classic expression reminiscent of Agni from Flame Fist, a blend of excruciating pain and a hint of a smile. It tastes dreadful, he thought, but envisioning his sister, Brother Wayne, and Sister Yamato, he persevered through the immense agony, consuming the entirety of the fruit. Glug. Upon finishing, he exclaimed, that was utterly terrible. Brother Wayne, was the devil fruit you ate also so unpalatable? Pejawin inquired. Vayne gently shook his head and casually remarked, in truth, one only needs to consume the first piece of the cut fruit. Ah? Beside him, Runty, who had just finished an entire devil fruit, wore an expression of discontent. Instructor Vayne, Why did you not say so earlier? When embraced himself with both arms across his chest. You didn't even inquire, and seeing how delightfully you were dining. Where did you perceive that we were relishing our meal? Run, feeling exasperated, placed his feet firmly on the table and leaped towards one with fervor. Vane gently raised his hand, pressing against Runty's small head. Surprised by the strength conveyed through his hand, Vane marveled at the remarkable talent of this little imp, whose strength surpassed that of most adults. Alas, we diligent ones truly face great challenges, constantly encountering those gifted with innate abilities. A modicum of strength is insufficient, however. With Vane holding her head down, Runty found herself unable to advance, her short arms flailing in the air, exasperated by her inability to reach Vane. How vexing. Suddenly, Runty's emotions shifted dramatically, and her body began to grow rapidly, eventually transforming into a tall, formidable brontosaurus. Her strength increased significantly, yet before Vane, it remained inadequate. Sister, Peggy exclaimed, arms wide open, you've turned into a dinosaur. Indeed, this must be the power granted by my fruit ability. Runty realized, her head nearly touching the ceiling. Astonished by her own colossal form. Wonderful. With such abilities, we shall never again be subjected to the whims of others. Little Peggy, Runty was filled with excitement. Surely, the devil fruit cannot truly choose its master, Vane murmured, observing the scene. The fruit Peggy had previously consumed was the dragon fruit, Spinosaurus form. Just as depicted in the original narrative. This event soon reached the ears of Teacher Kai, who coldly remarked that it was a fortunate turn for those two impish beings. The gentlest creatures across land, sea, and air, indeed. After a few days of recuperation with the beast's pirates, Teacher Kai had healed from his injuries. One day, he summoned everyone to the entrance of the Oni Island Palace, solemnly appointing Vane as the third prominent figure of the beast's pirates, on par with Jin and Queen. The pirates below expressed a mix of envy and jealousy, yet all were intensely excited. Who could have imagined that Vane, after only a year with the beast's pirates, would attain such a significant position? Remarkable. Moreover, have you not heard that Lord Kaido intends to marry Master Yamato to Brother Vane? Is that so? I heard that Lord Kaido is considering relinquishing his position to Brother Vane. Meanwhile, on the other side, TCH. While I knew this lad would become a prominent figure, I didn't expect it to happen so swiftly. It leaves me rather displeased, Queen remarked, crossing his arms and pouting. What is there to be surprised about? Vane's strength is formidable. This position is rightfully his. Furthermore, it is indeed a boon for the beast's pirates. Jin nonchalantly interjected. Though he said as much, Queen continued, that kid truly is impressive. He managed to handle the troublesome Yamato. Jin, isn't that quite splendid? Lord Kaido will surely be pleased. As the two conversed, Wayne, clad in a black suit, ascended the stage, microphone in hand. Ahem. It is with great honor that I assumed the role of the Grand Banner Bearer. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to Teacher Kai, who not only granted me the opportunity to remain on Ghost Island, but also nurtured my growth. Next, I extend my thanks to Uncle Gene. At this moment, Kai, who stood behind him, could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed, Enough, you little brat. Cut the nonsense and just tell these rascals your title. Upon hearing this, Wayne tugged at the corners of his mouth. I don't often get the chance to deliver a speech, you know. Truly, I am at a loss with you. Teacher Kai. He then cleared his throat and solemnly declared, Disaster of Thunder. The undercover operation of Wayne proceeded remarkably well, within just a few months. He ascended to the position of the third high-ranking officer in the Beast Pirates, bearing the codename Thunder Disaster, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. Within the office of Admiral Sengoku, he sat across from Zephyr. Zephyr, while it is true that your disciple has executed the mission with exceptional proficiency, far exceeding our expectations, I must inquire, why is it that he, a member of the Navy, appears so adept at piracy? Zephyr chuckled awkwardly, caught off guard by Wayne's unexpected talent for not merely piracy, but for being an undercover agent. Nevertheless, what intrigues me most is the fact that you deliberately concealed this individual's strength, Zephyr. He can hold his own against Marco, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, and has even slain several captains with bounties exceeding 100 million. Presently, he stands out in the formidable ranks of the Beast Pirates, emerging as a prominent figure. His true capabilities might very well rival those of the admirals at headquarters. Wayne, you say you're not strong enough. Zephyr exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Indeed. Such is the case, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Zephyr decided to cast aside pretense. After all, I too am in search of a different path. A path? What path? Sengoku was left bewildered. We have both aged, Sengoku. Zephyr's tone grew somber. The future of the Navy relies on these young individuals. Yet, as you have observed, even amidst the numerous formidable beings within the Navy, the notion of justice has increasingly lost its meaning among the common folk. Each Navy officer bears the weight of justice. Yet the so-called noble privileges persist. It is even permissible for former pirates to become warlords under the world government. Is this a matter of the pirates, or of our world government? Sengoku initially paused, then furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Zephyr, and replied sternly, I will pretend I did not hear that, Zephyr. Haha, growing old. I tend to speak nonsensically. I was merely jesting, Zephyr chuckled, realizing he had misspoken, and waved his hand dismissively. Sengoku did not perceive Zephyr's words as mere jest. His assertions were perilous. So, are you suggesting that assigning a Navy officer with the potential of an admiral to act as an undercover agent is the path you seek? Sengoku continued, You truly are out of your mind, old man. In truth, I am uncertain whether this course of action is right or wrong. But I constantly yearn to try something new. Zephyr hesitated before speaking again. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, compared to the past, you have become much more restrained. The two men locked eyes, and a heavy silence enveloped them. Despite Zephyr's sunglasses, Sengoku could sense the loneliness reflected in his tone. After a moment, Sengoku slowly spoke. Evidently reluctant to delve deeper into this sensitive topic, for instance, your newly established Navy? Indeed, I have recently recruited 2 promising young individuals. One named Dine and the other Benz. Is that so? Congratulations, Sengoku replied indifferently. After Zephyr departed, Sengoku's gaze shifted, and he murmured, Zephyr, are you also in search of what true justice is? He instinctively turned to the plaque on the wall. The inscription, penned in bold calligraphy, proclaimed, Justice that dominates the world. He seemed to have pondered this question before. But when was it? Quite some time ago, perhaps, on Onigashima in the main hall. The trio of prominent figures, Jean, Queen, and Wayne, gathered around the table. Wayne, you've got a new bruise on your face. Queen teased, eyeing the mark on Wayne's visage. Uncle Queen, please don't make fun of me. I'm already having a rough time. Wayne let out a resigned sigh. The events traced back to a few days prior. Having recently ascended to the position of chief instructor, he was finally liberated from the daily grind of teaching the rookie pirates the art of iron block training. Yet, for reasons unknown, Teacher Kai seemed possessed by an unusual fervor, summoning both Wine and Yamato nearly every evening, compelling them to partake in challenges against him. Consequently, for the past few days, Wine and Yamato have been enduring Teacher Kai's affectionate beatings. However, there is a silver lining. Wine has now developed the resilience to withstand 5 strikes from Teacher Kai. It appears that enduring these trials is indeed beneficial. Uncle Jean, you might say it's one thing for Teacher Kai to discipline his daughter, but why must I also be subjected to this? Humph. Don't be so quick to complain. Receiving direct guidance from Mr. Kaido is an unparalleled honor, Jean remarked with a hint of indifference. Vane suggested, How about we go together tomorrow? Let's forget it, he replied. Haha, why are you so unmotivated? Quinn patted Vane's shoulder. Oh, by the way, why not let you handle the upcoming meeting with those scoundrels from the world government? Kaido has engaged in nefarious dealings with the world government. For instance, the brutish marauders stationed at the palace on Onigashima are the failed experiments of the giant clan, acquired through transactions with the world government. The world government? Vane feigned ignorance, expressing mock surprise, since Mr. Kaido trusts you. There are certain matters you ought to be aware of, Jean began to elucidate. One of the reasons we have established a base in Wano is due to the Rabbit Bowl's deposits of sea stone. As a former Navy officer, you must be aware of the value of sea stone. Thus, whether it be that scoundrel Charlotte Linlin or other notorious pirates, even the world government, they all wish to engage in trade with us concerning sea stone. I see. I understand, Vane nodded. He was indeed aware of this. And he also knew that by affixing sea stone to the hull of a ship, one could traverse the doldrums without needing to navigate the Grand Line. Reaching various seas. There's one more thing, Quinn said, extending a finger with visible indignation. When you meet with Kaido, make sure to give that scoundrel Orochi a good thrashing. Let him know who truly governs this nation. Why? Vane inquired, puzzled, recalling that Quinn bore no grudge against Orochi. Meanwhile, Jean scoffed, it is obviously due to the recently concluded war. That fool seems to believe he has accomplished something grand and is currently throwing a lavish feast in the flower capital. How ridiculous. Those samurai hardly contributed at all, clearly. Both Jean and Quinn held this arrogant buffoon in disdain. I truly wish to eliminate him, but Mr. Kaido insists on keeping him as a general to oversee those samurai, Jean remarked. Kaido is undoubtedly manipulating Orochi. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Wayne's eyes. So, it is Wano Country? Let us embark on that journey. Ha ha, indeed. Do remember to bring along your little girlfriend, Quinn said with a cheerful grin. Very well. Vayne nodded helplessly, too weary to offer a rebuttal. After all, such sacrifices were necessary for the sake of justice. Even if he were to become Teacher Kai's son-in-law out of sheer necessity, it would still be in service of a greater cause. The Marshal of the Warring States and Teacher Zephyr would undoubtedly comprehend his predicament. On Ghost Island, at the harbor, Vayne and Captain Tep stood side by side, gazing out at the distant sea. Before the onset of the war with Whitebeard, Vayne had gathered many talented individuals in the prison, oh no, the quarry of Rabbit Bowl, and promised them freedom once the conflict concluded. However, such promises were, of course, meaningless. After all, he was a pirate. Deceit and cunning were more fitting for his character. Thus, Vayne explained to the laborers that their lack of effort was the cause of their plight. This remark immediately incited widespread outrage in the quarry, rendering Vayne the second most despised figure among the laborers of Rabbit Bowl, with the foremost being Teacher Kai. Of course, there was one exception, when Captain Tep had challenged Kaido upon Vayne's arrival in Wano. This was because Vayne had received intelligence from Captain Tep while reporting to the Grand Marshal of the Wano forces. The Tep pirates were indeed an assassination group, but they only accepted contracts to eliminate other pirates. Moreover, they occasionally provided aid to impoverished nations, as the world government simply disallowed the existence of such organizations. Wine was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, it is truly you, Captain Tep. By the way, your dream isn't to create a world devoid of pain, is it? At that moment, Captain Tep spread his arms wide and joyously shouted toward the boundless sea. Ha ha ha, I am free once more. It seems my dream shall not end here. Damn you, Kaido, wait for me. 30 years in the East Sea, 30 years in the West Sea. I will undoubtedly return to exact my vengeance. Beside him, Wine chuckled and said, To be honest, I envy you, Captain Tep. Oh, why is that, young man? You have not only lost your ship, but also your crew. The once vibrant pirate crew now consists of just you. Can you still laugh so heartily? This situation could be considered the end of the road for a pirate. Upon hearing this, Captain Tep paused briefly, then burst into laughter. What foolishness are you speaking, young man? Ha ha ha. This is the life of a pirate, dedicating everything to one's dreams. As long as there is breath left, we must fight with unwavering resolve. Are not the men of the sea all like this? At that moment, as the sun set, the golden hues of dusk enveloped the entire ocean. He pointed toward the distant horizon, exuding an air of grandeur as he proclaimed, Remember this, young man, a pirate never truly loses